Holy shit. That's so many bottles. It's like a piece of art at this point. And then printer paper. Okay, now see, now this is a good one. This one's interesting. I like garbage that tells a story. And this tells the story of type 2 diabetes. That's so many Coke bottles.
Oh, dude, what? This camera gimbal keeps going crazy.
I am so glad that the camera gimbal's fucking up right now. I get to see a whole experience. There's more Coke hidden under here. Oh my god, I wish it wasn't blurry. Look at how much that extends. It's actually like a statue you'd find at a college park. I wish I could see what these were. This looks like an old like rotary phone, but it's so blurry, like a picture of Sasquatch. I can't quite tell. This might be underwear. I'm not sure, because there's like a band here. Whoa. I mean, this keyboard's what a rough life. Just take it out back and put it out of its misery. But what I find particularly goofy, he's got all of the Coke bottle cans separated from the bottles. So he's collected the cans behind him and made a monument, but put all of the caps next to the keyboard for some reason. Why? Fallout currency. Yeah, this keyboard is fucking covered in like dust and shit. I don't even know. What is all that? Like skin flakes? No, probably not. Mainly dust. I can't really... There's salt. It might be salt. Dust and salt. And then the desk itself has also been like skidded. There's skid marks across it. I don't know what he does here. Maybe like rev up an RC car's tire just to peel the paint off? I don't even know how that happens.
This and this alone carried me to rank 14, dude.
Holy shit.
Look at this glorious DAS keyboard, dude.
Oh! If you cracked open an ancient Egyptian tomb, the mummies wouldn't be this dusty. How does it even accumulate that much? Since the invention of the computer, I don't think enough time has elapsed to allow for this much dust to naturally build up.
Show cleaning houses.
Like, it's just not even the surface level. In between the keys, like on the actual board itself, you can see piles of dust and ash. I don't know. Just like actual piles in the crevices. So it's not even just on top.
Is worse because of
Oh, here we go. That's what I like to see. Alright, a good swivel in focus. So, a lot of Coke bottles here, looking real good. All of them don't have their cap, by the way, because he collects the caps next to the keyboard for some reason. I hope he has an explanation. What is that turquoise thing? Oh, that's his fingers. And this is a bottle of what? Nos? I don't even know what that is. It is, okay. Let's see. Is this food? Yeah, this is like old McDonald's bag. Oh, this is Five Guys. I'm pretty sure this is Five Guys. So he's got old Five Guys bags lying around. You can tell because of the massive fucking grease stains on it. Oh, it's a trash bin.
Can you crush the bottles to make them in the bin? Yeah. I'm gonna do that again now. They're full.
What's up?
Oh my god. Holy shit. That's so many Coke bottles. It's a whole wing of the room dedicated to it, like a graveyard. The desk itself isn't even that bad comparatively. It's just the keyboard, the Coke bottles, all this food residue. And then a bit of clutter up here. Oh, is that lotion? Oh, it is lotion. Oh, man. Man's giving away his whole masturbatorium setup. You're right. No, actually, is that lotion? What kind of lotion is piss yellow? Oh, it could be vape juice. Oh, maybe. That would make a lot of sense. mold on the wall. If you're talking about this, I don't think this is mold. My guess would be an old apartment and it just started to crack. But I don't think that's mold. On the bottom. Oh. No, that's, yeah, so on the bottom, that's mold. Yeah, no, okay, I see. But at this point, mold's just like a gamer's best friend. We've seen so many moldy setups from some of the top tier gamers. So there's got to be something to it. Like maybe the spores or something get into the like the human body and turn you into like an actual gaming barbarian. Holy shit. These are put into like an actual like order.
Going, dude. We're still going.
He really cared about these.
Oh, it's still going. Yes, dude.
Oh my god. So it's not just Coke bottles, pizza boxes too. This guy's like a filth artist. Like a grime bender. Only reason is lazy. See, but again, I think this is a great counterexample that it's not laziness. He took the time to meticulously stack these boxes. Like, these aren't just randomly thrown here. He tried to stack them properly. He spent more time building this tower than he would have just putting it in the trash.
So that is one pile of pizza boxes. One pile.
Yeah, so this one's not even the pizza box tower. This one's got eggs and shit in it too. It's kind of wild. This pizza place must love this guy. I don't know this place, like Tuxedo Pizza or something. I don't know what this is, but they've got themselves a brand loyal customer for sure, for life.
Then we got cooking utensils.
Fuck me.
Teapot and all-purpose pan.
Have mercy on that teapot.
Where my
It's dangerously close to the smeared dog shit. The hazard zone. This is rough.
varying jars of peanut butter and Vegemite. Oh, just delicious.
Oh, it runs down his cupboard onto the floor. It's a crime. It's like an actual crime scene. It actually is. I would say so far, this is the worst. Of all the ones we've seen, minus the one that was destroyed in anger, minus that one, this is the worst so far in terms of just pure yuckiness. Yeah, but even then, Jägermeister's filth was confined to a single room. This one is spanning the whole house. You have to think on scale. Like, yes, contained in one room, Jägermeister's was worse. But a whole house worth? Like, that's a lot. Jägermeister had maggots and dead rats, but again, in one room. Do you know how many maggots and rats probably live just in his food preparation station? That shit's gonna be like a full-blown frat party in there.
This countertop.
He seems so
I thought
happy.
it was brown. No, so did I. It's white, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. The mirror. Perfect.
Good for him.
Looks so much better. Sure does, man. Okay, and now we return to the real scene of the crime, man.
Yeah, this is the spot I know.
This,
Okay. So far, the good ending?
Mountains of pizza boxes. Out to, what, there-ish? Sure. Mountains of pizza boxes. This bench didn't exist. She's back, she's reclaimed, she's spotless, dude. Absolutely spotless. The floor, dude, the floor got some love, let me tell you.
I'm so happy for
We
him.
even scrubbed the walls. Cute little matching kettle and toaster, check.
Did he get rid of his all-purpose pot?
We even cleaned the, that thing. The dish hole. I'm tired. The word's going. Oh, and, sorry. Remember that poo stain here?
Yep.
It's absolutely clean.
Vanished.
Okay. Now this was fairly biohazardy. It's now not. Okay, look. I still live here, right? Messes will be made. Okay. Just
Yeah, you just gotta. That's not gonna wash it down. You gotta take the plug out.
Dude. And this is okay. So this was where most
Unlucky.
of the
We'll get him next time
most of the
with
pizza
that one.
boxes were, right? They started what there, went up to
Yeah, this was like that
Literally
giant
above.
tower.
what does this camera work without the gimbal? Yeah, we need a gimbal. All this
Oh god, we're losing
was
him.
just a
The garbage is coming back. It's fucking up the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, wouldn't touch it.
Wow, all of that tile is so fucking cracked. How did that even happen? Like, I mean, there's nothing he could do about it from a cleaning perspective. That's just so unlucky. Like, all that tile is fucking cracked. Yeah, no, it's definitely old, but... Yeah, hey, we cleaned up the mess. That's what matters right here. I would say either rip up this tile, or we put, like, a big rug down. Something.
Sort of thing. And the same with the carpet. Carpet's fucked. Doesn't matter. The important thing is the Coke bottle mountain. That
Yep.
iconic photo of a young Ruck One on his crowning achievement of Coke bottle mountain.
It was a cool
Doesn't
mountain.
exist anymore. It's gone.
I hate to see that one go. We could have kept
Even the
that.
computer desk. Look at that. To a decent degree. A decent degree.
Oh my god. You did all of this great work. You made the Lord so happy, and then you're still going straight to hell. You kept the keyboard. This is the catalyst for all of this yuckiness. This is where it all stems from. This is the patient zero. You gotta replace the keyboard with anything else. Anything at all. Everything is great except that. He's done everything right except one crucial mistake. So we got the neutral ending, not the good ending.
Great. I don't know, man. How do I wrap up? How did I wrap this up? Dude, it's been fucking unreal, man. Like, the support has been crazy. I was in, like, the worst place of my life 5 days ago, and now I'm, like, in one of the best places of my life. The,
Aww, that's so
support and
wholesome.
everything has been so fucking unreal. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the first time I felt like myself in a long, long time. I don't know, man. I want to say something poignant, but I'm so goddamn tired from cleaning, man. Alright.
That was so cute. I really do think, like, one of the first steps you can do to just feeling better if you're in a shitty spot is just cleaning. Just set a little goal for yourself, like, I'm gonna clean this little area. And just do it. Just give yourself something to accomplish quickly. Just like a quick hit of dopamine. That's so sweet. I am a hoarder, help. Let me just take a quick survey here. Hoarding's the right word for it. It's not filthy. This looks like sealed products. Mostly. So this is just a lot of clutter.
Living room.
Okay, this side's a lot worse. Okay, so Domino's pizza box. I think this is a massage chair flipped upside down. I don't know, if some weird fucking apparatus to sit in. This is a road worker's uniform. I don't know what that's there for. I guess they shook him down for his clothes to throw in the house for fun. A nuisance, but it's not, like, revolting. No one's gonna come in here and, like, puke like they would if they went to XQC's room or Jägermeister's or Asmund's. This is just one of those things where it's like, ugh, what a headache.
Have you seen Hoarders, the TV show? Mm-hmm. A lot of it's from.
I like that
Friday,
answer.
and you can see, for example,
What are these? Official trading cards, but why? Was it like an investment gone wrong? Pokemon cards are blowing up, so why not these? The streaming room's pretty clean. Oh, never mind. I didn't even see all this down here. Okay. So this is less hoarding. This is less like hoarding clutter and more human waste. So a lot of food and drink shit. This is like a carton of milk. That's hype.
e-fuel cans to
Yeah.
shoes to plates to
Okay, yeah.
U2s and a dead Pepe the Frog.
So his spot is pretty
There's
gross.
just a lot of trash in here, Papa.
Yes.
We'd get these boxes and then we just store shit in them.
Why? Why would you do that though? Yeah, I love Olive Garden, so I'll get takeout and I'll keep the box. Just in case I ever need it. That's such a weird thought process. Like, it's nice to have boxes, I guess, but why tiny Hard Rock boxes? Just get yourself like an actual box. Wow.
This is just Lego. So
What the fuck? Alright, his closet's fucking awesome. Alright. It's not just Lego, by the way. You have Connects right here. So don't disrespect Connects. I used to love Connects. So, what? But why? He doesn't build them. He just collects the Lego boxes. I guess just for fun? Like, just to hoard all the Legos so kids can't have them? Just as a fuck you?
There's, I don't know why, Papa, do you shit a lot? This is your toilet. Look how many shit
What the fuck is that?
Why is there a fucking milkshake here as well? Then, moving further...
Alright, so his dad is definitely the grosser one here. The man just piles up toilet paper rolls and a milkshake. You can't even use this sink. Alright, so this one's pretty gross. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. This is yucky.
There's old blood all over it because I cut my finger. I think you can see one blood in here as well. Yeah, here on the wall you can see some of the blood.
Didn't even bother to wipe it? Like once?
Yeah, you see? It's blood.
Fucking crime scene.
Yeah, it's
Oh my god.
Yeah.
there.
So this is where he opens all of the CSGO trading cards. Man just wakes up after a wet dream. He's like, fuck, let me see if I can pull a simple card. Spends 2 hours just throwing the wrappers off to the side. So this is like a Halloween department store. He's got a cool mask. Some suitcases. I don't even know what this is. Sealed board games? What is this? Settlers of Catan or something? What is this over here? Oh, you can't even see it. That's so much fucking milk. These are all milk, right? I can't read it. It's kind of blurry, but I'm pretty sure this is all fucking milk. Oh my god, that's so rancid. Oh my lord. At least, if there's any compliments I can pay to the other battle stations, at the very least, it was sodas. So those will like mold and shit and get gross, but the milk curdling and spoiling is so much fouler. Whoa. But yeah, his bones must be strong as fuck. There's no way the two of them do it themselves. They hire a professional or something. I just don't believe it. This is too much for just two men.
We see some progress. I'm not sure if you look more like a German gimp or if you look like an executioner from the 1600s. We're still sorting the things half an hour later. It is going decently. I think Papa's gonna fall asleep soon. Papa, since
I can't believe they're actually gonna try and two-man this.
You can have a beer. This is a fan.
That's so
beer,
admirable.
we appreciate it.
Yes.
Maybe we're gonna get rid of it, probably. But
They're not even cleaning, they're just kind of playing. They're just hanging out.
No? Here's the progress so far. After 3...
What fucking progress? All they've done is move a couple of boxes and play with the fucking latex suit and giraffe costume. There is no progress here. And then they kicked back for a brewski. But I respect it. I like that. I like that grind.
He's a little sick now because apparently he is allergic to dust.
I got pink eyes from all your shit.
Yes.
It actually does look like he has pink eye. He probably doesn't, but for some reason, to me, it does look like he's got it. It's probably from putting on all the shit, and he ate like a 15-year-old expired gummy out of nowhere. He's such a good sport. Bro, I would absolutely not help.
Finally, we have a use for my hoard trash. Lifehack 101.
Again, like, it just... Maybe it's just me, but it doesn't seem like they've made progress. All they've done is they moved the trash a little further inland. Like, they're parting the sea like Moses here. They're not actually moving anything and getting anything out, besides that box that his dad painstakingly dragged to the garage. They're just, like, relocating the trash to other parts of the apartment. Why is he making his dad do this one? This is unholy. But I do respect he's got some Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster tins here. So he's got like this wild mosh podge of cards, from CSGO trading cards to Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon, all over the place. But luckily this isn't like the actual hazardous biological waste from the other side of his room.
A gaming room.
Is he doing like whippets or something when he's streaming? Why is there just like aerosol cans here? Or maybe it's not aerosol and it's just blurry and I can't tell.
A lot of milk, Papa.
Yeah, here it is. So much milk.
Look how deep my foot goes. It expired
Oh,
the
God.
25th of May. So I want you to open this one and have a smell.
Don't. You're better than this, Pop Anomaly. Oh, God. Bro, he just does anything his son asks him to. Can you rub this spoiled milk in your eyes, Papa? It'll be great content. Oh, yes, it will, of course.
It's a fermented one. This one is from May.
Finely aged milk, then.
Just thinking about it makes me almost fucking puke. Open it. Look what's inside.
Don't. Why would you do that?
4, 5.
You
Number
know
6,
what's inside.
number
It's
7.
spoiled milk.
We found these are small ones. So
There's not gonna be like some kind of mystery surprise inside of the 15-year-old milk. Like, oh god, I wonder what treasure fucking leprechaun left in here, like the pot of gold. There's gonna be something good in here. This is such a wild station. This one's really bad. It started off as just normal hoarding clutter and quickly devolved.
why is it so black? Wait, get your flashlight. What the fuck is that, bro?
What do you mean? What is that? It's mold. That's mold. It's not like the portal to the upside down or anything. It's just mold. You know, like that's just kind of how things will go.
Linda, what the fuck?
So many goodies. It's like a flea market. Jesus Christ. How much fucking costuming shit does he have here?
Do you play hockey?
Oh, I want to see like an overview of the room real quick while we're still here. Like again, can't see the whole room, but just going off of this, they're not really getting rid of anything except for his desk with like the old milk and shit. But all the other shit, they're just moving elsewhere. It's like that SpongeBob episode with the dirty diapers. Like they're just hiding it. Like they're just hiding the filth in the apartment still. Like it doesn't seem like anything's actually leaving. You can actually see the floor now. Yeah, in some places, but now this side, which wasn't that bad when we came in, these tables were pretty empty when we came in. Now they're full of shit. Just trash. They just pushed it all over here. They picked up Bikini Bottom and moved it over there.
Mask.
I think that's... Oh, and here's a bicycle pump. I can have that.
I don't think that's a bicycle pump. Ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's like a Slipknot concert.
Fucking lie.
Alright, that shirt is hype. They cannot get rid of that shirt. That shirt is fucking hype. Surfing on the internet. Right at your fingertips. That's iconic. That is fire.
Lie.
I give you that one.
That's why I'm throwing it away.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Now,
Don't even joke about
today
that.
It's like 2 days. You can see Papa's eye is looking a little
Thanks for
weird.
5 gift
Now,
subs,
apparently
Evil.
we
Thank you,
just
man.
found out that Papa is apparently allergic to dust. You can look into your eye. Wait, look.
What do you mean we just found out? We have known he's been allergic for dust for the last 2 days that he has been in the trenches cleaning this bitch. This is not new information. He said it on day 1. We knew this. This was information that was readily available off rip for us.
Up. Open your eye. Oh my god.
Holy
I don't know what
shit.
happened. Maybe Papa very dust allergic or something, or someone in the fan mail actually sent anthrax.
Yeah.
And we are going to go to the hospital now.
You know what? I think chat's right. I think what happened here is after putting on the fucking latex BDSM kit for the 12th time, maybe some of the old goo and gunk that was left in there has penetrated his eyes and fucked him up. Like, that wasn't cleaned beforehand. And this man went in there like 8 times into those things. He was trying on every mask and hat like he was in like a Dillard's.
And we are going to make the final touches to the...
What do you mean? This is exactly what I'm saying. Look at this fucking living room. All of the mess that was there when we started is still there. It is just in a different corner. The fucking treadmill is still erected in the middle of this room for no reason. There's still boxes of fucking trash everywhere. The only thing is, instead of being on the left side, it is now all on the right side.
Yeah! You can already see that there's a living room that's supposed to be here. And this just took like 5 days. So now we just...
Hey, only 500 more and the apartment might be fully clean.
Huge carpet. Yes? After literally like 3 weeks, I think we are finally...
Oh, that's...
So go on, follow along.
They hired a
I did the
professional.
house tour when I
Yeah,
first moved
I
in.
knew they
This
would.
shit looks amazing.
Yeah, I
Baba.
knew that.
Look at how clean everything is.
I think it's smart. There was no way they were doing it themselves.
Oh, Papa, fridge, you can see. I had G Fuel in my
Yeah,
fridge.
absolutely
So,
had
let's
a
go to the
professional.
bedroom, Papa.
Let's do
But they did a great job. Didn't really focus on the floor that much, which was the actual major problem spot. They just kind of like
We
blasted by it.
actually have a floor which we can
But yeah, they clearly cleaned it up. There's no cans or milk left here.
stand on.
Jesus, that's a 6-monitor setup. What in tarnation? What could you possibly be doing that requires 6 monitors? Is he like the architect from The Matrix? Good lord. Opening 6 cases at once. True. Does Anomaly still do those massive case openings? I haven't seen him do it in a while.
Different room in here. Like,
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it is a whole different room in here.
look here. Insane. Not a single piece of trash. It's
You want to know what the dead giveaway is that a pro did this? It's not even like the actual degree of cleanliness that they were able to accomplish here. It's the bed. The bed is what tells me a pro did this. Because when we came in here initially, he was sleeping on a bare mattress with the cover not even on it. Right? But now this has what looks to be like a comforter as well. They absolutely had a pro come in here. They set it up with like a good bed and everything. So yeah, this is straight up paid actor shit, but they were never going to clean this place by themselves. It's also the cleaning equipment in the room. Oh, was there cleaning equipment? I didn't even see it.
of cleaning.
Yeah.
A great job.
We did.
The funny thing is, we didn't actually do much of the cleaning at all. It's only Linda that did all the cleaning.
Oh, okay,
We
that
take
makes even
all
more
the
sense
credit
then.
for it.
Yes, because we're men.
Yes.
Okay, that makes so much sense. I thought a professional, but it makes even more sense that he wouldn't have even bothered spending the money on the professional. That money spent on a professional is better spent on the CSGO cases, I guess. I feel so bad for Linda. That's so rough. That was what a massive undertaking. Holy shit. I have no doubt that probably did take 3 fucking weeks. God, that was actually a wild adventure. I did not expect that to be that dirty. Because it started off kind of innocent with just clutter, and then it quickly devolved into absolute sin. But they got it together. Linda saved the day. I'm pretty sure his shit is messy again. So yeah, that seems to be a common theme. What was the quote? You can clean the room, but you can't clean the habit? Or something? I don't know. Some stupid, profound statement like that. So it seems like most people who end up with like a room that filthy, when it's clean, will just go right back to it. This Twitch streamer hasn't cleaned his room since 2005. Oh my god. Yeah, this one's like a
hours
landfill.
of content.
Oh my god.
When
You're
you
not gonna
had
be
the
able to do
green
this in
screen
one
on, I could
night.
hear heaps of trash when you walked out. That
So-
used to be mac and cheese.
He doesn't look that old. How has he not cleaned his room since 2005? Like, he'd be living at his parents' house for sure. They just let it ride? There's rats and maggots in there? Oh, no doubt.
On the other
Yeah.
side of the rooms.
Here's my setup, right?
His
This
setup's
is where I play video games.
relatively clean.
And then right there,
compared to
over
the
here,
rest.
that's my door. And then that's the trash. And this is all.
He's even got like a box light here. He's like, I want to make sure my streaming setup is optimized, so I'll get a box light. I won't clean up the trash, but I'll get a box light and an Elgato. Man's got professional lighting at the local landfill. Priorities. Now we're cooking.
Never mind, I'm not opening
His
the
room
door.
is more radioactive than the elephant's foot.
What a nice setup.
What a specific reference. That's a Chernobyl reference.
Fuck. Yeah. That's
And
not a
then there's-
snack box. That's
There's
like
the actual
fucking
snack
food
box,
on a
and
goddamn
there's all the
pedestal.
That's
food
a-
from the snack box.
So he had the snack box is a fishing tackle box here. So he fucking filled a fishing tackle box full of snacks, ate most of the snacks, and then buried it like pirate's treasure.
Oh wow! Look at all the MRE packaging.
Yeah. Dude,
What? He eats MREs? Oh my god! Wait, that's amazing. Yeah. Why? Why MREs? What? What the fuck what is happening? Is he like a government operative by the U.S. military to see how messy one man can be for 14 years?
Oh come on, dude! You just started. Let's go.
I just
Keep
started.
going. Keep
I
going.
saw a piss
He's-
bottle.
This is a good friend. Whoever's in this call right now is a great friend.
There's a piss bottle, Dad.
It's fucking compacted like fucking sandstone, dude. It's like fucking sandstone. I had reached up under that shit.
Oh my god.
I won't put it in the Miscord. Miscord's scary.
So why? I don't get it. Why is he choking now? He lives in this. He has lived in this for 14 years. Why all of a sudden now is he repulsed by it and choking and coughing? Did he give himself black lung like Zoolander? Like now he just has like permanently scarred lungs or something? Oh, because he's stirring it up? Yeah, but it wouldn't matter, right? Because he has a fucking piss bottle. He has a jug of urine. Right? Like that's gonna stink to high heaven no matter what you do. Like the only thing I could think of is that he like routinely sprays Lysol in order to mask the smell, but it seems like he sleeps here, right? So that's gonna run out at some point. It's just baffling because it's his room. Like he puts his feet on this sticky yucky floor, unless he props it up on garbage, like the king of filth or something.
Imagine you wake up and you smell my room and you open your eyes and you see my room every day.
dude.
Sounds like
Hell yeah,
paradise.
gamer.
How did
Wow,
Max
look at
even
that.
Get there. No, don't show that on.
Did you think I green screen because you think it increases my production value or something? I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm a zero viewer Andy, so you can't see my fucking room.
Unironically, kind of genius. So it looks like he puts a green screen up to hide the trash heap behind him. Fucking galaxy brain. Actually smart. Like, why even clean? I'll just put up a clean, cool background.
Dude.
I'm gonna.
There's a whole
Dude,
pot of
if you
macaroni
see me
still
run
behind
off of
him.
Cam, like inexplicably, it's because I'm.
He has so much mac and cheese. There's mac on the floor. This dude's diet is nothing but mac and cheese and Monster. Holy shit. Kraft must have loved this guy. What? So, why put it in the trash bag at all? What was so special that he decided to actually bag up? Because most of it's just mac and cheese pots and trash on the floor. This must be like some sentimental garbage. It didn't make it to the dumpster, but it still had somewhat of a journey. There was some care given to these. Oh, recyclables. Oh, right. Right.
You know when you take a piss and you forget to flush the toilet and you come back the next day, so you spray Febreze on it? It's that
No.
smell. Just imagine
What
that.
is that story?
Jesus, dude, that's fucking. Ugh.
Imagine, or no, you know when you go to take a piss and you forget to flush it, so you come back the next day and spray Febreze on it? Nobody does that. Just flush it. Why would I spray Febreze on my pee-peed toilet? There's no human being on the goddamn planet that would do that. You just flush. Like, it's more work to spray it.
Here's some more just fucking.
Oh my god.
Stop. Okay, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna stop.
Look at that. Yum, yum, yum.
It's like a chimney.
Yummy. Alright, so how did
So
it
many
get to this
pots.
stage? Basically, I moved into this house in like 2004, 2005, and I didn't clean it. And now it's this bad. Oh, there's a fucking spider. Holy
Oh, I'd love to see the rest of the house.
die, you son of a.
Kill it. Test.
I would love to see the rest of this house. Oh, thank God. Take me on a tour.
Test. Oh my god.
Well, the kitchen's somewhat
Christ,
clean.
What the fuck?
Like,
Oh,
relatively
it's a clean
speaking.
house. Look at that. Holy shit.
Aw.
Yo. Okay, Bodhi, relax.
Yeah, honestly, just move.
Hire
Fuck
a
it.
cleaning crew for him. What do I look like? His fucking mom? Get up and clean now. Get up.
He's making good
That
progress.
hurts.
Rat,
I don't
rat.
wanna.
Do it.
A little bit of black
No,
mold
don't
in
show
there.
it. Don't
Isn't that-
show it.
There
Don't
it
show
is,
it.
dude.
Don't.
That is the same pot he has shown 3 times. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. This man keeps picking up this pot and setting it back down. Just throw it away.
Don't. Bro,
It's
you
a
are
trophy.
doing the bare minimum. Dude, he's doing something. You're sitting there on your fucking computer typing shit in his chat. Fuck off.
Not
Stop
cleaning
weird
your
chipping
chip.
me, chat. Shut
No.
He fucking set that goddamn pot down again. Is this the same one? No, this is different. Nope, here it is. That's the same fucking pot. How many times is he gonna pick this goddamn thing up and still set it back down? Why? Just throw it away. He's so wept in the pot. I guess it's just like a permanent fixture. No, there's no cleaning it. You can't clean that. It's fucking stained with years of sin. Just get rid of it. There's no reason to try and salvage any of these pots. It's full of fucking black mold and other residue and bacteria and shit.
What do we have to say about that fucking?
Wow, what a time lapse.
That's
Or
ensuing
not
right in
time
front of
lapse,
us.
time jump. The rest of his house is
That's not his
moderately
cat. There's no way
organized.
that's his cat, dude. There is no way that's his cat. All right, TC. All right.
finally he's moving the pot.
You should have seen the look on his fucking face, dude. Holy fuck.
Put the pot in the
He
box.
did IRL.
How long has he been cleaning, I wonder? They said 4 hours,
Fuck.
but that was a while ago.
What is it? Is it a dead rat?
No, it's.
Yeah, it was a dead rat. No way. That was actually a dead rat, dude. Yo, clip it and chip it, boys.
It's
I
not
didn't
a dead
see
rat.
it.
It's about 100 dead maggots.
Oh no, dude. Oh shit.
It definitely wasn't a rat. Rats are big. I would have
Yo,
noticed
what
it.
the fuck?
Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna. Alright.
Oh, gross.
There's still so much room in that bag. Oh, you amateur.
Maggots in the corner.
Terrible.
It still is fucking terrible. What are you talking
It used to
about?
be so much worse.
He's made
This is
so much
6 hours
progress
of
in one
work
day.
Later, man. We already saw LMFAO.
6 hours. Definitely has bed bugs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but bed bugs aren't necessarily the result of trash, right? I don't think, like, dirt around a bed creates bed bugs. I don't exactly know what does, though.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
How fast can you go, chat? Chat, how fast can you go? How fast can
Holy
you go, chat?
shit.
Hurry up. You guys are taking too fucking long. What is that? Is that fucking like poop?
Yeah, it's
It's,
maggots.
it's like maggots and
Dude,
lice.
get that out of there. You ever
The
get
lice
like a
are
fucking
even
bug,
confused
like,
in this
crawl on your
filth.
fucking face in the middle of the night.
Yeah, like
They can't
days
find
ago,
his
there's a
hair.
spider in my bed, and then- Boys, we've discovered pizza.
Let's go! Oh, they didn't show the finished product. Oh, here, this is his channel. Jesus Christ. He's really cruising. Also, this is wildly sped up. He's like a ghost moving through the frame. Holy shit. It's like a strobe light. Little Caesar's box. That's just a thing of chocolate milk that he stole from the cafeteria. He's the Flash. Yeah, it's like that Quicksilver scene from the X-Men movie. This had to be the dirtiest room on Twitch. Bar none. Like, nothing else even comes close. I would be super curious, though. There should be, like, a Twitch-wide competition to see who has the filthiest fucking room. But it needs to be spontaneous so people don't game it. It's gotta be, like, authentic grease and grime. I wonder how many trash bags he went through. It couldn't have been less than 200. Probably, no, it was probably like 300 plus. Oh, he brought in a helper. Now they're tag teaming it. There was no way to solo that pile, so that was the right call. Oh, don't tell me you're done. Wait, what? There's still a whole closet of filth back here. But I do appreciate that he brought in a rowing machine. That's pretty sweet, actually. That's cool. Clean the closet. What the fuck? Are we just gonna ignore that? Oh, that's gonna bother me if you don't clean it. I'm gonna be if you don't clean that. You are right next to it. I'm gonna be upset if you don't clean that. Come on, Junior. Oh my God, he's just gonna let it ride. At least shut the fucking door. Oh my Lord, just Christ, out of sight, out of mind. He came all this way. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, much better. Much better. Yeah, he was like 95% of the way there and then called it quits for a minute. He took like a whole week off. Alright, now I'm satisfied. They didn't even show the finished product? What? Alright. I'll use my imagination. They really did do a great job, though. Hopefully it stayed clean. What was his name? Jägermeister? Let's see. Oh, wow, we'll never know. His last stream was 4 years ago. Wait, that can't be. The math doesn't even check out. This whole experience was 3 years ago. I'm assuming it just doesn't save the VODs. His description is, I'm the trash man. Nice.
I got married.
How is that possible? This is... I don't get it. This is less than a year. How could it have accumulated this much filth? I don't get it. What the fuck went wrong? Probably COVID. Bro, it is January 8th, 2020. Unless this guy was stockpiling to hibernate through all of COVID, there is no way that it should have ended up like this. I don't know how Season 2 is somehow more dirty. This guy must just like buy houses from hoarders and then set up a streaming computer. I don't get it. How is that even possible? But with the big Twitch purge, it looks like it didn't survive. This is an impressive amount of trash to build up in less than a year, though. Like, he was really working for it. Have you seen the latest gaming battle station in China? Look up Hotel Guest from Hell on Google. Dude didn't allow room service to clean his room for 2 years straight. Sounds pretty cool. Been a while since I've seen a good battle station. That's quite the mountain. The grim discovery was made after a man checked out of 2-year-long stay at a hotel in China. I like how it says grim discovery, like there's like bodies buried in there, like he's entombed in this sarcophagus of filth. Holy. He does got the DX racers though. Oh man. What are those? Dirty diapers? What is... Oh, those are towels. They're little towels. He used it to clean all of his poo-poo. All his duty. He is believed to be an online gaming addict and left behind a 3-foot deep mountain of toilet paper. That's all toilet paper? Holy shit, that's thick. I thought it was a bunch of towels. A table and 2 gaming chairs are almost completely buried beneath the stomach-churning waste. God, that looks fucking awful. My heart breaks for them having to clean that. Yikes. Surely that has to be some kind of criminal charge, right? Like vandalism or something? Like, I don't know. That's diabolical, though. I would just condemn that room. What game you think he was playing? Is it even a question? It's a gacha game. 1000% he was a gacha gamer. Couldn't tell you which game, but I know it was gacha. You watched the Inside Edition on the woman who was arrested after 42 years for kidnapping. I heard about that. The woman had no idea she had been kidnapped. What? How does that make sense? Alright, now you've really piqued my interest. Woman arrested after 42 years on the lam. What does that mean? On the lam? I don't know that expression.
As uniformed deputies pull up to this woman's house, a neighbor cracks a joke about why they're there.
Uh-oh, they're coming for you, Sharon! They don't want me.
But this is no joke.
Well, we're here for you, ma'am. Definitely here for you.
Why?
You have a warrant for your arrest.
It's a moment Sharon Neely feared was coming for 42 years. Her real name is not Sharon Neely. It's Deborah Newton, And she's been on the lam for her entire adult life.
Okay, I've got to look up On the Lam. What the hell is On the Lam? In flight, especially from the police, according to Oxford Languages. I've never heard that in my life. On the Lam?
Police say she abducted her 3-year-old daughter Michelle in 1983. This is Michelle today. Did you see the video of your mom's arrest?
That was heartbreaking. That's my mom. I don't think anybody wants to see their mom put in handcuffs, and I'd prefer not to have to watch it again.
The search for little Michelle was a big news story back then. Flyers were mailed to 53 million homes, and the FBI listed her mother at number 8 on the agency's parental abductions most wanted list. As recently as last year, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created this age progression poster of how Michelle might look as an adult. For all these years, Michelle's family in Louisville, Kentucky never gave up hope that they would find Michelle. Every Christmas, they would put gifts under the tree for her. It was a tip.
How did she... It seemed like they had pretty much everything they needed there. How did she get away with it? Just changing her name to Sharon? That's all it took? That's kind of surprising. Well, it must have been something more elaborate than that.
Gave up hope that they would find Michelle. Every Christmas, they would put gifts under the tree for her. It was a tip to Crime Stoppers that finally led cops to the accused runaway mom after more than 40 years. Deborah Newton's arrest took place in the Villages, the famous Florida retirement community outside Orlando.
Yeah, the Villages is actually famous. That's not even... He's not wrong. That is like the hot spot for like fucking geezer gooning. They just be like fucking out there like crazy. Oh wow, in the Villages, huh? Jesus.
I don't know what they're doing.
She has remarried. Her husband Reggie is a retired cop and is said to be stunned to learn that his wife is an alleged FBI fugitive.
What's going on, Sharon?
I don't know anything.
Her arrest led to an emotional reunion between Michelle and Joseph Newton, the father she had not seen since she was 3.
Over the last few weeks, it just feels like everything has been flipped upside down.
You have since
That must be
discovered that
nuts.
your dad is out there. You have
Yes.
siblings. You met them.
My dad and I have step-siblings, which, yeah, I have tons of cousins, aunts, and uncles. I have an amazing family.
The suspected runaway mom is charged with felony custodial interference. She was released on $35,000 bail and has pleaded not guilty.
That must be like a crazy experience if you're the kid in that case. Not even knowing that you've been kidnapped or anything. Holy. Gotta be so wild, can't imagine figuring out that you were kidnapped as a kid. Yeah, and that the person you've called mom for 40 years is actually just your kidnapper. She is her actual mother. Okay, wait a minute then. I got very confused. Wait. I misunderstood then. So that was her actual mom. Okay. Okay. That makes a little more sense. When I saw this, okay. I see what went wrong. Okay. Now I get it. Yeah, no. Now I understand. She kidnapped her own daughter. I see. Taking her away from her father. Changing her name, going on the run. Now I understand. It seems like I'm not the only one, at least. I wasn't the only one that misunderstood there. I see now. Now I get it. What would you do if your parents were like, son, we kidnapped you? I don't know. I feel like my parents are just super awesome that I probably wouldn't care all that much. I'd be like, guys, this is a little disappointing. But that's okay. I'd be like, you know what? Shit kind of worked out. But who'd you take me from? I'm kind of curious. What are they up to? What are they like? I'd be more curious than anything as opposed to like super angry or betrayed. I expected more from you, but it's okay. Yeah, exactly like that. Would you not go meet your actual parents? I'd love to like know more about them. Yeah, if that was the case, I'd be like, hey guys, listen, you know, this is kind of a big no-no. I'm not overly upset about it, but I would like a little bit more additional information if you don't mind. But if your real parents hated aliens, you would have nothing in common with them. Yeah, I'd thank my parents for taking me from them in that case. No aliens, no deal. You know what I did see, though? Last night, some good news on the AI front. Where is it? Finally, some good news from AI. NVIDIA plans heavy cuts to GPU supply in early 2026. NVIDIA reportedly planning to cut 30 to 40% in GeForce GPU production. Man, the ads on this website are crazy. Holy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm surprised there's no auto-playing ad. How is that good? What, that they're cutting their supply? It means everyone's getting fucked even harder for the glory of AI. What do you mean? We should be celebrating. The AI... We have to understand, these are short-term pains for long-term trickle-down gains. What don't you get? Once the AI data centers are fully ripped and roaring, we are gonna be so happy for it. We just have to suffer for fucking 50x the price of everything we've been used to. Come on, grow up. Learn economics, actually. A W for AI is a W for mankind. Amen. Yeah, I can't afford shit anymore, but I know this is good for us. No doubt. No, it hasn't even fully taken effect yet. The RAM crisis is not even fully in swing. It'll be early 2026, Q1, I think February. But even now, RAM prices have fucking like tripled, last I checked. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like come 2026. Consoles are going to be expensive. Well, console prices are already going up, yeah. It's not going to change anytime soon. Cost of everything's going to be going up a lot in 2026. We have not even begun to see the effects. But the good news, those fucking data centers are going to be cooking. RAM effect already in effect. Steam Deck's LCD model got announced to be phasing out. Well, yeah, we're already seeing the RAM prices increase. I was talking about that a second ago. I just mean like it's not even reached its peak yet. It's going to be brutal 2026 unless something drastic changes. Do you think the bubble will ever pop? That's what I don't know. I mean, I feel like eventually it will. I just couldn't tell you when. It could be one of those white whales that just gets forever chased. So I have no idea, really. XQC's room is a mess. It's on LSF. Didn't he just move? It looks like one of those gaming hubs on 4chan back in the day where they used to compete to outgross each other. So they'd be like cum tributes and a lot of like cigarette ashes, old meals, spills, urine and poop stains and shit. Battle stations, that's what it's called. 4chan battle stations. Let's take a peek. This is a cool little piece he's got back here. It's a beaut. What I love streaming from a dumpster.
Holy fuck, man. Bro.
Wow. He makes it sound like it's not him that did it. It's like, wow, a burglar came in and left all of his McDonald's bags on the floor. Unbelievable. Bro, I can't believe this. Does he like black out when he's eating McDonald's and forget that he throws it on the floor so he's always surprised that it's there in the morning? Like, how does that happen? Like, he seems as surprised as I am. Like, he just disassociates the second he has a Filet-O-Fish. Eyes roll in the back of his head. Just starts littering. So it's not his whole room, it's just one spot. Like, it actually seems like the room itself is somewhat kempt. Like, there's even a giant projector here. And there's this, like, Allspark or Tesseract. I don't really know what this apparatus is, but that's pretty cool. It's just his area. Like, he came in here like this tornado of filth and just vandalized one spot in particular.
Happening?
What's the point in cleaning? It's just gonna get dirty again. You know, as the Power Rangers say. That wasn't as bad as I would have expected, to be honest. Like, it doesn't seem like there's many spills. Just like a little Coke here. Here, let me go back in. Yeah, so just like a little Coke stain there. Is there any other like big sticky areas? No. So it looks like he just has like a drink corner and then an everything else heap. Is this all from the same place? I don't think so. This is McDonald's up here, and this is Scores? I don't know that spot. Asman vibes. Does Asman have a disgusting room as well? It's just so yucky. Like, that's inviting so many bugs and shit. Like, I already freak out because of little fruit flies. This is just inviting the unknown. Like, opening a portal to hell. Doesn't he have a bin? Well, I'm sure there's a garbage can. Oh, in fact, I think it's right here. It's just... It's working overtime. It's at capacity. It's doing all it can just to stay alive. It's fighting for its fucking life. He's only been there for 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people see trash. I see a story. I can basically carbon date... No, carbon date's the wrong word. I can, like, track his calories through his trash here. Like, I can see what he, you know, how his digestion's probably going. Yeah, it tells a tale, you know. It's got personality. Alright, let me see Asman's room. But like I said, I expected that to be worse than with the way people hyped it up. But maybe it will be in a month. We can do a checkup. Asmongold's lair. Wow, this looks awful. Oh my god, this looks bad. This actually looks so much worse. I feel like I'm looking into like a gas station's dumpster. Like, this just looks like a dirty diaper up there.
Exaggerate things, make things more than what they are.
Alright, so immediately this is more chaotic. Like, this, at least XQC was localized to like one, like, cataclysmic area. This is just like an actual apocalypse in this room. It is everywhere.
And that's true. That's my bed.
Whoa! Wait, what? There's a bed there? You don't... No sheets? Nothing? It's just a raw mattress? Or maybe these are the sheets, I don't know. That's some old lady wallpaper kind of sheets.
Bed.
No frame?
Wendy's.
Oh, now we're fucking cooking. So, this isn't like an XQC level thing. So, his vice seems to be drinks. XQC only had a few drinks on the desk. Asman's is entirely drinks. This shit is everywhere. And look at this phone. Wow. Even in 2010, this was like 50 years old. That must just be a prop, right? Or maybe it's like the Powerpuff Girls hotline. Asman can just dial up the nearby McDonald's for a free Coke or something if he pushes the red button. Yeah, so this one is... I think this one is absolutely worse.
Desk. There you go. And this is the one from today.
There's absolutely urine in some of these cups, no doubt.
That was good. And then,
why so many Cokes?
Let's see what we actually have in here.
Oh, there's a root beer in there. I saw a root beer.
Fuck. Got magic cards too. It's like pink lemonade.
Oh, nice.
That
Spittoon.
Let's get a better look at that. That's molded over Coke.
Oh, good.
That's
why not?
molded over Coke.
Why not have that on the desk?
This one's one of my favorites here. I don't even know how long this has been here.
Wow. Yum.
That's just disgusting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how they discovered penicillin. I just don't get the thought process. So he actively recognizes the mold and the filth and the grossness of it, obviously. But, like, it's totally within his power right now to just be like, I'll throw one of these away. I'll take one of these out of my collection and throw it away. This is a little too moldy. And then just walk 5 feet to a trash can. There's a more recent example. Alright, we're gonna travel through time. Oh, what is this on the floor? Are these stains or are these coins? Played so much World of Warcraft he bought like actual gold pieces in real life and just scattered them on the floor to find. What are these? These like black spots. They are stains? No, they're definitely not cockroaches. I've seen so many cockroaches, I could identify those things from a mile away. It could be like rat shit, not rat, rabbit shit. Because Miz had that all over his room and it looked kind of like this. Did Asmongold ever own a rabbit? Alright, we're just gonna go in order. So 4 years now. Why the DMCA music, man? I love Owl City as much as the next guy, but why here? This one seems more organized. Like, he's even got them, like, color-coded. He's got the Dr. Peppers together. The Rogue root beer hanging off to the side. A1 steak sauce kind of looming in the background just in case things get crazy. Man, he even just leaves the forks in these bowls. How the fuck does he not run out of silverware? Because this is not plastic. I can immediately tell this is metal, or at least it looks like it. No, it's definitely just like a metal fork. So he just replaces his silverware instead of clean it? Yeah, you're just showing one spot. Why so much A1 steak sauce?
It's where I kind of like put everything together.
This is
So,
a
like,
drastic
my
improvement.
camera setup and all that. I pretty much put it together in this PC and beyond. If I get ever get
Like, this is just clutter. It's not filth anymore. It's just straight up clutter. So, like, no drinks on the gaming setup here. No bags of food. It's just straight up clutter. So this one's not even bad. That one just looks more like a hoarder's house as opposed to like a crusty battle station. Yeah, so it's really, like, he cleaned it up. 12 years ago, disgusting. Modern, passable. Again, just kind of like a hoarder's facility, because he's just got shit all over the place, but it's not filth. Like, it looks like he gets rid of the mold hazards. So he throws out the food, the drinks. Disney adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood, basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, At Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there, and it's all Disney approved, and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of everything.
I still think it's so cute they call themselves Imagineers.
Places to life, to immerse you into. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
nightmarish is the word I'd use.
In the U.S. for our Story Living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
is this like WandaVision? Kind of.
And I'm excited to announce that our first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events, in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And they're going with Story Living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect, but I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that, and I wouldn't be surprised they have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live, truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars Hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced like way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this like underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be like a murder mystery, song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. We're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. Like, that is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My God. You'd need to be like fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is, it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Like, your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. Like, this is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag. It's so startling. There's no windows. Like, keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. But there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into like a goddamn stasis chamber there, 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo, which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. That just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant. I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. They're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though, I guess in this case, it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. it didn't look like high quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel. But we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet, because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of, like, basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like, none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like, I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than, like, not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like, it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. There's a problem that we need to discuss briefly, so please step into my office and close the door behind you and get a bucket out for puking. It's about to get gross. Disney, a name I'm sure you're all familiar with, it's a place of magic, adventure, and dreams. But what happens when that dream becomes a nightmare? And I'm talking about a sleep paralysis demon that's recently been paying Epcot a visit. And more specifically, Remy's Ratatouille ride at Epcot. Remy's Ratatouille has become less of a ride and more... Hello, Io. She heard Ratatouille and, sprung into action. She's a huge fan. But yeah, anyway, I don't know what it is about Remy's Ratatouille, but they are summoning the pervert devil. It's like a full-blown exorcism, but instead of dumping out ectoplasm and a haunted spirit, it's actually dumping out cum. There have been 2 separate instances of park guests going to the Remy's Ratatouille ride and exposing their penis. One of them was actually wanted for other sexual pest degeneracy crimes and was caught on Remy's Ratatouille smoking, watching porn, and masturbating, even finishing a full-blown climax and just dumped his DNA all over the Ratmobile. So he literally turned it into just a fucking cum dumpster. And then the following day, another park guest was getting trespassed outside of the Remy's Ratatouille ride, and during this situation with the park authorities, the guy just dropped trouser, exposing his penis to the public, as if he was doing a show and tell on cock. Both of these cases happened only a few weeks ago, so Lord only knows where we could be in another month if this continues, if it becomes some kind of trend. You know, maybe this is the curse of Remy's Ratatouille. Yeah, it's getting scary out there. But yeah, I thought this was so fucking weird, and I hadn't heard anyone talking about it, so I figured it's our duty here to discuss the important things that others are too afraid to tackle, such as turning Remy's Ratatouille into your personal masturbatorium and ejaculating on this ride. It's a fucking ride made for children at a Disney park. It doesn't get more degenerate than that. It's unbelievably fucking disgusting. Someone mentioned that earlier. Man caught watching porn and masturbating on a Disney ride. Forgot to look it up though. New Jersey man caught smoking and watching porn on Remy's Ratatouille adventure in Epcot. That'll get you every time. I don't even know why they bothered to include smoking. That's like the least startling news here. Robert Fitzpatrick was arrested and charged with a misdemeanor charge of exposing his sex organs. That sounded like straight out of biology class. Was there no one else on the ride? There are warrants for Fitzpatrick's arrest for sex crimes in California and New Jersey. Further details on those out-of-state charges were not included. Disney cast members were first leery of Fitzpatrick when he wanted to sit alone in a rat or ride cart on March 29th. Generally, guests share the cart with other people. It was suspicious that the guest was in the cart alone. Why though? Why would you ever want to do that? Is it the ride that brought it out of him, or just like that? It's not even like exhibitionist. It's like literally alone masturbating in a weird location. Several cast members monitoring the attraction and surveillance room saw Fitzpatrick smoke and touch himself. Twice they stopped the attraction and made a loudspeaker announcement that smoking was not permitted. They should have just called him out by name, like, Ryan, put out the stogie and put your dick back in your pants, please. Just ruin the magic for a moment. Ride continued on, and Fitzpatrick began looking at porn on his cell phone and put his hand down his pants. Fitzpatrick then pulled his penis out in the open and continued masturbating inside the ride cart. One cast member said he ejaculated before leaving the ride vehicle. Holy shit. So this is what he defiled, huh? That sick bastard. Even the rat looks concerned. On Remy's Ratatouille of all places is nothing sacred. Have some decency. Take that elsewhere. Take that to Dueling Dragons, but not Remy's Ratatouille. Please. The rat is pregnant now. I know. And they're gonna have to retire the vehicle. Or rather, they should. At that point, that it's gone through too much already. Don't subject anyone else to the horror. Like, yeah, you can clean the cum, but the cum never fully leaves. The memories last forever. Just get rid of the cart, like a jersey, like a jersey number. Just retire it. Should be noted that although Robert was alone inside the cart has vents open to the public and is constantly being recorded while the ride is in motion. I haven't been on Remy's Ratatouille, but is this not a ride that like turns the carts around? Because I remember in a lot of these, like, I don't know, what do they call them? Like slow movers, Weenie Hut Jr. shit, where you just like slowly go through something and look at screens. Usually they have like the carts turn, and they, like, you can see other riders. Is that not the case for Remy's Ratatouille? Because I feel like at that case, there's a lot of families that got a lot more than they bargained for out of this show. It's trackless. So it does turn. I can already imagine like the parents like shielding their eyes. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, he's also got a chef in his pants and he's cooking over there. Please God. No. Oh my Lord. The following day, Disney and law enforcement dealt with a second incident at Epcot where another man was arrested for exposing himself. There's an outbreak. There's a plague sweeping through Epcot right now. Good Lord. Man, Remy's Ratatouille just really gets the juices flowing. A sheriff's deputy was back at Remy's Ratatouille adventure on March 30th, where a Disney manager reported that Sherwin Shayagan was constantly causing issues inside the park. the arrest report said. He threw items on the ground when authorities escorted him out of Epcot. Who is this? Sherwin Sharingan? I don't understand. Is this the guy who exposed himself? Waited for a taxi to take him back to his hotel, and the deputy was writing the trespass paperwork when he pulled down his clothes, exposing his penis to those present. That went from a trespassing charge right to like an actual like felony. Pulling your cock out at a Disney park. Jesus. Also been charged with exposing his sexual organs, a misdemeanor, according to circuit court records. This feels like a really light charge. Exposing yourself is one thing, but exposing yourself in a children's amusement park is a totally different thing. Aren't those two... Isn't that like a more serious charge? It's not a huge crime because Remy from Ratatouille was pulling his hair, forcing him to do it. Yeah, imagine he's just been framed. There was also a Disney employee who got fired for filming 500 plus videos under women's skirts yesterday. What is happening at Disney? Jesus Christ. What? Disney employee accused of taking videos of park guests' dresses and skirts for years is fired and arrested. Man, there is no magic left at Disney. Just terror. Authorities responded to Disney Hollywood Studios March 31st after an employee was witnessed recording an upskirt video of a female guest at the Star Wars retail store, according to an affidavit. Jorge Diaz, 26, told authorities in an interview that he had been taking videos of dresses and skirts of unknown females in Disney World theme parks for approximately 6 years. The man just openly admits it. He's like, so you finally caught me. I'm like the Zodiac killer of upskirts. I've already filmed 500 plus videos. Diaz, who worked at the lightsaber store, told authorities he had what he estimated to be over 500 videos on his phone and showed multiple examples of the videos to detectives. This guy like seems very proud, like happy he got caught. You guys finally got me. This is great news. Here, come check my camera roll. Look at these. He told the detectives he took the videos because it's hard to find them online and they bring him sexual gratification. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Holy shit. Absolute degenerate. Why is his bond only $2,500? He has been released from the Orange County Jail. You best be wearing jeans from now on when you go out around the area. This man's probably got a whole network of cameras set up for those upskirts. They were impressed by his honesty. Man, this guy is fucking evil, but he's an honest man. God damn it. I really don't know how their charges aren't more severe. Like, to expose yourself in public is already bad, and to do it at a children's theme park is much, much, much worse. Significantly worse. And then the upskirt situation, 500 plus videos, this is a serial sex pest. Like, these aren't, this isn't like some goofy thing. This is like actual crimes. Like, the charges don't sound nearly severe enough for what they have done. So I was super shocked to be reading that. Maybe that's just like preliminary charges, and as the case continues to develop, more things will be tacked onto it as they discover more and, you know, go after them harder, hopefully. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about these situations because I hadn't heard anyone discuss it really, and I thought it was fucking weird. So that's really about it. So yeah. Ever since Disney got the rights to Star Wars, they've been treating that property like a coin block in Super Mario World. They just keep jumping up and hitting it for an infinite money cheat code. They have been pumping out so much Star Wars content that by this point there's more Star Wars media than there is breathable oxygen on our planet. They've recently announced 9 new Star Wars games and 12 new shows and movies. absolutely blasting everyone's ass with as much Star Wars as a colon can fit. Now, I would consider myself a Star Wars fan. I think the new trilogy is insufferable garbage that's borderline unwatchable, but I think anyone with eyes has that same opinion. But I like the extended universe and specifically the Old Republic stuff. So I'm not exactly mad that there's so much Star Wars on the horizon, but I am genuinely upset and really disappointed that they haven't announced a spin-off, like a show or a game, for Star Wars' most beloved character, Glup Shido. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the legend of Glup Shido, especially if you've followed Star Wars for any length of time, but I'll give you a brief lore recap. Glup Shido came into existence back during the Old Republic era and was able to achieve immortality, and he has thus persisted throughout all of Star Wars, mainly as like a puppet master behind the scenes, controlling the narrative from behind. He's neither good nor evil. He's kind of like the Morbius of Star Wars. Glup Shido has grand plans that still haven't been realized even after all of this time in universe. And I just think Glup Shido was a prime candidate for a show or a movie, or probably both, honestly, to tell his story. And with a lot of people suffering from fatigue of being just inundated with Star Wars content, I think Glup Shido could have been the lightning rod to reignite interest in Star Wars as a whole. And that's really what I want to talk about today. So Glup Shido started as a meme on Tumblr, poking fun at Star Wars fans who always have the same fucking wild reaction whenever a new show or movie is announced, where people get extremely hype and lose their mind over recognizing a cameo of a character that no one's ever heard of, and they just go so crazy for it. There's always thousands of tweets and videos reacting to the new show and movie with them like pointing at the screen like losing their mind. Oh my god, they brought back Bung Dooble from that Star Wars offshoot cartoon 19 years ago. Then they just go like full primal caveman mode, like their favorite football team just won the Super Bowl, screaming like, ah, this fucking guy had 3 scenes in that cartoon from back in the day. I can't believe he's here again. I'm so happy. And I know a lot of people get upset about this, like just let people enjoy things. It's not hurting anyone. What's the big deal? And you're absolutely right. It's not a big deal. It's not hurting anyone. And there's nothing wrong with getting super hyped that Biff Dumperooski from Star Wars Rebels bathroom scene that lasted 4 seconds is back. You know, that's great. I'm super glad that you're excited about that. But there's also nothing wrong with joking about it either, because it's very unique to Star Wars fans in particular. They get excited for any cameo of any character that's ever existed in the universe at all. If you look at like other properties that have that same level of fandom, like Marvel, they usually only get excited for superheroes. You know, like if they recognize a superhero from the comic books or a superhero that's already had their own property, like important characters that they recognize, then they pump their fist and go crazy. But Star Wars fans get excited if they recognize a fucking prop from a movie 50 years ago, like, holy shit, did anyone else notice in the new Boba Fett episode, the stool that Boba Fett sat on at the bar is actually the exact same stool that Han Solo sat in during the Christmas special of 1979. This is fucking incredible. They brought the stool back. The continuity's insane. I'm bawling my eyes out and I haven't stopped crying. This is amazing. You know, like they just get super excited for like background characters and background shit that no one gives a fuck about and no one even knows exist outside of like a few people ever. And today was a great example of it and why I'm talking about Glup Shido, because there was so much new Star Wars information announced as well as trailers and stuff. And some people noticed a character popped up briefly, a character they recognized from something else. And it was a bit of a hype fest on Twitter for Gungi, a Wookiee Jedi. I don't know anything about Gungi. I've never heard of Gungi before, but people were going wild, and thus Glup Shido's name was brought back into the mega mix here, because this was a certified Glup Shido moment. I, of course, looked into Gungi, and it's not exactly a prominent character or anything. It's the very definition of a background character from everything I see here. They appeared in the Clone Wars and only have indirect mentions elsewhere. And people were going wild for it. And if you want another example, on the same day, they also announced Babu Frick will be appearing in Mandalorian Season 3. And you guessed it, people went ballistic. They had Frick fever. Babu is back. This is a trend with the Star Wars fandom that dates as far back as the original trilogy, with things like Admiral Akbar as well as the musicians. I actually think they're called jizz players or something like that. There's always just been in Star Wars people that go wild for these background characters that nobody else even really notices half the time, except for Akbar. Most people still remember Akbar. But for the most part, it's characters nobody has ever heard of ever. And they just go wild when they see them in any capacity at all. And there is something, like, wholesome about it. Like, it's kind of cute that characters like Babu Frick, who aren't really interesting in any way, still for some reason have a fan base around them. It's fucking amazing. So anyway, Glup Shido. I think the best thing Star Wars can do for itself is bring Glup Shido into the universe canon. I don't really even care how they do it. Maybe they do it as like a one-off mention, like on a foreign planet in their upcoming Andor series. The character goes up to like a real sketchy guy like Darth Insanius, and he's like, "Hey, have you heard of Glup Shido? Where is he?" No one knows where Glup Shido is. Like, you know, and that would be enough. Just bring Glup Shido into it officially at this point. Because half of the fan base actually engages in some real Glup Shittery with how wild they go for characters that no one knows or no one cares about. And I want to make it clear, I'm not complaining. I actually love to see these posts where people are like, Boogoobee is back! Holy shit, Star Wars made him canon! He started his fanfic on DeviantArt, but I just saw him flipping patties in the background of Jahubalex in the new Andor trailer. This is amazing. I can't believe I'm so happy. Like, that's great. I'm glad people are excited, and I get a smile on my face learning about more characters that'll probably have less than 4 seconds of screen time in the background of a show that no one has ever heard of ever. I think that's fucking great. I love that kind of like really niche, goofy shit. So again, I want to make it clear I'm not complaining. I just wanted to talk about it because I find it so fascinating and so interesting, as well as just overall entertaining. Because I think Glup Shido is such a great name and such a great potential character. They could go full Darth Jar Jar Binks with it and have Glup Shido be the ultimate evil. Like, that's where the Force comes from. The Force is just particles that Glup Shido has thrown out into the universe somehow. I don't really care. I just think it's really enjoyable. So I wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. The history of Disney's worst attraction ever. Superstar Limo. I don't know that one. Oh, because this was California. Yeah, I never rode this.
The big cheese. I'm not the big. I wish I was the big cheese. This is the big cheese.
Oh my god! Mickey!
Well, I want to give you a personal tour of Disney's California Adventure. Ooh, what do you say we start with a ride on California Screamin'?
So, Mickey?
Yeah, this looks like shit.
You know, Mickey, I think this is the beginning.
Sounds good, monkey.
You betcha.
It wasn't. And now the story of a company in panic and the one CEO who just couldn't seem to catch a break.
So was Michael Eisner like the worst CEO of Disney ever? Like, this guy seems to fucking suck. He can't get anything right.
2 years later in 1984, it was becoming increasingly clear that despite Epcot's success, Disney as a company was not doing well. A string of box office failures from their studio and big budget projects for the parks had brought Disney to the lowest point in the company's history.
The fuck is
and
Splash?
many feared a takeover. In a bold move by the company, then CEO and President Ron Miller, then by the company.
Hold on. Is this the, Yeah, hey, wait, I know Splash. When I was a kid, there's a scene in Splash where the mermaid has her titties out, and you can see side boob. I used to pause that scene occasionally. It wasn't my go-to movie, but I used to watch that occasionally to look at titties when I was a young man. I'll just type it in. Splash titty scene, maybe? Splash titty? Nope. That, whoa, wow. I don't know what I was thinking with that. I don't know if I can find the scene, but yeah, it's a classic. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about.
Apart from the Disneyland Hotel, the Rather Corporation also owned the RMS Queen Mary, a retired ocean liner that was permanently docked in Long Beach, California. After Disney acquired the Rather Corporation, Eisner became interested in transforming the Queen Mary and surrounding land into a new resort called Port Disney. Port Disney was to feature
very
hotels,
ambitious.
a cruise ship dock, and an all-new ocean-themed amusement park called Disney Sea. Eisner pitted the cities of Anaheim and Long Beach against one another, trying to decide whether to build Disney Sea as
Holy
the
shit.
Disneyland resort or build it in Long Beach within Port
Imagine
Disney.
if he
The
actually
announcement was
made
in
that.
January 1990, and Anaheim and Long
What
Beach both
the
worked with
fuck?
Disney
That looks
in order to bring a new
nuts.
theme park to their city. However, the citizens of both cities were not.
This man was straight building
citing
Atlantis.
the issues the residential neighborhood. Eisner had a simple technique that he often used when he decided on new projects.
What will lose us the
known
most
as
money
jealousy.
quickest?
Whenever Eisner saw another
Classic
company
Eisner.
doing something successfully, he decided that Disney would do the same thing. Moreover, he would take the idea and do basically the same thing in basically the same place. For instance, after seeing the success of the amusement park zoo hybrid Busch Gardens Tampa in the early 90s, he greenlit Disney's Animal Kingdom. The park was just over an hour from Busch Gardens. After seeing the success of the Church Street Station nightclubs in Orlando, Florida, Eisner greenlit his own nightclubs in
So this guy was just plagiarized
Pleasure Island was
and
about
still
half an hour
couldn't
from
do it
Church Street
right.
Station. So when Westcott was canceled and Disney returned to the
Fucking
drawing board,
Eisner.
it wouldn't be long until, since the Disneyland Resort at the time provided
His
such a
whole
short
career was
list
just
of
copying
vacationers,
homework
many of the guests
badly.
would go explore the other. This concept would develop into the plans for California Adventure, a California-themed theme park to be located in the already California-themed California. Concept art for the park was released in
Who cares about California that much?
Canceled.
Do you want to
Release date
experience
of
California? Just go
Adventure would
outside
feature
in
everything
California.
from soaring above you. In the Hollywood section of the park, there was to be a
Who needs a
recreation of
fucking
the
tribute to
the
California?
observation
What
deck
the
and
fuck?
former restaurant at the Los Angeles International Airport, which was being renovated by Walt Disney Imagineering around the time that California Adventure was in development. This was to be the show building to one of California Adventure's
Oh my god, this word is losing meaning. I've heard it so many fucking times.
a high-speed dark ride that would
Eisner
take
proposed the
guests on a wild
California,
paparazzi chase
Californiaception,
through
California in
As
California
guests
Adventures,
boarded the
California,
attraction, They would be greeted by Michael Eisner. For instance, guests would fly past the famous Tail of the Pup hot
Thanks,
dog
Valentine.
stand
We
with
actually
a
watched
large
all of
man in
Chains of Love.
rhinestones creating sounds of flatulence. But as guests turned the corner, it would become clear that this was actually Elvis Presley squirting mustard onto a hot dog. The ride ended with guests reaching the Chinese theater, only to have Eisner tell them that he would have to cancel the contract because they had been caught by the paparazzi. Then, a picture taken of guests while on the ride would be shown, cropped into a tabloid reporting on their limo chase. After this, guests would exit
Sounds
and
like
walk
shit.
the red carpet into the Chinese theater, which was the gift shop and exit to the attraction, where fake Oscars, on-ride
These two
photos,
gift
and
subs, butter.
t-shirts would have been
Resub
sold.
Jable.
The original concept of Superstar Limo was nothing groundbreaking, but it seemed that it would have been a fun dark ride that would have fit perfectly in the Hollywood section of the park. However, the mid-90s version of the attraction would not be the one that guests experienced when the park opened. And this time, it wasn't Eisner's fault.
I can't even believe that. Eisner paid him to say that.
In August of
This was
1997,
Eisner's fault.
in Paris, France, Diana, Princess of Wales, was killed in a limo accident. Her driver was
shit.
supposedly fleeing from paparazzi when he lost control of the wheel. The tragedy captured the attention of the entire world, who grieved the death of the princess and the other passengers. As for Eisner and his team, they now had a big problem. Superstar Limo could no longer be a high-speed paparazzi chase. because
Yeah.
It would now seem that it was some
Yeah.
sort of twisted reference to the tragedy. The Imagineers scrambled.
Eisner got
briefly
fucked on that
considering
one.
Cloning Unfortunately, if their job was to please the boss, they had done it a little too well. Eisner, who had been in the entertainment industry for decades, adored the inside jokes and Hollywood gags.
Jesus
He loved them
Christ,
so much that he
Eisner.
greenlit the new, terrible version of the attraction. Imagineering, most likely baffled at what they now had to do, did their best to make the attraction work. This art style
Thanks,
was
Reese,
also
puppy
used
lover.
within the ride itself. The only three-dimensional animated figures would be that of celebrities, but due to the lack of
Oh,
budget,
hey!
these would have to be
That-
celebrities
who was
whose
that, Jared
likenesses were
Fogle? Who the
cheap
fuck
or
just
stars
popped
that
out
the Walt
there?
Disney Company already had contracts with. Also, these were not animatronics, but barely animated figures with minimal, unconvincing movement. At some point,
Who's
Eisner
that?
realized that
That's
the ride
Regis?
was going to be bad. The retooled ride opened with California Adventure on February 8th, 2001. So was it as bad as they thought it would be? Yes. Yes, it was.
I want to see it. Let's fucking ride it, baby. Get me on there with a GoPro. Let's go.
The inside jokes to California and the entertainment industry would begin with a female announcer giving instructions to arriving passengers.
Try not to fall asleep on the ride. That's the only rule.
No schmoozing.
Oh, hey, that was the only rule.
Guests
Fuck
would
yeah.
encounter
Good
television
guess.
screens
A
and
genius.
an entertainment news report. After guests winded their way through the queue, they would approach the ground transportation section of the airport and board their limo. A sparkly, purple, cartoonish limo.
Hey, that looks
The
pretty
cast
cool
member
if you
guides
ask
them to
me.
their cars and tells them to enjoy their premiere.
That's a solid
Guests are then
whip.
sent on their way into their
This is
soon-to-be
fucking
arrived
drifting around
An
corners.
announcer tells them to keep their hands, feet, and egos in the limo at all times. Ha! The limo enters a dark tunnel.
Hey, don't be mean to the ride. What the fuck? It's not their fault. They didn't want to do it.
The next show scene is the Sunset
Pretty cool.
Strip. Here, guests get to see Tim Allen and Jackie Chan.
Tim
After this, guests
Allen!
enter a second tunnel
And
are
Jackie
reminded by
Chan,
their agents
yeah!
to not be late. Guests are shown an on-ride photo of themselves before entering the final tunnel, where their agent tells them that they are a superstar. And
Hey,
that
Sue
was
Subzel
Superstar Limo.
And Hookins. I don't know why he called it the worst attraction ever. That shit looked fucking awesome.
Here we go. Now this is not a scary fast ride, right?
No. This is just like a...
You don't get it. You can't just experience it with a video. You have to be in there and feel the hydraulics and the adrenaline of like being in the car as it slowly drives through. It's not the same with just a video.
This is a really easy ride to go on. Yeah? Okay.
JCC in sync. Woo! Let's fucking get it.
Wow. Hold your breath now.
Whoa! Look at how much fun Drew's having. Wow, this is one hell of a ride.
Hollywood favorite, Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, we're having fun.
There might be no better way
Wow.
to illustrate the reaction the public had to the ride than the on-ride photos. It is no surprise that the ride was received negatively, with guests complaining
Can't
that they
imagine
waited
why.
a half hour to ride the cheap pop-up book. Superstar Limo was not the only issue. California Adventure as a whole was berated by the general public and critics alike.
But overall, the lines were so short at times out here. I thought it was closed.
The new management team constructed the Pixar-themed dark ride, Monsters, Inc. Mike and Sully to the rescue. The simple dark ride would take guests throughout the events of the first Monsters, Inc. film, and it was set to open on January 23rd.
Looks like shit. Boo. Where's Tim
That
Allen?
is not
Oh wait,
the
Tim
end
Allen
of
actually does
Superstar
voice in
Limo's
this, doesn't he?
story. Oh no. The ride very much lives on. in
Tim
the
Allen is
absolute
in
worst
Monsters,
way
Inc., isn't he?
possible. Since the Monsters, Inc. dark ride was a quick fix.
No?
for the
Okay.
ride,
Alright.
coming a year
Boo.
before
Fuck
the
this. No
major
Tim
film.
Allen.
And there was one more thing. Oh yeah, they
Can't
stripped the
click link
C-list
Sonic, but
celebrity
wouldn't watch
figures
that
and dressed
tonight
them
anyway.
into various animatronics throughout the ride. Some of these zombatronics are more obvious than others, and the Drew Carey and Jackie Chan figures are especially easy to spot. But don't worry,
Yeah!
most, if not every, the story is a good reminder that even a company as big as Disney can still
Aw,
get
true,
themselves into
Dan.
financial difficulty, creative gridlock, and even some pretty wacky situations.
That is
On the
pretty
next,
wacky.
Defunct Land.
Okay, one more Defunct Land. The failure of Disney's Chuck E. Cheese ripoff Club Disney. I'm thinking the Chuck E. Cheese one as well.
During all of this, Eisner himself would cash in stock options of nearly $600 million.
Holy
Money was
shit.
flying all over the place at the Walt Disney Company.
What
but none
the
of it was going to
fuck?
the company's other major division. Disney Parks had gone on a roller coaster of its own.
No
during
wonder
the
he
preceding
didn't fucking
5
care
years,
about
and
making
Eisner's
Disney any
proclaimed
good.
Disney decade was
Good
not going
God.
as planned.
Defunct Land is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Was that
In the
Killer Bean?
1990s, the Wild West of
They get
themed
Jeff Lu to
entertainment,
voice that one?
apart from the recent themed restaurant chains, were sprouting up all over the country, with the usual suspects being Rainforest Cafe, the Hard Rock Cafe, and Planet Hollywood.
Oh, Planet
The most
Hollywood was so
unexpected of the
good.
New developments might have been the
fuck?
rise in
Place was
indoor
great.
children's play places. These were a mix of tubes, slides, ball pits, nets, stairs with steps.
Stupid
taller
kids
than
having
body,
fun on a
socks,
boring course?
Socks with holes in them,
Running swing here? I don't think so.
Damn, marketing was so different back then. Holy shit.
Think so. Then where?
This is like some TikTok shit.
DZ is made just for me. The place where I can really cut loose.
What the fuck is DZ? D's nuts or something? Like, what the fuck is this? I've never heard of DZ. Discovery Zone?
opened its first location and came opening 39 more locations until being purchased in 1992 by wealthy Chicago businessman Donald Flynn. In less than 3
Donald
years,
Flynn,
the chain expanded
big
to
man.
340 locations. McDonald's had noticed the competition, and in 1991 had created their own chain of indoor
I
amusement
don't know about
centers
that,
named
Num
Leaps
Nums.
and Bounds.
Too nostalgic.
McDonald's would not be able to keep up with Discovery Zone, and would sell all 48 Leaps and Bounds locations to the company in 1994. Around this time, Blockbuster Video, who owned about 20%
yeah.
of Discovery Zone, would up its stake to
Blockbuster.
50.1% and would
The
assume
Goliath.
control of the company in 1995. And 13 fun centers, along with the Discovery Zone name and logo, were purchased by the company's main competitor, a powerful rat
Oh,
named Charles
shit.
Entertainment Cheese.
That son of a bitch. Wow. That is horrifying. What the fuck?
You can smile
I cannot believe this place was successful. This is like actual horror movie shit. Like, that rat is fucking methed out.
Many locations would be quickly bought by rival chain Showbiz Pizza Place, which was started by a Chuck E. Cheese franchisee in 1980. Showbiz Pizza did not rebrand any of the Chuck E. Cheese restaurants, and the two chains would eventually be merged in 1990, with Showbiz Pizza Time Incorporated choosing to go all in on the Chuck E. Cheese brand, abandoning Showbiz Pizza's animatronic band, the Rocket-Fire Explosion, in the process. Throughout all of the
Showbiz is going in on the technology there. Those animatronics look smooth.
In 1992. It was around this time that the Walt Disney Company took note of the success of these companies. While they might have been late to the game, they expected to fit right in. After all, Discovery Zone had been described as an indoor Disney World, and Chuck E. Cheese's used Disney as a major inspiration during its development. If Disney utilized the same concept, implementing their attention to detail and intellectual properties, they could dominate the new market.
And dominate they did.
One day, Michael Eisner himself walked in looking to purchase some items for Disney. The fact that the CEO of one of the world's largest corporations was concerned with something as small as furniture was a true testament to Eisner's micromanagement. Levitt and Eisner apparently hit it off, and he was quickly named Director of Corporate Projects and Executive Assistant to Eisner. During his first tenure with Disney, he would also become an executive in charge of
just because he fucking gave him an over-the-pants hand job at a furniture store?
Locations, including the Disney Village Marketplace and its Pleasure Island nightclub district. Levitt came up with the idea for an ESPN-themed restaurant to be placed on Pleasure Island. In 1993,
how do you even convince the board of directors to accept that?
A company that
I was shopping for furniture, and you got to meet this guy, Art Levitt. I mean, he was such a nice guy. He gave me like a fucking fist bump and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in charge of our whole company.
Entertainment, an area for children under 3 called the Pooh and You Corner, a storybook time, and a variety of arcade games.
Cool name.
At some locations, there was a Little Mermaid themed.
All right, I'm just gonna go play in the Pooh and You.
Quote, some locations had a magician performing tricks as Merlin, and the cake for the parties was catered by the Cheesecake Factory. A child
That's actually
nuts.
nuts.
Club Disney with an adult, and both were given a
Cheesecake
special
Factory
wristband with a
bangs.
barcode.
I mean, that's
So
like
no child could leave with
if you
a
don't know
different
what you
adult
want to
than
eat,
the
you go to
one
the
they
Cheesecake
came with.
Factory and you
This
get a
was
whole
to ease the
fucking
minds of
dictionary
parents,
full of
to
pages
allow
and
the kids
pages
to
of
roam
shit to
free
eat.
within the complex.
So
and to
many
ensure
different
that
food
no
items,
parents
all
treated Club
20,000
Disney as a
calories.
daycare center. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that over 10,000 visitors would show up on opening day. And surprise, he was a little off. When Club Disney opened its doors on February 21st, 1997, only 1,000 visitors showed.
Oh,
No
shit.
one had learned anything from Euro Disneyland's opening. One sheriff was quoted saying, "We were expecting a lot more people. Maybe because Disney advertised that tens of thousands were going to be here, it
That's
scared
rough.
people away." While reviews were positive, Club Disney was not without its critics. One of the higher-end malls that Club Disney had moved into accused Disney of ignoring the complex's theming standards by implementing their cheesy design. Also, parents complained about the price of admission, especially the necessity for a separate adult ticket, as they were not participating in the club's activities and were required to be there.
True.
Club Disney
It's pretty
also
scummy.
proved that Disney was best off not teaching anything ever. The company was cutting costs across the board, and Club Disney became another casualty of the financial issues. The chain was closed on November 1st, 1999, having never expanded past its original 5 locations.
Jesus Christ.
This was around the same
That's
time
rough.
that Discovery Zone ceased its operations, leading many to believe that
Exit
indoor
5 gift
play
subs,
centers were
Axis.
just a fad of the 90s.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the
As Chuck E.
generosity.
Cheese's would prove, there is some longevity to the concept, so long as you innovate or evolve. As for Disney Regional Entertainment,
Chuck E. Cheese
Club
hasn't
Disney
fucking
would be the
evolved. What are you
smallest
talking
of their
about?
3 projects. Another
Why is it
regional
still
chain
fucking
Levitt
weird?
would create was
ESPN
complexes were
Zone.
part bar,
What a cool
part
place to
restaurant,
be.
Part arcade, part gift shop, and part broadcast studio. It was such a hit among sports fans
Thanks
that
for
there
5
were
gift subs
apparently points
sucks,
where
and the
guests
5
would have
gift
to be
subs
dragged
man didn't
out for
start.
staying an
The
excessive amount of
back-to-back gift
time.
subs.
The ESPN Zone would also put on the Ultimate Couch Potato Competition, a sitting competition that challenged participants to watch TV without falling asleep or getting up, only allowing a bathroom break every 8 hours. One year, the winner watched TV for 3 straight days.
What the fuck? Wait, what?
ESPN
No
Zone
way
would
someone
be
didn't
Baltimore
die
on
from
July
deep vein
11th,
thrombosis.
1998.
No way.
The brand would grow to a total of 9 locations.
Okay. Now I definitely want to do Defunct Land, but I saw this earlier. Apparently he made something on Disney Quest. This tickled my nutsack real hard, because Disney Quest, I loved Disney Quest. I used to go to Disney Quest as often as my parents would let me. This was the fucking innovator of gaming. Like, this shit was so cool. It was a 5-story arcade just filled with chaos prepubescent hormones throughout the air. Everyone just enjoying cutting edge technology. Like these goofy fucking games. It was so fun. So, I'll give you a brief lore update. Disney Quest was taken down in 2016. They demolished Disney Quest to put up a fucking NBA experience where you go and just play basketball, like you shoot 3-pointers. You pay $20 to shoot balls, and then it's a merch store, so you just get like NBA merch, and then you can shoot 3-pointers a little bit. It's fucking terrible. It's dog shit. I like basketball, but I don't know why I would pay fucking $20 to just shoot 3-pointers. It's dumb. But Disney Quest, in its death throes, like when it was on its way out, was one of the saddest places you could ever go. I went 5 months before it closed, and I didn't know it was on its way out. I went in late 2015, and it was fucking sad. Half of the games didn't work. There were actual shit stains all over the floor. It hadn't been cleaned in so long. There was only 4 employees that I could count on all 5 floors. It was absolutely disgusting. It was so sad to see it in that state, man. But I wish instead of demolishing it, they just upgraded it. Like, it's still such a good idea. A 5-story arcade is so cool.
However, Disney Regional Entertainment was not even created until over a year after the GameWorks announcement. So did Disney copy the idea? It's certainly not the first time.
Yeah, fuck yeah, they did.
Under the
it's
helm
Disney.
Of CEO Michael Eisner.
They'll steal shit. Who gives a fuck?
Why? Out of all of the entertainment concepts
That's what they do, baby.
up in the 90s, these parks,
the birthplace of let's party tonight. Yes.
The locations hadn't even been announced.
Fuck
so why expand into an emerging?
I still have that. Hold on. This is one of my prized treasures. Oh yeah. This is where it all began. The humble beginnings of Charles's music career. Disney Quest. Let's party tonight. Oh, it's so good. Buy 6 pounds of chocolate. We're gonna lose control. Yes, sir. And lose control we did. That place is fucking buried now. Play it? I don't have a CD player. I mean, I made a video with it. I can just play the excerpt, I guess. Oh, yeah. This song slaps. This song fucking slaps so hard. Woo! So at Disney Quest, you could make your own songs, and this is what I came up with. And a DJ too. Is this actually you singing? I was 8 years old. Yes, it was me singing. Such a good song. I mean, that song is timeless. That's up there with the greats. Like the Bohemian Rhapsody for kids. God, what a good song. Thank you, Disney Quest. Sample it for a gentleman song? I actually wanted to. I still do. I wanted to turn it into a Doom-style song and come up with like a crazy, violent, hyper-hardcore, gory music video for it.
Though it had been implemented into specialized use for fields such as medicine and engineering
since the 1970s, and the
virtual reality technology wasn't seen as ready for consumers until the 1990s. One of the first commercial uses of the technology would be the insertion of virtual reality pods into arcades, malls, and movie theaters. These had horrible graphics, constrained movement, high costs, and generalized filth. The system in one game
so not much has changed.
Around $50,000 to purchase.
Take that, VR.
Cost the to play,
VR is kind of wacky these days, actually. That's just disingenuous.
And $10
VR is fucking nuts.
For inflation. By the late 90s, the future of the medium was bleak, but GameWorks, and therefore Disney, saw potential. And
there was a lot of VR games at Disney Quest.
Would be the main attractions of
By that I mean 3.
Complexes.
There were 3.
Disney Quest opened its doors on June 19th, 1998. There was little build-up to its debut, and the structure was nearly finished a year prior to its opening. When questioned in the months leading up to its opening, Levitt and other executives referred to
that game sucked ass.
Ultimate
this game is dog shit. This was like the central focal point when you first enter Disney Quest. On the first floor you'd come in, this is the first thing you'd see. It's like this dog shit ass fucking pinball hockey hybrid game that is just completely rigged. At random it would choose one of these little pods here to win, and no matter what you did, that pod would just fucking win. It was terrible.
Still, in the summer of 1998, a large crowd gathered to enter Disney Quest for the first time, not sure what to expect from the new experience.
Hello, I'm Michael Eisner. I'm here in the virtual reality studio where Disney Imagineers are creating a whole new world.
Oh, yeah, they are. It's a beautiful world, too.
Inside this headset actually allow you to step into the world of Aladdin on a magic carpet ride. It's called virtual. It's a world which only exists.
Yeah!
Reality.
Look at how cool the world is!
You see not just what's on the screen.
It's so full of life.
The building was a huge 5-story, 100,000 square foot blue box. On the front and back of the building, there was a large set of Mickey ears with Disney Quest in large print. The building had no
I might even be in this
adding
video
to
at
the
some point. I
mystery
fucking lived here
surrounding
for a
its
while.
contents. Concept art for the complex
They
the
gave you like a
building
season
slightly
pass that was
more
just free entry for like a whole
three-dimensional
fucking year
style,
for
also
$100
incorporating
or
the
some
proposed
shit.
monorail
It's
track
crazy.
to the downtown Disney complex. No, this was the setup to the illusion that the
Oh.
elevators were actually flying you to
Holy
a new
shit.
land. It was a subtle and fun
Forgot
touch.
about the gold
At the end
elevators.
of the lobby were the turnstiles to get on the elevator. Disney Quest was designed with a central hub, known as Ventureport. Upon entering the main area, guests could see a structure.
I hope
that
he goes
appeared to
through the
be a
majority of the
futuristic
rides. I
telescope.
remember, like the
Connected
big
to
rides, I
Ventureport
remember
were
most
4
of them.
bridges. The replay zone, located on floors 3, 4, and 5, featured midway on the moon, a classic arcade where guests
Yeah,
could play
this was
games
the most
like
boring
Pac-Man,
part.
air hockey, skee-ball, and
Yeah,
Tron.
kinda
An
sucked.
attraction called Buzz
Kinda
Lightyear's
sucked.
Astro Blasters
Banger.
also resided in this area.
Banger.
This was much different than the Buzz Lightyear dark rides that can be found at Disney parks throughout the world.
That is a
Disney Quest
full-blown
version was an
banger
attraction
alert
that
right there.
combined bumper cars with dodgeball. Each vehicle contained 2 guests. One would drive the car, and the other would fire dodgeballs at the other vehicles. The next zone
Those
was
were fucking
Score Zone,
cannonballs is what
also
you were
located on
firing.
floors 3, 4, and 5.
Shit was
the main game
nutty.
in this area was the guests would stand on platforms and lean in different directions,
Game
controlling a
sucked.
virtual pinball on a large screen. Another game in the Score Zone was one of
Oh,
Disney's
yeah.
premier VR attractions,
Mhm.
Ride the Comics. Guests would don large visors and hold motion-detecting sabers, swinging them violently as they fought.
Oh, yeah. Now we're feeling it.
There were multiple bays.
Urgot
made
was
to
in
look
this
like
game as well, by
spaceships.
the way.
The last attraction in the Score Zone was Invasion, an extraterrestrial.
Riot Games ripped off Ride the Comics. Urgot was the main villain in Ride the Comics. Hold on, let me see if I can still find the pictures. Damn, it doesn't have the boss battle. Yeah, one of the main bosses that you'd team up on in Ride the Comics was quite literally Urgot. Well, this is sad. They didn't even, like, put their artwork online for prosperity's sake. It's just dead now. I can't even find, like, the promotional pieces. Well, I guess this is as close as we get. Yeah, this was one of the bosses. Quite literally was Urgot. He had, like, a little walker that he'd walk around on.
Other attractions in the Create Zone included Radio Disney Song.
Yeah, that's the place. That's where this banger was brewed. Let's party, party, party tonight. That came from the Songmaker booths there. They should have named one of them after me for the fire I created in this laboratory. It's almost fucking insulting that my name isn't on one of these booths.
Cyberspace Mountain.
Mhm.
Cyberspace Mountain was a simulator ride in which guests could design their own roller coaster.
So good.
It began with a tutorial
So
presented
good.
by Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Fucking
explaining
Bill.
to riders how to properly construct their coaster. Cyberspace Mountain allowed guests to ride their creations in a simulator car capable of tilting, turning, and even flipping them.
Oh,
upside
it was
down.
so
A more advanced
good.
version of this concept would later appear in Disney parks as the
Son
Sum of
of
All
a
Thrills,
bitch.
a 2009
It was
addition
cool.
to Innoventions in Epcot. The last zone was the Explore Zone.
But it was kind of
located
Weenie
on
Hut
floors
Jr. because
1
if you
and
made the
2.
ride
Guests
too
could get to the
extreme,
area
they
either
wouldn't
by
let
the
you ride
stairs
it.
or
So if
from
you
the
did like
first
6
floor,
corkscrews back to back, they
Aladdin
wouldn't let
Cave
you
of
ride it
Wonders
because the
slide.
G-forces would
However,
kill,
this was closed
like
after
actually
less than
kill
a year
you.
of operation. The third immersive attraction was
This
the
one was
virtual
okay.
jungle
This one was
cruise.
kind of cool.
Guests would board an inflatable raft.
You'd row and
sitting
shit.
On top of a large pad
Yell
in
at your
front of the
mom for
screen.
not putting her
The game
fucking back
started in
into
the
it.
Jungle Cruise at the Magic Kingdom before a virtual skipper sends guests to the age of the dinosaurs. The skipper accidentally drops the device that controls the time machine, and guests paddle down the river in an attempt to grab it. The pad below reacted to the player's paddles and the
They
flow of
spray
the
you with
water to
toilet water
maximize
too.
moves.
Yeah, you get hit with
A
raw
less
sewage
immersive
to really
attraction
get
in the
immersed.
Explore Zone was Treasure of the Ink. Disney Quest also had a few restaurants that guests could eat at. These counter
And they were
service menus were
good.
Food Quest, the
They
Wonderland
only like
Cafe,
sold French
the
fries, and that was
Cheesecake
about it.
Factory Express, a smaller scale Cheesecake Factory concept exclusive to Disney Quest. The complex,
Oh my
located on the
God!
corner of Rush and Ohio, was given
Buzz
a large
Lightyear just
opening
blows up.
celebration. Apart from the criticism of the complex's cheesy architecture not fitting in with the surrounding area,
True,
they weren't
very
sure
out of
whether
place.
Disney would see a return on the investment. Interest in both GameWorks and Disney Quest was dwindling fast. The ever-changing landscape of technology was diverting consumer focus to the internet and home consoles. And while the public was eager to experience both indoor amusement center concepts, the chances of locals becoming regulars was falling.
Where are the gamers at?
This meant that Disney Quest Chicago would
Let's
have
see
to
some
rely more on
gamers.
tourists, which did not bode well for a large-scale regional expansion. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that around 3 million guests would visit Disney Quest per year.
Pretty good.
However, this would have been nearly impossible, as proved by this quote from a 1999 article from the Chicago Tribune. The average length of stay is in the 2.5 to 3 hour range. So to cram in 3 million visitors a year while maintaining some crowd control, Disney Quest would have to stay open about 17 hours a day.
Shit, who did the math?
Redditor? Full capacity.
No, they killed Disney Quest
no one had
with
learned
math.
anything from the opening of Club Disney. In late 2000, both Disney Quest Orlando and Disney Quest Chicago received a brand new attraction. Hercules in the Underworld was replaced by Pirates of the Caribbean Battle.
This was a much better version.
Which featured large screens surrounding a miniature pirate ship that guests
This one was cool.
Each player would have a physical cannon that would fire digital cannonballs at enemy ships. Guests playing the game would have to defeat the Jolly Roger, which was not an easy task, and the majority of players would lose the game, with their boats sinking.
Yeah, this game was hard as fuck. This was like the Dark Souls of dead VR games.
Games were designed by Randy Posh. On top of this, reviews of the Chicago location had not been stellar. The lines were long, the price of admission, $16 for 2.5 hours of games, was too expensive for
That's
many, and the
pretty
complex did not
good, to
deliver
be
the Disney
fair.
magic that the theme parks could.
The
Disney
old
Quest
magical
Orlando
Disney
complemented
Quest?
the resort
I mean,
well,
shit.
But Disney Quest Chicago, however, 2016 came and went, with Disney Quest staying open the entire year.
Really? Wait, what?
Until January 30th, 2017, that Disney would announce that Disney Quest's final day was to be July 2nd. To commemorate
I
the
thought it closed
closing,
in 2016.
pass-holder discounts made ticket prices, which had increased slightly in its nearly 2 decades of operation, exactly $19.98, as a tribute to the year that it opened. After 19 years of operation, Disney Quest closed its doors. The building sat abandoned for 1 month, until demolition began in August.
Oh.
Construction has begun on the NBA Experience,
Ugh.
which is set to open in the summer of 2019.
And it sucks.
The
It's
closure of Disney
trash.
Quest Orlando,
Garbage.
along with the recent
I don't care what anyone says. Disney Quest? Fucking paradise. That place was incredible. Except if you went there as an adult in like 2015, because that shit was just sad.
he invited his teenage son, Breck, to come along with him. After a tour of Disneyland, Breck expressed the sentiment that the park lacked a cool factor. This worried
I don't know if
Eisner,
everyone
and
on
he
this
began
ride called, but we'll
conducting
see.
exit surveys. This gave Eisner the idea to incorporate another sci-fi movie into the parks, Ridley Scott's Alien. Because I know when I think of Disney, I think of this.
That's pretty cool. I love the thought process.
The Alien ride was to be like Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger spin.
Oh,
But
yeah,
instead
that's
of
the only
shooting
good ride
laser
there.
beams at Zurg, you're in pitch black darkness shooting shotguns at murderous aliens. The head Imagineers were appalled by the idea, and they convinced Eisner that this would be a horrific addition to Tomorrowland. However, a small group of young
Jesus,
Imagineers
NIT.
weren't ready to
That's
let
horrible.
the idea go, and they found a
Sorry to hear
solid
he's doing
excuse
that.
to pitch it again. An attraction called Mission to Mars was in dire need of retooling. This original attraction would be called Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. In 1994, test audiences experienced the show for the first time, and they were horrified. Many
Cowards,
complained that it was too
pussies.
scary, but Eisner didn't agree.
Holy shit!
Alright, everybody, here comes Mr. Alien.
God, this guy fucking sucks. Oh God! Real glass? Actually, just blows real glass into the crowd. That'd be nuts.
So the attraction was broken into 3 parts. Guests enter the Tomorrowland Interplanetary
I'm
Convention
confused. So you
Center,
just sit
where
there and
buy a
like
video
watch
showcasing some
the
upcoming
alien escape?
showcases at the center. He shows the audience an example of XS Tech's teleportation technology.
Oh.
The focus of the main show they are about to see.
No, you may not get out. You're a lucky volunteer.
During the 6 months in between the soft open and the grand opening, some parts of the pre-show were tweaked to be more sinister in an attempt to scare children away before the real horror.
Yeah,
This
take
is most
that,
likely done in this
dumbass
section.
milk drinking,
Sir decides
diaper
to
wearing
test the
kids.
technology on a
Yes, very.
Hello, everyone. I recalculated our plan. You see, if we bring one of
So
you
this is all
here,
the
well,
pre-show to the
just get
alien
to meet
ride?
one of you. However, if I'm teleported to Earth, I can meet all of you, shake each hand, and personally answer all your questions about the wonders of excess. I'll be with you in just a moment. Prepare yourselves for an unforgettable encounter.
During the
Man, they put a lot of effort into pre-shows. I never noticed.
For instance, many audiences didn't realize that the alien had the ability to fly, so dialogue was added to make it more clear.
Since when
I can't see a
does Plank
fucking
have
thing.
Wings?
Also, Eisner noticed that the audience was screaming over integral plot details, so the ride's pace was changed and this line was added.
People of Earth, quiet! Listen to me, please! Don't scream! If you remain perfectly quiet, it probably won't eat you.
The experience.
Eisner seems so personally offended that his plot isn't working that well.
Shields barricaded. So what is there now? Well, in 2004, it was replaced by Stitch's Great Escape, essentially a kid-friendly version of Alien Encounter. Instead of the alien licking you and eating people, Stitch burps in your face. Many fans of Alien Encounter
I must have went on the
and it never became
Alien Terrestrial at some point.
In fact, the interesting reason for its closure is Jeffrey Jones. Yes, now that is important. He stars in the footage throughout the attraction as Clench.
Yeah, someone recommended him a while ago,
one year before Alien Encounter's closure, Jones was arrested for child pornography and luring and photographing an underage boy.
Oh.
This is a huge no-no for Disney.
I would think so. A pretty big no-no for society, too, in fact.
So that is the history of extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. Click on the link below if you're interested in learning where the remains of Alien Encounter are today.
What a crazy
how
conclusion.
I'm going to get them back, and where I
And this scary ride was closed because the actor in the pre-show was a pedophile. Just as you would have expected if you'd been paying attention. What a twist. No, oh my god, don't even tempt. He's made something on the Back to the Future ride. I'm gonna be watching fucking Defunct Land all night at this point. Back to the Future ride was my favorite ride until it was gone, and then it switched to Men in Black. Back to the Future ride was such a fucking banger. Last Defunct Land, and I swear to god. This ride was so good. Oh, it was so good. And I was just a huge fan of the movies anyway, so this had a special place in my boners.
Back to the Future, the ride.
So good.
This attraction was at Universal
so
Studios,
good.
Florida from 1991 to 2007.
You sit in a DeLorean and it fucking bumps and moves around, and Doc Brown's like, holy shit,
Universal Studios
we're traveling through time!
2001 to 2016. The ride was suggested
and you're
by
6 years old and you're going, oh my god!
Alfie Davies. The idea of a Back to the Future roller coaster had been thrown around but never developed.
Wow.
Because Universal's creative team realized that the coaster would move too fast to tell the story effectively. Boss Film Studios, headed by Academy Award-winning visual effects artist Richard Edlund, was
Richard, my man! Thanks for Back to the Future, big guy.
Greg McGillivray. They even built a mock ride vehicle to experience the film with the motion effects.
Oh god, the nostalgia's coming on.
This production process.
Oh boy!
Involved in the creation of the final ride film, and there are two theories as to why. It was also said that Edlund's film had a weird fixation on blimps, and many different styles of blimps were supposed to fly around.
That's a weird fetish.
At some point, whether it be
I'll make the Back to the Future ride, but only if we can have blimps.
Doc Brown was to have an evil twin brother that would serve as the antagonist. The 4-minute ride film was shot on 70mm film and was to be projected on an 80-foot diameter Omnimax dome screen. Omnimax is a type of IMAX theater that displays film shot with a wide fisheye lens.
I always thought that was going to be the future of movies growing up.
But Universal would use this technology to immerse riders in the
clearly wasn't. In
Many
fact,
of the
it's pretty
creators
dead,
of the film
I think.
appeared in it either as an Riders instead became incredibly thirsty after the ride, which Universal solved by adding water fountains near the exits.
God damn it.
In the end, Universal had constructed the largest ride simulator ever created.
It's so cool!
Universal MCA began promoting
it was such a good ride!
In 1989. By now, I think we all should know the disaster that was the opening of Universal Studios Florida.
I wouldn't call it a disaster. Bill Cosby was there, and he's never had anything
January
go wrong.
1991. And this was another star-studded premiere for Universal Studios Florida. But this time it wouldn't be embarrassing, because the ride worked perfectly.
Yeah, it's
the original
cool.
actors and crew of Back to the Future were thoroughly impressed by the ride, and so were the visitors. Regardless, the Back to the Future attraction, that took nearly 5 years from concept to completion and $40 million to make, had salvaged Universal Studios Florida.
Movies have
It was so good, too.
supernatural to the
Son
limitless
of a
ocean
bitch.
of outer space. If you're to successfully cross the space,
My god, I'm getting hit with super hard nostalgia. Jesus, Doc. I'm traveling back in time? Ah! I rode this so many times. I'd make my parents just do circles. We'd do the ride once, get right back in line, run it again. Do that 3 or 4 times. I love this ride.
Speeds up to 88 miles per hour and leaves the Institute. The Omnimax Dome created an incredible...
I hope he plays the entire video.
The DeLorean had
it's so good.
Jerky movements, but this belief would be broken if guests simply turned their heads to the left or right. They would see 3 other cars. There were actually
but nobody did that. It was like Knight's Honor.
2 domes.
Don't ruin it.
Tiers of DeLoreans as the 2 cars fly through time, visiting 2015 Hill Valley, and oh look, it's a styrofoam cup left on the model table. They then crash into the clock tower and visit the
Well, you ruined the ride for me. I hate it now.
Period, where they encounter a dinosaur and a lava fall. Biff loses control of his DeLorean and begs Doc to help him. The guests are able to successfully sending both back to the Institute, where Biff is taken by security. Doc thanks the guests and reminds them that the future is what they make it. So why did it close? Well, theoretically, the lifespan of the ride was always limited, as they did travel to the future of 2015. So if the ride would have survived long after that, it would have seemed outdated.
We've never seen 2015, though.
In the movies. The actual reason is that Universal wanted to move on to newer franchises, as they did with Jaws and Confrontation and many of their other
I'm glad they kept the Mummy ride, though. That ride's still so good.
Decided to shut down. However, the Japan version of the ride wouldn't close until May 31st, 2016. The Back to the Future rides in the United States would be replaced with... Also, the new ride would be completely animated, while Back to the Future's ride filmed used stop-motion animation and models to pull off its effects. The Simpsons rides would officially open
I don't even think I've ever been on the Simpsons ride.
The Japan version of the ride would be replaced with another simulator attraction, Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, which can already be found in the... That said, there are people on the internet attempting to recreate the original IMAX reel, and they are also doing some other interesting things that I'm going to talk about in a moment.
What?
So that is the history of Back to the Future.
Wait, so we have like some serious Back to the Future fans out there.
Question, which is Defunctland a real thing?
They're just rebuilding the entire ride from scratch.
But I want it to be.
Yep, but you know what still exists? The Mummy ride. Because The Mummy is the best movie ever made. Also the Men in Black ride, because that's the most fun ride there is. I don't even know why they even still have like a souvenir shop for the Men in Black ride. Or the Mummy for that matter. I don't think that merch is really flying off the shelves anymore. Most people don't remember either one. Well, I guess Men in Black more, though, because one just came out like a year ago with Chris Hemsworth, and it was really fucking horrible. From about the ages of 2 to 10, I lived in Orlando, and I was a really outdoorsy kind of kid, which I know is probably surprising for most of you here, considering I'm like a fucking basement goblin now who rarely goes outside for more than the gym and the movie theater. But growing up, I used to always like to be outside in Orlando, and I used to love theme parks like Universal and Disney. But among these titans was a little guy named Fun Spot, who I felt never really got the credit it deserved. Fun Spot is an amusement park that's 1/8 the size of the big boys. All the fun and joy of an amusement park, but in the fucking surface area of a takeout box. Fun Spot is basically the Bing of theme parks. Yeah, it exists, but no one really thinks about it. Fun Spot is absolutely great though, and it's some of the most patriotic shit I've ever seen. Jackson's still visiting from Australia, so I thought definitely gonna take him to Fun Spot. This shit is as American as it gets. The only thing more American than Fun Spot is a fucking Bass Pro Shop. So we come to Fun Spot and it's like you're entering heaven's pearly gates. Just look at this beautiful entrance, letting you know you're in for a rip-roaring great time. What do you think of Fun Spot, Jackson? It's beautiful. Gotta really get in there.
Real life guitar skills.
This is putting a little cream in your jeans, I bet. Hadn't seen Guitar Hero since I was in fucking high school, but was still able to crank out some incredible combos on expert mode. I can't let the audio of the song play much longer because I don't want to get a copyright strike here, but I'd like to point out that this Guitar Hero controller is extremely fucked up. It's like Thor's hammer. It's extremely heavy. I don't know what it's made out of, adamantium or some shit, but it's super heavy. The buttons are extremely sticky. I felt like I was playing the game in slow motion there. The buttons were covered in fucking maple syrup. And also when you're strumming, the strumming feels like you're trying to start a fire between 2 bricks. It is extremely hard, but I was still able to do decently on expert. Andrew damn near full comboed the bitch, but he plays guitar in real life, so obviously that's going to translate here. Also, a lot of the audio that I filmed is unusable yet again because walking around Fun Spot sounds like you're walking through a park in Roller Coaster Tycoon, just constant screaming and hollering, which is great because that's what Fun Spot's all about, the thrills and the joy. What happened after that, champ? I was shredding too hard. Good job, Tiana.
Good job, Tiana.
Get the screen. It's the guitar's made out of like get the screen. Oh yeah, skip it. 93% to 68. God, it's like literally playing a block of cement.
Yeah, the strummer is way more stiff, probably so people can't break it. It's not fun.
Jesus.
It is not fun.
I just slapped that shit really hard like I was trying to teach it a lesson. Have you enjoyed your...
I love it. America Fun Spot in America is the best fun spot in America.
That's not even sponsored. I like that. What a guy. After Jackson picked out his favorite United States of America hat, we decided to walk around for a bit and decided not to go on any of the go-karting tracks or roller coasters and instead settled on the most important attraction at Fun Spot, perhaps the most important attraction across all of theme parks, the American Funhouse. The America experience condensed into a short 3-minute walk-through wacky adventure.
No, there's no doping. It's the integration line, Jackson. Baptism by freedom. Jesus. Bro, what the fuck? I'm so glad I'm not claustrophobic. Holy fuck. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Watch out, Jackson. There's a fighter jet behind you. Oh, God. What is this? Oh. God, this is nuts. It's the quicksands of Colombia. Oh, careful, Jackson. It's like a wipeout course. It's the Tetris wall of America. Watch out for the epoxy. Oh, Jesus Christ! It's crowd control. No, the tank gas. It's the upstream saloon, Jackson. Smell my American rock. Oh, it's Freedom Parks. See his ass. I see it. Oh, in all its glory. It's a trap doll. It's gonna die, Jackson. It's like Dark Souls. You just have to take a leap of faith, like those who first colonized it. Like the Pilgrims. Jackson, look out, it's free healthcare way. Be careful, Jackson. Jackson, do you have insurance? What is this? God. Danny's been caught in the trap in the washing machine. It's like a scene out of Austin Powers. How is this more nauseating than all the rides? This is the price of freedom. Our forefathers did it, and now Jackson is too. I avoided the trap downstairs, but I'll take the more adventurous route this time. Yes, this has killed many a man. Careful, Jackson. He's done the impossible. What is my citizenship? Freedom, Jackson. It's the slide of broken backs. That's what that is. All right, we're going one at a time. Don't. I'm not doing that. I'm taking the stairs. Well, someone's got to do this. You do it.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, there it is. Tell us if freedom rings. Yeah, baby. She's gonna plow into a child at the bottom. Just her body, but without the head. Yeah. X, I'm taking the stairs. Yeah. Oh, yeah, fuck that. The Great Hurricanes. That's what Florida explains. You've emerged an American. You entered a boy and you came out a man. I'm a citizen. A free man. Citizenship program. What a hero.
It's like the Fun Spot slogan says, if you're not having fun, go fuck yourself. Obviously, being born and raised in this country, I've been through this American wacky wild funhouse plenty of times, but this one was special. This one felt like the Oregon Trail. There was something very unique about this American box of fun, and I have to say, it's just like Fun Spot says, you'll have fun, or fuck you.
That's the way, boys. Onwards! Hi-ho, stallion!
He's buckling up.
It doesn't fit. Get ready for some intense G-forces. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2 in here.
Have you ever ridden a carousel?
I think so, a few times here and there.
An American one?
Nothing like this though. Nothing as free and liberating as this.
Ah, of course. Oh, this is adorable.
I want off.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah, be careful. You're not strapped in.
safe.
Fiona, how could you?
You're not safe with that
It's not
speed.
proper ride procedure.
I swear to God, there is nothing more American than riding a dirty, filthy carousel with some 4-year-old shit streaks run across the back of the horse. That is what I needed to show Jackson, and I was happy Fun Spot was able to accommodate with perhaps one of the most patriotic carousels, merry-go-rounds, I have ever seen in all of my days. Hey, Jackson, do you want a photo with Freedom Flyer? Everyone's favorite Avenger?
Freedom Flyer.
First taste of American freedom.
Pose like a... Yeah, give us a Freedom Flyer pose.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is. I know. I couldn't believe it either. The Freedom Flyer, everyone's favorite superhero. They also had a Statue of Liberty as well, like a small-scale Statue of Liberty monument, but I didn't see it until we were leaving, so we didn't get a chance to get a picture with it or anything like that. But that's kind of like the whole thing with Fun Park. It's basically like a Japanese tiny meal kit. You know, those like small meals that you can make from Japan that are like the size of something that only a mosquito could eat. Basically the size of Mr. Krabs' World's Smallest Violin. It's like that, but for theme parks at Fun Spot, and it's great. We didn't go on the Freedom Flyer ride, unfortunately, but I imagine if we did, we would have come off the roller coaster with fucking war paint on our face, grown 3 inches, and had a crew cut by the end of it. That shit was just super fucking American. And it was just a really all-around great experience. I think Jackson really got a full ass pounding of American culture with an arcade. There's some go-karts, roller coasters, of course the fun house, the walk through, the tour of America. It was incredible. Just absolutely incredible top to bottom. And it's a shame that Fun Spot isn't talked about up there with Disney World, Universal, and Chuck E. Cheese. Because it's nuts. It's fucking great. That's it. So yeah. I have a friend named Jackson. Some of you know him from the official podcast, and Jackson is visiting from Australia for the next 10 days. And like most grisly, hard-working men, Jackson has a hobby. Some men's hobby includes watching football and titties, drinking beer from a boot up their ass. Jackson's hobby is a little bit more innocent. Jackson enjoys the simple pleasures of building Lego Star Wars sets. So naturally, one of the first places I wanted to take him was the place where dreams come true, Legoland. I'd only ever been to the park one time, and I didn't really enjoy it when I was a toddler. I just kind of viewed it as Disney World's disappointing brother who was addicted to meth. But I was going in with an open mind and open ass this time around, really ready to take in just the Lego joy, and give Jackson a day that he will always look back on fondly with a wet spot in his pants. So let me show you the journey through Legoland. We fucking made it, boys! Now the first thing that we all took note of and were all surprised about was that the park was predominantly filled with children. Based on the way Jackson always talks about Lego Star Wars and the building process, I was expecting the park to be filled with MIT graduates and full-blown architects. Does it smell like real Lego?
It does not smell authentic. It smells like Le Pen.
Oh god, they've had us yet again.
Where did those come from, Jackson?
Yeah, can you trace the origin of the Lego bricks? The child labor factories?
Smells like an 1886 yellow brick designed by George Lego himself.
I'd like to just call attention to Jackson's hat. This is a hat we found in the park. It says best day ever, and it's not kidding. In fact, I think it's underselling it. This is a day none of us will soon forget. It was quite the adventure.
But then we have to carry it around everywhere.
We could drive it around.
We can drive it. It's child-sized.
Yeah.
You'll fit it.
You build your own motor.
It's like a landfill with Legos. There's so much disease in there that you're touching.
Just run your hand through it.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
These are the ultra rares.
Ooh.
ASMR Legos.
The forgotten pieces.
My god. It's a bucket of trash.
After rummaging through various Lego stores and after Jackson's shock and awe and jubilation wore down a bit and simmered, we realized that we had come in time for one of the world's best and most famous water shows, the Brickbeard's Assault. I can't quite remember the exact name, but it's basically, in essence, a tyrannical, menacing pirate named Brickbeard has just raped and pillaged the good towns across Brickwater, and now it's up to us, the audience, to go in there and stop him and put an end to this evil reign of his. And it was quite the show. I'll show you some of that. And it's honestly a shame that Brickbeard isn't a more well-known name. I know everyone's heard of Shamu from SeaWorld, but I can't even believe that people aren't talking about Brickbeard constantly or begging for a Brickbeard feature-length film. You know, you have the Lego movie, Lego Batman, but where's Brickbeard?
Far, far away.
That's Brickbeard, Jackson.
No, that's his dad. Brickbeard Senior.
Good Lord, Brickbeard's going for it. They need volunteers, Jackson. You can fight Brickbeard.
Let me fight Brickbeard.
You can liberate Brickwater.
You get a kiss from Captain Miranda.
So just in case there's a few people out here who haven't seen this show for some reason, I'll go ahead and give you a bit of the narrative. So Brickwater has been subject to the unbelievably hostile reign of Brickbeard. And the things he's done to them is just reprehensible. We damn near lost an audience member to Brickbeard with a public beheading. And what you're seeing here is the Imperial Lego attack force, the Imperial soldiers that are willing to stand up to Brickbeard. These are our heroes, and these are the people that we get behind, along with the leadership from the one, the only, Captain Miranda, and her sidekick, Salty.
I think I know it now. Kick, and turns around.
It's the Brickbeard shuffle. Jesus Christ! It's Brickbeard! Come on, Mr. Miranda, you can do it! Free the bait from the tyranny of Brickbeard! Yeah! Alright! How did just give up? Yeah, how did Brickbeard even conquer the seas with that kind of attitude? Luckily, we were able to emerge triumphant here in the battle against Brickbeard, and it was entirely due to the incredible leadership of Captain Miranda and the tenacity of the 7 of us who went. I think if we weren't in the audience there, this could have turned out very differently and far worse for the harbor and the people of Brickwater. So, luckily, we attended the 12:15 show and pretty much saved the day. After we defeated the Scourge of the Sea, we walked around the park a little bit, some more photos, of course, because this is a very special day for Jackson. We toured some of the miniature areas filled with Legos, to which Jackson couldn't believe the craftsmanship of the master builders on the premises. And it was just truly an eye-opening experience. The things you can do with Legos are far beyond what I thought capable. I didn't even think science could extend this far, let alone Legos.
I know that craftsmanship anyway.
Hit the bell.
Who built that one, Jackson?
Jay the Brickman, I believe. It's attacked! Jay the Brickman's done it again!
We also got to see some of LEGO's most famous characters. There's this guy sitting on a bench here looking like the album cover to a lo-fi hip-hop groove. Or perhaps Lil Pump if he was translated into the Simpsons universe. We even got to see Rey from Star Wars. I tell ya, I've never seen Jackson so excited and nervous at the same time. Now I bet you're wondering, Charlie, Dag Nabbit, why haven't you gone on any rides? Why haven't you shown us any of the thrills at Legoland? Well, fuck you. We can't go on those rides because we're too old. The rides were exclusive to 13 years and younger. You aren't allowed on most of the rides as an adult, which does make a lot of sense when you see the scale of some of the rides. For example, they had a Ford driving course, which I thought would be appropriate for Jackson since he doesn't drive and doesn't have a license. I thought maybe we could get in there with the training wheels on it, the Ford driving course for 4-year-olds, and maybe get him behind the wheel and get comfortable enough to start taking it to the next level. But you can't. It's for children. There was only 2 rides that we were allowed to do, but the wait was around 80 minutes, so it probably wasn't worth it to do that. But I'm not bothered by it because I think the real fun and the real thrill is the memories you build with those around you when you attend the Legoland. And that being said, we definitely saw some things on this journey we didn't expect to see. And what do you got there, Jackson?
I believe this isn't legitimate Lego, but I might need to go in for a taste test first.
Naturally. Like any good specialist. And it wasn't just Jackson having all the fun. Even Andrew got to meet one of his heroes at Legoland.
Alright, Charlie. How's your Legoland experience?
Beyond words. I'm still rattled from Brickbeard. You're doing so good, Jackson.
I've been practicing.
Oh, Look at these fine master builder hands.
That's the best J I've ever seen.
Look at that technique.
You want color cooperation? Oh no, everyone, it's too rectangular. I need another 6-piece, anyone? I need the perfect length.
All in all, I'd say the adventures we shared at Legoland will last a lifetime, and I think it's very clear now why Legoland has earned its title as the happiest place on Earth. That's it. So yeah. God, if you're watching this, I need forgiveness for a sin. Attaway General Episode 6 came out a while ago and I hadn't watched it until now. I've been slacking. My Attaway General homework was long overdue, and it's time that I come in hot.
Moving too fast. Why is it?
Now that's what I'm fucking talking about, baby. Some TikTok dances to kick this one off. That is that shit that I'm talking about. That's like Deadpool breaking the fourth wall, but with subtlety here. Because these are TikTok stars and they're doing TikTok dances, pretending they don't know how to do it. It's beautiful. It's meta. That's what I'm looking for. This goes on for like 35 painful seconds. It's a little long for my tastes, but god damn it if it's not incredible. I actually feel bad for all these TikTok stars right now, since TikTok is about to get banned in the US, it looks like, so hopefully Attaway General's acting credits will be enough to propel them into the acting career here and get them going in that direction, because looks like TikTok is about to go fucking extinct soon.
Georgia, straighten up that posture.
This is ridiculous.
Do not speak unless spoken to.
Dr. Henry's become drunk on power. He once performed a kidney transplant on a 14-year-old boy using only 3 popsicle sticks and a chainsaw. And now look at him.
We have a VIP coming into the hospital today.
One of you, fetch me an apple juice. On ice.
This is Roman DuPont.
And he's one of the head writers for this show.
And his grandfather Lawrence, one of Attaway General's biggest donors.
You did well. I remember your loyalty.
So Dennis the Menace comes into Attaway General and begins throwing his weight around. He's the grandson of the biggest donor of the hospital, and he's a little bit of an asshole. So the people are fighting to give him the apple juice that he's requested, and he finally chooses one, and then he hits Georgia with a pretty cool line, you know. Excellent work. Madame, this is some of the most superb apple juice that has ever graced my taste buds. I shall remember this. In fact, how would you like to work in an Amazon warehouse?
And you, what kept you?
Not in the mood, kid.
Your superior will hear about this.
Roman has quite the set of lungs, doesn't he?
He doesn't want to go through with the surgery.
That selfish idiot.
Wait, Kit! I want you to talk to him. He trusts you.
Where do you think I'm going?
Kit, overcome with emotion, furiously storms off to confront Holden over this decision. Also, that old man sounds a lot like Stan Lee if Stan Lee was like a fucking massive chain smoker. He's got a really cool voice.
Sing for me.
What are you even here for? You seem perfectly fine to me.
Grandpa asked me to clean up my marbles. I swallowed my collection. The day I cleaned up after myself was the day I become a commoner.
Spoken like a true Redditor that just received his first upvote. So the kid's here because he swallowed a bunch of marbles and now has to shit them out at the hospital. It's not the plotline I would have chosen, but I don't like kids and I don't like shitting, so I wouldn't have mixed the two together in Attaway General. But it is an interesting driving force here. The possibilities are endless. This kid's about to take a shit in a hospital. Like, this is high stakes shit right here.
Look, so I did some thinking, and you know what? I'll be your girlfriend.
You were right.
About what?
Keep this relationship professional.
I took one day to think about it, and now you're acting like I'm a stranger?
Stranger? We're friends.
You're the one who wanted to be more than friends.
Look, Maeve was right. I'm a jerk.
No, Will. How tragic. Will was faced with an impossible decision to make. Does he choose his career that he's worked so hard for? Or does he choose the girl who he just met 4 days ago, but all of a sudden they're in love? It's like something right out of a fairy tale. I've got to give credit where credit is due. I think they're executing the romance subplot of Attaway General absolutely beautifully. It seems so natural. It's like two androids talking to each other. Hello, Georgia, will you be my girlfriend? Yes, Will, I will be your girlfriend. Actually, Georgia, we should be friends. No, but Will, you wanted to be more than friends. No, Maeve was right. Will, big jerk. Oh, Will. It's like fucking caveman dialogue.
If you can get him to drink this stool softener, it'll expedite the process.
So, you're having second thoughts about the procedure?
It's not a procedure. It's a full-blown heart surgery with a 10% mortality rate.
You have the best surgeons in the world on your team.
No, he doesn't. Don't listen to that propaganda there, Holden. He has every right to be afraid of that. Fucking Dr. Henry would perform this open heart surgery and Holden would wake up with his lungs in his colon and 6 fingers stitched to his nipples. It would be a disaster. Everything we've seen of the surgeons at Attaway General has demonstrated that they have absolutely no medical knowledge at all and makes me believe that the whole Attaway General is just a money laundering scheme. Trusting the surgeons with the heart surgery here is like trusting a cocaine addict to manage your finances. It's just a recipe for disaster.
And then he laughed right in my face. This kid is spoiled rotten.
He's a real devil. Look, I'm sorry about Will. I bet he's got a fear of intimacy because of a past relationship.
What the fuck are you talking about, Kit? Kit has never had a single conversation with Will in their entire time as volunteers. I don't think they've even been in the same scene, in the same room together in the entire history of the show so far, and yet she's still psychoanalyzing Will like she's some kind of expert that knows everything about it. She's acting like those Twitter psychologists that have no fucking idea what they're talking about, but still give some kind of explanation for what must be going on in someone's head. Yes, well, judging by Will's hairstyle, I think it's very clear to me that within the last 3 or 4 years he's had his heart broken in a relationship that just went sour. They were madly in love from what I can pick up on here. In fact, yes, I'm getting the smell that he even proposed at one point. They were engaged and still something went awry. And judging by the micro expressions on his face, I'm able to pretty much pick up that Will struggles with his self-image and his self-worth, which causes him to lash out from time to time, which is most likely why he's friend-zoned you, Georgia.
One sip, and I'll protect you from getting bullied in middle school.
Yeah, that face really says it all. That's not a very helpful bodyguard right there. Don't take that offer. He'd come to your middle school to help protect you from bullies, and he'd end up getting his shit kicked in by the middle school bullies.
Already have a security team. I have an announcement to make. I need to use the facilities. One of you will have the privilege of retrieving my marbles.
What an honor.
You can decide amongst yourselves who will pluck them out.
And once again the day is saved thanks to Rose's instant shit potion. She must have 99 herb lore because that was a really impressive potion that she put together here, a nice concoction. And he goes, takes a shit, someone has to fish out the marbles, and hey, raid boss is defeated.
It's because I care about you. Sorry for being selfish.
That's not being selfish. That's being a friend. I care about you too. Kit, you don't have a girlfriend.
It was so close, he almost cheated on his girlfriend. I mean, he's pretty much the one that instigated it, and then he got as close as possible to hit her with the cold water. It seemed almost malicious. I half expected him to just start screaming like, "Help! Help! The volunteer's trying to make out with me, please help!" and just get her fired or something. Like, this just seems so cruel. He's the one that leaned in first, and at the last possible seconds, like, you know, fuck it, I'll be faithful.
I'm so embarrassed.
Grandpa! Help! We need help! Are you okay?
I think I'm having a touch of a heart attack.
Grandpa!
What a terrible place for this guy to have a heart attack at Attaway General. That's a death sentence. That's like having a heart attack in the desert. You're not gonna get proper care there. Quick! Somebody page Dr. Henry. It's serious. Dr. Henry comes sprinting in with cotton candy. Here, hold this. And then starts doing balloon animals for him. I'm gonna make Mario here. The balloon animals should help with a heart attack. Dr. Henry's done it again. He's cured. But yeah, I mean, what an ending to episode 6 here. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yep, it's Attaway General Day. Episode 5 just dropped, it's fresh out of the oven, and Mama cooked up a real stinky pie. It picks up where 4 left off after Jamie's unfortunate pogo sticking accident that saw him undergoing surgery from the legendary Dr. Henry. Of course, Dr. Henry being the man who invented the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so Jamie is in good hands here, and we get to find out if he makes it through the surgery or not today. I can't wait to just hop right in.
So, what's the plan tonight?
Well, I texted him, but he said he can.
We gotta get going, but bring the Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Episode 5 kicks off with a full throttle nuts to butts advertisement for Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I have to say, this is probably one of the worst ads I've seen. It makes it look like Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a bad thing. I'm a fan of the cereal, but it makes it look like if you eat Cinnamon Toast Crunch, your friends are gonna fucking hate you. They're visibly annoyed with him and tell him that he sucks because he's eating the cereal, and yet it's supposed to be an advertisement for the cereal, so I really think it was counterproductive. I feel like kids that watch this and see that be like, oh fuck, guess I can't eat Cinnamon Toast Crunch or else everyone's gonna make fun of me at school, pull my pants down and spit in my face. And to be fair, they made it sound like when you eat Cinnamon Toast Crunch, you are just chewing on broken glass. It sounds super obnoxious. But it's good cereal. Shitty advertisement, though.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think we just need to be more careful. No more ninjing around. I think Nina's on to me.
I just don't want to wait another 6 hours to kiss you.
This episode starts the same as the other fucking 5 episodes where these two are just making out or about to make out and then once again reiterate how frowned upon it is that they're having a workplace relationship and then talk about how they need to hide it and be more secretive. Even though there's not a soul in the hospital that doesn't know that these two kiss every chance they get. She mentions that Nina might be onto them and they have to stop ninjaing around, even though these two are about as stealthy as a garbage truck setting off fireworks. They kiss everywhere. A patient could be being rushed in, missing limbs, bleeding everywhere, and they would just push them aside to kiss. They'll climb on top of someone in a wheelchair just to kiss on top of them. Like, it's every opportunity. It's uncomfortable and it's weird when they keep saying that it's supposed to be secretive, because at no point do they even try and hide it. So, no shit, Nina's onto you. She's not just onto you, she knows. Everyone at the fucking hospital knows. It's a really dumb plot device, considering they've made no effort at all to keep it a secret.
Good God. Clipped by an oncoming car and went down on the highway. Trauma to the leg and abdomen. BP 65/40.
That's internal bleeding. Could know our prep stat.
So we finally get an explanation for what exactly happened to Jamie. He was riding his ripstick on the highway when he got clipped by a car. I hope that it actually goes really deep into this plotline and it turns out the driver that clipped him was Dixie D'Amelio, so then she gets brought in handcuffs. You know, I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling Dr. Henrys. You know, it's just something like real fucking wild. Or maybe it's like Cobra Commander from G.I. Joe that was driving the car, and then we have to like have this battle between Attaway General and Cobra Commander's crew. Like, it could be nuts. Or maybe it's just Dr. Henry who accidentally just fucking blasted him with his car because Jamie knew about him being on Tinder or something. Like, I'm just hoping there's more depth to this as opposed to just some mystery driver that hit him while he was on his scooter.
This spleen is so badly damaged. There's not going to be any recovery. It's just, they're trying to get it out, and it's too damaged.
Hey.
Are those even clean?
Sure, I guess.
What are you doing here? I thought we said no ninja stuff.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is half of the show. They just go into patients' rooms and start making out. Literally right in front of this kid. Damn near slaps the fucking controller out of his hand just to kiss Holden in front of him. It's weird, especially considering that it's supposed to be like a secret. Even though they're just making no effort to keep anything a secret, they're just making out in the most public places possible. And they're like, oh, we have to make sure no one knows what's going on. We have to continue to master the art of stealth here. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is like the equivalent of me going down to the courthouse and just butt-fucking my girlfriend in front of everyone there. And then I'm getting arrested and be like, well, what do you mean? How did you know that I was butt-fucking my girlfriend? Like, everyone can fucking see it. Like, what do you mean? It makes no sense. It's so goddamn silly, but you also get a hint at what's going on with Jamie. His spleen is extremely damaged because of his rollerblading accident on the highway or whatever the fuck was going on. He was cruising around on his skateboard, ripping some gnarly hard flips, and then all of a sudden a fucking German Shepherd tank comes and blasts him. So now his spleen's got boo-boos, and Dr. Henry's got to meticulously pull it out somehow, but it's too damaged for Dr. Henry to tackle, so he's got to call in Jesus Christ himself to perform the surgery or something, I don't know. But also, while this is all going on, Benny also mentions that he went on his first date with Mikey. And I do want to say, out of everyone in Attaway General, there's only one person that seems to have any acting talent at all, and that's Benny. It's just unfortunate that Benny's storyline doesn't have as much action as the other ones, because his is mainly just talking to Eva during rehab, but Benny is by far the best actor in the show.
Oh, but girls, I mean, like, he's just so cute. You know that.
He is, but so are you. And the more you love yourself, the more you'll find someone who will.
You're right. I think you got a text.
Wow. My team, they won nationals. They didn't need me.
Okay. But that's a good thing, right?
Her whole thing was that their team is fucking horrible without her being there. They kept reiterating that they are the most talentless squad of cheerleaders this world has ever seen, akin to a group of Neanderthals getting together to bang rocks together at the cheer contest without her leadership. And then she all of a sudden gets a text message saying, hey, we actually did manage to pull it off without you, and now she's feeling bad about it. It's not the most exciting storyline, side quest, narrative, whatever. It's pretty underwhelming. Unless, of course, it takes a crazy twist where all of a sudden she goes like full-on Daenerys and rides in on a dragon and just incinerates and scorches the cheer unit out of revenge or something crazy. But this quest line here, this arc, features the only two characters that even appear to be trying in the show. Benny and her act very well. They have good chemistry together, and I just wanted to at least point that out because in a show where it looks like every single fucking thing was made by Tommy Wiseau to be a disaster, these two really shine through with two people that at least have potential with acting.
I talked to Nina today.
She knows about us?
She's worried about me, and I understand why.
Okay.
She's given up a lot for me, and the least I can do is take this program seriously.
What are you trying to say?
I think this is all going a little too fast for me. I think we need some time off.
No, damn it! Oh, I can't believe it. What do you mean Nina knows? How? How did she find out? She's got eyes everywhere. God, nothing gets by Nina. A pin doesn't drop in that hospital without Nina somehow finding out about it. A goddamn mouse couldn't squeak a fart by without Nina hearing it from a mile away. Damn, she's sharp to be able to find out that these two had a relationship going. And then Sasha cuts it off. That's pretty much where that ends. You know, all of a sudden it's moving too fast for Sasha, even though she was the one that just went into a patient's room to kiss Holden in front of the patient, and she did that like 2 other times throughout the show. But yeah, no, it's going at too rapid of a pace. So yeah, they put the kibosh on that whole operation there. And that's really about it. Jamie survives the surgery, but he has a long road to recovery, and that's really where episode 5 leaves off. And yeah, can't wait for episode 6. That's about it. See ya. Not many shows get me genuinely excited for each new episode, but Hour General has filled me with the same level of jubilation that I'd get when I was a kid going to Universal to ride the Men in Black ride. It's a show that's so unapologetically awful that it crosses the event horizon of dog shit to enter a dimension of pure bliss. It is truly a joy to watch, and we are now on episode 5, so let's go ahead and dive in.
Late as always.
When can I get this thing out of me?
We'll have an OR ready soon.
Oh my.
You're not helping.
What the heck happened?
What the? You.
It's a lot to process in episode 5. This one's going full nuts to butts right off the get-go. We're coming in hot, full throttle, raw, and no rubber. A bit of a silly question from Kit, who wants to be a doctor, asking what happened when it's pretty clear man got shot by a fucking arrow. Like, it doesn't take a whole lot of deductive reasoning to piece together the pieces of that puzzle. You can kind of see what's happened here. Ultimately, he's got an arrow in his thigh here. How it happened, we can only speculate. Perhaps he was playing Lord of the Rings, LARPing, and his friend accidentally shot him while playing as Legolas. There's really no telling, but clearly the issue here is there's an arrow in his thigh, Kit. You're not going to be a doctor if you're not making astute observations like that. Luckily, we get more of Jack right away. Jack, of course, being the star of this show. He comes storming in backwards while holding his phone to the sky, taking pictures of the ceiling to jerk off to later. He bumps into Kit, and that's when he's made aware of the horrifying situation unfolding before him, letting out an incredibly convincing scream of terror. You can really feel the emotional distress that Jack is experiencing in this moment and how caught off guard he was and horrified by what he was witnessing. So kudos to the actor for selling this performance, as he's done time and time again at Hour General, carrying this entire show on his back with his incredible acting performance here.
You guys know each other?
He's the one that did this to me.
Ow! Jack, don't do that.
Hey, give it back. No.
Hey. Okay, you need to calm down. You're in no state for a fight. Did you shoot him?
No, of course not.
Donnie, did he?
No, but he might as well have.
We get a brief hint at the beast living inside of Jack. Sometimes you almost forget that Jack has been arrested. It was made clear in the very first episode Jack was arrested. We don't know what for, but we're getting some clues now, and it could be some very heinous shit. Perhaps we have a Jekyll and Hyde situation going on here. Shitty actor by day, shitty archer by night.
You might not know where you are for a moment, but don't worry. I'll be there the whole time.
I'll catch up with you.
Georgia. Georgia, wait up.
Can't, I'm late for something.
Late for what?
Jeez, can you please take a hint and leave me alone?
You can't just not talk to me forever. Like you said, it's a small hospital.
Will just does not give a fuck what HR has to say about this forbidden employee romance, just making it clear to everyone who works in the hospital and every patient that he wants more kisses in the shed from Georgia. Georgia! Georgia, come back here! We have to keep kissing in the shed. Georgia, it's a small hospital. That means you have to keep kissing me in the shed. You can't just not kiss me.
Did Jack have something to do with that arrow?
No, I have my little brother to thank for that. The kid is terrible at aim. But because of Jack, I got in trouble and I'm stuck babysitting the little stinker all summer long.
If it wasn't already extremely clear that this show is written by 80-year-old men on their yacht who never even had a childhood or teenage years, they were literally brought into this world as a 60-year-old geriatric man, I think it's pretty obvious now after that line. I'm stuck having to babysit that little stinker? Who the fuck says that besides someone that's like 60 years old?
But what did Jack do?
You mean he never told you why he got community service?
I'd rather not get into this.
What happened?
Well, a few months ago, Jack convinced me that he knew how to drive, and spoiler alert, he couldn't. He ended up crashing my dad's car into a telephone pole.
I thought I could do it.
Yeah, you thought you could.
To be honest, I don't really remember.
You don't?
Yeah, that's convenient.
Oh, jeez. Well, I always believed that, Jack's crime must have been something trivial, something just innocent, like, skateboarding on someone's private property and getting arrested for trespassing, or just something small, but I could have never expected it to be as serious as this. This is fucking huge. He's even more of a hardened criminal than I thought he was. Holy shit. I'll be honest, I was really disappointed with this. This is the crime they decided to go with. I was hoping they doubled down on the insanity and make it something truly just fucking wild. Like it turns out Jack was an active serial killer or like a cult leader like Charles Manson who was trying to find his redemption in life through Attaway General. Something like really fucking heavy. But they didn't. They decided to go with something lame and boring like crashing his friend's dad's car and then for some reason forgetting about it.
I got you flowers. Made you laugh.
I was laughing at you.
Has anyone seen the latest shipment of toy donations?
Oh, they're in the shed. I can grab them.
Georgia, would you just hear me out?
No.
I just want to say it's different with you. I want you to be my girlfriend.
Yeah, the look on George's face really says it all. It is impressive how out of touch the writing in this show is. Hey, Georgia, look, I know you hate me, but can you be my girlfriend? They can't even accidentally write something into this show that makes any amount of sense at all.
What did you just say?
I said...
Rosie!
How long have you been there?
Sorry. That was a really cute moment. Just pretend you never saw me.
Well, they didn't see you. They wouldn't have known you were there if you didn't just announce your presence. So you could have just not said anything and just let it ride. Just don't really see why she'd just come in and be like, hey, wait a minute. This was cute. All right, now I'll leave. It's like on Twitter when two people announce their relationship and then some random fucking people on Twitter come in and say, like, I don't support this relationship or I do support this relationship. Who the fuck cares? Nobody asked and nobody cares.
So...
I don't know. I gotta think about it. I need to make sure you're worth the risk.
Can I help you with that?
You've done enough.
I have something for you. Pick the side of it by it has your bin. Listen, I know I messed up, but you're still my best friend. You were the first one to check up on me when I got my appendix taken out.
It's pretty sick, right?
Yeah.
Nothing says hardcore cool guy quite like showing off the bloody arrow you got shot with at the bar. Hey babe, check this out. This is an arrow. Pierced my flesh. I was fighting 15 people on horseback, all shooting arrows at me, and I only got hit by one of them before I took out all 15. Kept it as a memento for the one man who made me bleed. So anyway, you want to get drinks back at my place?
So, do you know yet?
No.
So all it took was Will asking for her to be his girlfriend for her to completely forget that she absolutely hates him. So in the span of about 30 seconds, she went from fucking hating the guy to about to fall in love with this man. And unfortunately, they were a little too intimate because Dr. Henry caught wind, probably the last one at this entire hospital to not know that they were kissing in the shed. And Dr. Henry's over there looking like, hey, wait a minute. That's my daughter and that's my student. I'm about to have to invent an entirely new scientific breakthrough. Murder.
You're at the top of the list for the scholarship next year. Thank you. Oh, but Will, I think it'd be best if you stayed away from Georgia. I wouldn't want anything to get in the way of our work together.
Understood.
See you tomorrow.
Well, now we're in quite the shit pickle here. Will just asked Georgia to be his girlfriend, and she was thinking about saying yes, but now that Dr. Henry has seen behind the curtain here and found this love that's been blooming in secret at the hospital, if you can call it a secret considering they were doing everything shy of fucking doggy styling in the hallways of the hospital. But now that he's seen that they've got, intimacy between them, he doesn't want that. So now he's putting the kibosh on that shit, otherwise Will might lose his scholarship. There's so much building right now, the drama's getting unreal at this point. I can't even imagine where they're going next. I'm excited for the next episode, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Every year for my birthday, I make similar wishes. I wish I was a little taller, I wish my dick was a little bit bigger, stuff like that. But on my 26th birthday last August, I made a very different wish. Something not quite as selfish. I wished for something bigger than myself. I wish that there'd be a season 2 of Attaway General for all of us to enjoy. And my god, I can't believe it, the birthday wish finally came true. Attaway General Season 2 just dropped and I am jubilant. I have butterflies in my stomach, butterflies in my fucking butthole. I'm covered in butterflies, excited to get back into the Attaway General extended lore and the universe that they've created there. Season 1 was an absolute masterpiece, a beautiful disaster I couldn't help but fall in love with, and I can only hope Season 2 is half as incredible as the first season. Let's just dive right in.
And then I saw this light, and I heard a voice, and the voice was telling me, follow this path. Like, it was an angel or something.
You sure it wasn't Dr. Henry?
Holden!
I'm sure I don't need to do a recap of anything in Season 1 since we're all Attaway General fans here, huge enthusiasts, but just in case I'll bring some of you up to speed if you haven't finished Season 1. At the end of Season 1, Rosie, who you just saw right there, was attending a dance party with the other nurses around the area, and she was cutting the rug, boogieing down, really wiggling her finger on the dance floor, having a great time, when all of a sudden, she fell over, she collapsed right on top of the fruit punch bowl. And it turns out what happened was a sniper was posted outside of the hospital and was trying to claim a bounty that was put on Rosie's head. Unfortunately, however, for the sniper, Dr. Henry wasn't far away from the scene. Dr. Henry is a man who needs no introduction. We can thank Dr. Henry for the discovery of penicillin and electricity, and he heard the shot and began storming the dance floor, fighting through wave after wave of terrorists on his way there. He picked up Rosie's lifeless body and put her on a stretcher and began getting her into surgery to heal this wound. And as you can see here, Season 2 picks up right where that left off with that cliffhanger. We can see Rosie's doing just fine now. I'm not surprised to see that. Dr. Henry once performed a colonoscopy using only a magnifying glass and toothpicks on an active battlefield in the dense jungles of Vietnam, so healing a sniper's headshot was child's play for him. I knew this was going to be a successful operation. Dr. Henry has never failed at anything in his life, so I'm glad to see Rosie's back in this season. I'm glad to see the surgery went well on her, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
Instead of just the scholarship, this year one of our volunteers is going to have the opportunity for a summer internship at Manhattan Metropolitan.
New York City?
Now I've been given sole discretion to choose the winner.
An astute observer will have noticed that this is not the exact same cast from Season 1 of Attaway General. There's no Dixie D'Amelio because they probably couldn't afford her anymore because she's blown up to a level beyond Jesus Christ himself, and there's no Kit. I imagine she just didn't want to fucking do it and was probably embarrassed to even be associated with the program. But there is 2 reoccurring characters that were big in Season 1, and that's Rosie and Holden. And luckily for us, Dr. Henry signed the contract without reading it, so Dr. Henry's locked into Attaway General for life. So that's good at least. But it's unfortunate that we didn't get the exact same cast back, so there's a lot of plot lines that I don't think are going to be resolved in this season, which is a shame because I've been really on the edge of my seat after the cliffhangers of season 1. I've actually lost sleep thinking about, what's Georgia gonna do in her predicament? Again, for those that don't know, Georgia liked the boy and the boy worked at the hospital. That's a workplace relationship, and that just doesn't mix at Attaway General. Not in this witch's cauldron. That is not an ingredient that is welcome there. And Dr. Henry didn't approve. And if Dr. Henry doesn't like it, then god damn it should just be fucking illegal in the first place. And I really wanted to see how Georgia would work through this. But I guess we just won't see the conclusion to that. But anyway, right now Dr. Henry's bringing the new cast up to speed that not only can they win a scholarship, they can also win a summer internship at a hospital in New York. And for some reason, everyone's all excited about the potential at working in New York as an intern. That's like being excited to find pubic hair in your Big Mac. It sounds like probably one of the worst places you can get an internship at. I've been to New York a couple times. People there are pretty fucking rude. Being an intern there at a company there, I imagine you'd be spit on and shit on and you probably wouldn't have a smile on your face, but they're really buying into the idea that being an intern there would be the best shit in the world, so they're all fired up.
Holden and Sasha. Any questions?
Yeah, where's Kit?
Kit isn't coming back this semester. Sasha, can I have a word?
Between the ominous funeral music that just kicked in and the expression on her face, it makes it sound like they killed Kit and then ate her in like an act of cannibalism at Attaway General to appease some kind of blood god.
What happened to Kit?
She got suspended after prom. Wait, you didn't know that?
No. I was gonna surprise her.
Well, surprise!
So that's the official Attaway General story that the government would have you believe. I don't think Kit was suspended. I think what actually happened, the real story, the real scoop, is Kit just didn't want to be part of the show anymore. It's totally understandable, I get it, but it is a shame that she didn't reprise her role.
By the way, who's the cute guy?
You mean Holden?
No, she means Dr. Henry. It's established here that Sasha is Nina's sister, who is here trying to get the scholarship because Nina thought it would be good for her, but she's not very interested in it. Now, she's more interested in boys.
Hey Elijah, this is Benny. He's a new TV.
Take that, you try-hard hipster.
Nice ceilings.
What?
Nothing, I was just noticing the smoke detectors. Looks like there's plenty.
Never noticed.
Of course there's plenty of smoke detectors, Sasha. This building has to be up to code with the fire marshal. Clearly there's going to be an adequate amount of smoke detectors at a fucking hospital. Alright? I don't know what's going on here. Somehow the writing has gotten even worse in Season 2 so far. It's like the terrible fucking writers of Season 1, they just said, hey look, this is too good, get the fuck out of here, we're gonna go to the local elementary school and recruit them to write Season 2. And they did. And then those writers quit, and then they decided to find people on Fiverr that don't actually know how to read or write, and then they wrote Season 2 here. It's bad.
She came in with a swollen ankle, and now we have the MRI result. Does anyone know why we did an MRI and not an X-ray?
Swelling can indicate a damaged ligament, x-rays are for bones, and MRIs are better for evaluating soft tissues.
So it turns out Sasha's pretty smart, acing Dr. Henry's pop quiz. The only reason Dr. Henry did an MRI is because he wanted to show the students. He doesn't need to, he can eyeball those things. His eyes, he's got special eyes. They're equipped for being able to look right through the skin and pinpoint injuries. It's kind of like the Shinigami eyes from Death Note, except Dr. Henry sees injuries and then decides to do nothing about them.
When you rolled your ankle, you ruptured your Achilles tendon. That's why you heard that pop.
When can she be back on the mat?
Well, the recovery process for this type of injury is normally between 6 to 9 months. I'm sorry, Eva. We're gonna want to get you to surgery right away.
A pretty brutal injury Dr. Henry couldn't give less of a fuck about. Dr. Henry is more than capable of just implanting some robotic parts in there, like Frankenstein, and rebuilding the Achilles tendon better than ever, but he just chooses not to. Dr. Henry is one of those deities that just doesn't care too much for the human race and just takes some kind of sick pleasure in spectating without actually helping. And that's just Dr. Henry for you, baby. So Dr. Henry hits her with the cold water, and then we're transitioning right back into the romantic plot, which is typically the forefront of the Attaway General storylines.
Be honest. How does it look? Nina says you have to hold on to these for years.
Just need one thing. What was that?
Well, Holden, that right there was sexual assault. And you could press charges if you wanted to. I don't understand where that even came from, so right now, I know I haven't shown you the whole episode, obviously, but there's only been 2 scenes where these two even acknowledged each other's existence, and then this just immediately happened. So, I mean, the pacing on season 2, I mean, they're moving lickety-split here. They're going 1,000 miles an hour. This is going at like fucking Mach 4. They're speed running terrible romantic writing.
I thought you were trying to kiss me.
I was fixing your collar.
I can't believe I just did that. I should go. That was my first kiss.
Wait, like ever?
Like ever.
Do you like omelets?
Omelets? Why?
Because Junior's makes the world's best omelets, and I was wondering if you want to split one with me. And I couldn't let that be your first kiss.
Well, I hate omelets now. That's the end of episode 1 of season 2. Attaway General really coming out with a bang. Absolutely full throttle this season, it seems. Yeah, that's about it. Can't wait to see what kind of incredible shit develops in episode 2. That's it. See ya. I know, it's Attaway General Day. I know. It's exciting. Episode 3. That's right, it's Attaway General Day. That was a little brief interview I conducted with one of the writers for the show. So let's go ahead and dive right in. We're up to episode 3.
Hi, Molly.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
So, who's Holden?
None of your business.
He's a cute boy she has a crush on.
Do not.
Do too.
Do not.
Come on, you mentioned his name 12 times.
Molly! No pulse. I'll start CPR.
This episode gets off to a thunderous start here, taking a page out of its own playbook by using the same technique it used in the last episode where Holden was drinking soda and passed out suddenly. Now they're doing it with this little girl here. It was so good the first time they had to come back for an encore and just do it a second time, and honestly, it might be even better the second time around.
So, can I have some friends over tonight, Dad?
No. I gotta go.
Another great talk, Dad.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, that's right, we're in luck because episode 3 features Dr. Henry quite heavily. Dr. Henry, as I'm sure you well know by now, is one of the leading experts in the scientific field, the man credited with discovering the wet fart. And in episode 3, we really get to see him shine, and I'd like to see where they take his character. I'm hoping it goes kind of in a supernatural direction where, like, maybe one episode takes place at night with a full moon and Dr. Henry becomes like this full-fledged fucking werewolf surgeon or some shit. I think that'd be great and it'd fit right at home with Attaway General so far. Now there's something I'd like to show you. There's actually a mistake in this scene, if you can even believe that. When Kit is administering the CPR, the child actress opens her eyes right at the camera, looking right at the camera, and it's clear as day, but for some reason the editors just let it slide.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Did you catch that? Now, perhaps I'm being a little too presumptuous to assume this is a mistake or an oversight because I don't think that's even possible with the talented crew behind Attaway General. So perhaps maybe what it is it's showing how good Kit is at CPR. She was able to immediately resuscitate this little girl and bring her back to the land of the living.
I'm gonna go have a chat with your parents, but Jack will be here to keep you company.
So I'm supposed to offer you pudding or juice or whatever? Want some?
No.
Mind if I watch TV?
Knock yourself out.
So Georgia and Dr. TikTok teenage boy, whose name I've completely forgotten, go into the shed to kiss again, and this time it's actually observed by the second-year girl. So could this present some problems for them down the line with their careers? I guess we're gonna have to find out. But while they're exchanging spit in the shed, Holden, who just got some bad news with his heart defect, was just given the worst news of all. Jack was going to be hanging out in the room with him. I don't really understand why though. Holden doesn't want him there, Jack doesn't want to be there, and all he does is flip porn onto the TV while the two are just hanging out. They're the same age, it's not like he's some kind of adult mentor or anything, so I don't really get what the program even is. It's like Attaway General just has these teenagers go into these rooms to keep them company and insult the patients, because I mean, that's what Kit does. She goes into the room and just like makes fun of the patients or like hurts them, and then Jack goes into the room and just ignores them. So what is the point? You're just ruining the reputation of your hospital. It just seems like such a stupid fucking program. Oh hey, I see you broke your leg. Do you want us to call up your high school bully to see if he'd come over here and keep you company? Oh geez, so you tore your ACL, huh? Well don't worry, you won't be alone. Hey, can somebody get that bath salt addict that lives outside, see if he'd want to come in here and hang out with this kid?
Look, I know what's going on between you and Will. He picks a new one every year.
New one?
Girl, like fresh meat.
It's nothing like that.
You should probably walk away before you get your heart broken.
Thanks for the tip. Bitter much?
I'll be honest, I don't really know what that means with the pouring salt into some coffee or something. She just ruined her own coffee because, I mean, she was making it for herself and then she poured salt in it and then gave it to her. So I'm a little confused, so I guess bitter much might just be one of her catchphrases. Maybe we'll see it pop up again in future episodes at other interesting moments, like maybe she's tying her shoe and then the second year comes over to tell her something else about how she's being cheated on, and then she takes the shoe off, pours some salt in it, gives her the shoe, and then says bitter much and then walks away. I guess only time will tell with the Attaway general grand scheme of this plot device here, but it is very interesting. Or maybe it's just something I don't fucking understand that kids say or do, like salting coffee as an insult to somebody. I really couldn't tell you.
I don't want to talk to anyone. Just need a moment to be upset, okay?
I get that.
Oh, having a hole in your heart's pretty relatable, huh?
Nope, but I know what it's like to pretend to be okay when you're really not.
Wow, Jack, that was deep. Almost makes you forget that he was arrested.
Kit, do you mind stepping outside? I need to speak with Molly and her mom. Oh, Rosie, no, not you. You're fine. You can stay. Just Kit.
Are you kidding?
Excuse me?
Perhaps the great Dr. Henry isn't all that great after all. Maybe he's no saint. You know, one thing's for sure, he's no doctor. He hasn't been able to successfully do anything even close to being medically accurate, but perhaps he's also a bad person, too.
I'll talk to you later. Georgia, wait. Do you want to go talk in the shed?
Go ask Maeve, or that other girl.
Oh, is that a fresh pot?
Yeah. You want to swoop in and take it for yourself, like you do with everything else?
What?
So it seems the second year's words of bitterness to Georgia have opened her eyes to the fact that maybe she's not the only one getting kisses from Will. Perhaps that shed is the portal to the kissing dimension and she's not the only traveler. And while Georgia struggles with the harsh reality that to Will she's just another makeout in the shed, Kit is battling her own set of struggles where she believes she's being treated unfairly by Dr. Henry because she was kicked out of the room and Rosie wasn't, when she was the one that saved the girl's life and all Rosie did was play Connect 4 and draw pictures of buttholes with crayon on sheets of printer paper. So she believes she should have been allowed to stay in there, and if nothing else, Rosie shouldn't have been allowed to stay in there, so she's now confronting her about it in a pretty passive-aggressive way.
Please, all you do is suck up to the doctors and nurses here and act like an angel. I know your game.
I have no game. I'm just here to give back.
There you go again. Always with the perfect answer ready to go.
No,
Drop the act. What did you do to get to stay with Molly? Be Dr. Henry's pet?
I am not his pet. I am his former patient.
Patient?
Yeah, I have the same form of brain cancer as Molly. I'm Dr. Henry's poster child. That's why he asked me to stay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
There's a lot you don't know.
Yeah, you gotta feel pretty bad now, don't you, Kit? You fucked up. I wish the writers for Attaway General had wrote Game of Thrones Season 8. They're extremely talented. They're able to condense an entire season's worth of character development and information into a single 9-minute episode. It's nothing shy of impressive. It's like when you go into a public toilet stall and you see someone just, it must have shit their entire colon out into this toilet. They're like, wow, how did they cram so much shit into this one small little fucking toilet here? And that's how I feel about Attaway General. It's just nothing shy of impressive. It's just bang, bang, bang.
You're the brainiest teenager I've ever met.
I don't know where Holden's getting that from. They've only talked like 3 times, and the only thing she did was put a bandage over a cut and say, well, they could have used dissolvable stitches. I mean, that's 2 things that even I could think of, and I wouldn't consider myself one of the brainiest adults to ever live or anything like that. It's pretty simple stuff, and I get where Holden's coming from. He's just trying to flirt, and he's trying to get some kisses in the shed, maybe, so I understand.
Thanks.
For what?
For making me laugh. Today has been really bad.
Somewhere along the way, the take where he was laughing must have gotten lost, because at no point does he laugh in this. Dude doesn't even smile. It almost just sounds sarcastic or like he's making fun of her. Hey, thanks. For what? Making me laugh? Idiot. Haha. But yeah, that concludes episode 3, another exhilarating adventure in Attaway General, of course. Another fucking fantastic episode, and I look forward to watching episode 4 soon. That's it. See ya. I was honestly going to wait a little while before watching episode 2 of Attaway General, but I can't help myself. I'm like a man who just went on a diet and is having a hard time sticking to it. I just need to cheat and have some more Attaway General. I was fucking having dreams about Attaway General. I'm like a kid on Christmas morning who just got a present that I can't wait to play with. You know, with all the plot developments in episode 1, I just can't wait to see where it goes next. You know, I'm half expecting aliens to come in and go in the hospital and start jerking off patients. So, let's go into episode 2. This is called David and Goliath, obviously referencing the Bible, but Attaway General, as we all know, is better than the Bible.
I did not sign up for a volunteer janitor program. No offense.
So we open up with Kit being very disappointed in the duties of a volunteer. I don't know what she's expecting since she is just a volunteer. I guess she was under the impression she'd be some kind of hero doing some crazy work, you know. Someone gets pulled in on the brink of death and she just goes double fisting into their asshole and rips a time bomb out of their colon and then diffuses it, saving the day. Or, you know, someone comes in with a neck gash and she pinches the vein closed to save their life and everyone gives a round of applause. But that's just not really what a volunteer does. This was alluded to in the first episode, in fact, where she wants a lot of responsibility as a volunteer, so it's great to see them building on that.
Just waiting to get my stitches removed.
Mind if I take a look? Sutures look like they healed nicely. Shouldn't have too much of a scar. I would have used absorbable sutures myself, but then they couldn't bill you twice.
The strangest teenager I've ever met. You're cute, but strange.
Is that why you're sweating?
She's coming out hot, a little aggressive there. Oh, well, I personally would have used a staple gun, but, you know, using these stitches here makes sense with the work of an amateur. You know, this show's kind of like Kids Bop's version of House.
I don't feel so hot, if I'm being honest.
Make sure you wash your hands. Hospitals can be a petri dish. And apply scar gel daily. None of that all-natural stuff.
I'm being totally sincere when I say this. I am fucking shocked they said none of that all-natural stuff. This seems like the kind of show where they be preaching, you know, fucking shungite rocks to heal the scar. Oh, well, if you use this piece of mulch I found that was blessed by Mozart music for over a month, it should heal that scar quite nicely and protect you against the common cold. I was absolutely shocked to hear that they actually went against all-natural garbage pseudoscience shit, so...
I gotta go.
Nurse Sandy told me to be careful. One of the boys bullied the other, and is pretty dangerous.
Oh, bullies are scary.
Be nice.
We are approaching a crescendo of madness. We've got a ton of moving parts in this episode. We've got the boy with the scar, who's now just passed out due to an overdose of flirting, so now he's fainted. Meanwhile, a code blue is in full effect, as I'm sure we're all aware. A code blue indicates that a traveling circus clown was smoking weed in the cafeteria. Smoke got a little too extreme, causing the fire alarms to go off. And now we're talking about a bully. We got a fucking bully in the ER. It's getting nuts. It's getting a little extreme.
We meet again.
Must be fate. Or a small hospital.
Nerd or stud?
Nerd.
Smart is the new sexy. I read that somewhere.
Oh, you read too? I'm impressed.
I read lots of things. Novels, magazines, instruction manuals.
Reading? Ew, I thought reading was for losers, but this guy's not a loser. I mean, he dances on TikTok. He can't be a fucking loser. And if he reads, well, shit, maybe it's kind of cool. I mean, a super stud stack like this over here, he clearly loves reading. I mean, he's reading everything shy of the terms and services to signing up to iTunes. I mean, listen to him. I read novels, magazines, construction manuals, mean Reddit comments, the divorce papers. So you want to make out or some shit?
I'm so sorry you're hurting. How about an ice pack for that eye?
No, I'm good.
Can I get you some pudding? Juice?
Just juice. Just juice, please.
Don't mind him. Could you be a little bit nicer? Poor kid's been through enough.
Whatever, he could still have some manners.
And we're supposed to have compassion.
Yeah, that's right, pussy. You better remember your manners, otherwise Jack is about to get aggressive, and you don't want that. Did you know Jack got arrested? Yeah, you best be afraid. This is the guy you read about. Remember the guy that went to a Denny's and didn't pay for his meal before leaving? That was Jack. That's the outlaw you're dealing with and making upset right now, so be careful.
You know I've never been in a fight? Maybe you can give me some pointers. Right hook, left jab, maybe an uppercut even?
Yeah, a bit of a miscalculation there from Kit. I don't know why she's asking for fighting advice from the guy who clearly lost the fucking fight. This dude is destroyed. You're asking for his technique for getting his ass beat? It's a recipe for disaster. I'm sure he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm sure he's under no delusions that he won the fight. I mean, you fucking kidding? That man is annihilated, absolutely obliterated, eviscerated in that fight, and yet she's just rubbing salt in the wound. Oh yeah, what did you throw? A right hook, a bend over and get your ass fucked by him? What was the technique, huh?
I forgot I told Nina I needed to get something from the shed. I'll be right back.
You really don't know where the bandages are?
Oh, I do. I just needed an excuse to get you in here.
You don't need an excuse.
That's the kind of shit that's gonna get you fired, you know? I hope she doesn't like the volunteering job, because she's not gonna have it for long. And this kid, you know, he's the protege to Dr. Henry, the great Dr. Henry, the man who invented rain. I mean, this guy literally invented weather, and now his protege is, you know, breaking company policy. So they're really risking a lot here, and that only amps up the crazy times at Attaway General, you know, high stakes.
I have to go to the bathroom.
There's one right in there.
I can't go with an audience, and I could use a walk.
Okay, there's another one in the hallway. Maybe Jack can show you?
What? No.
I'll see myself out.
Davy Jacobs, 5'10", 200 pounds. So, was that your plan to lose a few? Start a fight and hope he punches back right in the jaw? You look fit, though. I'm sure that's not why you started it. Juice. You need juice.
I don't know what her grudge is against this guy, but she clearly fucking hates him. You seem a little overweight. Was that your plan, have him punch you in the jaw so you can't eat anymore? Hey, whoa, what are you getting mad about? I'm just over here making fun of you. Hey, whoa, now, I'm just a volunteer. Yeah, it's pretty aggressive stuff. Her bedside manner needs a lot of work if she wants to make it in the big leagues here. I mean, dude's out here looking like Jimmy from Ed, Edd n Eddy. He's got some kind of crazy contraption on him. He's probably not feeling good. I don't know why she's rubbing salt in that wound still. She just really fucking hates the guy.
Holden? What's going on? Get back.
Okay, what's the CPR? Are you gonna step down? You're supposed
If you hadn't snitched, I'd still be on the lacrosse team. I should have hit you harder.
Hey, enough!
The lacrosse team must have been very desperate for players this season, it seems. Honestly, I'm even surprised Kit intervened in this. I half expected her to just let this kid beat up the guy she's been making fun of. I mean, she's been beating him up with her words anyway, so I can't imagine she actually cares to break this up. I feel like she just feels obligated to do that.
What is it with you kids? You can't follow the simplest instructions.
He said he needed the restroom.
And I was only gone for a minute.
You're supposed to protect your patient kid, not abandon him.
Why does he need protecting?
Because Davey's not the bully.
And my guy's the bully?
Snitch on me again and I will break your jaw a second time.
You do that, you have to deal with me.
All right, everyone back to their rooms. I've had just about enough for today.
Baby, now it's getting fucking wild in here. Even Jack is like, you know what? I'm gonna let the demon out. I'm gonna show him why I got arrested. I'm the guy who bought tickets to a PG-13 movie but then saw an R-rated movie instead.
Can you tell me what happened to Holden?
No updates, kid. Holden has a severe heart condition that was undiagnosed. Lucky he was at the hospital.
Is he gonna be okay?
It's not a good prognosis, but he's at Attaway General getting the best care there is.
Yeah, there's nothing to be worried about, Kit. He's at Attaway General with the legendary Dr. Henry on staff. You remember Dr. Henry? The guy who treated a little girl's third-degree burns by giving her some heroin? He's taken care of this one personally. He's already put an ice pack on his forehead and administered some Robitussin, so the kid's already well on his way to recovery. Dr. Henry has done it again.
Hey, I've been looking for you.
Here I am.
And it turns out I was really good.
Well, good for you, but I don't want to be here. I'd rather be in bed.
Oh, hey, your mom texted she's not going to be able to see you next weekend.
And if you can believe it, that's where the episode ends. Another incredible cliffhanger. Nobody does it better than Attaway General. No one's able to make me salivate for the next episode quite like Attaway General is able to do. It's incredible. I can't wait to watch episode 3. I need to see where the story goes. I need to see the conclusion. Oh my god, It's crazy. It's a fucking wonderful show. Fantastic. Splendid. That's about it. See ya. Forget everything you think you know about shitty shows. I'm about to introduce you to something that'll open your third eye. You'll achieve enlightenment, and I'll reveal the truth behind the word shit. Big Bang Theory? That looks like a masterpiece in comparison to what I'm about to show you here. This is a hospital show that is entirely composed of TikTok stars acting alongside some people that they found on Fiverr. It's called Attaway General. I'm always blown away by how talentless TikTok stars are, and this sets a whole new level that I didn't even think was achievable. This is like quantum talentlessness. It's fucking crazy to me how bad this show is. I've only watched one episode because I don't want to spoil myself. I'm not just going to binge on it and then run out of Attaway General where I'll be like fucking scratching at my neck like a meth addict waiting for my next fix of the Attaway General show. So I've only seen one episode, and I'd like to go over it with all of you here because it really is something special.
Today's premiere of Attaway General is brought to you by Just Dance 2020. The game is honestly so much fun, and I can't wait to play with my entire family.
Nothing says quality quite like the opening seconds being dedicated to an ad. I've never played Just Dance. Maybe it is a game that I'd enjoy too and want to play with my entire family. Just fucking boogie down, cut the rug, and get wild on some Just Dance to some good old boner jams, you know. Hopefully they have Skynet on Just Dance. I'm not quite sure the catalog, but yeah, maybe it's a great game. But I didn't tune into a complex narrative, story-driven, high-octane character piece show like Attaway General to dance. I'm here to feel, I'm here to cry, I'm here to smile, I'm here to get emotionally invested in these characters.
Yes. Babysitting, great.
That's right, Georgia. Make them feel seen, heard, comforted, whatever they need. Got a problem with that? Get an MD. Any questions? Jack.
Yeah, what time do we get off?
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
This is our main cast right here. As you've likely guessed, they are all TikTok stars, and it centers around these 4 volunteers as they go about their days in the ER. 2 of them don't want to be there at all, and the other 2 are excited to be there. So you got really unique character traits clashing right now between the people that want to be there and the people that don't want to be there. It's already off to a fiery start. Also, I do hope you enjoy that royalty-free song in the background because that's the only music you're ever going to hear in this entire episode. Apparently they only bought the rights to that one royalty-free song because that motherfucker is looping constantly in this episode. Every single second of this entire episode has that song playing in the background. It's like listening to the same Facebook cooking video on repeat.
Jack and Rosie, you guys can help me upstairs with lunches. Kit and Georgia, there's a new shipment of donated toys in the shed.
Well, I can see why they call this room the shed.
Come on, the faster we finish, the faster we can go do something real.
We've been here 5 seconds.
Studies show we form lasting impressions about others within seconds of meeting. So I can't be with you in a closet when I meet Dr. Henry. Seriously? You're his daughter? You're so lucky you don't even know it.
You're giving me the impression I don't want to be in the same room as you.
This entire show feels like a skit from the Amanda Bynes show, The Amanda Show. So, they're given some chores. Kit and Georgia are sent to the shed to get some shit. In the shed, it's revealed that Georgia is the daughter of renowned Dr. Henry. Of course, as we all know, Dr. Henry's done some fine work. In fact, they credit Dr. Henry with discovering the human erection, so Dr. Henry's a big deal, and she is his daughter, and she doesn't really like Dr. Henry that much, but Kit loves Dr. Henry and can't wait to meet him. So there's a lot of plot going on right now, a lot of exposition happening in this shed here, and the writing is superb. The writing in Attaway General is second to none. It feels like it's written by Tommy Wiseau if he was overdosing on Xanax.
If you're so advanced, why don't you go scrub in? Leave me be.
Maybe I will.
I really don't understand what Georgia is so angry about. All Kit was saying is, hey, you're the daughter of Dr. Henry, that's pretty cool. And then Georgia gets real upset about it, tells her to get the fuck out of here and go scrub in, alright? Leave me here, I'm gonna read a magazine. As if anyone's read a magazine for the last 20 years.
So, why did you volunteer to work at a hospital?
I got arrested. Beats juvie.
What the fuck did you get arrested for, Jack? Stealing Robux? You don't exactly look like some hardened criminal.
What about you?
I just love to help people.
For real?
Helping people? Yeah, what a fucking loser, am I right, Jack? You see Jack's face? I mean, seriously? That's for real? I mean, did you hear? Jack got arrested. He stole 3 packs of Yu-Gi-Oh cards from a Walmart. This guy is a bad boy. He is bad to the bone. He doesn't understand what helping people is about. Are you kidding me? It's fucking foreign concept. It makes no sense. He can't even wrap his head around it. The writing in this show is, it's like it's written by someone not of this world.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh. Jack might very well be the best actor I've ever seen. A lot of people are saying Attaway General is the worst show ever made. Is it the worst show ever made? No. Is it the best show ever made? Probably. And Jack carries it, as you can see here, you know. I don't know what happened here. I guess a pimple got popped onto the glass, and you saw Jack, oh jeez. And then he busts out into some hearty laughter, some good old belly laughs. This show just makes no fucking sense. It can't do anything right, or even close to anything right. This isn't explained, by the way, what the fuck happened here. It's just, oh geez, somebody come shot at the glass again. Ha ha ha. Oh geez.
She took me back here forever ago, and she hasn't come back yet.
Sorry, but it's really busy right now. There's been a huge accident.
I know. I was in it.
Oh, that must have been...
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. I'm just, I'm a little worried right now because I'm losing a lot of blood.
Okay, and what about it, pussy, huh? The doctors don't seem concerned about it. What are you? You a medical professional? Who are you to pull away a volunteer who very well could have been doing some great work fetching things in the shed? Now you've halted the entire development of the hospital. Now everything's come to a screeching halt because you're selfish, because you're bleeding out. Alright? Why can't you just be patient and wait your fucking turn? She's not even qualified, and yet she's gonna go out of her way and perform something illegal.
You should be fine to wait a little. If you hit an artery, you would have passed out by now.
That's comforting.
Use this instead. Lots of pressure. And soak it in cold water. The sweatshirt.
Oh, thanks. I'm holding.
Kit.
This was actually pretty confusing because this seems like it's about to spawn a romantic interest between the two here, but the kid looks like he's 13 and she looks like she's 18, so it seems like a huge age difference here. I don't know what the fuck goes on TikTok, but it just feels weird for the show to have these two be in like some kind of romantic situation.
Six-year-old female, third-degree burns, possible smoke inhalation. We couldn't get a line in.
What did you do to get arrested?
In prison, you're never supposed to ask about the crime.
Yeah, not even the writers could come up with a crime that was believable for Jack, so they just didn't even bother. Went with a little cop-out, which makes total sense, but as you can see, the tension's starting to rise. You know, I bet you're on the edge of your seat right fucking now, huh? You know, you got Kit in the emergency room right now. She's taking care of a boy who nearly lost his entire goddamn arm, nearly fucking bitten off by a shark, it looks like. And then you got another girl coming in with these third-degree burns. Even Dr. Henry shows up, not to spoil it, but that was Dr. Henry you saw briefly, the man, the myth, and the legend. So, I mean, it's getting wild. It's really ramping up. We're reaching the crazy climax of episode 1 of Attaway General.
Come on, dude. You're the last one. You have to eat. Hey, don't ignore me.
Hey, Jack, maybe try a gentler approach.
Hey, that's mine!
Eat your food.
What are you doing? You can't just force him. Here, let me try. Stevie, sweetie, you need to eat to get big and strong and feel better.
No!
That little kid is the best actor in the entire show. I can really feel how annoyed he was to even be around these TikTok stars. And I guarantee this wasn't like the first take they're using. They're just such shit actors that this was the best take they had. They probably did this one scene for like 6 hours. They probably have like hundreds of takes of this scene right here. And this was just the only almost usable one.
It's actually really good. Let me show you. Delicious. Get ready for the choo-choo train. Chugga, chugga, choo-choo. How about the airplane?
If only someone had warned that little kid that Jack has been arrested before. You don't throw yogurt at a convicted felon like Jack. You don't poke that sleeping bear. Jack will steal your fucking Robux.
What are you doing?
Oh.
Don't come any closer.
I don't think that's gonna hurt anyone.
Depends where I put it.
Well, can't really argue with that. I don't, it's just, why though? But like this scene doesn't make any sense. She's sleeping in the shed, and then she feels like she's being burglarized when someone comes in to get something from the shed. So she arms herself with a water bottle, and then threatens to stick it up his asshole or something. It's a good scene. Pretty good scene.
You're new TV, aren't you?
Nicely done, Sherlock. Now, what are you doing? Do you always sneak up on people when they're sleeping?
Actually, I had a reason to be in here. Some of us have work.
Am I supposed to congratulate you?
If you want to.
Yes. Of course. Well, you see, in the real world, that's called a sexual harassment charge waiting to happen right there. But I guess it's normal on TikTok, I suppose. Then again, on TikTok, almost every video has tongues sticking out, so I'm honestly surprised throughout the entire episode I didn't see any tongues hanging out. You know, I half expected the entire episode to be filmed with tongues out. Doing some of that shit or something, but we were spared the full TikTok experience, but still a very uncomfortable moment here. It's not very romantic, it just seems real rapey. You know, like, it's not really like a normal, natural way of showing these two characters might be interested in one another, just coming in like, if you want to.
EP's too low, I can't find a vein. I need more hands. You, come here.
It's our first day.
Get over here, come on. Grab on, right below the elbow and squeeze as tight as you can. Now don't worry about hurting her. Good, minute longer. And we're in. Keep up the rest of your breaths. Hey, good job.
Kit.
Kit, I'm Dr. Henry.
I know, you're amazing. I read your book. It was amazing, and that was...
Yeah, amazing.
Well, Dr. Henry, I'm gonna go against the grain here and say what you did was not amazing. In fact, I'd argue quite the opposite. What you did was the absolute bare minimum. This girl came in with third-degree burns, so they called in the big guns, the specialist, Dr. Henry. And all he does is march up to the girl and give her a shot and walk away. He doesn't even do anything with the third-degree burns or help treat her. He just comes up, there it is, there's the flu shot. Alright, my work here's done, thanks everyone. Like, what a fucking useless doctor. Like, how did he earn, like, the prestige? You know, Dr. Henry, I think, sucks. Didn't help with the third-degree burns, did nothing. You know, shit, this girl, she's broken her leg. We need Dr. Henry. Oh, okay, I'm here. Have we tried using essential oils? Okay, my work here's done now. Thanks, everyone. I'm going home.
Did I just say amazing twice?
3 times, I think.
Stevie, please, we'll do anything.
Ho, ho, ho! Give it up for Mrs. Claus! What happened to you guys?
We've had to deal with a demon. We can't leave until he eats, but we've tried everything. Everything.
The way she's delivering all of her lines makes it feel like she's doing an as-seen-on-TV product commercial. We've tried everything. But we haven't tried Just Dance 2020. Maybe if we get him dancing, it'll work up an appetite. Have you tried Just Dance 2020? Your whole family's gonna want to play it.
Pick your poison.
That one.
Excellent choice, and you can have her. But first...
You've got to be kidding me.
Thank you.
You earned it, kid.
The adrenaline was amazing. So first I stuck into the ER, and there was this boy. He was bleeding everywhere. So I saved his life. And then Dr. Henry called me over out of all the nurses in the ER to help save this girl with third-degree burns. It was crazy.
While you guys are patting yourselves on the back, your patients are still in critical condition.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The girl with third-degree burns, she wasn't treated. Though it's not their fault. Dr. Henry just didn't do anything. So that's on his conscience. But what about the kid? The kid they were feeding is in critical condition. I mean, he seemed fine. Did they poison him with the food or something? How did that happen? But hey, you know, she says it casually, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
Don't ever forget why you're here. But despite a few hiccups, you guys survived. Next week, try to be a little more professional. These will help.
Wow, this is so cool.
And that concludes episode 1 of this absolute banger of a show, Attaway General. I do have to wonder how this lady even knows what they did that day, because she wasn't in the episode past the first scene, so there's no way she could possibly fucking know what went on. But I guess she's just omniscient. She's got eyes everywhere. She was checking all the security camera feeds or something, I don't know. But anyway, what a great episode. And honestly, I'm excited for more Attaway General. What an absolute train wreck of a little YouTube show or TV show, whatever the fuck this is. It's incredible. That's it. See ya. It's Attaway General Day, baby. Go ahead, call in sick to work, cancel on your friends, I don't give a fuck, but it's time to watch some Attaway General. Yes, I know episode 2 came out a little while ago, I'm a bit tardy to the party, but I'm trying to savor it. Enjoy every little morsel of content from Attaway General instead of binging it the second it goes up like some kind of Attaway addict. You know, like you wouldn't tell a heroin addict to just go hard in the paint when he gets his next fix, right? You tell him, hey, maybe space it out a little bit so you can enjoy it more. And that's what I'm doing. Right away, we're introduced to a new character, a stud, a badass named Jamie. You can tell he's a badass because he's wearing a leather jacket and a motorcycle helmet, or what I assume is supposed to be a motorcycle helmet, but what it actually looks like is one of the helmets that you'd wear on Segways when you're doing like a Segway tour of a city. It's not exactly like a heavy-duty helmet. I'm guessing this is all they could find at the thrift store that they rated for the costuming of the series. So I would have expected them to at least have like a real motorcycle helmet, as opposed to this thing that makes it look like he was wearing it when riding on like a Razor scooter or something. To me, this entrance kind of screams that the show is written by 60-year-olds, because I feel like the dreamy biker guy fantasy died like 30 years ago with like The Outsiders and Ponyboy. Like, I don't know how many girls still fantasize about a guy that, like, pulls up a leather jacket, gets on his Harley Davidson with greasy gelled hair, and then takes out a comb and slicks it back. Or maybe I'm just wrong, you know? Maybe this is still what girls find, like, super attractive. Like, you know, maybe Jamie is the guy your girlfriend is dreaming of when she lies awake next to you. You know, it's entirely possible. I could be wrong.
What happens to the career in photography?
I mean, the pay is terrible, and so are my photos, so... Swipe right, Dr. H.
What, huh? Oh, nothing. Oh, hey, James. How's it hanging, man?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Attaway General lore enthusiast, but isn't Dr. Henry married? I could be wrong. I don't know if they established the divorce. In fact, I'm having vague flashbacks, like some kind of brain dance from Cyberpunk, that, like, perhaps maybe there was a mention of him and his wife being split. So it would make sense that he'd be on Tinder, but even if he is married, his wife needs to understand this is Dr. Henry. This is the man that literally created the female orgasm. So, you know, it's his world, and we're just hoping to suck his dick in it. So even if Dr. Henry was happily still married, I'm sure his wife would be excited to learn that he was on Tinder slamming some other ham. Because it's fucking Dr. Henry, baby. He's gotta spread his wings and come.
Maybe if you and Jamie just...
No! There's nothing to forgive. I'm not mad.
Nina's mad at Jamie about something we don't fully understand yet, but I'm going to wager a guess it has to do with motorcycles. Jamie, you know, he's well known for his love of motorcycles and shitty photography. And I wouldn't be surprised if he broke Nina's heart in his pursuit of motorcycle whispering, or, you know, maybe like a motorcycle therapist or something. Yeah, like some Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance shit, perhaps.
Do you date a lot?
Not really. I mean, you know how teenage boys are.
You know, I had a cousin who thought he was gay, but then he went through this whole process to try to figure it out. Turns out he wasn't gay after all.
I mean, alright. The worst story ever told, I think.
I can't.
But in the last episode they kissed. I thought they were getting married now. What happened?
Why? There's no rule against us dating, is there?
No, it's my sister. She has a lot going on right now, and she's worried about me.
Okay.
Well, maybe not no kissing at all.
Well, that plot detail lasted about 4 seconds. No, Holden, we can't kiss, because I'm thinking of my sister. Okay, I've stopped thinking about my sister. We can kiss now. For a second there was touch and go. I thought we were encountering our first major problem of the season here. How would Holden navigate this issue? But, you know, that was resolved really quickly. Really speed ran that.
I was just trying to help.
Okay, but this is a hospital, not a church. Surprise! I am switching up the TV assignments. Gotta keep you on your toes. Sasha and Benny, you'll be with Maeve, and Holden, you'll be with Rosie.
So it turns out Rosie has found religion and is homophobic, so they switched the roles because she didn't like that Benny was gay. So now Holden is no longer allowed to smooch with Sasha, and is now going to be working with Rosie due to her homophobia. So, I mean, we got a lot of moving parts coming in now. To my knowledge, I think this is like the first villain they've introduced in Attaway General, God. Right now, the enemy is religion because homophobia is running rampant among the TV volunteers here at the hospital because Rosie suggested Benny get help for being gay. And she found religion while on her surgery. She said she saw the light. I don't necessarily see how that means she has to not like gay people unless the light spoke to her and the Lord was saying that she needs to make sure gay people aren't allowed at Attaway General. I don't know. Season 2 is taking a very interesting twist here.
So, here's what's gonna happen. The orthopedic surgeon is going to make an incision through the sheath in your calf that surrounds the tendon, and then she's going to stitch it back together. Now, excess bleeding and nerve damage are the two major things she's
Doctor.
going to...
Really, not a whole lot's going on at Attaway General right now. Holden and Sasha are worried that someone's onto their relationship at the facility. But other than that, that's just about it. Dr. Henry comes in and reads a Wikipedia article that they copy and pasted into the script, so that's good. And that's really all that's happened so far. Pretty uneventful day at Attaway General.
It's time. Am I gonna be okay? You're gonna do great.
Not on Dr. Henry's watch, I guess. I don't know why he shot her this look here. This is some sinister shit. What do you mean she's gonna be okay? As he sits there like doing this shit with his hands like a cartoon supervillain. I don't know what Dr. Henry's plotting here, but he's up to no good right now. The last thing she sees before going under is Dr. Henry come galloping in on horseback with a scalpel and chainsaw. I don't know, they don't conclude here, I'll go ahead and spoil this, they don't conclude what happens with the surgery here, but I wouldn't be surprised in episode 3 she comes out like a fucking cyborg or something crazy. Because Dr. Henry's up to something. He's got something up his sleeve.
Hey, Jamie.
How are you? How's your mom?
She's okay. Doctors are trying a new treatment to shrink the tumor, so fingers crossed.
Sasha, ready to go?
This is only the second time we've seen Jamie all episode, and he forgot his line. You could see him stumble there a little bit. How's your mom? Yeah, the woman that like popped you out of her vagina or whatever. How's she doing? Is she doing okay? She doing good? She doing real well? Of course, this shows to illustrate the philosophy of the Attaway General crew. If at first you don't succeed, that's fine. It'll still make the final cut. If you don't get it right the first time, don't worry about it. We're still gonna put it in the final cut. You know, it's just how they do things. They only believe in one take. If it's not perfect after the first take, it's good enough. That's really about the end of the episode. Nina says she's not mad at Jamie, but everyone knows she's mad at Jamie for something we don't fully know yet. But hey, that'll be for episode 3, I suppose. Another action-packed episode of Attaway General. More crazy, wild shenanigans going on there at Attaway General. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. Technology has come a long way since the invention of the first dildo. Now we have computers that can beat chess grandmasters with ease. We have supercomputers that are perpetually decrypting pi. Technology is truly incredible, and we can pretty much do anything imaginable except make me taller. That would take a miracle or a genie being rubbed out of a lamp with a wish. However, if you tasked a supercomputer to make a better show than Attaway General, that shit would just fucking explode, because it is impossible to make a better show than Attaway General. It is perfection. It'd be like in War Games when it deduces that the only way to win is not to play. You can't beat Attaway General. Episode 3, let's get in it.
Stay a little longer, Marty. I just put another song on the jukebox. Wait, I think I have another quarter here somewhere.
They found her wandering the intersection, and Christine went to go find anyone that knows her.
I'm just gonna go ahead and rip the band-aid off early. Episode 3 is a bit of a stinker here. It's like a Naruto filler episode. It's all about this lady who has Alzheimer's, and they chase her around the hospital. It's not a whole lot happens, but I'm still gonna show you just so that way you're up to date on the lore and the character interaction, because it's still important. But we're gonna be checking out 2 episodes here today, 3 and 4.
You're looking for me any moment.
Oh, good. Sasha, I need somebody to babysit a Jane Doe in the ER.
It's supposed to be a bit taboo to be making out with your co-workers, and these two both acknowledge it, like, hey, this is probably going to get us in trouble if we're caught, and then they'll still just sit there and swap spit right in the middle of the entire fucking hospital, and right in front of her sister.
Morale is at an all-time low. We need you back in practice.
Sorry, losing 2 quarts of blood during surgery and getting stuck in here for another week wasn't part of my plan.
Sorry, so crazy. We should be getting ready to win nationals. Now we'll be lucky to even qualify.
I have no idea why this girl keeps visiting the cheerleader in the hospital when all she does is blame her for being injured and remind them that without her they are now the worst cheerleading squad the world has ever fucking seen. She's like, how dare you tear your Achilles heel? You're so selfish, it's just like you. And now because of you, we're all gonna get fucking wedgies and swirlies by the other cheerleading squads, and they're gonna take a piss in our panties and rub our nose in it, all because you hurt yourself and you're the only one with talent on our squad.
And one that could get me kicked out of this program.
You won't get kicked out. She'll be mad at me.
Can I see this?
They keep reminding each other that if they're caught, they're gonna be in the big, deep stinky with the hospital, because what they're doing is frowned upon. And then in the next scene, they'll be like climbing on top of a fucking patient's bed just to make out on top of them. They'll like bust in during surgery just to kiss each other while handing Dr. Henry a scalpel. Like, you know, and then they act surprised that people are on to their secret. And then, of course, while they're kissing, the lady there runs away. And that's the big plot point, that because of their work romantic relationship here, they cost themselves a potential problem by having the patient run. And that's really all that happens in episode 3. It was just a super fucking boring episode. The lady didn't go far. She went to like a hot dog stand or some shit. I don't remember now. But there just wasn't anything interesting that happened. Now, it would have been cool if she was like a retired Navy SEAL, and then she has like an episode flare up where she escapes from the hospital bed and starts making improvised weapons. Like she gets a hold of like an empty water bottle and then finds like a Glock in the cabinet somewhere, and she makes a silencer out of it, and it turns into like a fucking hitman mission. Makes it like maybe even Home Alone a little bit, like booby trapping the hospital, trying to take care of all the people who she now thinks are terrorists because she doesn't know what's going on. You know, that'd be kind of interesting, right? Then you have this cat and mouse game between the TVs there, like Rosie's slipping and sliding on like soap that she's set up in the hallway, and then she like throws a log with spikes on it to take out some other staff members. Like, that'd be pretty fucking wild. But that doesn't happen. Episode 3 is just really fucking underwhelming, so let's hop in episode 4.
Are you aware that Holden and Sasha have been messing around behind your back? If this continues to happen, there'll be consequences for all of you.
Okay, got it. I will talk to Rosie and we'll figure it out.
Nina, everybody in the hospital knows that Sasha and Holden are kissing. They're kissing everywhere. There isn't a single square foot of that entire fucking building that they haven't kissed in. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that they're making out in the janitor's water bucket when he's trying to mop, and the janitor's upset about it. Like, it's not a very well-kept secret.
Oh my god.
Get an R, pep stat.
What is it? Is it Mom?
It's not Mom, but you shouldn't go. Jamie!
Now, this episode is packing the fucking thunder. Jamie's been in an accident and he got boo-boos on his leg, and it's rough. So, that's how we start this bad boy off here. We're going to get a little backstory on Nina and Jamie's relationship, how they've come to know each other. And as you can see, Jamie, he's in rough shape right there. I saw at least 3 scrapes on his leg. They might have to take the entire fucking thing off just to save the rest of his body. Like, it is not good. He must have fallen off of his scooter onto an anthill or something, perhaps. It's bad. Like, it's as bad as it can get. But luckily, Dr. Henry is nearby to rub a little bit of plutonium on it, and I wouldn't be shocked if he even brought out some traditional methods of medicine where he starts like getting a stick and rubbing it together to create a fire on the wounds to help cauterize them.
Nice.
Since this is your first offense, and you seem like a nice kid, I'll give you an option. You can either pick up trash by the side of the road, or volunteer at the hospital.
So that's the X-Men origin story of how Nina ended up working at Attaway General, because they spray painted a heart on the side of a meth lab or something. I'm really not quite sure. Jamie wasn't caught, it was just Nina. And, it was some pretty hardcore graffiti. Almost seems like entrapment. It looks like it was some kind of fucking sting operation or something from the law enforcement, because the second they painted that heart, cops were right there fucking blaring the sirens. They were ready for action. They knew. Kids must like to spray paint hearts on that wall, and they had enough of it. It's like moths to a flame. Kids love to graffiti that particular area, and the cops must have just been waiting. Yeah, hey kids, look at that wall. Looks like a real innocent wall, huh? Makes you want to just put some spray paint on it, huh? And then they did it, and they're like, fuck it, we're coming in hot. I'm surprised there wasn't one of them leaning out of the window just fucking peppering them, lighting them up. But yeah, that's how she ends up at Attaway General. A pretty cool story, I suppose. A life of high crime before arriving here.
Any news?
There's a lot of internal bleeding and a broken femur. But we're not going to know the full extent of everything until we get in there.
The femur wasn't broken when Jamie arrived. That wasn't the result of the accident. That was Dr. Henry just getting mad and accidentally slamming his hands down on Jamie's lap. Or perhaps Dr. Henry broke the femur just to give himself an extra challenge during the surgery. Dr. Henry has been known to do that. Dr. Henry, of course, is the man who even invented the femur in the first place, so Dr. Henry giveth and Dr. Henry taketh away.
able to at least pretend like you're here to work?
Literally nobody is at Attaway General to work. Even Dr. Henry spends half of his screen time flipping through Tinder looking for new women to mash pissers with. So this is Nina having a flashback to when Jamie also volunteered at the hospital to keep her company. And just like everyone else we've ever seen at Attaway General, they just spend their entire time making out. And yeah, that's about it.
How is he?
He is a fighter. We're still going to be in there for a while longer. So why don't you go home? Get some rest.
No thanks.
He's lucky to have you.
It seems like every time Dr. Henry's doing surgery, he finds some excuse to walk away from it. He spends more time during a surgery outside of the surgery room talking to other people. He'll just find any excuse to leave. Like, all right, everyone, put your pencils down. We're doing great work here. Just go ahead and clamp a couple veins or something to keep them alive for a minute. I'm going to go stick a popsicle in my butthole in the bathroom. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes and then we'll keep going here. Oh yeah, he just walks in there, surveys it, takes a couple sniffs. Everything smells good. Keep up the good work. I'm gonna go back outside and just kick some mulch around or something. I just don't want to fucking be here. And then Dr. Henry fucking peels out. Like, just, I mean, what's the point? He just leaves for 10 seconds, but says like, hey, Nina, go home. No, I'm not going home. Okay, I'm gonna go back to doing my job and saving this man's life. And then he just goes back in. I don't know. It seems like Dr. Henry doesn't really spend enough time actually doing the surgery that he claims he does.
Nina,
What? What's so wrong with that?
that's too much. This is too much for me.
What are you saying?
Once again, flashing back to her relationship with Jamie, Nina won the scholarship from Attaway General, but instead of accepting it and going away, she decides she wants to stay at Attaway General to be with Jamie. Much to Jamie's despair, he does not want her to stay. He's like, can you get the fuck out of here? You know, this is too much for me. Don't you see how busy I am, Nina? I have to make TikTok videos lifting my shirt up for the 11-year-old girls to watch on there. Like, I can't be with you anymore, Nina. Just please accept the scholarship and leave. And this is where they break up because she wants to stay, Jamie wants her to go, and he also wants to be a photographer or something, taking pictures of motorcycles and scooters or whatever. So that's why they're no longer together, and Nina is so mad at Jamie. But yeah, we'll have to wait till the next episode to see if Jamie pulls through after the absolutely catastrophic accident that Jamie had, slipping and falling on a banana peel and scraping his leg. It was rough, but we'll have to see how he does in the next episode. That's it. See ya. Just when you thought 2020 couldn't get any wilder, there becomes news of TikTok potentially being banned in the US, causing a global crisis. If this doomsday does fall upon us, at least we have the cherished memories of Attaway General. Let's take a look at episode 7.
Let's get a platelet
Somebody help
inhibitor
him,
to
he's
stop
dying.
the fight. We're doing everything we can for your grandfather, I promise.
Sonny, I wouldn't be the first to kick the bucket. They've been doing this for years.
Let's go get some air, okay?
In case you've forgotten, in the last action-packed adventure at Attaway General, Mr. DuPont had a heart attack, and now we can see the aftermath of that and the incredible care Attaway General gives to its patients. They wheel him into a room and just toss a blanket over him and call it a day. Well, we've done all we can here. Let's just hope for the best. I have expected them to just bring a body bag in for him, because there ain't no way they're curing this fucking heart attack from this guy at Attaway General. And they probably did just bring in a body bag and a priest when the kid left, just get it over with, because, you know, they're not going to save him. And I like how even Mr. DuPont seems aware of this fact, saying to his grandson, Sonny, I wouldn't be the first one to kick the bucket. They've been doing this for years. He's literally just saying, yeah, kid, look, I wouldn't be the first one to die in this fucking hospital. It's basically just a slaughterhouse for humans. I actually don't think they've saved anyone, so just expect the worst out of this one, alright, grandson?
I'm scared.
I get it. It's okay to be scared, but can you be brave too?
The kid doesn't sound that scared, and Georgia doesn't sound that interested. I feel like every TikTok actor here, the main four, just always sounds so fucking annoyed by everything. Ugh, you're scared your grandfather's dying. Look, whatever. Can you just kind of be brave or something? Jesus.
It's okay. He's gonna pull through.
I like to imagine that not even the most basic precautions were taken on set, so that trash can that she stuck her head in, fake puking, was an actual used trash can, so just full of like rotten food, dirty diapers, used needles and shit like that. So when she dunked her head in there like she was bobbing for apples, just an actual blast of just foul aroma.
Sorry, my head feels like mush.
Have you been getting enough sleep?
Yeah, but still, mush.
How many hours of sleep have you been getting?
You're doing it again, kid. I'm not your patient.
I'm just trying to help.
Whatever.
Yeah, Kit, stop asking just basic questions, even though he's the one that started talking about it. God, just leave him alone, Kit. He's not your experiment to just interrogate. He's not your question post to just ask questions to, Kit. He's his own man who happens to have been arrested one time. So just stop interrogating him, Kit.
Mr. DuPont, how are you doing?
Oh, well, this is my third heart attack. At this point, it's like a speeding ticket. He's not gonna have any structure once I'm gone.
Don't say that. You're not dead yet.
Oh, you're a real firecracker, aren't you?
What? How is she a real firecracker? All she said is, you're not dead. Which is accurate. I mean, you're not dead. Unless you were brought back by some kind of necromancy spell from Dr. Henry. I mean, you're alive. It's not like she came at you with some kind of, like, clever thing or something. Are you flirting? Is it like a flirting attempt, maybe? I'm just not quite sure.
Yeah, apologies. You know, just that my family, they won't let me eat anything good.
Well, your family might not let you eat anything good, but Attaway General's feeding you like a king. Look at that bowl of scrumptious sewage. What the fuck? Someone actually just emptied a fucking bedpan into a bowl and gave it to this guy. Hey, Dr. Henry, thanks for letting us use your bong. We're just gonna go ahead and empty out the bong water now. Oh, God, no. Are you insane? No, fuck no. Don't let that go to waste. Put that bong water in a bowl, spit in it, and then give it to that old man.
I spoke to Dr. Henry this morning. I'm going through with the surgery.
Really?
Not to mention the fact I'll be missing prom. I convinced Bella to go with my friend Kyle, and somehow I'm jealous even though I'm the one that set it up.
It's kind of a weird decision. That's some, like, actual cuck shit. Hey, I can't go to prom. Can you just take my friend instead? I mean, it's not like she needed a date to prom. Like, if you can't go and you're her boyfriend, she probably could have just gone with her friends. Like, that's not unusual. That's not weird. It's kind of weird that you just set it up with your friend. Like, hey, Bella, I'm just going to toss you around to my friends here to you know, go to prom and shit. So, yeah, have fun. No, you don't have to say it. I'm telling you, you're doing it. You're going with Kyle. You're going with Kyle, Bella.
George is doing above and beyond at present.
Okay.
I believe it's time for a quick nap. I don't know the particulars of your relationship with that little brown-noser, but I do know that life is short.
That was the first time that old man had ever even seen Will. A split-second interaction where Will comes in saying, hey, what's up, pussy? Is there anything I can do to help? And the old man just says, nah, I'm hanging out with Georgia playing chess, and then he leaves. That is the only interaction, and it was about 2 seconds. And somehow that old man was immediately able to deduce that Will and Georgia had a thing going. Apparently the entire fucking hospital knew, except Dr. Henry. Which I guess makes sense because they were making out in the hallways and shit, fucking slapping each other's ass cheeks in the hallway in front of everyone, including the patients, but the old man wasn't even there for that. He just felt when he entered the room that there was weird love in the air or some shit. It's wild, wild.
Obviously, it's not as fancy as real prom, but...
Thank you. This means the world. You know, it's funny. I never expected to get in a bus crash, and I expected even less to have heart problems. But somehow I'm happy.
Oh, you don't say. You didn't expect to be in that bus crash? Well, I'm fucking shocked. Well, you didn't look into a crystal ball and see it coming, then go out of your way to make sure the prophecy was fulfilled? Are you kidding me?
I didn't get a shake, but Where's Mr. DuPont?
He passed in his sleep a little while ago. Sorry. Georgia!
I actually think Attaway General just outright executes any and all of their patients. Like, we still haven't seen that little girl who was about to go through some procedures with Dr. Henry, so I'm assuming he just cut her head off or something. But I mean, like, George is clearly bothered by it. Like, hey, Mr. DuPont's dead. And then all the other woman there can say is a sarcastic, oh, sorry. Hey, sorry, okay, he's dead, so what? In fact, I'm the one that killed him. Okay, you're gonna fucking cry about it? Get out of here.
You okay? Mr. DuPont died.
Cut the music, now! Nina, how could you let this happen?
Excuse me, what am I Is this fun? Is this fun? Shut that shit down right now. Fun? At Attaway General, all we deal with in here is death. In fact, I'm killing 4 patients in here right now. I see 4 patients dancing. Meet me in my office.
This is absolutely out of bounds.
Doctor, everything is under control.
Under control? Holden is having open heart surgery tomorrow, and you've got him dancing around.
You're such a snitch!
I was just coming to the party. I didn't say anything to him.
You're such a liar!
Oh, now, there's a lot to digest here. So Dr. Henry comes storming in. I invented the radio. I won't be having it used for fun in my hospital. Shut it down, turn it off. Nina, you're fired. This is ridiculous. Get the fuck out of my sight. And apparently, Georgia believes that Will snitched and told Dr. Henry about the party, which doesn't make any sense because Georgia was literally stapling and handing out flyers that said that there was a party going on, a prom at Attaway General. So obviously Dr. Henry, basically living at this hospital, he's going to see at least a couple of those, I would imagine. And it's not like you could really keep it a secret. It's at like the actual like fucking main lobby here of Attaway General. Like if Dr. Henry even needed to go take a piss or something, he would walk by the prom and see it. So it wasn't some kind of well-kept secret or anything. And then Rosie falls over herself over there at the punch bar. I mean, shit's just going nuts. And that's where the episode ends. The next episode is the season 1 finale of Attaway General. I mean, I can't wait to see where they take this bad boy next. This is getting intense now. Now it's getting really fucking intense. That's about it. See ya. And here we are at the season finale to Attaway General. Episode 8 is the conclusion to the first season here of this incredible new anime. And I know when a lot of people finish a great show, they're often left with a little hole in their heart, a void that they can't fill because there's no more of that show to watch, so they get into a little bit of a sad state. And I feel like we're all going to experience that same phenomenon here today with the conclusion of Attaway General. This has become just something of a renaissance of media. It's more than just a piece of fiction, it's an entire revolution almost. It truly is just a remarkable show, and I think perhaps will go down in history as one of the best first seasons of any new show.
200 milligrams epinephrine.
Temperature 103.
She's dehydrated. We gotta bring this fever down.
You're gonna be okay.
Hey, you 3, clear the area.
What's happening?
We'll get them out of here.
Dr. Henry is not fucking around this time. He's pulling the butt plug out and demonstrating why he is considered the best surgeon at Attaway General. I have no doubt that Rosie is going to get the best medical care available in a way that only Dr. Henry can provide. He's probably going to give her a flu shot and shave her eyebrows to help with the dehydration. He then instructs Will to kick out the other 3 volunteers because he can't be giving away his Krabby Patty secret formula to the surgery, you know? Get him out of here, Will. No witnesses. Get him out. They can't see this. Nurse, can you please fetch me my French horn?
What's going on? Is Rosie okay?
She has an infection in her brain, and that's causing a high fever. She's stable, for now. Nina, I need to talk with you in my office.
Dad, stop. She had nothing to do with it.
Look, actions have consequences.
I like how Dr. Henry's blaming the brain infection on the prom. He thinks that because Rosie was dancing at their little dance that they put together at the hospital, it gave her a brain infection. I mean, this dude sounds like someone who's afraid of fucking 5G as well. Calls Nina into his office. Nina, is that an iPhone? You realize these emit 5G microwave frequencies, correct? You've killed her. Her blood is on your hands now, Nina.
Sorry for ruining prom.
Don't be silly. It wouldn't be a problem without some drama. Why didn't you tell us you weren't feeling okay?
Jack has to be the last person that you would want talking to someone who just got told they had a brain infection. That's just going to make it significantly worse having a conversation with Jack about it.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry about the prom.
Just once I thought you could rise to the occasion. But it's obvious you have no respect for me. Or this hospital.
It's not what you think. I'm actually good at this.
Well, your definition of good falls way below most standards.
Georgia, I'm extremely disappointed in you. Trying to give these patients a fun night? You know that's not how we do things at Attaway General. I'm going to have to go into each one of their rooms now and smother them with a pillow because they've all been contaminated with this prom that you threw. Just once I thought you would rise to the occasion and help me deliver nothing but misery, the way we do it at Attaway General, but I can't even count on you for that.
I am good. Patients like me, and unlike you, I can act like a normal human being outside of these walls.
What is that supposed to mean?
Dad, you're a good doctor. Everyone knows it, but you put everything you have into this hospital, and at the end of the day, you have nothing left. You pushed Mom away, and now you're doing the same thing to me.
Why do you think I brought you to this program? So I could protect you.
Protect her from what? Is she being hunted by assassins? You're doing a terrible job of protecting her if that's the goal here. You've only actually said one line to Georgia in the entire show, and it was in the last episode when you fucking bulldozed your way into the prom and said, "Hey, is this a party? Fuck you. I fucking hate my daughter. Fuck you, Georgia. I'm disappointed. You never rise to the occasion. You don't like killing people like I do, and I just don't like it. Just fuck you, Georgia." But I am trying to protect you. I'm saying this because I'm looking out for you.
Yo, can we talk?
There's not much to say. I already talked to my dad.
It's more complicated than whatever he told you.
I know that he told you to leave me alone, and I know that you listen.
I wish I didn't.
This show goes at an absolutely absurd pace. Like, within the span of 2 episodes, a million fucking things have happened, while at the same time, nothing has happened. It's like Schrodinger's pile of diarrhea.
Me too.
Every single fucking conversation between these two has absolutely nothing happen. It's like biting into styrofoam and thinking it's popcorn. You get nothing out of it. There's no substance. It's just fucking empty, hollow garbage. Attaway General feels like it was written by an AI that was tortured and forced to watch nothing but CW shows and then try and write a CW show in only 8 episodes.
Hey, I wanted to tell you something.
Yeah? Hello, Holden?
Hey, babe.
I thought I missed you, but they said I could pop in. How are you?
Good.
You ready?
I can only imagine what Holden was going to say to Kit. Probably something very romantic. Maybe he feels the same way about her as she does about him. Or maybe he was on to a big conspiracy. I like to imagine Holden was about to reveal like a really disturbing truth like you see in those shitty horror movies where he's like, "Kit, look at what I found." He lifts up his blanket and pulls out a Bible. Look at these pictures, just death and destruction. Notice any common themes amongst them? And then he points it out right there. Picture Dr. Henry with a hood and horns coming out of his head. Dr. Henry is the devil. Kit, save me. This isn't a hospital. It's a factory to deliver souls to hell. Dr. Henry's Lucifer. Some kind of like crazy grand reveal. I'm still hoping in season 2 of Attaway General they take a supernatural approach. Just introduce superpowers or something maybe. I think that'd be nice.
He's gonna be fine.
Is it Rosie?
We don't know yet. But the board is ready for you in Georgia.
And that's where season 1 of Attaway General wraps up. In true Attaway General fashion, it's extremely underwhelming and not well executed at all. But, hey, it's Attaway General, baby. That's what we play the game for. That's what it's all about. I gotta be honest, I was worried that maybe I was going to have like a sinking feeling in my stomach, like, damn, there's no more Attaway General. I feel a little lost. But yeah, that's not the case. In fact, I'm relieved that it's over. I mean, this was such an adrenaline rush. I mean, Christ, every time I watched an episode, my blood pressure would spike. I mean, I'd be on the edge of my seat like, holy shit, what's gonna happen next? Now I don't have to worry about that stress. Just get to wait until season 2 comes out. Hopefully in season 2, perhaps like a post-apocalyptic landscape has happened, and Attaway General is the last remaining hospital. Like it's a fucking Mad Max universe, and Attaway General is the last beacon of civilization, so they're dealing with all kinds of crazy wounds, fucking body parts flying all over the place or something. Who knows? The possibilities for Attaway General are truly limitless, and I'm excited to see where they take it next. That's about it. See ya. It's Attaway General Day, baby. Do I even need to say anything else? It's like Christmas. If Christmas came every week and the only present you got was a pile of dog shit in a box.
Are you okay? I'm fine.
Are you and Holden?
I said I'm fine.
As you'll remember from the last episode we tuned in on, in the gut-wrenching moment that was pulling on all our heartstrings when Sasha told Holden that they needed a little bit of a break, you can see the ripples here, the aftermath of such a devastating blow to the Attaway General Hospital. Because, I mean, 2 episodes ago, if Holden and Sasha were at the coffee pot together at the same time, they would have just taken the pot and dumped the scalding coffee over each other while kissing in front of her sister. Because that's basically all they did for the entirety of this show so far, is kiss everywhere at every opportunity. But now, after Nina threatened them, they're taking a break.
You're gonna be under a lot of intense scrutiny.
Yeah, pretty much every time Dr. Henry's on screen in this season, he's just on Tinder and getting really excited about the possibility of mashing pissers with someone that he matches with on Tinder, constantly distracted by it. So he went from like this incredible doctor that basically solved all of the world's issues in the first season to now just being like this orgasm wizard who just constantly thinks about fucking. And that's how you do character progression. This is a masterclass on developing your characters naturally. Season 1, Dr. Henry discovers water. He's basically God. It's his world. We're just jerking off in it. Season 2, Dr. Henry becomes a teenager going through puberty who's only thinking about titties and he's Googling images of butthole. I think that makes sense, and I'm happy to see the character development of the Dr. Henry character.
Tell me what? Dr. Henry, I literally saw him leaving my house this morning. Like, saw him kiss my mom and everything.
Yeah, it's Dr. Henry, baby. Now he's fucking his employees' moms. And they are so lucky to have Dr. Henry's penis anywhere even near them. So congratulations to Benny's mother. And I have no doubt when Dr. Henry pulled up for the dick appointment, he rolled up in like a 1960s Corvette Stingray, weed in one hand, cigar in another, driving with his knees, wearing a magician's top hat and a cape. I bet he was looking fucking incredible. And my God, I mean, I'm just happy to hear that Dr. Henry's out there slaying.
I think you have a real shot at this internship. I mean, imagine a summer in New York.
Yeah, that sounds fucking terrible. I was tired of New York after 2 days. I couldn't imagine being trapped there for an entire summer. It'd be like being locked up on Alcatraz.
I'm sure you were a little surprised to see me this morning. Sorry that you had to find out about your mom and I like that. It's not exactly the way we wanted to break the news.
I like how Dr. Henry just rolls up on Benny. Hey, Benny, you remember when you saw me with my pants down and semi-chubbed? Because I was fucking your mom, you remember that? Hey, I just want to make sure that you know that, yes, I'm fucking your mom. I don't want things at work to be uncomfortable just because I'm piping your mom, which now you know. Now you do know that. You know, where that birth canal you came out of? Yep, I'm putting my meat right up in there. You know that. But we don't need the entire workplace environment to be discussing it. It doesn't need to be weird between us at work. But yeah, definitely fucking your mom and, get back to work. I'm just going to be super upfront and honest with you guys right now. This season of Attaway General is so fucking boring. The only plot line I care about is Dr. Henry fucking Benny's mom. I'm not even going to bother showing you any more of the episode because it's just not very, fascinating. It doesn't seem to really know where it wants to go. Jamie's surgery was fine. They replaced his spleen with a robo-spleen with 5G Wi-Fi capabilities so he can constantly have internet through his new bio-augments, and then everyone else is just kind of being friends and talking. It's not a whole lot of interesting shit going on. In Season 1, I mean, anything was possible in Season 1. I was half expecting aliens to barrel through Attaway General looking for Dr. Henry's help in some kind of intergalactic terrorism unit or something. It's just, Season 2 is so trivial in comparison. Really, nothing is happening. I'm gonna watch the next episode now. Hopefully it picks up, but it's just not looking good for this season of Attaway General.
Who can tell me how we treat fractured ribs?
X-rays first, surgery if necessary, but most broken ribs heal on their own within 6 weeks.
And plenty of bed rest.
This whole fucking episode is the cast going around to different patients and reading Wikipedia pages on the most basic shit. I feel like the writers here were like, oh, so people think we don't know what we're fucking talking about, huh? Well, watch this. I pulled up WebMD and copy and pasted. That's this whole fucking episode so far. It's ridiculous. How do you heal broken ribs? Oh, you get Dr. Henry to go in there with a hammer and some nails and a little piece of bubble gum, and he just fixes it right up. God damn it, it's so boring now. I was such a huge Attaway General fan, but this season is awful.
Well, I didn't want to wait until we're both healed to see you again. And my leg's killing me.
This is the second scene that Jamie and Eva have been in together. He just learned her name, and then they kiss. I mean, that's Attaway General, though. So that's pretty much the whole episode. Sasha's mad at Holden because now Holden is doing well at the hospital and is thinking about the internship, so now she wants to crush his dreams. I don't know. It's not very good anymore, unfortunately. Attaway General is taking a huge fucking nosedive in quality. What was once synonymous with pristine, top-notch entertainment is now starting to just look kind of stinky. It's not very good. It's a shame to see something so beautiful, something almost perfect such as Attaway General, having its reputation a bit besmirched by bad writing in Season 2. I really thought Attaway General had what it takes to be the next Breaking Bad, but with the way Season 2's been shaping up, I just don't know if there's really a chance. It needs to go back to its roots where constantly there was something wacky happening at Attaway General, where it wasn't just talking. It was also a lot of shit happening, like an old man drinking urine out of a bowl that they gave him. Like, they had a lot of moving parts going on, and now it's mainly just characters and their relationships with one another. And it's just not as good. That's about it. See ya. It's that magical time of the month again. I may not menstruate and bleed out of my vagina, but I will be bleeding out of my ears as I watch episode 4 of Attaway General, baby. Attaway General has quickly become my favorite show I think I've ever watched, so I'm more than excited to check out episode 4 here. Let's hop in. Just like the series premiere for this show, this one kicks off with an ad, this time for gum, where a dude asks a girl to prom by putting a note in some gum and she says yes. Whole class gives a big round of applause and it's a victory for gamers everywhere, leading me to believe if I'd only chewed more gum in high school, I too could have found a prom date.
For you, madam?
You made these?
Yep. Spent all night making them.
We get to see Jack come in hot right here with some Reddit advice with these origamied flowers and hitting this lady with a madame. Was expecting a fedora tip, didn't get one, so he wasn't ready to double down and fully commit to the Reddit advice, but he does get pretty close, and I have no doubt her panties were probably sodden. And I think I speak for all of us when I say Jack is the best part of this show. He is carrying Attaway General right now. He is the Atlas, and the world is Attaway General on his back, because this man, his acting is on a whole nother level compared to everyone else in this cesspool. He makes Joaquin Phoenix look like an actual amateur, just dwarfs his acting talent. Jack is just able to fully assimilate into his character here, so much so that I don't even know this guy's real name. I only know him as Jack. And as I'm sure you remember, Jack got arrested. We don't know what for, but I imagine it was because he was just too fucking good at acting.
Oh, also, you're on filing duty with Lizzie.
The pain might as well kick in soon. Ugh, that's gotta hurt.
There it is, baby, the classics. Kit doing what she does best, physically hurting the patients. I feel like Attaway General was written by someone that had a really bad experience in the hospital with like a nurse or a volunteer. Like they were getting fucking wet-willied by them and teased and made fun of, because they portray all of the help around the hospital as just actual fucking bullies to the patients for no reason.
If it isn't Busboy.
The one and only. How's my favorite doctor?
I'm not a doctor.
Oh, I know. I was asking about Dr. Henry.
Can you guys stop flirting and someone scratch my knee, please?
We're not.
We're definitely not flirting.
Holden, I've been so worried about you. How are you?
Hey, babe.
I was as shocked as you are right now when I found out Holden isn't single. He has been going behind his girlfriend's back to flirt with Kit. That is so dubious. I can't even fucking believe it. I don't know where the nickname Busboy comes from. I'm not quite sure. I think it was because in the first episode he was involved in a crash that involved the bus, which is why his arm nearly fucking fell off and was gashed. So it's a little weird to make that his nickname, considering he almost died from it. So choosing a nickname that constantly reminds him of a traumatic experience in his life is a little odd.
What are you doing?
Putting on my filing tunes.
Jack's about to get his ass arrested again for being too lit while filing. God damn, he's busting it wide open with his filing tunes. I really have to wonder if the people behind this show have ever even talked to a teenager or anyone younger than 50. It feels so out of touch, like, if we asked teenagers to file for us, how would they do it? They'd probably, like, listen to hip-hop music, and they'd probably play mobile games on their cell phones or some shit like that. Yeah, we'll write it in there. That seems believable. Like, no conversation feels like a conversation that has ever happened in the entire history of this fucking planet.
What are you doing here?
I'm shadowing Dr. Henry for Molly's surgery, but only if it's okay with Molly.
Don't let him do it. Until Regina found out that Prince Harry was also visiting other princesses. He didn't even care that she might find out. He didn't care about her feelings at all.
She can do better than Harry.
Yes, she can, and that's exactly what Princess Molly told her.
Georgia, seriously? Just talk to me. Why are you so mad?
That should be clear from the story.
Will just entered the Thunderdome and is getting blasted. This man's getting split apart like a Kit Kat bar. First, George is reading this new J.K. Rowling story that is attacking Will. George is attacking Will. Even the little girl's attacking Will, and he doesn't even know what the fuck's going on. This dude just came into the crossfire here.
Do you need anything? Water?
No, I'm okay.
I got the phone call and I was so worried. I couldn't believe it.
She waited a really long time to come see him. There's no gauge for how much time passes in this show. I mean, you could even argue fucking time doesn't exist in a show like this. Like, this show transcends time and space itself. But she seems to have waited a very long time. She didn't come when he got into a bus crash. She wasn't there when he was getting his stitches removed or when he had the heart defect prognosis put upon him. And now he's still here after a long time of what I imagine is at least a couple weeks, and she's just now stopping in for the first time, which is, it's, you know, she doesn't really care that much. Maybe they're not a great couple.
They're cute, but I, don't ship it, so don't worry.
Do you mind if I turn the music down a little bit? I have a headache.
Don't touch anything. You're gonna ruin my system.
I think we should just stick to the directions. It's exhausting enough as it is.
Just think of it as a video game. Up, up, down, down, left, right, right. Your turn. Up, up, down, down, left, right, right.
Jack's methods may be unorthodox, but god damn it, you can't argue the results. He works in mysterious ways. He's like fate itself. I have no idea what the Konami code has to do with filing shit. I don't get it at all. Just think of filing as a video game, up, up, down, down, left, right. What does that mean? Are you playing like fucking Beat Saber or something with these files? Like, what are you doing? Going up here and then like left, and I don't get it at all. And then fucking, they're cute, but I don't ship it. This entire writing room must have been like nothing but geriatric old men gathered around like a Dell laptop running Microsoft XP, and they accidentally found Tumblr and just started taking shit that they saw on Tumblr and throwing it into this fucking dog shit pile. It is crazy. Nothing fits at all.
Up, up, down, down, left, right.
I think I'm gonna need a cup of coffee if I'm even gonna try to attempt that.
Hey.
Hey.
So? You were really good with Molly in there.
Thanks.
Can we talk about us?
I think we should keep this strictly professional.
What did I do wrong?
Nothing. Just not interested in being anyone's fresh meat.
Fresh meat?
I gotta go in.
It actually does kind of resemble a video game at this point. It sounds like the dialogue is overlapping itself, like the game is glitched and now the dialogue's just like stacking on top of itself. Hey, so, about us, what? No, what? Professional. Just this fucking absolute catastrophe of conversation. It's wild. I thought, like, the first 3 episodes, like, that's as bad as the show's gonna get, like, it's gonna stay around that bad. But episode 4, to me, is by far the worst. This is where it really falls apart. It's clear that they just made this on the spot, like, day of. It's like, shit, these TikTok stars are super busy. They have to dance, like, 3 times a day to some, like, popular shit and lip sync. So we only have their time, you know, for, like, an hour. Let's just make up a storyline when they come to set, and we'll just shoot it right then and there. There's clearly, like, no thought behind anything going on here, and it is beautiful.
What in the world is going on in here?
Your system does not work, so I made my own.
Jack, we have to put it back how it was.
This was supposed to be done already.
We need to put this back.
What? No way. My system's so much better.
Jack, stop, please. Just go home. Let me take it from here.
Whatever.
You just woke up the sleeping dragon right there. That was a big mistake. It's like for a brief moment, Rosie forgot that Jack got arrested for spending the night in a Target after it closed for a 24-hour overnight challenge shitty YouTube video. You do not want to fuck with Jack and make him mad. He'll throw your files right on the goddamn ground. Also, I have no doubt Jack's system was far superior to that of the medical professionals. Jack just seems like the kind of guy that's got it all figured out. You'd be lucky to have his system in your filings.
Boys are the worst.
Amen to that.
We want to help. You want to help me? Of course.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking for a patient.
My name's Bo.
She's in room 6. I'll show you.
And that's where the episode ends. Kit helped for about 3 seconds. I don't even think she picked up a single file. She just said she was going to help, and then didn't help the second someone showed up. Any excuse to not help her clean up those files, because that did look tedious, so I don't blame her there. But yeah, anyway, that's the end of episode 4. Another great adventure at Attaway General, and I'm looking forward to episode 5. That's it. See ya. In a battle, there's always a winner and a loser. And unfortunately, this time around, we have lost the holy war against Netflix. Netflix recently put the kibosh on password sharing in a move that I thought would be the downfall of the platform, since everyone in the world shares a Netflix account with many people. I thought this would just have the entire streaming service circling the drain, but I couldn't have been more wrong. My prediction was more incorrect than the people that thought the world was ending in 2012, because according to the latest data published this week by an analytics firm called Antenna, they've reported that Netflix has seen the biggest spike in subscriber signups since they started tracking that data in 2019. When I first read that report, I legitimately did a Mr. Beast thumbnail of like actual shock, because I was completely convinced that once people were kicked off their Netflix accounts that they were sharing with so many others, they wouldn't pay to sign up again and just shell out big clams for a service that has such a weak catalog. Like, what the fuck is there to even watch on Netflix? Unless you're a huge fan of The Hype House, or Tall Girl 1 and 2 of the Tall Girl Cinematic Universe, or God help you, Big Mouth. If you watch Big Mouth, consider this an intervention. You need professional help. That show is criminally awful. Like, I just didn't see a reason why people would, fork over big doubloons to re-sign up to Netflix when there's really nothing worth watching on there right now. Aside from the 1 or 2 times a year where they actually do have something good on their platform, like Stranger Things, for example. But that doesn't come around often. That's like a winter solstice, right? Like, you don't need to have Netflix year-round just to watch those 2 decent productions that they introduce. So I was just very surprised that so many people signed up again after getting kicked off. In fact, to go a bit deeper, who remembers the hit series Resident Evil on Netflix? The original production that was an insulting mess to the actual franchise that it was borrowing from? Well, I think that the way that show talks about Umbrella Corporation is really apt for Netflix itself. But instead of Umbrella Corporation creating the T-virus, Netflix is creating the P-virus, because all of their shows are P. Actual fucking urine quality productions that are infecting the viewers into thinking that they need to be paying for the service. You don't. Let me be the light in the darkness here. You don't have to be paying fucking $8, $15, or $20 a month for Netflix now that you've been kicked off of the account that you've been sharing with for the last decade. You got spit in your face from Netflix. You don't have to wipe it off and say, thank you, can I have some more? Out of every major streaming service, aside from jokes like Peacock, Netflix has perhaps the weakest catalog. You do not have to be paying $8, $15, or $20 a month in order to have access to a fucking snooze fest on Netflix. You don't. But we have lost this war. This clearly was a very successful move from Netflix. This worked out extremely well for them. Password sharing on Netflix was more common than the cold, so I just really was under the impression that when you take that away, I think the number was 100 million accounts were password sharing. So when you kick off that many people, I just did not expect such a large percentage of them to come back, like, all happy, and especially not this quickly. Like, they got kicked off and then lickety-split signed up immediately again. So it really worked out for them, but I wish that it didn't, because they've for so long encouraged password sharing, and I really don't like the way that they're going about the crackdown on password sharing. There's definitely better ways that aren't as costly to families that have multiple people across multiple households. You don't have to charge fucking per person, and it's extremely strict on exactly how it all works. I've gone over the specifics of it in a couple of videos before, so I'm not just going to keep repeating myself. I'm just surprised. Like, I'm just out here befuddled at how successful this has been for Netflix. Now, I would like to mention that they have received a lot of cancellations as well. They've seen an increase in cancellations, but the new signups are outpacing those by a wide margin. Netflix received nearly 100,000 daily signups on May 26th and May 27th already, and it's just absolutely popping off for their bottom line right now. So it always sucks to lose, but unfortunately, you just gotta be humble even in defeat. Sometimes you just take a bite of that BLT sandwich. Hold the B and T, it's just a fucking L sandwich. And that's one of those cases here. I do think that this is also going to be wildly detrimental for every other streaming service, because on every streaming service, most people are sharing passwords. You know, spoiler alert, everyone is sharing passwords when possible. And now that the Netflix crackdown has been extremely financially successful for the company, I do envision very soon there will be crackdowns on every other platform as well. So password sharing might be a thing of the past. I feel like it's going to be outlawed across the board on streaming services, and that fucking sucks. All I can really hope for now is that the way that the other streaming platforms crack down on password sharing isn't as strict as Netflix. Hopefully there's some wiggle room for families to actually be able to share passwords to some degree, as opposed to charging so much money for a big family or a family that's across multiple households. So that's something we just have to wait and see on, but I do think that's coming, so just put that on your calendar, mark it down for the near future. Rest in peace, password sharing, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I've been actively following all of the Netflix updates in regards to their password sharing policy, because I always get really interested when a company the size of Netflix makes business decisions that could ultimately lead to its demise. This idea of something being too big to fail, but then failing anyway, is always so interesting, like Blockbuster. Once a household name, but now a household joke. Netflix watched Blockbuster jump off a cliff and said that looked like fun, so why don't we try it? Which is poetic considering Netflix did play some role in the demise of Blockbuster, and now they're making decisions that are very possibly leading them to the same fate. I'm sure all of you know they don't like password sharing anymore. They're waging war on the 100 million password sharers. They're trying to commit a genocide on them. They've made a very strong stance, wiggling their finger, saying, no, 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 no more of that, Buster. They've pumped up their SpongeBob anchor arms and they're busting down your door and removing access to your Netflix account if you're a password sharer. I've already talked about this twice, but it just keeps changing and evolving quicker than a fucking Pokemon. So initially their plan was restrict access to anyone that shares passwords, where it's only a one household service where you have to be in a primary location in order to access it, and you only get a 7-day grace period while you're traveling to access Netflix. That was as lenient as they got, and they put all of these rules into effect in some Latin American countries, but now they've also put it into effect in Canada. Mudahar recently made a video covering all of this. Here you can see a notice that you receive. A Netflix account is for people who live in the same location. So if you're not a member of the family, or at least a stranger living inside the walls, attic, or basement of someone's household, you won't be able to access their Netflix account anymore. You'll just be kicked off and unable to access it. Now, originally, this was going to be going global, right? But after backlash, they tried to play the "it was just a prank bro" card and say that this policy wasn't meant to go live on the American services, so when it hit the website as like an upcoming policy change, they tried to backpedal saying, whoa, big oops moment here. That's not happening yet. But then confirmed that it is happening in Latin American countries, and now it's happening in Canada, so you can extrapolate from this that it's likely coming to America very soon. Going to the website, you can see a bit more in detail exactly what the plan is. We've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account with features like profiles and multiple streams. While these have been hugely popular, they've also created confusion about when and how you can share Netflix. Today, over 100 million households are sharing accounts, impacting our ability to invest in great new TV and films. What's impacting your ability to invest in great new TV and films is common fucking sense. You guys have brain rot at the office and literally greenlight the worst shit imaginable. It is unreal, the low quality of some of your Netflix originals, and you don't even promote half of them. In the last video I made talking about this whole situation, I mentioned Bruise Brothers, which is a show that I think had 10 people watch it, and one of them was Matt, and he said it's the worst comedy he's ever watched in his life. And Netflix tries to like bury that under the rug, yet they financed it, right? Like, you are putting money behind projects no one wants, no one hears about, and no one likes. That has nothing to do with the amount of money you have in your piggy bank, because you are shaking your piggy bank like you're trying to make it rain on a stripper. You're just putting it into projects that are bad and doomed for failure. It has nothing to do with your actual financial bottom line. You have plenty of money to invest in good TV and films. You're just not. You're putting it into trash, garbage, and clearly you're not being rewarded for it. And also, talking about the confusion around how you can share Netflix, you slimy weasels, you absolute fucking worms. What a despicable load of horseradish. You used to encourage password sharing. This little blemish is still live on your public Twitter right now. Love is sharing a password. Now, if you want to say that you've completely changed your stance on it, that's one thing. Love is no longer sharing a password. In fact, that's sin. Sharing a password is unforgivable sin, a breaking of the 10 Commandments, and you're going to jail for it. You've changed your mind. That's what you should say, not try and chalk it up to confusion as if you've never encouraged password sharing. You used to, and now you're not. Okay? It's changed. There's not fucking confusion. You're just delusional. You're the crazy one. You're taking crazy pills, not me. I'm not dumb, you're dumb. They continue to announce that it's rolling out in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, then talk about what's coming. So setting primary location, which is the one household system, managing access and devices, which they're saying you can now easily manage who has access to the account, even though that's never really been like a pain point or a headache. Like the only reason Netflix ever got super popular in the first place is because of the convenience and the ease of use. So it's actually just easier to pay for Netflix as opposed to pirate something. So it's never been like hard to do that. I don't know why they're advertising it as like a new easy service. So that's a weird bit of fluff there. Transferring profile, so people using an account can now easily transfer their profile to a new account, which they pay for. Watch while you travel, so you can still access Netflix when you're on like a vacation at a hotel and shit, but it's only for a limited amount of time. It's not like forever travel, at least not as I understand it. I don't know why they're leaving it kind of vague there. But then this one is a little interesting. So now you can buy an extra member. So members on our standard or premium plan in many countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, can add an extra member sub-account for up to 2 people they don't live with, each with a profile, personalized recommendations, login, and password for an extra $8 a month per person in Canada, and then adjusting the rates for the other locations. So you're paying a subscription per person per month. And here's just a visual of all the plan features. So premium is clearly the highest tier where you get to purchase membership for 2 other people. And this whole thing is very confusing to me because it seems like there is absolutely no reason to purchase extra members on your account. You're not getting a crazy discount on it, and when you do pay for that extra membership, they're getting their own separate login and password. All you're doing is picking up the bill. So you're paying 2 monthly payments, your account and now theirs. So what the fuck is the point? At that point, you're better off just giving them $10 in the mail and saying, hey, go crazy, go hog wild, make a Netflix account with this. Like, what is the point in paying for that password sharing? And that's the wrong word because you're not even sharing passwords. You're just sharing the embarrassment of paying for Netflix twice, really. The idea, I suppose, is, like, let's say when this goes live in America, my parents won't be able to use my Netflix account. Well, I can still give them access to it if I'm a premium member by paying the fee for them too. So then I just pick up the bill for both of us and they can still have their own separate Netflix that I'm paying for as opposed to them. So it's not really password sharing, it's just giving you the opportunity to pay for a couple of other people to have access, which I think is just kind of worthless, really. I don't see that being a super popular idea. Though the more I think on it, the more I think there was actual potential with the core concept here. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would imagine the majority of people that are sharing Netflix passwords aren't sharing it with like fucking 10 or 20 people. They're probably sharing it with close friends and family, at least in my experience, that's who's sharing. So that's like 2, maybe 3 people. Like, you know, a divorced family where the kids want access to Netflix at both mom's side and dad's side, and so they share an account to make that easy. They can't do that anymore without paying multiple times, but why not take this idea and expand it like this? You have X amount of free account sharing, so you can designate like 2 family members that can still share your same Netflix account for free. Nothing changes there. But then if you want to extend it to like 4 people, 5 people, whatever, then you pay. So then you'd pay like an additional $8 to get like 2 more people that you can share it with. So I feel like that'd be a much more lenient way of monetizing in a very similar fashion that wouldn't immediately just be like fucking going crazy with it and making it super brutal. The motivation behind this idea is clearly to monetize the 100 million people currently accessing their service for free. However, I compare this decision to when OnlyFans spent 12 hours saying that they're going to be removing adult content from their site, which would instantly kill OnlyFans. They eventually had that eureka moment where the light bulb flipped on in their head and they're like, wait, if we remove porn from OnlyFans, we're going to be buried 6 feet under. We're fucked. So then they reversed it. I still don't understand exactly what happened during that time period at OnlyFans headquarters. They must have been hit by like some kind of cosmic stupid beam that reset their IQ to like 3. And they're like, oh, OnlyFans is not a porn site anymore. Now it's going to be about cooking and sports and shit. Or whatever else they were trying to say. Maybe they got confused on the date and thought it was April 1st. I don't know. But that was still one of the most comically awful business decisions I've ever seen. And now Netflix is trying to compete with that by taking 100 million users away from their own service and expecting them to come back groveling at their feet with money in their hand in order to access the worst Netflix original content imaginable. Slapping 100 million people and then still expecting them to bend over and goatsy for you so you can fuck them financially is just an absurd notion. I'm sure some people that are kicked off will pay for it going forward, but I think the vast majority won't because there's so much competition, so many other places they can go, and also this isn't like some invaluable service people can't be without. They'll probably just not bother in the first place, especially considering how weak and winky-dinky the catalog is, full of stinky Netflix originals with almost none of them being good for 2023's upcoming slate. I looked at the docket for the upcoming Netflix originals this year, and there's only like 2 that stood out as potentially good, which I feel like is the primary reason Netflix users even have an account is for the originals, because if you're just on Netflix for like some of the old classic shows that are still amazing bangers, you can still find them elsewhere for cheaper than your subscription model right now. And since this is becoming wildly inconvenient for the 100 million users that were password sharing, most of them, I imagine, will start turning to piracy. This will incentivize piracy to pop off once again. So they're just not going back to Netflix, at least not a super meaningful number of them. That's my prediction. But yeah, that's the latest update on Netflix ruining their own business model. So yeah, that's about it. So yep. Netflix really embarrassed themselves this week with their whole anti-password sharing stance where they were going to be dropping the Iron Curtain on everyone that shares a password, kicking off roughly 100 million users in order to force them to sign up in order to access Netflix. A very strict set of rules were revealed on their website where you would now have to always be logging in every 31 days from the primary household, and anything else would be treated as treasonous, and you'd be sent straight to jail, in prison for life, because you shared a Netflix password. I'm exaggerating the terms a little bit, but that's basically them in a nutshell. Nobody liked it. This is one of those things where every single human being on the world, despite all of our differences, we can come together, form a big circle around the bonfire that is the Netflix stock that would have went up in flames had they gone through with that idea. But it seems like they've backpedaled on it, and just like me when I'm wiping my ass and the toilet paper breaks and my fingers touch my butthole, it was a big oops moment, they're claiming. They're saying that they never meant to publish those terms about the anti-password sharing, that system is not going live as of right now, and they've deleted it from their website, claiming it was all an error. I don't know if I believe them, but to me, this feels like an example of one of the few times bullying actually works for a greater good, where a giant fucking multi-billion-dollar company just got bullied into getting rid of a completely dog-shit proposal. But make no mistake, soldiers, the war has not been won. This victory was just a small battle, a simple scuffle, because Netflix has made it very clear they are 100% cracking down on password sharing, but I think with all of the pushback after this announcement came out, they're just going to go back to the drawing board on how to lightly do it, a little less cutthroat, because they fucking slapped everyone. What they were proposing was brutal, with absolutely no wiggle room for anyone or anything. Now, I did go over all this on stream, but I'll briefly mention that they did say that this is currently in effect in some Latin American countries as a test, so they're kind of guinea pigging other territories before bringing it to the States. And I guess this could potentially have been them dipping their toes in the water, but it was a little too hot, so they pulled their toes out real quick, saying it was an error. But if you want my opinion, and By no means am I an expert. I'm just a local fucking idiot guy. I think Netflix's primary concern would be making their catalog stronger, because out of all the main players in the streaming space, aside from Peacock, which is legitimately a joke of a service, they have the weakest catalog. Watching their originals is about as painful as watching your girlfriend cheat on you. Like, they just don't have anything that makes it worth it to sign up. Like, it's enough to keep people that are currently signed up there, and the people that are already password sharing there, because they already have it, but it's just not good enough to bring in new, like, subscribers, I don't think. So when you kick off the 100 million people and you keep the catalog as winky-dinky shitty as it is, they're not going to just turn around and sign up, because there's nothing on there that they really want to watch or need to watch. And again, it's just going to incentivize piracy, even if there is a couple that they want to watch from Netflix, because they do have a couple good originals, of course. They're not all bad. It's just the majority of them, I would say, are pretty bad. Because Netflix has this big problem with just throwing money at everything for no reason, it feels like. Like, things that you've never even heard of and things that they don't even bother to promote themselves. How many of you have heard of the show Bruise Brothers? It's a Netflix original comedy show. Matt calls it the worst show he's ever watched in his life. I didn't even bother to watch it past the first 30 minutes. And yet that's a Netflix original they put a lot of money behind. Like, they just have so many of these things that not even they're promoting as their original catalog, and they're putting tons of money into it. So they're losing a lot on that, and it's not good enough to keep people wanting to subscribe to Netflix. So if you want those 100 million people to maybe consider subscribing, give them a better catalog, and don't just, like, cold turkey cut them off. Like, there's definitely better ways of handling it if that's the goal. But anyway, I'll play some of the clips now where I go a bit deeper into the whole thing. Yeah, we can talk about Netflix. So it's only been 24 hours since the news broke that Netflix was going to be slapping everyone off of shared accounts, password sharing, illegal, you're going to jail for life, and you're going right to hell. It's a sin that's unforgivable. You know, bah humbug, Christmas is ruined, don't care if your parents are divorced, you're not sharing accounts across households. It's always going to have to be one primary location, watch something every 31 days to refresh it, and we're gonna let you suckle from our bosom and get 7 days of travel. But then you'll have to come back and refresh that at the main household. So that news broke. Obviously, everyone's upset. Terrible decision. That is, according to their estimation, 100 million people password share. So that's 100 million people that they just kicked off. I don't know how, in their Silicon Valley rotted minds, they thought that that would somehow lead to, like, an uptick in subscribers. It won't. At least not anything meaningful, I don't think. But anyway, everyone's shitting on it. Everyone's throwing tomatoes, saying, boo, boo, bad, boo, Netflix, boo, not good, yucky, stinky, you guys stink. And then today, according to a couple sources, they've backpedaled on all of it, saying that it was posted in error. Now, I can't find any official statement from them outside of, like, these sources that just say they told their publication that it was an error. So I don't even know if it's 100% true or not that they're trying to backpedal on it. But if that is, that's a pretty pathetic way of doing it. That's like actually a child. Like when a kid sends a text message to their crush like, hey, I like you, and they don't respond in 15 minutes. And then they're like, oh, haha, whoa, this is so embarrassing. That was my friend that sent that. That wasn't me. That was an accident. Like, that is 100% like the Netflix play here. Oh, whoa, this is weird. We didn't mean any of this. How did that even get out there? Oh, no, that's just an accident. Obviously, they made a very strong statement last year about shutting down the password sharing. So they are going to do it, but I guess the pushback on this one was too big, so they're calling it a mistake now. So I don't know. I'm a little confused, like, on the particulars here. On what exactly they're trying to fucking do. They saw everyone canceling and panicked. So their stock did drop, but not that much since this isn't fully in effect yet. So they did have a bit of a... Why didn't their stock just come up? Oh, men news. So they did have a bit of a stock drop. About 1%. Not anything huge. For a brief time yesterday, a Help Center article containing information that is only applicable to Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru went live in other countries, the spokesperson said, adding, we have since updated it. So that was their excuse for all of it. So it's something that they're rolling out in several Latin American countries to test it before being worldwide. Yeah. Well, they're just at this point where they think people need Netflix. But that's just not the reality of the situation. There's so many other streaming services, and even if they just want your originals, they'll just pirate it. If they can't share the account, it becomes far more convenient for a lot of people to just start pirating. Everyone knows how to torrent. I don't know why they're pretending that they don't know about that. This is just going to be something to reinvigorate the Pirate Bay at that point. If it works, other streaming services will do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if this does turn out well for them, we'd see this extended across the other ones. Netflix has finally followed through on their worst idea yet, and no, I'm not talking about renewing Big Mouth for another season. It's an idea even worse than that. It's blocking password sharing. So from now on, anyone that doesn't live in your house, inside your walls, inside your own imagination, will no longer be able to have a Netflix profile using your account. What does this mean for Netflix? Well, it means that they're going to see a drastic decline in subscribers, I imagine, because they fail to realize that this isn't some kind of must-have item. It's not some inelastic good that everyone needs to own. It's a luxury, and it's an expensive one, and it's a catalog of mostly dog shit. More like net shits, am I right? So if they can't share an account with someone that's already paying, it's not like that person's going to go out and subscribe to Netflix. Their catalog's not strong enough for that. They'll just go to a different service or they'll start pirating. So I imagine once this fully goes into effect, Netflix stock price will be flushed straight down the shitter and just sink to the depths of hell. It's going to collapse. It's going to be a bigger jump scare than the time Bilbo Baggins transformed and got angry at Frodo in the first Lord of the Rings movie. Now let's take a peek under this hood here and see what Tow Mater has cooked up for us. So this is the plan on how they're going to enforce it. Netflix accounts are still shareable, but only within one household. Thus, they're not shareable, it's just one house has access to it on X number of devices depending on how much you pay per month. It's very misleading, it's not fucking shareable. It's about as shareable as a toilet in my house. Yeah, you can come over and use it, but I can't take that toilet to any of my friends' places. So to ensure that your device is associated with your primary location, Netflix is now asking users to connect to the Wi-Fi at your primary location, open the Netflix app or website, and watch something at least once every 31 days. So this is their safeguard. Within a 31-day period, you have to log in on the primary location Wi-Fi and watch a program. Otherwise, you're blocked. Can you still share Netflix with someone who doesn't live with you? As a big fat fucking no. Accounts are only meant to be used within one household. Netflix will prompt users who try to sign into your account elsewhere to sign up for their own account instead and block their access until they do. Netflix will not begin automatically charging account holders whose information is used outside of their homes. Can other users on Netflix accounts save their profiles? Yes, Netflix offers users a profile transfer feature that will allow them to migrate their show recommendations, watch history, and more to their own account if they decide to create one. This will give password sharers the opportunity to preserve their profile if they sign up for their own Netflix account. Legitimately probably the last thing people give a fuck about. I just can't imagine someone sweating profusely. Oh geez, they just cracked down on password sharing. Okay, God, I'll make another account quick. Oh, but what about my profile, my watch history? Oh my God, I might lose it. Oh no, no, no. Oh, good. Okay, I get to keep that. What's going to happen in 9 out of 10 cases, I imagine, is everyone that loses access to their account because they're not part of the primary household, they're just going to go to a different service or start pirating. It's 2023. Everyone knows how to torrent shit. It's like this industry just forgot about that whole piracy boogeyman. You wouldn't download a car, would ya? One of the main reasons streaming popped off so hard and actually did take a big chunk out of piracy is because it was just more convenient, easier, and quicker to pay money every month to have access to the content as opposed to torrenting it. So they just offered convenience for money, more so than like great content, because a lot of the originals suck fuck. You just released Witcher Blood Origin, for example, on Netflix. You're not really keeping people like by the balls in a stranglehold because your originals are so great. There are some bangers, of course, but that's really not the primary reason. It was just convenient, and it was easier and quicker than torrenting. But now you're going to have a ton of people that lose access. According to Netflix estimations, 100 million users worldwide are using the service through the login credentials of someone else. So after this bomb drops here, after the nuke is deployed, where do you think those 100 million users are going to go? Because it's not to your website to sign up, at least not the majority of them. It's anywhere else, and a lot of it's going to just be straight up piracy. I don't know how they couldn't foresee that. I imagine that's going to be the reality of the situation, especially with how cutthroat this all appears to be. So can you still use Netflix while traveling? Signing into Netflix outside of your home may lead to the device in use being blocked from Netflix, but they have a workaround. Travelers who want to use Netflix on hotel, smart TV, company laptop can request a temporary code from the service when signing in. This will give them access to their account for 7 consecutive days. Wow, what saints. So you get 7 days of using your Netflix account outside of your own home. And then you have to come back to the headquarters and touch the base to refresh it at your primary location, otherwise you're fucking blocked. So God forbid you have a vacation that lasts more than 7 days, because you're shit out of luck if you wanted to watch Netflix during that time. And also, if you're someone that likes to at least have a Netflix account shared between households, like let's say parents get divorced and they still would like the kids to have access to their accounts across the 2 households, well, you're fucked. Under no circumstances can a Netflix account exist outside of the primary household for more than 7 days. So it's always going to need to be individually paid for, no matter what, it seems. So, pretty brutal. They're not pulling any punches with this protocol. And God forbid you make any mistake like not watching something within 31 days, because even if you're in your own household, shit can just get blocked, it sounds like. If your device has been blocked incorrectly, you'll need to contact Netflix in order to get it unblocked. That sounds really nice, easy, and convenient. Contact the fucking support hotline at Netflix, which is an absolute goddamn disaster. All of these big company support lines are complete trash. So, God forbid you forget within the 31 days, or you accidentally stay in a vacation for 7 days and 30 minutes and now you're over the quota and you're blocked on there. Like, there's no wiggle room here at all. And then you have to contact Netflix hotline, which is a fate worse than death. So, that sucks. And then you can get a real nice peep at the prices down there. There's basic with ads for $7 a month. That sounds great. Just go ahead and cuck me. I'm paying $7 and I still get fucking ads on your service? Wow. Sign me the fuck up. That sounds amazing. Then there's basic with $10 a month. No ads. Only 1 device still. Standard at $15.50 per month for 2 devices, and then premium at $20 a month. So clearly they're expecting some kind of huge drop-off in the amount of subscribers here, which is of course going to be detrimental to the overall health of the company. So the prices are supposed to reflect that. They're hoping to make it up in this area. But I don't see it offsetting the large amount of people that will just not be signing up once they lose access. Again, the Netflix originals aren't strong enough to keep people hooked, and everyone knows how to torrent shit in 2023. If they were really desperate to see the originals, they'd probably just fucking pirate it. And I don't know how they could be so delusional that they've convinced themselves that the hit they're going to take from this is negligible in the long run to the amount of subscribers they'll gain. I just don't see them gaining any meaningful amount. You're kicking them out and spitting in their face. Why are they coming back? Most of the people that use Netflix probably signed up during COVID when there was nothing else to do. But now, once you kick them out, it's not like they're that desperate for that kind of entertainment anymore. They'll just do other shit in their downtime. And especially after you fucking use and abuse them here with this new system and the prices, I just don't see it going over well. You can already see the response is overwhelmingly negative, even from like the ultimate consumers that just fucking love consuming everything. Even they're calling this out, talking about how this is finally just going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that they're going to cancel Netflix. So they're losing their pay piggies as well. So no one likes this, no one at all, and I'm sure Netflix won't like this 6 months from now. That's my prediction. I guess I could be totally wrong, but I guess we'll see. That's about it. So yeah. I didn't think it was possible for Netflix to sink any lower than the Resident Evil or live-action Cowboy Bebop show, but somehow they found a way to go even further beyond the Super Saiyan 3 of dog shit. against all the odds, against science and against God himself, Netflix found a way to dig deeper than the deepest pit of hell to announce a show so foul that even Satan weeps. This isn't satire, it's not April Fools. With a straight face, they announced a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho adaptation. They can't keep getting away with it. This has to be a crime at some point. We have to hold them accountable. They are digging up graves and fucking the corpse right in front of us. This one is extremely painful for me because Yu Yu Hakusho is peak anime to me. This was one of, like, the big ones for me growing up. I even still own the goddamn Dark Tournament Saga on DVD. I never even opened it because I cherished it so much. So you can imagine how upset I was when I saw the announcement. This news was sadder than the ending to Marley and Me. I felt like I was losing a friend. Or I guess more like I felt like I was watching a friend being held at gunpoint. And they were like trying to ransom, you know, like, hey, subscribe to Netflix or Yu Yu Hakusho gets it. I'm like, no, please let him go. Just a boy, he doesn't deserve it. It doesn't make any sense why they keep doing this. I don't understand. This is like straight out of SpongeBob. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man? All of Netflix adaptations absolutely blow ass. They're all fucking atrocious. It always ends in failure. The live-action Cowboy Bebop, absolute catastrophe. Resident Evil, more like Degrassi meets The Walking Dead meets The Dumpster, because it was fucking trash. They also have a live-action One Piece around the corner, which I can't really opine on since it hasn't come out, but I can't imagine it's going to be successful, and now a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. Why? When they adapt these shows, excluding One Piece since that hasn't come out yet, so I don't know for sure, but like Cowboy Bebop and Resident Evil, they are just not faithful. Like, they take so much creative liberty that they mutilate the property to something unrecognizable, and they do it proudly. They don't even bother trying to get the characters or the story or even basic elements of it to translate to the live action. So why adapt it in the first place? What do you accomplish there? All you do is piss off the built-in fan base, and you lose interest from people that don't know the franchise because the production here isn't good enough to stand on its own two legs. You borrowed a name from a popular franchise and did a shitty job of adapting it, so you lose that fan base. And since it's a shitty adaptation, you lose people that don't even know the franchise in the first place because it's just bad. I also don't understand why they keep putting anime in their crosshairs here. I feel like the Netflix higher-ups just peruse their teenage daughters' Tumblr pages to see what's popular and base their future projects off that. Oh, it looks like anime is really killing it. Let's just go through like beloved anime and start ruining it. That should work for us. It just doesn't compute. I can't process the thinking here. Historically, all live-action anime adaptations have been horrible, except for like a few. The one that pops into my head right away is Alita Battle Angel, but that was also a $200 million budget over the course of many years to make that masterpiece, and it absolutely slapped. But I promise you, Netflix isn't committing that big nut-busting budget to the live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. They probably committed like 10 grand in a Walgreens membership. Just looking at the picture here, it just looks like someone did a fun Photoshop project that Netflix slapped their logo on. Now there's no trailer to like fully judge it on, but just the concept alone is awful. Yu Yu Hakusho, the anime and manga for that matter, ended over 20 years ago. Why are we doing this now? They also teased what the core cast is going to look like in live action, so you have Yusuke, Kurama, Kuwabara, and Hiei, and it's not even to like cosplay level. And again, that's just the problem with going live action with an anime. You can't really translate an anime character to human beings because then it just looks goofy and silly and it just doesn't usually work. And you know what else isn't working? Netflix in general. Netflix is actually just dwindling in popularity. It's been hemorrhaging subscribers, making terrible business decisions, and the stock plummeted recently, but it's been recovering a bit. But I think that's solely because of Stranger Things, but now once people finish that, what do they have left? What do they have to watch on Netflix now? Fucking nothing. Actual dust. The majority of Netflix catalog just isn't good. And then the majority of shows that Netflix themselves produce just aren't interesting. They're not fun to watch. You'd have more fun taking the SATs again than watching a Netflix original. They have a couple bangers like Stranger Things, but once you finish Stranger Things, what do you have left? a barren wasteland. Netflix is like the Fallout universe of streaming. Just empty apocalyptic nothingness. And then the occasional glimmer of hope with a show like Stranger Things, with a show like The Punisher, God rest its soul, canceled too early. But like they occasionally have some great shows on there, but it's very few and far between, and I really do think that is contributing heavily to people abandoning it. It's starting to throw it to the side. Of course, a lot of it's just a natural loss of subscribers to the service because so many people signed up during COVID lockdowns. But now that lockdowns are over, those people are just starting to cancel things like Netflix since they're just too busy. But I also think a large contributing factor is just a shit catalog. They don't have classic shows anymore because all of the great shows they used to have got poached by other streaming services, and their originals just aren't strong enough to keep anybody hooked on the service. So people just leave it behind. And I really think Netflix is in a downward trajectory here, and hopefully they figure it out, but this is not a good sign if they just announced live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. It demonstrates a clear lack of understanding of the problem. Nobody wants Netflix adaptations of their favorite properties because they ruin it every time. They bastardize it. They parade it through the streets tarred and feathered. By the time Netflix releases the adaptation, what we get is just an insult, a slap in the face. Nobody is asking for Netflix to take properties and adapt them for a Netflix original. And I don't think there's anyone in the world that wants live-action anime. I don't think there's ever really been a huge community of anime enthusiasts that are like, can't wait for the live-action, this needs the live-action right now. Nobody wants it. Nobody. And yet, for some reason, they keep trying live-action anime. And it looks like they're going to continue to do this till the end of time, until they finally run out of money and scratch their head wondering where it all went wrong, dumping all their budget into a live-action anime adaptation of fucking Gurren Lagann next. You know, it doesn't make sense. And it's upsetting to see that because Netflix is very near and dear to me. Of course, being the first major streaming service that I ever subscribed to. I even got my wiener touched by a girl one time when I was watching VHS horror movies with her. Whatever that series was called. I think it was just called VHS. Netflix used to have all of the goofiest stuff, but also all the best stuff too. Great memories with the platform. And now it's just a shell of what it used to be. There used to be a time not that long ago where pretty much any show you wanted to watch, Netflix would have it. But now, anytime you search for a show like, say, Courage the Cowardly Dog, you'll search it up and it'll say, we know you want Courage, we don't have that shit, that's somewhere else. And you'd be like, okay, so they don't have Courage. Then you scratch your chin like, alright, well, how about Adventure Time? I mean, that was like the most popular cartoon back in the mid-2000s, surely they have that. Type it up. Oh, you wanted Adventure Time? No, you're on Netflix. We don't have that. Absolutely not. So you throw your hands up. You're desperate. Like, oh, fuck. What do they have? How about Friends? What about Friends? I mean, like, every streaming service in the world has Friends. I imagine it's here. You type it in. Nope. Not here either. It's just baffling how weak the selection is on Netflix. And they also greenlight the most awful ideas ever. Like Cuties. Jesus Christ. Like, they actually put on the worst ideas imaginable and put money behind it as a Netflix original. And there is no better example of that than Cuties, which honestly should have had Netflix thoroughly investigated for that shit. Absolutely disgusting. Netflix is just making all of the worst decisions over the last couple years or so, and it doesn't seem like they're getting it at all. Netflix originals are still synonymous with garbage, and they keep raising like the subscription prices, trying to crack down on password sharing. And then they recently sacked their entire animation department. Oh, we're losing money. Probably those fucking animators' fault. For no reason. Like, they don't understand. And it's fucking upsetting. And now they're taking a property that I love, Yu Yu Hakusho, and most likely are going to ruin it. If this show ends up being good, I will be beyond surprised. I will be beyond shocked if this show is even somewhat redeemable, even somewhat enjoyable. I would be elated, honestly. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this, and that's about it. See ya. I just watched the new Netflix Resident Evil show. Don't cry for me. I did this to myself. I knew what I was getting into. I made the decision to watch this show even knowing it would probably suck shit. and suck shit it did. After the embarrassing and insulting tragedy that was the live-action Netflix Cowboy Bebop show, I didn't think it would be possible for them to make the same mistake, but they did, again, with Resident Evil. It's wild to me how little they learned from Cowboy Bebop. It's like the whole company is run by people without a brain. It's just an algorithm that's malfunctioning right now, so they're just taking random properties and adapting them into bad shows. Why do they keep doing this? Isn't the world full of enough pain already? Why add more to it with these miserable video game adaptations? First the Halo show, now Resident Evil. Is nothing sacred anymore? What's next? Are they going to target Doom? They're going to release a new Doom Netflix show that's all about a high school quarterback who's a little arrogant and then gets his comeuppance when a gamer nerd steals his girlfriend? Like, I don't understand. Why adapt a video game if it's not going to have anything in common with it? Of course, the obvious, most commonly accepted answer is marketing, because these properties come with a built-in audience. But that's completely useless when that built-in audience drops the show after a single episode, when it's become clear that there is nothing in common with that show and the franchise that they like. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but I'm starting to believe that there's something nefarious afoot here. Some kind of puppet master pulling the strings, and he is addicted to eating glue, snorting auto paint, and huffing air dusters, because they have it in their head that it's a good idea to take beloved properties and adapt them into generic schlock that is unrecognizable from the property they're supposed to be adapting. It is a formula that has proven nothing but failure so far, and yet for some reason they still seem keen on doing it. We just saw it with Halo, and now we're seeing it with Resident Evil, and the Resident Evil Netflix show is basically like if the Halo show did a fusion dance with the Dragon Ball Evolution movie. It's just a disaster. It has nothing in common with the video games it's supposed to be adapting, except for sprinkling a few Easter eggs throughout the show. That's about it. It doesn't really have any semblance of like actual connection to it. It doesn't even feel like it was loosely inspired by the video games. It feels like what they did is read a Wikipedia entry on each game and then just grabbed a few sentences from each one and then put them throughout the episodes occasionally as just a little Easter egg for audience members to find and maybe point and be like, I recognize that. But otherwise, there's just nothing in common with this show and Resident Evil aside from a few borrowed names. Let me go ahead and show you a scene that's been floating around Twitter and then explain to you the context of it, because it's even stupider when I tell you why this scene is happening. This is a spoiler. This is towards the end of the show, and it's supposed to be like a big reveal kind of situation, like shock as you're covering your mouth, recoiling in your chair, and throwing popcorn bowl over your shoulder because it's just so shocking. The song Don't Start Now by Dua Lipa starts playing here, but I can't let that audio ride or else I'll get DMCA'd. So just sing that song in your head. That's the soundtrack to this little dance number here. And it goes on for a little while. You get like a whole little Broadway play performance out of it. And, what's not to like, right? Now this scene's obviously pretty silly. And the video games are no stranger to campiness and some fun, wacky moments. But this show doesn't really have that vibe. They play it pretty serious for the majority of it, aside from like some rogue jokes that don't really work. Which if you've been on Twitter for the last day or so, I'm sure you've seen the clips floating around because people are just slamming and jamming on it. One of the jokes is about Zootopia porn, and then another one is about torrenting anime. The jokes don't really land, but I'm not here to nitpick the comedic moments. What I'm saying is, the comedic moments aren't like a focal point of the show. It doesn't really try and capture the campiness. So when it comes out of nowhere with this really goofy dance scene, it's just kind of jarring. Now let me explain why this scene is happening, because maybe the context makes this taste better. Well, you see, Evelyn is being controlled by an iPad. Well, not like a sentient iPad or anything like that. It's not some rogue AI that came to life Skynet style and took over. It is a person who is using an iPad to control Evelyn, which is why she's doing this dance recital thing. Though to be honest, with how shitty the writing was, I wouldn't put it past them for season 2 to just make some kind of unhinged sci-fi plotline about AI taking over to annihilate humans. The humans are the real virus, or something like that. But yeah, Evelyn's not a robot or anything, it's just they were able to inject her with enough drugs and control her brain through the iPad. Pretty cool, I guess. I want to make it clear, I actually don't think the Resident Evil show is like the worst show ever made or anything. It's just a very generic show that borrows from a great franchise. It's pretty shameless. They should have just slapped any other name on this and it would have been received much better. They should have just called it like Zombies, Playtime is Over, or Apocalypse, Lunch Break. Just anything that isn't Resident Evil adjacent, because this really has nothing to do with the Resident Evil franchise, aside from borrowing a couple character names and references. Netflix stock is down 70% this year, and I think if they announce Season 2 of Resident Evil, it'll drop another 30%, baby. They can do it. I think it's just right around the corner. They're just one more bad video game adaptation away from just a complete and utter collapse, it feels. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but it's just so insulting that this continues to happen. There is no reason to take a video game, make a show out of it, without having anything in common with the video game. What is the fucking point? You don't get new viewers because the show isn't good enough to stand on its own two legs, and you don't get the video game viewers that like the property because the show has nothing to do with the game they like. So who's winning here? All the sides are losing. There's no fucking purpose to making a show like Resident Evil here when it has nothing to do with the games. It's like War Games taught us the only winning move is not to play. Stop making these video game adaptations. If you're not going to hire a team that's at least played the games and wants to do something with it, like a faithful adaptation, then just don't do it. That's the only way these things work. I don't think there's anything wrong with making your own universe, or your own show based on a video game universe. In fact, I prefer it. I don't want a live action one-to-one remake of Resident Evil. I would prefer if they tell their own story, but set in the universe properly, where the characters that are in Resident Evil are faithfully adapted into the show, and in the show they can do whatever they want to further the plot, but the characters just need to at least have similar personality and motivation to what they did in the game. There's no reason to just completely drastically change and rewrite characters from the game to your show. That immediately disconnects it from the video game that you're adapting. There's just no reason to do that. Halo, for example, did that with Master Chief. Master Chief never even shows his face in the games, whereas in episode 1, he immediately takes his helmet off and he keeps it off for the whole fucking show, basically. And he also has his butt cheeks out more times than pretty much any other character in any show this year. There's so much ass cheek in Halo, which is never present in the games. It's a completely different thing, and there's no reason for that. And as you can probably imagine, Halo didn't do that well. People dropped it after 1 or 2 episodes, and it just wasn't a good show in general. It's just, if you're going to adapt a video game, why not make it faithful to the video game? That'd be the whole point. There's no reason to take the name of Resident Evil and make something that has nothing to do with it. Nobody wins in that situation. Netflix fucked up, and I'm sure they will continue to fuck up because for some reason, this very basic understanding of how things work isn't registering with a lot of these Hollywood producers that are making shows based on games. It is just, there's something gone wrong here. They somehow didn't learn that lesson with Dragon Ball Evolution, or the last Airbender movie, or the Hitman movie, or the Assassin's Creed movie, or all of the fucking Resident Evil movies. Somehow they still saw all the failure in the Resident Evil live action franchise and then still made another failure with the show just to add more dog shit onto that pile of shit. It makes no sense to me. Netflix needs to stop with this, and not just Netflix, but in general, all these streaming platforms have got to stop trying to make a video game adaptation by people that don't know the property and don't want to know the property. Again, the Halo team was proud that they didn't play any of the Halo games. They outright said in their interviews, we didn't touch the games and we didn't talk about the games. And look what happened. Disaster. I imagine the same thing happened with the Resident Evil show here. If I had to wager a guess, they've had a very rudimentary understanding of the games. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to rant about this a bit since I watched the Resident Evil show. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Call me AOL because I'm delivering news that I'm sure you already know. Netflix is struggling. I'm sure you've seen the numbers. Year to date, their stock is down over 60%. But more specifically, over the last week, they've really fallen off a cliff. Just got fucking kicked right down that giant well in 300. They went down 37% in a week. So a lot of people are asking the question, is Netflix dying? And that stock graph is looking like a heartbeat monitor about to flatline. It's not looking good. That shit's looking like Blockbuster back in the day. And a lot of people are wondering, well, what could be the cause for this incredible decline so rapidly? And naturally, everyone's turning to me to answer these questions, since I am the preeminent expert on all things shitty movie and TV show related. I have a genuine passion for horrible media, whether that be horrible games, movies, music, shows, whatever. I just love watching and consuming the worst of the worst. Things that turn other people's stomachs, make them puke, cry, and question the existence of God. I get a big smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers. I just really enjoy it. So when people saw this happening to Netflix, they were wondering my opinion on it. Is it because all of the terrible shows and movies Netflix keeps funding? And in my expert opinion, and it pains me to do this, I'm going to have to diagnose Netflix with shitty content disease. But it doesn't mean it's terminal yet. Netflix has been funding basically anything made by someone with a pulse. And even that seems to be spotty. It feels like they're funding scripts written by fucking AI. They have a catalog of actual dog shit shovelware. Like, you remember DOSBox ROMs back in the early internet where it was just actual 30-second games that were just being uploaded to the ROM sites that were almost unplayable? That's Netflix right now. They're just this giant cum dumpster of almost unwatchable movies and shows. And it's things nobody is asking for. But they're putting a lot of money into making them for some reason. Like, they'll drop like 50 new originals on like a single weekend. Be like, hey, new on Netflix. Netflix presents The Poop That Took a Pee. And then they'll be scratching their heads like, oh, why is no one watching that one? We put a lot of money into that production. That's so weird. Why is no one watching this? It just shows that no one would ever even think to watch that Netflix is funding. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't think bad content is solely responsible for the decline of Netflix right now in terms of their stock price and all of that. I definitely think it contributes because as things get more expensive, because things are absolutely getting more expensive in our world, the first thing that people are going to cut is a service like Netflix. You know, Netflix is just a luxury to have, and it's an expensive one. It's $25 a month. So as the cost of living goes up, people aren't going to be able to justify subscribing to Netflix anymore when they're not even putting out content that they want to watch in the first place. And especially with so much competition right now, Hulu, HBO Max is kind of killing it. Even Crunchyroll slash Funimation to a certain degree, since anime is so big on streaming, and Netflix is doing a horrible job with their anime catalog with like JoJo's Part 6. God rest its soul. I know everyone's upset about that. Netflix cannot get anything right. Fucking JoJo's Part 6 has been divided up into like part releases where they released 12 episodes a few months back, and they still haven't released the next set of episodes for some inexplicable fucking reason. And they had the audacity to hype up, hey, good news, JoJo's Part 6 Part 2 might come out in 2022. Woo-hee, yeehaw! Getting sidetracked. But competition, you know, Crunchyroll, Funimation, Disney Plus. Disney Plus kind of slapping them around right now since they took all of like the Marvel shows and everything, which people are just going to idly binge forever on that service. So the thing is, Netflix just has a lot to compete with now, and the content they keep funding isn't shit that people want to watch. So their originals don't keep them there, and Netflix has really been bled dry when it comes to shows that people love, to like beloved classics. All of those have gone to other streaming platforms, so Netflix is left with just like the worst of the worst. So I definitely think that does contribute, you know, just not having any of those classic shows anymore for people to just want to watch on Netflix. Those have all gone elsewhere, while also not providing any new originals, and then still increasing the monthly subscription price is just a recipe for disaster. They've been increasing the price but decreasing the quality of content on the service. It's just really ass backwards right now. I just think they're not really sure what to fund, so they just fund everything anyway, even if it's like a student project by a 9-year-old or some shit like that, and then hope that one of them sticks. So they'll get the occasional banger like Squid Game or Arcane, but for every Squid Game and Arcane, there were 1,000 Bruise Brothers and other shows that no one has ever heard of. So yeah, the quality of content hasn't been amazing, and that's surely contributed to a lot of people deciding like, I can't really justify paying $20 a month for Netflix anymore, I'll just cancel it and stick with one of the other services. I do think that's a contributing factor. And another thing I want to just say, and I don't know how much of an effect this has, but I really feel like this whole binge model that Netflix is still just living and dying on, which is where they dump an entire season of a show all at once, is just so fucking dumb. The binge model was cool in the early days where it's like, wow, I get to watch my favorite show that I remember when I was a kid all at once. I don't have to like wait week by week. Or even like a new show, like, wow, all of it's out all at once. But now the novelty, I think, is completely worn off. I much prefer a weekly release of a show. And on Netflix, Arcane proved it could work. It's so much more fun and engaging to watch a show week by week because then everyone's at the exact same pace. You get to discuss it with friends, family, even online because everyone is at the exact same pace. So you can talk about what might happen next, come up with fan theories and speculate, and it's just a lot more fun to engage with the content that way, as opposed to the binge model where they drop all 12 episodes all at once, and then you'll have some people call out work the next day in order to finish it all in one night, and then you can never really talk about it with anyone because everyone's at different places in the content. Example, Stranger Things Season 3. Third season of Stranger Things was very good, but they dropped all the episodes all at once, so some people finished it in one day, some people in 1 week. So everyone was at different places in the show, and no one ever really talked about it. When Stranger Things dropped, there was a lot of hype, and then within like 2, maybe 3 days, no one was talking about Stranger Things Season 3. It just faded from everyone's memory. Whereas something like Arcane, which was on Netflix, people were talking about the entire run. Every single episode, every drop was trending on Twitter with people talking about it. It just gets people more invested in it. When you're able to discuss it with other people, it just makes it more fun. I just think that whole binge model is really counterintuitive to engagement, as well as keeping people on Netflix. I think it's really fucking stupid, to be honest. Like, if you're bleeding out. So you take your best shows and release them all at once. People finish them in one day, and then what's their incentive to stay on there? They'll have to wait another 6 months when you accidentally find another good show to fund. You know, like, why would they continue to pay for it that long? Whereas when it comes to a weekly release, Netflix does get lucky. They have another huge show like Squid Game and they release it week by week. And then they get some people to stay longer because they're invested in that show. Like, it all just makes more sense to just do weekly releases, even just from a business standpoint. But yes, I do agree that the quality of the Netflix content hasn't been great. They've been pumping out a lot of net shits recently, and a lot of people are probably just not bothering to re-up a subscription. But Netflix is cracking down in what I believe to be the wrong area. They're just blaming everyone for password sharing, which is a legitimate problem from a business standpoint. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people share passwords. I myself am getting Netflix from Tiana's account. You know, everyone shares the passwords to their Netflix. So there is a lot of unpaying Netflix viewers. So that is a lot of money left on the table for them, but it's such a tricky problem for them to navigate because if you really come down with an iron fist, just flop your meat on the table and like villainize anyone that's ever shared a password, it's going to make it a headache to continue using the platform. So most people just won't even bother, and since there's so many alternatives, they'll just go somewhere else. So them cracking down on password sharing is going to be a really tight rope to walk. I know they've tossed around the idea of doing like a really cheap Netflix subscription that has ads with it. For people that don't want to pay the full $20 but still want to watch the content, they could do a cheap alternative but getting some ads there. Maybe that's a decent solution. I don't really know. It's not like an unheard of one. I know other services offer that. I just don't know how successful they are in that area. But again, cracking down on password sharing, like, throw these people in the slammer. They shared their password with too many people. I want them fucking arrested. And like making it really like a cutthroat policy is only going to serve to damage Netflix further. So they have to really come up with like a consumer-friendly option to get people who are sharing passwords to instead pay a little bit to continue watching the content. And I don't know how the fuck they're going to pull off that balancing act. But I do think perhaps the best solution for hemorrhaging so many subscribers is just by offering better content. This is quite literally like that Twitter meme of make better content or I'm unsubscribing. That is actually happening to Netflix right now. The price of everything in the world is getting more expensive. Netflix is expensive. And most people aren't going to want to spend $20 a month for shit where they might get one good show twice a year. That's just not worth the cost. So the best thing they can do is just improve with what they're putting on the platform. And another thing that not a lot of people have mentioned is Netflix's numbers were heavily inflated because of COVID. When COVID hit, everyone went to subscribing to streaming platforms because everyone was locked at home watching shows and movies and shit like that. Now that everyone's getting back into like a normal routine in the real world, all those people are starting to cancel these subscriptions. So the numbers just got like really inflated. So maybe this is just equalizing and it's totally normal. Can't really say for sure, but what I can say for sure is Netflix has so much garbage on it that no one really wants to watch, while only ever providing a couple of good shows a quarter. So that, I think, is a big problem for them, and the competition's getting fierce. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's an interesting topic, I think. I always find it very fascinating when there's a company that's too big to fail starting to fail. I don't think Netflix is in any danger of closing its doors anytime soon. They still have like 220 million active subscribers, so they are still very much in the game. It's just a matter of them having a bit of a stumble here, and by a bit of a stumble, I mean they're fucking spiraling down a dirty toilet. A 65% year-to-date loss in the stock is kind of rough, but they're still fine overall. I don't think they're in any danger of dying anytime soon. So I just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. Netflix has a lot of good shit on it, but a lot of soggy dog shit too. Without a doubt, though, the worst thing Netflix has is their newest announcement called Cuties. Cuties goes above being just a bad movie. It's like an actual fucking crime. Here's the little Netflix blurb about it, a little Shark Tank pitch to get you invested, make you want to watch it. Amy, 11, becomes fascinated with a twerking dance crew. Hoping to join them, she starts to explore her femininity, defying her family's traditions. Pedophiles everywhere were pumping their fists in excitement. Finally, a movie made just for them. Fucking Dan Schneider must have fallen out of his seat in excitement when he read that synopsis. Here's the French cover, the original, versus the Netflix cover for Cuties. You can immediately tell which one's which, even if there wasn't French on one of them. As you can see, the American version on the right here clearly wants to just focus on hypersexualizing children. Every actress in this movie is actually 11 years old, by the way. Also, that tagline about twerking and femininity, that's on no other piece of media talking about this. It's only Netflix's explanation for the movie. So it focuses only on the twerking. It seems like they only wanted to post this movie on Netflix to try and normalize pedophilia. Now, there's a trailer for this movie, but I'm not going to click on it because I'm not a pedophile and I'm not a fucking idiot. That feels like some kind of trap set up by the FBI where you click on that and you basically speed run onto the sex offenders registry. It's like the old anarchist cookbook shit where if you Google that, you're immediately put on a list. This really does feel like some kind of trap where they're trying to catch as many pedophiles as possible with as little work as possible by just posting this trailer and then just taking everyone's name down that watches it. Or even worse, leaves a like on it. If you leave a like on it, you probably go to jail. It's just so fucking disgusting that this kind of movie would be put on Netflix and advertised in this way. I don't know if the movie's actually even like this, because like I said, this is the only blurb that said anything about 11-year-olds focusing on twerking. So maybe the movie's really not even like that. But I'm not gonna find out. I don't want to find out. It's still fucking disgusting. Netflix has a lot of explaining to do with how they've advertised this movie, because it looks like they only want pedophiles to watch this. This kind of shit just shouldn't be acceptable under any circumstances. And what the fuck is next for Netflix anyway, now that they're trying to open this Pandora's box of pedophilia? Next month, introducing Friend on Netflix. Ralph, a 13-year-old boy, finally gets his big break, landing a major role in a blockbuster movie where he's introduced to Harvey Weinstein. Together the two become inseparable as Harvey Weinstein teaches Ralph how his penis works and how to keep landing roles in Hollywood. Join them on the inspirational journey only on Netflix. It's just fucking terrible stuff, and I'm not trying to give Netflix any ideas, because that actually sounds like something Netflix would put money into at this point. Now, just a little while ago, Netflix released this statement: "We're deeply sorry for the inappropriate artwork that we use for Menomenes." Jeez, I just sound like fucking Doodlebob from SpongeBob. I don't speak French, sorry, I don't know how to say that. Cuties. It was not okay, nor was it representative of this French film, which won an award at Sundance. We've now updated the pictures and description. Yeah, but you see, it doesn't fucking matter, Netflix, because you've already shown us your asshole. You showed us why this is on your catalog because you want pedophiles to watch it. Your marketing was geared towards people that are attracted to children. You made it about twerking. Your cover photo was children twerking in very revealing clothing. Honestly, it's fucking disgusting. And even 4chan doesn't allow that. 4chan came out saying they will not allow Cuties content to be posted there. 4chan has better morals than Netflix right now. That's the fucking state of Hollywood. Now, I keep saying Hollywood even though this is a foreign film, but it was completely changed by Hollywood. They totally fucking rebranded it and made it more focused on sexualizing children than the initial shit showcased. Whether or not the movie is actually a sexualization of children, I have no fucking clue. but it doesn't matter because Netflix totally rebranded it for pedophiles. They made it like some kind of Willy Wonka's golden ticket to the pedophile factory just for them. It makes no sense why they'd change everything to focus on sexualizing kids other than just to try and normalize that, which is fucking disgusting, terrible, and gross. It's all super fucked up, and what's even more fucked up is just how common this shit is becoming from a lot of different places, like Twitter specifically, with minor attracted persons maps. There's so many people that are trying to make pedophilia seem normal or acceptable, and I really hope we don't actually get to that point because pedophilia isn't acceptable under any circumstances. It's just genuinely fucking not. But the more times I log on Twitter, the more often I'm seeing people saying how wrong it is to discriminate against pedophiles, or you're a bad person if you don't support pedophiles or something. And then you'll have Netflix do some shit like this, which reinforces that idea that pedophilia is normalized now. Get with the times, it's 2020. And it's just absolutely disgusting. Netflix had to have a lot of people okay this when this sexualization of children for cuties was put on their catalog. There had to be a lot of people that looked at that and gave it the green light before that went live. It's not like Netflix can turn around and be like, oh, no, guys, it was actually just one person. It was Chris, the intern. Turns out he's a convicted sex offender, and we just didn't know it. But don't worry, he's gone now. We've promoted him for his work. You know, they can't just, like, accuse one person of doing this and having it slip through the cracks because it's fucking Netflix. There is an actual department that greenlights all of these things. I know it because I've been declined from it with fucking Hard Turbo. So they decline some shit like Hard Turbo and then put on some pedophilia shit. It's weird and gross. So it's not like there is just a single person behind this. It is all of that department. A huge chunk of people at Netflix saw this description that's talking about 11-year-olds twerking, and a poster that sexualizes kids and said, yep, that's going on Netflix, baby. That's going right on the front page. And that is just the most baffling part of all of it. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible situation. And, yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm not Scooby-Doo, but I'm still sniffing for clues, and I'm picking up a big whiff of something fishy. It's stinky out here. I've been smelling something foul. With all of these airplane freakouts that have been happening recently, I don't understand what is going on. It's getting wild. There have been an abnormally large amount of plane freakouts with passengers going berserk on airlines. It only has been like 2 weeks since this video hit the internet and took it by storm. This is the video of the woman who gets up out of her seat and says, that motherfucker is not real, pointing to another passenger on the plane, and everyone turns their head to look, expecting to see like a T-1000 Terminator, but no one saw anything, and then she got off the plane. This photo here has actually become more famous than the fucking photo of the Wright brothers' first airplane. This is now one of the most well-known photos in aviation history, I'd argue. But anyway, this is not an isolated incident. When I talked about this when it first happened, there had actually already been another case of someone having a similar freakout where they got mad at a passenger they were sitting next to and then even tried to like charge the door of the plane to open it and get out. And now yet another video just came out from this year of another passenger having a very similar freakout, saying that a passenger on the plane was a robot and recharging their batteries and saying like the plane's gonna go down, and it was another like big scary moment on the airline. And this is 3 in a very short period of time when I'd never seen anything like this before. It's not like plane freakouts never happened. Of course, there's always been like irate passengers and having like meltdown moments on planes. But all of these are like sharing similar character traits with each other in terms of what they're freaking out about. And they're all over the globe, which is super odd. Not that I think there's any kind of grand conspiracy here, but it just makes me really wonder what's gone on to cause this level of panic on flights. Now, I do understand that maybe some of these are related to psychosis, which is a very serious thing, and that's definitely no laughing matter. That's very sad. But I do also wonder what else could come into play here, because it's not like all of a sudden psychosis is a new thing. So is it just we're recording more often and people are seeing it, being exposed to it more often, or if it really is increasing in frequency, and if so, why? I got really deep into this fucking rabbit hole for some reason, and it led me to something called railway madness. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this. When the railways were still pretty new, there were reported instances of completely normal people going on railroad cars and freaking out and like getting violent and aggressive and just going ballistic while the carts were in motion. And then when they stopped, they went back to normal. So for a brief period of time, there was a number of people that thought trains were causing damage to people's brains and flipping this switch that had them go wild. Kind of like the plot to the first Kingsman movie, where like a certain frequency turned them into like absolute killing machines that were just fucking attacking each other. But of course this isn't a real thing. Trains weren't causing damage to their brain and turning them into like, you know, lunatics slapping each other around or anything like that. But as I understand it, there was just a very weird case of some people just going kind of nutty on trains and getting aggressive and freaking out. And now it seems like we're having something similar happen with airplanes in the modern age here. Now, of course, this is only 3 viral instances of it happening. That's not exactly scientifically significant. It's not indicative of some kind of pandemic sweeping the globe of people going crazy on planes or anything like that. But it is just a weird thing that I wanted to talk about because it's happened so many times in such a short period of time. As you discussed the clip of the woman freaking out on the airplane. Man, you are super late to that one. But you did just remind me of something else that happened on an airplane that Matt sent me earlier. Apparently, a guy had a big freak out on a plane claiming that he is stuck in a time loop. And that he experienced this 6 times already. That the plane was gonna crash. I don't know what's going on with planes though, but look, assuming this is a correct translation, they're a hollow earth inhabitant. I don't know if we're just filming things more often and crazy plane freakouts have always been common, or if this is just a rising phenomenon. But it is happening frequently now. What do you even say to calm them down? Don't listen to the time loop guy. We gave him way too much alcohol. Sorry. Please don't listen to time loop. Like, I don't even know what you say to calm everyone down. I'd be freaking out if this happened on a plane I was on. I'd be losing my goddamn mind. Like, all rational thought would go out the window, be like, oh my god, there's a time looper in here, we're doomed! He's seen it all, fuck! Oh god! I'd be running up and down the aisle. Oh my, yeah, I'd lose it. I'd fucking lose it. Well, he wasn't telling the truth, the plane landed. It didn't crash. But maybe he had just broken the cycle. Maybe that was the key. Cycles 1 through 5, he tried, like, very odd ways of fixing it, like flying the plane himself, all kinds of different things, erecting a force field, perhaps. And then on the 6th cycle, he tried just going full-blown Insano style, and that was the secret. Saved their life and not even respected. Heroes often aren't. What if he's actually telling the truth and we'll never know? What if the pilot came out and said that him freaking out made them slightly look to recalibrate? That's probably what happened, and then everybody clapped. Remember the guy who aggressively wanted to shake people's hands? That guy was cool. That wasn't a time looper. That guy was just a professional handshaker. He was a grip inspector, and he was going around making sure everyone's handshake was nice and firm. So it seems like there's only one write-up here from a reputable source. Footage from Chinese social media shows an airline passenger melting down earlier this year. He said he was caught in a time loop, and this was his 6th cycle. I'll just pull it down. The flight already crashed, and everyone died, but he's returned to this point and was warning everyone. He said they were destined for the same fate as the Malaysia Airlines flight MH370. According to the passenger, one of the crew members wasn't human. She was a robot who was changing her battery, and that everyone needed a reset because their jobs are slavery and they are being paid money for dark reasons. The flight was canceled. Too many passengers were freaked out by the incident, and the passenger was arrested and sent to a medical facility. Oh, so they weren't even in the air yet. I thought this happened in the air. Also, this is so interesting. Another one of these "this motherfucker isn't real" moment. She was a robot who was changing her batteries. So yeah, maybe he really did save them. Maybe that plane would have went down if he didn't go fucking ballistic here. What's your ideal time loop scenario? I don't think there is one. A time loop is worthless. Time travel is what means the most. That's most helpful. There's no way to prove him wrong. You are correct. Clear sign of psychosis. Find it sad people are making this guy into a spectacle. Yeah, I think that's very clearly psychosis. What's interesting, though, is that this has now happened 3 times this year. Well, 3 times in the last month. What was the third one? The guy coming back from the rave, and he tried, like, opening the door after shouting at his seat sidekick, the passenger next to him. Started shouting and freaking out at him, and then tried opening the door mid-flight. Millions of people in a time where everything gets shared seems about right. That's what I was wondering. If it's just a matter of we're all filming everything now, so the freakouts get eyes on them, and it's always happened since the history of aviation, or if there really is a big wave of mental illness coming through. COVID fucked up a lot of people. Yeah, maybe the isolation had some kind of huge effect on people's psyche. Perhaps. Another Boeing whistleblower has died. What a weird coincidence that is, right? 2 Boeing whistleblowers dying under mysterious circumstances back to back in a matter of only 2 months? Man, that's peculiar, isn't it? Must just be really bad RNG. No reason to investigate that any further, I'm sure. So for those that don't know, being a Boeing whistleblower is more detrimental to your health than smoking cigarettes. At least the cigarettes kill you slowly over a period of years, whereas being a Boeing whistleblower kills you almost immediately. Like, skydiving without a parachute is safer for you than blowing the whistle on Boeing and all of their shadiness. So, a month ago, there was a Boeing whistleblower named John Barnett who was found dead with apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds, the timing of which was really interesting considering he was at the tail end of an extremely important lawsuit that he was engaged in with Boeing. And according to everyone that knew him, he was extremely excited to be done with that lawsuit, and in fact, shortly before he was found dead, he'd actually told people that if he does turn up dead, just know he didn't do it to himself. Probably circumstantial evidence, that probably doesn't mean anything. Just don't think too hard and accept the shit that they feed you with the official story that he just decided while sitting in his truck to blow his goddamn brains out. That makes a lot of sense here. I stand by my assessment that John Barnett was assassinated by Boeing. I don't believe it's Boeing themselves, but I believe it's a couple high-ranking members within Boeing that are taking matters into their own hands and doing these things. It's the only explanation that makes any level of sense to this. So I made a whole video breaking down the evidence in the John Barnett case, as well as an entire Red Thread episode dedicated to uncovering all of the shadiness and corruption within Boeing. That company is fucked. Jackson, Windigoon, and myself went through the entire history of Boeing, and they are so corrupt it would make Umbrella Corporation blush at how evil Boeing is. It is shocking. So I really do think that these 2 whistleblowers were the victims of some kind of assassination. So let's talk about the most recent whistleblower. His name is Joshua Dean. I learned about it last night while playing Crab Souls, and well, it's not the real name of the game. The name of the game is Another Crab's Treasure, and it's a banger. But while playing this game, chat told me that another Boeing whistleblower had just turned up dead, and I thought they were memeing. And it turns out they weren't. They were actually telling the truth. Oh. Do you see the second Boeing whistleblower got murked? No shot the other whistleblower's dead. No shot. It's real? No. No, I don't believe that. Hold on, I'm looking that shit up right now. No! What? What? It's just in plain sight. Yeah, whistleblower Josh Dean of Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems has died. What? Another Boeing whistleblower is dead. 6 hours ago, yeah. Joshua Dean, a former quality auditor of Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems and one of the first whistleblowers to allege Spirit leadership had ignored manufacturing defects on the 737 MAX, died Tuesday morning after a struggle with a sudden, fast-spreading infection. Oh, that's interesting. This time it wasn't bullet to the head? They're getting creative with their assassinations. That's crazy. This is the most dangerous thing you can be as a Boeing whistleblower. That's more dangerous than being like a fucking volcano lava taste tester. This shit, it's just in plain sight. His entire family stated he was healthy until after he blew the whistle. He lived a very healthy lifestyle and the illness was sudden and unexpected. Yeah, he contracted that stick it to the moniosis from Boeing. Joshua Dean was a quality auditor at Boeing's supplier Spirit Aerosystems and was among the first whistleblowers to accuse Spirit leadership of ignoring defects on the 737 MAX, and he died shortly after contracting influenza B, MRSA, and then developing pneumonia. Now, for those that are unaware, Boeing has a history of just ignoring safety precautions and just hiding things. So in the previous case with John Barnett, we actually learned quite a few alarming things, such as there were times where scrap metal was used for Boeing planes in order to meet deadlines. They'd also keep things off the books as much as possible. They even used Dawn dish soap as a lubricant for the aircraft door seals at one point. Then they also used hotel key cards and wet cheesecloths to perform maintenance. Just an absolute smorgasbord of malpractice, at least in my perspective here. Of course, I'm not an aircraft specialist, but using Dawn dish soap and hotel key cards, that doesn't really seem like textbook protocol there. That sounds like something you'd read on WikiHow for a DIY aircraft maintenance at your own home for like an RC aircraft, not a fucking Boeing. So these gentlemen came forward to try and alert the public about what Boeing's been doing, or rather not doing, that they should be, and they both paid the ultimate price for it. In my eyes, they're heroes for the work they've tried to do here. So being a Boeing whistleblower is basically like just taking a cyanide capsule at this point, it seems. It's just more of a matter of when, not if, you turn up dead, I suppose. Let's go deeper into the case of Joshua Dean here, because this one seems so blatant. His mother and stepfather described him as a health nut who rarely drank and attended church regularly. He started feeling sick around 2 weeks ago. He stayed home from work for a couple days, but things got worse. Sunday, April 21st, is when his mother got a call from him that he was really sick, having trouble breathing, and he went to immediate care, and they told him he had strep throat. She went to check on her son and telling him to call her if he felt worse, and he did call her a couple hours later and said that he was going to the emergency room and that he was scared because they found something in his lungs. He tested positive for influenza B, he tested positive for MRSA, he had pneumonia, his lungs were completely filled up, and from there he just went downhill. This was a stunning turn of events for Dean and his family because he was described as someone who was very healthy. He went to the gym, ran nearly every day, and was very careful about his diet. Quote, "This was his first time ever in a hospital. He didn't even have a doctor because he was never sick. But within days, his kidneys gave out and he was relying on an ECMO life support machine to do the work of his heart and lungs. The night before Dean died, Green said medical staff in Oklahoma did a bronchoscopy on his lungs. The doctor said he'd never seen anything like it before in his life. His lungs were just totally gummed up and like a mesh over them. Unfortunately, it sounds like Dean came down with a severe case of Boeing whistleblower lung, which is a serious medical condition that only affects Boeing whistleblowers in particular. It makes coal miners' lungs look clean in comparison. So I'm not surprised that this was the doctor's first time seeing anything like this, because typically a Boeing whistleblower doesn't even survive long enough to make it to the hospital in one piece. This fucking company is rotten to the core. Green says she asked for an autopsy to determine exactly what killed her son, and results will likely take months. We're not sure what he died of, she said. We know that he had a bunch of viruses, but we don't know if someone did something to him or did he just get real sick. In my unprofessional opinion, I think someone did something to him. I think the infection he contracted was Boeing Hitman disease. I think he was poisoned. This is someone that took their health extremely seriously, and only a short period of time after coming forward with information about Boeing's negligent practices does he get extremely sick and then die, all in a short span of time, with something that doctors had never even seen happen before. That's a little suspicious. And this is the second whistleblower that has died under mysterious circumstances in 2 months. Wow, what a crazy coincidence. To me, this feels like someone or a group of people within Boeing is taking matters into their own hands and making an example out of these whistleblowers, because Boeing is a massive company with so many people in it. And thus, there's a lot of people that are privy to all of the shady shit that they've been doing over the past couple of decades. So, by sending this message, not so subtly, that whistleblowers don't have a long life expectancy, it makes people afraid to come forward with their own accounts. It makes more whistleblowers afraid to come forward. And I think that's the goal with all of it. That, at least in my opinion. Like I said, we did a full dive on Boeing for that Red Thread episode, and this company has been corrupt for a long time. I would not put it past them to do something like this. Maybe not the company as a whole, but at least a couple of bad actors within the company, at the very least. Now let's get into some of the things that Dean was alleging. So he had a degree in engineering, and he took his first job at Spirit in 2019, but was let go amid the layoffs during the pandemic. He then returned to work for the company as a quality auditor. He took the job very seriously and grew increasingly frustrated with what he described as a culture of not counting defects correctly, which is very commonplace when it comes to this. During 2 interviews in January, Dean said that Spirit pressured employees not to report defects in order to get planes out of the factory faster. This is something that John Barnett also said. Now, I'm not saying they don't want you to go out there and inspect a job. You know they do. But if you make too much trouble, you will get the Josh treatment. You will get what happened to me. That's what Dean told NPR. Dean was fired in April of last year in retaliation, he said, for flagging improperly drilled holes in fuselages. I think they were sending out a message to anybody else, Dean said. If you are too loud, we will silence you. Dean described what he saw while working for Spirit in a deposition for a lawsuit filed by the company's shareholders who accused the company of misleading investors by attempting to conceal excessive numbers of defects at the Kansas factory. He was not a plaintiff in the case. In the shareholder lawsuit, Dean said he flagged a significant defect, misdrilled holes in the AFT pressure bulkhead of the 737 MAX fuselages months before he was fired. His deposition lays out a series of pivotal dates. October 2022. In his auditor role, Dean realizes Spirit workers misdrilled holes on the 737 MAX AFT pressure bulkhead, representing a potential threat to maintaining cabin pressure during flight. The lawsuit accuses the company of concealing the problem. April 13, 2023. Boeing publicly reveals learning of a separate defect related to the tail fin fittings on the certain 737 MAX aircraft. Spirit then confirms that defect. April 26, 2023. Spirit fires Dean, saying he failed to flag the tail fin issue. In his testimony, Dean said he told the company officials that he might have missed the tail fin defect because he had just discovered the problem with the bulkheads he inspected and was focused on that. August 23, 2023. Boeing announces it has found fastener holes in the AFT pressure bulkhead on certain 737 MAX airplanes that don't match its specifications, resulting in snowmen due to the multiple holes' elongated shape. It's the problem Dean flagged 10 months earlier. On the same day, Spirit releases a statement acknowledging the issue. The shareholder lawsuit accuses Spirit of concealing the bulkhead defect not only from investors, but also apparently from Boeing. It's important to note that Boeing is currently in talks to acquire Spirit altogether, and in the interview with NPR, Joshua Dean predicted it would be difficult to replace the experienced workforce that Spirit lost during the pandemic. The mechanics aren't as experienced, neither are the inspectors. We've just lost that. He then showed a little bit of optimism for the new CEO who was taking over, saying that he has the chance to be the new sheriff in town, and he closes by saying, "We need to make sure that there is no retaliation or intimidation. This culture of, you're too loud, you'll be moved or silenced, that's got to go." Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that culture went anywhere. In fact, they are silencing people in the biggest possible way, by making it so they can never speak again because they're dead. That is what it seems like to me. This is a problem that runs so deep with Boeing. It's in Spirit, their supplier, and Boeing itself. This is unacceptable. Like, the planes are in terrible condition. There's problems almost every single day with Boeing flights malfunctioning and having all kinds, like oodles and oodles of issues. It really feels like it's only a matter of time before a fatal incident occurs with one of Boeing's aircrafts that would have been entirely preventable if they actually just followed their own safety protocol and actually listened to the quality auditors and the people that are actually supposed to be performing maintenance on these things. It's so baffling to me that we've reached this point where they're so focused on just pumping shit out to meet deadlines that they don't really care if it's put together well. These are things that hold thousands of people's lives daily, and they're just shipping it out as cheaply and as fastly as possible while hiding as many of the defects as they can for as long as they can. That is frightening. Fucking frightening. And the people that are speaking out about it seem to be in an extraordinary amount of danger for some reason. Super weird how 2 whistleblowers just turn up dead under really interesting circumstances so close together. It just, the whole thing reeks of corruption. My heart breaks for the family and friends of John Barnett and Joshua Dean. Like I said, I really do view them as heroes. Whistleblowers are extremely important. To hold these companies accountable and to try and do the right thing is not easy. As that headline said, it takes tremendous courage. You take a huge risk. And unfortunately for these two, it seems like that risk cost them everything. It's super sad. And I really think that it's just right there in plain sight that Boeing has some kind of hand in it. It's fucking sickening. I think Boeing is an evil company. I think Spirit is an evil company. Like, this is just, it's craziness. It's fucking horrifying. So I want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. There's not many things in life that I'm afraid of. I think my fears are pretty reasonable, not necessarily odd. Like the fear of dying, or being stuck out in open water with no way out, or something being located on the top shelf that I have to struggle to reach. But one fear that I do have that I actually get ridiculed for, and it's not without, I understand why, is my fear of flying. I have a very intense phobia of planes. I don't have a fear of heights, it's just being on a plane. You don't need to spit all the facts at me. I know all the statistics. It's the safest form of travel. Really, it's the safest thing humans do on a regular basis. It's probably more safe than me sitting in this chair right now. I get all of that. I know it's an irrational fear, but I can't shake it. It's just deep-seated. And I've flown 10, 15 times across the 29 years of my life, and every single time it's an anxiety-inducing, miserable experience. I just absolutely despise it. Recently, I've started to feel kind of vindicated in this fear, though. Whereas before, I was made the fool. People, painted me as a clown for being afraid of flying. They couldn't wrap their head around why I'd be afraid of it. Now there's been a lot of people coming over to my side over here because Boeing's been in some hot water. Their planes have just been falling apart in the skies, like the door blowing off, like all kinds of terrible things happening with Boeing's aircrafts. It's been aviation apocalypse for that company. And there was a Boeing whistleblower who was in an active lawsuit with Boeing who turned up dead under very peculiar circumstances. And now Boeing's CEO as well as other top executives are stepping down from the company, so it's just been this septic tank exploding with shit spraying everywhere here. A lot is going on behind the scenes at Boeing, and it's all very odd. Now, as most of you know, I run a show called Red Thread with Jackson and Windigoon, where we dive into cryptids, conspiracies, cults, and cold cases, and we recently tackled the Boeing whistleblower conspiracy, which is about the Boeing whistleblower not taking his own life, but actually being murdered by Boeing for revealing the Krabby Patty secret formula to their aircrafts, which is basically scrap metal. He was talking about all of these awful safety violations and oversights for their aircrafts where they were knowingly putting scrap metal onto their planes. They weren't following protocol. They were doing a lot of shady things, keeping a lot of things off the books on purpose to meet production deadlines. He was a higher up in Boeing when it comes to their aircraft safety and making sure everything functions properly. And he was really concerned and disappointed with how Boeing was handling things. So he started to reveal this information, break the magician's code, and now he's no longer with us. And the circumstances around his death are very odd. So I just wanted to talk about this and show you clips from that Red Thread episode because since a lot of you know I'm afraid of flying, I've been asked a lot about my opinion on Boeing and the whistleblower situation and all of that. And it's one that I've been paying extremely close attention to and following every step of the way. So here's all the Boeing whistleblower conspiracy information as well as my take on all of it. To really start picking apart the problems with Boeing, I think it's important to give a little bit of a history lesson behind them, so I'm going to play this clip from the Red Thread episode that kind of sets the stage for why everything changed so quickly for Boeing after a merger gone wrong with a fucking parasitic infestation that took over the company from the inside out. So, 1997, Boeing acquired McDonnell Douglas, which is now often seen as a misaligned merger. The merger was worth over $13 billion. McDonnell Douglas had found it increasingly harder and harder to compete with Boeing and Airbus, lacking resources to be able to work on new product development, and this merger was Douglas's way out of the industry. At the time, Boeing had an engineering-first ethic which was quickly overpowered after this change by McDonnell Douglas's more profit money-making mindset. So you can see where the holes start to show here. And this is something that even in recent articles is mentioned quite a bit.
Well, it was a massive merger at the time. McDonnell Douglas had a significantly different ethos and like organizational structure behind the scenes, which kind of explains probably why they were in trouble in the first place. Because Boeing,
you would think,
Boeing succeeded over them because they put technological innovation ahead of business in most senses. I mean, they were still a profitable business, don't get me wrong, but they definitely focused a lot on the engineering side of things, engineering excellence. And then somehow they merged with McDonnell Douglas, and McDonnell Douglas is the one that's seen steering the ship from then on. That has never made sense to me. Like, Boeing was the more profitable, more healthy company, and they kind of like saved McDonnell Douglas in a way by merging with them, and then McDonnell Douglas like kind of infects the company. It's never made sense to me.
I think it's just, I don't even think it's necessarily a product of the merger. It's a product of the time where everything became more profit driven. So McDonnell Douglas's like ethos of money making first probably is what was prevalent, not so much their structure.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So this is a very cool name. Harry Stonecipher, the Boeing CEO at the time of the merger.
Sounds like a Bond villain.
I know, it does sound like a Bond villain.
It's so cool. I love that name. I wish my last name was Stonecipher. It's so fucking sick.
That's
it's
an
unfair.
anime name. So he was determined to change the idea of the company from engineering firm to a proper business. Tens of thousands of jobs were cut, and Boeing moved from Seattle to Chicago in 2001. This was done to remove the Strategy Council of Business from being directly associated with other units of the company, thus allowing them to focus more on business decisions and long-term strategy plans without meddling from people actually building the planes. With this drastic change in the company, where now it was all about money making first, print as many doubloons as possible, Mr. Krabs is running Boeing, they started to throw safety and quality to the wayside, at least according to the whistleblower and a lot of the things that were going on behind the scenes that were so shady. Now, I want to continue setting the stage here because the problems for Boeing really started to escalate over the last decade or so. Boeing created the Maneuvering Characteristic Augmentation System, or MCAS, which is now an infamous system, which I'm sure we're going to talk about very soon. It's described as one of their biggest and most fatal mistakes. It was designed to be a flight stabilizing software that would automatically adjust the aircraft's flight controls under certain flight conditions, but Boeing refrained from telling many people about this system, including the pilots of the aircraft itself.
What could go wrong, right?
Whoa, what?
So MCAS obtained its data from aircraft's angle of attack, the AOA sensor, which is used to measure the angle between the aircraft's relative wind and its longitudinal axis. This in turn would help MCAS determine if the plane is at risk of stalling, then triggering corrective actions. If by any chance the information relayed from the AOA sensors were wrong or the sensors were faulty, the MCAS system could erroneously send the plane into a fateful nosedive. This is exactly what happened on the Lions Air Flight 310 in 2008 and the Ethiopian Airways Flight 302 in 2019. Tragically, everyone on board both flights died.
Just for audio listeners, Charlie meant to say 2018 then. There wasn't a 10-year difference. Yeah, you said 2008. 2008.
Oh, sorry. I meant 2018. Yeah.
So anyone who was around at that time period, though, remembers when those two crashes happened because they were enormous in the news. It caused Boeing to ground all the flights. Hundreds of people died. It was a very tragic event.
Oh, man.
They also recalled the 737 MAX in response as well, if I remember correctly. They took the 737 MAX out of production for a little while, and I believe airports refused to fly them.
Yeah, for a 2-year period, I think. Yeah.
So the sensor read data wrong and like pulled against the pilot to adjust, which caused a crash.
So the AOA, the angle of attack sensor, which is a sensor on the peripheral, like the outside of the aircraft itself, could feed incorrect data to the MCAS system in certain situations, and then the MCAS system would operate on that incorrect information and essentially pull the plane.
Was there no way to override it? You would think
there was.
But since they didn't train the pilots on it and the pilots weren't aware of it, they didn't know they could override that system.
Dude.
So it just,
as we're going to get into, the reason as to why the pilots weren't educated about this is so infuriatingly greedy.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
So, Boeing had insisted to airlines that the pilots did not need any additional training to fly the new aircraft, and even more damning, all mentions of MCAS were removed from the operations manual that the pilots relied on. As Boeing was in a losing race against Airbus, the 737 MAX needed to fly exactly like the 737, so that pilots didn't have to go through new simulator training for certification.
And remember, just real quick, I didn't write this, but remember that it didn't fly exactly like the previous 737 because the engines were more forward on
Correct,
the plane,
yeah.
Yep,
creating that tilt. So because of that, that's why they introduced the MCAS to offset that, so that it would fly as close to the 737 as possible.
You make a system that makes it feel like the old one.
Exactly,
but
so they can avoid
accommodate for when that system doesn't work correctly. I see.
Yeah.
Training the pilots would have taken a lot of extra time, money, and would be unattractive to potential airline customers. MCAS was the supposed solution so that in certain, very specific situations, it would slightly adjust the aircraft to correct its flight position to create a more similar flying experience akin to the previous model that the pilots were used to. However, when this happened in the real world, pilots and MCAS were in a sort of fight with each other for controls, with pilots trimming the aircraft manually and then MCAS trimming it again, and this cycle continuing with the pilot unaware that there was a hidden system essentially acting against them. After the tragedies of the Lions Air and Ethiopian airline crashes, Boeing suffered a huge financial loss. In 2022 and 2023, they paid out over $1 billion to 737 MAX customers. They were charged with fraud as well as conspiracy and entered an agreement with the Department of Justice with the agreement that they were to pay over $2.5 billion. They also grounded the 737 MAX for nearly 2 years, with regulators conducting investigations, a move costing Boeing around $20 billion in fees and fines.
So they didn't end up making more money in the first place. They made these decisions to make more money, and now they've lost over $20 billion, which I'm not sure how much that is in the grand scheme.
They have
of
a
things.
net worth of $109 billion. So
that is actually substantial then.
The negative publicity just continues to, accumulate day by day. For example, one United Airlines Boeing 777 experienced a wheel loss during takeoff. Another United Airlines aircraft slid off the runway upon landing due to the landing gear malfunctioning. There's been multiple instances of flames shooting out of engines that have been reported. Certifications have reportedly been falsified. Debris has been discovered near electrical wiring. Loose parts have been found in door panels. Components from scrap bins have allegedly been reused in installations and constructions of planes themselves. A Boeing 777 was forced to land after hydraulic fluid was leaking during takeoff. Additionally, engineers have been outsourced for low wages, with some employees reportedly being paid as low as $9.50 an hour, and the FAA criticized Boeing's safety procedures as inadequate. And there's so many more that Jackson could have pulled from. Like 2 days ago, a Boeing flight engine blew up, caught fire, and they had to emergency land. A week ago, this one I think a lot of you heard, the door blew off of a plane mid-flight.
Yep.
That's the one I focus on, yeah.
Oh, so you have it right here. So, most recently, Friday, January 5th, 171 passengers and 6 crew members were aboard the Alaskan Airline Flight 1282 on a Boeing 737 MAX. They departed from Portland at 5:07 p.m. with no signs of stress or worry from the captains or flight staff. However, minutes later, as the plane reached an altitude of 16,000 feet, a loud bang was heard through the aircraft. A hidden emergency door and its cover, known as a door plug, was suddenly sucked out from the aircraft, leaving a giant hole in its wake. The change in pressure was so strong that if passengers were sitting in the seats directly at the impacted door, they would most certainly have been jettisoned. Mobile phones were ripped out of hands, a t-shirt was ripped off the back of a young boy, the plane's interior around the gap was torn apart to its core, and the surrounding seats bent and misshapen. There's just so many examples of Boeing planes malfunctioning in recent years as the quality of their builds have apparently diminished behind the scenes. So we focused a lot on that airline door being blown off. That was one we harped on a lot, and diving deep into how that happened and all of the negligence and just irresponsibility behind it. The main thing that contributed to that is they didn't put the fucking bolts in on it. Like, they didn't finish actually putting the bolts in on the door. It's from top to bottom, so much has gone wrong with Boeing. And it's led to concerned individuals like John Barnett, the Boeing whistleblower, coming out to tell the public, inform them about what's happening with Boeing and how dangerous it is.
Following this, Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun himself has encouraged customers to conduct their own reviews on 737.
Hey, we don't feel like paying for anyone to like check our shit. Can you guys just do it yourself and like let us know?
Just check the doors when you get on.
Encouraging encourages customers to check the bolts. Oh my gosh. Like, hey, next time you get onto one of our planes, just make sure all the screws are there. You probably know where they're supposed to go.
Guys, it's probably fine, but don't take our word for it. In fact, we want you to do it yourself.
Yeah. And then in the court case, it's like, Your Honor, they checked the door. You know, it's really their fault.
The onus was on them.
Every single passenger is deputized upon entering a 737 as an official certified inspector.
I'm going to assume, because Boeing's customers are the actual airlines and not us individually, so maybe he meant the customers as in the airlines conduct their own reviews, but even then,
I imagine.
That's still such a dodgy thing to say still, like, hey, you guys should check the doors.
It's funny to imagine
we weren't
that, like,
looking.
When you sit down on a plane and the stewardess is giving you like the in-flight instructions, it's like, please ensure that all bolts and screws are in the correct place on the secret door you don't know you're sitting next to.
Yeah, when the oxygen mask dropped down during an emergency, they also drop an Allen wrench. It's like, okay, now everyone tighten your shit quick.
Out of the 89 audits conducted by Boeing, only 56 passed. They found that Dawn... What? No way.
No ridiculous amount of failure.
What? They found that Dawn dishwashing liquid was being used as a makeshift lubricant during door fittings, and a hotel key card was used to check a door seal, which are not approved practices.
I can't believe those aren't approved practices. Where does it say in the technical guidebook that you can't use Dawn dishwashing liquid? What are you meant to use then?
I love it's like the Air Bud argument. I mean, there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball. Why can't I use a hotel key card to check the door seal? John Barnett. He was an American-born aerospace engineer and longtime Boeing employee turned whistleblower. Born February 23rd, 1962 in Pineville, Louisiana, Barnett worked at Boeing for 32 years with a long stint from 2010 through 2017, working as a quality control manager for Boeing's 787 Dreamliner airplane at the South Carolina plant. As quality control manager, John was directly involved in ensuring each plane had passed supposed Boeing quality checklists, essentially being one of the few individuals who was innately aware and knowledgeable about Boeing's supposed commitment to producing reliable and safe aircraft. Due to stressful working conditions, Barnett's doctor advised that job-related stress would likely cause a heart attack unless he were to quit. He retired in 2016. Upon his retirement, John Barnett came forward to the press to make allegations about various claims of malpractice at Boeing. His initial claims first came to the BBC and included allegations that many employees were severely overworked and Boeing was not providing consistent and appropriate maintenance to the aircraft they were responsible for manufacturing. He also made the troubling evidence-based claim that the oxygen systems of the brand new Boeing 787 Dreamliner range of aircraft might be faulty or otherwise defective as a byproduct of lax maintenance at Boeing. He provided tests that showed a failure rate of 25% for the oxygen systems. In 2019, Barnett would appear in a New York Times article where he would go on to make further claims about metal shavings that posed a danger to the aircraft themselves. Boeing denied all allegations made by Barnett. However, the FAA has since conducted several reviews that seem to corroborate Barnett's claims.
Yeah, 25% for the oxygen systems. So 1 in 4 people on those planes are not getting oxygen in the case of an emergency.
That's still a positive survival rate. That's acceptable losses.
It's not bad, and they wouldn't need oxygen anyway because the plane will be in a nosedive. So it's not gonna
What are they going to do? Tell someone?
Yeah, it's actually probably better for Boeing if no one gets oxygen, so that way there's no squealing.
Have you heard that old conspiracy theory that the reason you brace with your head against the chair in front of you in a plane crash is to immediately break your neck?
Oh yeah,
so you don't feel the pain of the crash. Or
Yeah, the old Boeing survivors pose.
So then here's some more claims from Barnett. So, reprimanded for email usage, Barnett asserts that a senior manager reprimanded and downgraded Barnett for his usage of internal email services as a tool for expressing process violations in lieu of face-to-face conversations, which Barnett assumes had meant he shouldn't put problems in writing. This was seemingly a way for Boeing to avoid a paper trail of problems that Boeing would prefer swept under the rug, which is relevant with the Alaska Airline Flight 1282, which is the door blowing off, where Boeing apparently doesn't have any written documents pertaining to the faulty installation of the door module. Barnett also alleges that the manager pushed Barnett to get more used to working in the gray areas and help find a way while maintaining compliance. This speaks to a direct willingness and culture at Boeing where employees and managers are willing to sacrifice quality control to keep productivity high and ensure deadlines are met. Then there's also defective parts claims, where Barnett claims that a senior manager installed a defective, scrapped and dented hydraulic pipe in a plane. Barnett followed procedures and filed the complaint with Human Resources, which was unable to substantiate the claim after claiming they had followed through with an investigation. He also claims that he would go on to continuously raise issues of several more missing and defective airplane parts to management with the fear that they had either been accidentally or intentionally installed in aircrafts. Allegedly, management instead directed him to finish the paperwork on the missing parts without necessarily determining where they had gone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
They fell into the
They'll
fucking
show
back
up.
rooms. Who cares? Just make note that they're missing. Barnett claims no further action was taken by managers. His claim that workers did not sufficiently follow component tracking procedures with the goal of preventing delays on the production line was backed up by a 2017 Federal Aviation Administration report that determined that at least 53 non-conforming parts were missing, with the order that Boeing take remedial action. Barnett additionally claimed that they had to change the locks on the scrap storage section of the facility where faulty or defective parts were kept, because people would continuously grab parts from the storage to install on planes.
You have
They
to
have a real
lock up.
problem at Boeing.
You have to lock up the scrap shed because they keep trying to build planes with them.
Just fucking get rid of them, burn
Insane.
them. Stop
It's
them
it's
from being installed in these planes.
It's like everyone's rats like running around scavenging. Like, no, stop. Get back.
Tony Stark built this Boeing in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
So bad.
Metal shavings. Barnett further alleged that he had discovered what he described as clusters of metal shavings that were erroneously left near electrical systems for flight controls in several 787s. The safety implications of this was that if there were shavings, the implications of this was if the shavings were to penetrate the electrical wiring responsible for powering the flight control systems, the results could have been catastrophic. So, in 2024, Barnett continued to issue warnings about Boeing and their work culture and vehicle safety, particularly following Alaska Airline Flight 1282. Barnett would go on to file an AR-21, which is a law that supposedly protects airline safety whistleblowers against retaliatory actions by employers, with the claim that Boeing had undermined his career because he had raised safety concerns at the Charleston plant. It's worth mentioning he was in an active lawsuit against Boeing, and he was in South Carolina, and on Saturday, he was intended to provide further answers to questioning, but did not show up to the downtown office of Boeing's defense firm for the final day of the 3-day deposition. He did not respond to calls over that day or the following. He was found deceased shortly after in his truck at a hotel parking lot from what Charleston County Coroner's Office described as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Prior to his death, Barnett reportedly told a family friend that, "If anything happens to me, it's not suicide." Boeing responded to his death by releasing a statement that read, "We are saddened by Mr. Barnett's death and our thoughts are with his family and friends." Barnett's family claimed that he was looking forward to having his day in court and hoped that it would force Boeing to change its culture, though was suffering from PTSD and anxiety attacks as a result of being subject to hostile work environment at Boeing, which we believe led to his death. His lawyer told the CBS News that he was in very good spirits and really looking forward to putting this phase of his life behind him and moving on. We didn't see any indication he would take his own life. No one can believe it. Barnett was found inside his vehicle, bleeding from his right temple, with a silver pistol found in his hand and something allegedly resembling a note in the passenger seat. A groundsman told police that he had heard a pop around 9:24 a.m., but the rain had apparently muffled the sound. Barnett and his lawyers had filed their first complaints in 2017 in Barnett v. Boeing. It seems suspicious, to say the least, that Barnett would commit suicide when his case was finally in the final stretch. A family member told his lawyer, Turkowitz, what was written on the note, but that it didn't sound like John. Which I imagine it didn't.
It sounded like Harry Stonemason or whatever his name was.
Harry Stone Cipher.
Yeah, Stone Cipher.
I think the biggest thing that makes no fucking sense here is not only the timing of it, where he's like in the last phase of this, but also he decides to blow his brains out in the parking lot as opposed to his room. Why? That makes no sense. If he was going to kill himself, it'd likely be in his room, not in the fucking parking lot.
Yeah, that is a good point. I didn't think of that. Maybe he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to create a mess for like the house cleaners or something, and so he figured that his car would be the most.
Well, then he's creating a mess for the tow truck company and every human being that would be walking outside and might see a blood-splattered window.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why you would choose to do it in the car realistically.
Well, because he didn't choose to. It wasn't a suicide that he consented to. It does ultimately seem unlikely that Boeing would plan to murder a whistleblower, but only because there are many other whistleblowers and it would be highly impractical for Boeing to assassinate all of them. There's an interesting connection here where lawyers who drafted Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 immunity deal are also connected to those who created Boeing's signed January 6, 2021, because Epstein needs to come up in every Red Thread episode somehow.
It's actually crazy that they are connected, though.
So, with so many circumstances that serve as evidence of Boeing's malpractice, its failure of 33 of 89 FAA audits, the jammed rudder that caused a near miss in Newark, a wing coming apart on a San Francisco to Boston flight that was forced to make a premature landing, the use of dish soap and hotel room keys to check door seals, and of course, its failure to install a single bolt that would have prevented the door on the Alaskan Airline Flight 1282 from being ejected from the fuselage, it's impossible to believe that the company would be able to argue it hasn't broken the DPA. But as the DPA is written, the only actual requirements of complying with the DPA are that Boeing cooperate fully with domestic and foreign regulatory authorities in any investigations during the 3 years in which it remains in effect. It's essentially toothless. Yep.
Yeah, because the whole thing is just saying like, well, you can make mistakes as long as you let us look at them. And they're like, okay.
Yeah. Or you at least pretend to let us look at them.
Yeah.
Like with the footage being overwritten and all that.
Yeah, there's a piece of paper somewhere that says we looked at them. As long as that happens, we're fine. Yeah.
Boeing maintains that it has cooperated fully and transparently, but that it is unable to provide documents that the agency is seeking because it doesn't possess the documents and, indeed, no longer documents the repairs and procedures the agency is asking for documentation of, in reference to the installation and maintenance of the door. This is further evidenced and backed up by John Barnett's previous claims that Boeing has an internal culture that will aim to avoid any written record of faults and mistakes at any cost, choosing to lose documentation at any chance if it means they won't be held culpable with evidence pertaining to their increasingly lax quality control and maintenance standard. This has all led to the enormous shift in public perception of the company. The once famous phrase, "If it ain't Boeing, I'm not going," is no longer relevant. Indeed, I'll be more comfortable flying an Airbus plane for the foreseeable future when possible. That's Jackson.
That was meant for me.
I won't be comfortable flying any plane.
You'll be slightly more comfortable if you're on an Airbus.
And I don't even
it's
think
definitely possible.
This is another aspect of it. I don't think it is Boeing who would have carried out a hit. It's not like the boardroom got together and had a discussion and said we need to kill this guy. Could have just been a single individual within the company whose career would be threatened by this information coming to light. So he just has it taken care of without consulting anyone else.
Yeah.
My main hang up with the whole assassination idea, and I agree with you, Isaiah, mostly. I think it's definitely possible that it was something like that. My main hang up with the idea is just how much I think Boeing would have been aware how much noise would have been generated by an assassination on a whistleblower, and I think they would have known that they would have had that kind of perception if that were to occur. So I don't know if it was necessary on their end as well. Like was said in the document, there's a whole bunch of other whistleblowers currently from Boeing. They already have this reputation issue. I don't see why it would be necessary for them when they're pretty much invulnerable anyway.
Necessary is probably not the right word. I feel like the reason they would have killed him in particular is just because of how high profile he. Like, I don't know any of the other whistleblowers. I don't think many of you do, but Barnett was in like the news. He was bringing these problems to the public sphere. Like, hey, Boeing's shit is made out of shit. Like, they're using scrap metal. It's not safe. I wouldn't fly it. Like this kind of stuff. Like he was a pretty important figure in getting people more aware of just how like poor their quality was. And he had a very high ranking position. Like, he would be a very strong authority on just how bad their quality control is. So it's someone people would put their faith in to know these things. So I feel like he would be one of those people they'd be afraid of. Now, whether or not they'd necessarily be like, we have to kill him, I don't know, but maybe someone was panicking, like, hey, if this keeps going, if he keeps dropping these, bombshells, we're going to suffer big problems. And maybe someone just, impulsively decided we need to do something about it and decided to kill him. Because it just seems highly unlikely that someone who's right at the end of like a very passionate fight decides to take their own life. And if it's not suicide, then another thing that's equally possible is maybe Boeing started putting out like outside pressure on him, like, hey, threatening his family, we'll do something to them. We'll make sure your family's in financial ruin. We'll make sure their lives are miserable if you don't stop this, that kind of thing. Like they could have
suicide.
Yeah, they could have like coerced him into it. Like they mentioned he was suffering from like PTSD and anxiety attacks. So maybe Boeing plays into that angle by making all of these like bigger threats that like make his anxiety even bigger and greater. So like even if they didn't necessarily get it like fucking Agent 47 out there, like I still think they could have driven him to it, like forced it upon him, which I'd still consider like a hit.
Yeah, that's definitely possible as well.
The new Boeing whistleblower. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to look into him, actually. Thanks for reminding me. They came forward a couple days ago. New Boeing whistleblower says plane maker cut corners on its Dreamliner jets. I'm doing this not because I want Boeing to fail, but because I want to prevent crashes. Horrifying. After a former engineer claimed the company has schedule over safety mentality that leads to potential defects in the 777 and the 787 Dreamliner jets, Boeing is already undergoing an investigation by the FAA after a door plug flew out of the Alaska Airlines craft mid-flight. In an update in March, the FAA said it had identified non-compliance issues in Boeing's manufacturing process control. Where's the new stuff? The whistleblower added, the truth is Boeing can't keep going the way that it is. It needs to do a little bit better, I think. What an understatement. The complaint alleges Boeing had taken shortcuts. Believes that debris was left in interfaces and composite materials had been deformed during the construction process. Alleges that the defects are generally not detectable through visual inspection and could ultimately cause a premature fatigue failure without any warning. That's scary. Boeing has rejected such claims, because obviously it will. It's not going to come out and be like, yeah, this dude's actually right. We've just been putting all this fucking scrap metal on there and using Dawn dish soap, so he's like right on the money. These things will probably fall apart any minute now. But we met the deadline. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. The issues raised have been subject to rigorous engineering examination under FAA oversight, which again, I won't get into too much detail, but Boeing is highly corrupt in pretty much every avenue and has their fingers in a lot of different pies. They don't really get the inspections that they should. This analysis has validated that these issues do not present any safety concerns and the aircraft will maintain its service life over several decades. He claims that he saw the 777 was a rollout on a new assembly process that was done without the necessary redesign of relevant parts, which has led to a misalignment of parts. These chronic defects pose grave risks, and Boeing has ignored his concerns and failed to take remedial action. What a great company. Thanks to Tier 1 Full Magazine. Ripped to him in advance. Yeah, hopefully he's already got funeral plans picked out. And his family's being notified ahead of time. So that way he can spend the last hours he has in this corporeal realm with them. What's going on with the trout population? Anything crazy? Thanks to Resub El Mago. No, this is the newest Boeing whistleblower. He's still alive, though I'm sure Boeing will do everything they can to change that quickly. Yeah, that's the one. It's the KZ-ZS-10 Pros. That's what the IEMs are. I did not hear she's retiring, Thomas. Well, that's sad. I hate musicals, but I'm going to hope that Joker 2 is a pleasant surprise and a really good movie, even in spite of being a musical. I've still not played GTFO, but it is a game I plan on playing with friends at some point. It's a Prime Twisted. You hear about the Catholic priest who was just jailed after throwing a wild sex orgy where a male prostitute overdosed on erectile dysfunction pills. Can't say I saw that. That's what a rager he threw, though. Wow. You played Rainbow Six Vegas when you had the 360? Yeah, of course, I loved Vegas. Vegas and Vegas 2 were amazing. You see the new Prince of Persia from the Dead Cells devs? Thanks to resub. Bean? No, I didn't. Unless you're talking about the one that just came out not long ago, but I imagine you wouldn't be. The Rogue Prince of Persia? There's the Prime Kiwi. The resub Edwin. Okay, I will say one thing. Nothing to do with the game. This is a really cool animation they have for this. The IEMs, does it matter where I plug them in? Because I have the sound coming through this mic, so I've just plugged them into this mic, but it sounds super fucking flat. There's the Prime Jetalin in the resub code. Is that the IEMs, or is it because it's plugged into the mic? Does it matter where I plug these in? It does matter. Use a mixer. Brother, I'm not using a mixer. That ship has sailed. Might need a DAC. What the fuck is a DAC? Is that gonna be like a Ligma thing or something? Can't they just plug it directly into the computer? Plug it into your motherboard / PC. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then. It's kind of what I was thinking. Hold on. Oh shit. Well, that's not gonna work. Alright. That's too far away. They won't reach. Thanks for membership, Miata. Audio jack extension cord, no. Well, I don't have a mixer, obviously. Jesus. What is it? People keep saying DAC. I'll look it up. What is a DAC and why do you need one? Oh, this is just... I have an old Focusrite. Thanks a membership. Fox. Will that work? No, I doubt it. I don't think I can plug into that. So can I just... Is there any benefit to using the interface over just plugging directly into the PC? Because I can just get an extension, I guess, and just plug into the PC. If the PC has a bad sound card, it makes a huge difference. You get better quality through DAC. True, Drifter. I just can't imagine this would be required for fucking $50 IEMs. There's no way they're that good. The Focusrite will work? I don't think it will, though, because when I tried to plug in my earbuds, they wouldn't work on the Focusrite. This is the Prime Fireworks. I think it's a membership pop. Well, I think the only reason the sound is flat is because I'm plugged into the mic. I feel like if I plugged into the PC, it'd immediately improve it, because the sound card on it, I'm sure, is good. It's just it won't reach the PC without an extension. These are some Bojangles and Tier 1 Twitchy. Why is your PC so far away? It's not. It's just this cord is extremely short. This is the whole cord. And the PC is right here, so it doesn't reach. Just try it for a second through the PC. Okay. We'll see how that sounds, I guess. Hold on. I don't have a whole lot of real estate to work with here. Give me a sec. Oh my god. Okay, let's see how this sounds. It was extremely loud, but it didn't really change the quality. Yikes, that just hurt my ears. That was cranked all the way to max. Oof. Zerisub Yozora. Okay. No such luck there. Thanks, Ethan. And thanks, John. No, not using any headphones or headsets. They're IEMs. Thanks for membership. Halcyon. Oh, of course I remember garbage trucks. So in that case, do I need the DAC or whatever? I haven't really looked into exactly how the whistleblower passed away here, allegedly unaliving himself, but with everything that's been going on in the aviation industry, to me, from like the little bits I've read, it sounds more like an assassination. This is scary shit, man. I'm telling you, planes are the devil. I've been saying it since I was a child, and you called me crazy. There's some stoner, the membership wander. And no, I have not. Tin Finger, I don't know who that is. Oh, wait, yes, I have. That's Joe Rogan guest. And yeah, of course, I know the Stalker games. John Barnett, who had worked for Boeing for 32 years until his retirement in 2017, in the days before his death, he had been giving evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against the company. Boeing said it was saddened to hear of Mr. Barnett's passing. The Charleston County coroner confirmed his death to the BBC on Monday. It said the 62-year-old had died from a self-inflicted wound on March 9th, and police were investigating. Mr. Barnett had worked for the U.S. plane giant for 32 years. From 2010, he worked as a quality manager. In 2019, Mr. Barnett told the BBC that under-pressure workers had been deliberately fitting substandard parts to aircraft on the production line. He also said he had uncovered serious problems with oxygen systems, which could mean 1 in 4 breathing masks would not work in an emergency. He said soon after starting work in South Carolina, he had become concerned that the push to get new aircraft built meant the assembly process was rushed and safety was compromised, something the company denied. Later told BBC that workers had failed to follow procedures intended to track components throughout the factory, allowing defective components to go missing. He said in some cases, substandard parts had even been removed from scrap bins and fitted to planes that were being built to prevent delays on the production line. And he also claimed that tests on emergency oxygen systems due to be fitted to the 787 showed a failure rate of 25%, meaning that 1 in 4 could fail. So he was exposing a lot, clearly, and now he is dead. Seems fishy. Seems very fishy. He's the Prime Kings and couldn't pick a name. He's a resub Sebi. Enjoy Monster Hunter, Calvin. At the time of his death, Mr. Barnett had been in Charleston for legal interviews linked to that case. Last week, he gave a formal deposition in which he was questioned by Boeing's lawyers before being cross-examined by his own counsel. He had been due to undergo further questioning on Saturday. When he did not appear, inquiries were made at his hotel. He was subsequently found dead in his truck in the hotel car park. Speaking to BBC, his lawyers described his death as tragic. In a statement, Boeing said, "We are saddened by Mr. Barnett's passing and our thoughts are with his family and friends." His death comes at a time when production standards at both Boeing and its key supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, are under intense scrutiny. This follows an incident in early January when an unused emergency exit door blew off a brand new Boeing 737 MAX shortly after takeoff from Portland. What interesting timing for him to kill himself. Surely a coincidence. Thanks, Resub Craxon. Yeah, he was a Boeing whistleblower, actively engaged in a lawsuit against Boeing. Same guy who got Epstein. Yeah, maybe they just used the same person. It's just one guy. The planes are starting to fall apart. And Mr. Barnett was trying to expose the truth. Boeing took him out. I think that's what happened here. Oh, is that about the cannibal thing? I saw the headlines for the cannibal. I haven't read about it or anything. And yeah, I heard about the body being driven to the bank to take money out. Thanks, membership prodigy. I'm really confused. If the planes are falling apart and they were going to be exposed, is it deliberate? Well, yeah, I think so. Most people would read this and conclude that this was likely a murder. He was engaged in a very important lawsuit with Boeing. And now, obviously, it can't finish because he's dead. And yeah, I'm getting bits and pieces of it, Cake. It's just a lot. Government cover-up tier list win. Not a bad idea. What does Boeing gain from having their planes falling apart? Well, they don't gain anything from that. What they gain is by saving money on the construction as well as meeting strict deadlines for the production line, which is something Barnett was mentioning a couple times throughout this. So like in an effort to be like quick, meet those deadlines on the assembly line, they would use substandard parts, which is why shit keeps falling apart. They don't necessarily gain from having their planes fucking combust in the air, but it is good for business if they're saving money and meeting these strict timetables. I missed that one, Urban. That's cute, though. And that is sad, Lucas. Temu parts? It actually sounds like worse than Temu parts. Like here it says they were going into the bin from scrap bins and fitting them to the planes. You'd be better off buying from Temu. And have not done that, Vincenzo. Thanks for your sub-run. Corner cutting everywhere with manufacturing, maintenance, and pilot training. Pilot training's a big one, too. We went over this a few times, but you remember when those, like, what was it, 787 Maxes or 737 Maxes? I don't remember. But, like, that new model that kept falling out of the sky and fucking blowing up? That was because they changed something and never educated the pilots on it. So what would happen is, like, the system would put it into a fucking nosedive. And they couldn't correct it. Thanks a Prime Rose. Once they went from engineering leadership to business leadership, it all went to shit. Well, that's the way of things, unfortunately. That was called the MCAS system. Yep, that's the one. Or, no, wasn't it MCAT? Or am I misremembering? How about, let's just look it up. MKAS. You were right. Hey, congrats on the 14-year anniversary meditation. Hope the channel's going well. I'm surely supposed to be on a site working for Boeing. They're building a bunch of new hangars in Florida. It's another place to halfway assemble planes. Cool. Have fun. Yeah, a few of them, Jake. And we've gone back to some of the older ones, like the pizza one. You should check out Suno AI. It's so crazy, the quality of the songs it makes. That's the second time I've heard about that. What are we playing tonight? Siege. Later. And no, I have not, Vestrix. I haven't looked into all of it yet. There's been so much going on in the Minecraft community, it's been hard to keep up with all of it. But I will be checking in on all of it and trying to get all the info. Charlie, you're not getting approved by that guy because esports aren't an Olympic sport. Surprised you didn't make that connection. I know you're joking about the immigration, but I actually got a lot of really good info today about why we've been getting declined. Thanks to Tier 1 LMAO. And one of the things might legitimately be the name of our org, Moist Esports. Unironically. Like I said it as a joke in the video, but today we talked to Matt talked to a really knowledgeable person who also is a specialist when it comes to immigration stuff. And he said that might actually be a real reason, is because of the name. Which is tragic. Absolutely fucking tragic. You hear about the girl who went on a reality show to find her mom, who abandoned her, but discovered she married her brother by accident? What a fucking storyline that is. Nope. News to me. Thanks to Membership Urban. Jesus Christ. That's super sweet. Thanks, Ward. Should have used a reputable name like Boeing. Yeah, for our esports organization. Boeing Esports. What does it violate? It doesn't violate anything. Like I said in the video, it comes down to individuals. And the individuals have all of the say-so. So if there's anything they don't like or anything that smells fishy to them, they can just fully, with their own power, say no. So they speculated that the name, since the word moist is so off-putting to so many people, could legitimately be a deterrent. That they're not taking it seriously as like an international thing, regardless of our results, that it is some kind of sham to get them here for some nefarious reason or whatever. And that could legitimately be playing a role in why we're declined and still struggling. Thanks to the Anonymous 5 gift subs and the resub bunter. So it was your fault. Unintentionally, yeah. Like, moist is not a bad word. In fact, Moist is one of the largest brands of shampoo. Well, it's not one of the largest. But, like, that Aussie Moist whatever, like, that's a huge brand. Like, I just... It's not a bad word. And no, I don't think so, Frenchie. Thanks to the membership, Maxwell. So what do we name ourselves now? Well, we can't just change the name like that. We've got too many moving parts to just do that willy-nilly. We have a lot of options moving forward, though. It's just a massive fucking headache with this immigration stuff. Thanks to Prime Pixel. My tier 1 woot. Yep, I've only caught like the bear. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I've been reading some news stories that I'd like to share with you all because I feel they would have a big impact on your life. So I'd like to just briefly touch on these so that way you can stay up to date and informed. Because knowing is half the battle. In Dallas, a man dubbed the Butthole Tickling Bandit, the Anus Avenger, the Rectum Ruffian, Anal Invader, the Colon Crusader, 007, the Butt Is Not Enough. The list goes on, and I must admit that list mostly contains names I've given him. But anyway, he's been captured and pictured here. He looks like Bert from Sesame Street. If Bert turned to a life of anus-tickling crime, he'd been terrorizing a small community for a few months. Almost all of his break-ins were into the homes of single men. Actually, all of his break-ins were into the homes of single men, and he would tickle their anus while they slept. Now, there's no mention of whether or not he did over-the-pants anus tickling, or if he would actually drop their trousers and tickle their bare asshole. It's a pretty important detail to leave out, so I must admit it's pretty shitty reporting. Now, I also have a theory. I don't think this man was targeting single men. I think he just so happened to keep breaking into single men's houses. I don't think there was any way he would know that he was breaking into a single man's house, so I think he was just ready to tickle any anus he came across, which makes him even more dangerous. So it's really a good thing they got him off the streets. This menace is now behind bars, so Dallas residents can now sleep easier, knowing their asshole isn't going to be tickled unless they want it to. Netflix, the company behind popular online video game League of Legends, announced today that it'd be retiring its Dominion game mode, much to the dismay of the 5 players who still play it. A shirtless man was arrested for pissing on a fellow passenger and starting a fight between the two while on board an airplane. I think we've all been there though. We've all been in those heated arguments where we have the urge to whip our dicks out and start pissing on each other. This man just followed through on that primal desire, so I can't fault him for that. But what really fucking sucks about this is the man who just took the urine in the mouth, just right in the fucking chin, got arrested for it too. So that's just adding insult to urine. But I think this should really just serve as a lesson, a reminder, if you will, that there's 2 kinds of people in the world. The one who does the pissing, and the one who takes the piss. A brave reporter was stabbed just below the shoulder blade while giving a demonstration on a stab-proof vest. Not much to say about this one other than he clearly got stabbed in the back. The last interesting and important news article I stumbled upon is one only fucking Scooby-Doo could shed any light on. So there's some severed feet that have been washing up on Pacific Northwest shores, and no one has any real explanation for how they're getting there or why there's a severed foot inside of the running shoes they keep finding, and why it's always running shoes, and why it's usually right feet. But the authorities aren't willing to accept defeat, so they've offered kind of a logical explanation explaining it, but I feel as though they're off by a few feet on their explanation. It doesn't exactly cover all the bases, because something very strange is afoot here. I myself have my own explanation, and it's a little... you're gonna have to bear with me here, it's a little far-fetched, but trust me, I know what the fuck I'm talking about with these kind of things. It's pretty clear that there's some type of spirit possessing these shoes and this severed foot, and I think just like the frog and the princess, it's just waiting to be kissed so it can come back to life and emerge as a beautiful pirate. I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money with that one, because you know what they say, if the shoe fits, wear it. And these are about all the interesting news articles I found today, so I just wanted to briefly give you all some important details with what's going on in the world, so stay informed. There's a viral video going around on the internet right now that really struck a chord within me, deep within my soul. A video that is about a short man getting very angry and he becomes a massive douchebag asshole. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but from the perspective of a short man, we're a rare breed, so I figured you'd want the unique perspective of a man who's below average male height. I'm 5'6". And one thing I'd like to say about this video before I play it for the few of you that haven't seen it, is this video is so embarrassing on this guy's part that it made me feel tall. Watching this video made me forget that I was short, and I was just laughing at this guy like, this fucking loser, must suck being short. And it didn't occur to me until I went to take a shit and I looked at myself in the mirror that I was like, God damn, wait, I'm short too.
You're great women, why is that okay? Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead? That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites.
So you're looking at the protagonist for this new sitcom called 2.5 Hobbits. He's very upset that he's short, and allegedly, according to the girl who posted this video, this took place at a bagel shop, and he was just being misogynistic asshole to all the women, and that's when they started filming it, and he immediately starts talking about dating sites where girls make fun of him, which leads me to believe that he had just got rejected on Tinder, and Bumble, and Match, and Christian Mingle, and his favorite Twitch streamer rejected his application to be a mod, so I'm guessing just all around was a bad day, and he took it all out on women at this shop.
You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss. Dude, you want to step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not standing, pal. I'm not.
This is the highest level short man rage I've ever seen documented. This is the kind of shit you only read about on Reddit. I actually couldn't even believe that this was filmed. It's like filming Sasquatch. This is such a high level of short man rage. It's like DEFCON 3 of short man rage. It's unreal. Just looking for a fight, constantly on edge, looking to be disruptive. I wouldn't be surprised if before he even got into the bagel shop, he started sizing up a 7th grader, thinking to himself, yeah, I can take him. He may be a little taller than me, but I can definitely beat his ass. That'll impress the girls around here. But by far my favorite thing about the entire clip is the little chest bump on the guy ready to rumble. He chest bumps the dude's nutsack. This guy is so short, and the guy he's trying to tussle with is so much taller than him that when he does the little chest bump to be intimidating, his tits are rubbing the man's penis. His nipples are handshaking his scrotum.
You shut up too. Just like, no, go ahead and attack me, Jake.
Oh my god. I just wanted bagels. I recorded the whole thing.
The classic, "What are you gonna do, stab me?" says the man who got stabbed. "Hey, go ahead and attack me," as he gets fucking tackled by a dude 5 times his size, a fucking college linebacker out of nowhere. I imagine he immediately regretted that decision to try and act that tough around that guy. And the video goes on, but this is the one that's viral, but there is a follow-up to it that shows what happens after he got taken down.
Oh, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay?
Get your food and
What happened? What, I'm sorry?
Get your food and eat it.
You know what? Fuck your fucking breath.
There's no need to laugh.
You think that's funny? That's funny? Why is that funny? Now I'm gonna take my breakfast. You think that's funny? All you women.
What a fucking roller coaster he took us on there. First he says, "Fuck that bread," wants nothing to do with it. He's above that bread. An alpha male doesn't need that bread. But then Alvin and the Chipmunks start laughing at him. Fucking Looney Tunes style laugh comes in and he changes his mind immediately. "You know what? Fuck you. Give me that bread." Bang. Snatches it up. I wish he had scarfed it down for a power move, or since he wants to really puff his chest out and be an alpha, I'm surprised he didn't drop trow and start peeing on the bread just to show his dominance over the bread. But he kind of pussies out, picks up his bread, and then goes back to just being a really huge asshole and insulting people.
All you women say shit like shit. All of you. All of you. Yeah, all of you.
You need to go.
No, you women need to stop being so fucked up.
He then went home to make a blog post about why nice guys like him don't get the good-looking girls in society, and it's a shame. He is a nice guy, as you can clearly tell, well-adjusted. He seems to have a good head on his very small shoulders, but I think it's really sad the lack of self-control and most likely self-awareness. I guarantee he went home thinking he did nothing wrong, and that society was just beating down the short guy again. Now, he says he's 5 feet in the video. I don't know if that was an exaggeration or if he's under 5 feet or above 5 feet and he was just exaggerating on either spectrum. Doesn't really matter. You know, there's nothing you can really do about your height. You can either be an insecure little bitch like this guy and take it out on the world, you know, shaking your fist at the clouds because you're upset that you're so goddamn short and it's unfair, or you can just live with it, fucking deal with it, and don't be such a little pussy. Have fun with it. Make jokes about it, but why act out like this at a fucking bagel shop? No one wants to be around a guy like this. But I mean, yeah, I don't really have a very super unique perspective on it. To be honest, I just kind of wanted to make jokes about this. But it really is sad that my fellow short brethren act out like this, and that's why a lot of people expect short man rage occasionally, you know? There's no reason to be this insecure about something that you just don't have control over. And that's about it. So yeah. I'm absolutely terrified of flying. I haven't been on an airplane since 2016. I have a genuine phobia of flying. However, if I was guaranteed a show like you're about to see, blessed with a fucking public meltdown of this caliber every time I'd get on a plane, I would be the first one in line at the TSA to get fingers up my butthole so I can get a great spot on the plane and watch this shit happen. This is glorious. So you're about to see a frat boy lose his mind after going 2 beers deep. He just gets a little sloppy.
You guys fucking suck. My parents are worth a fucking $2 million goddamn dollars. And you know what? You fucking suck.
Meet Maxwell. I think that name fits him perfectly. It's like straight out of South Park. If they had a douchey character that bragged about their parents' wealth, they just slap on the name Maxwell because it fits. He's just the quintessential failed son who only lives off mommy and daddy's money, just constantly suckling on their teats for the rest of his life, living in their shadow. If I was watching this video muted, I would assume he was bragging about his parents' wealth. The kind of guy that's like, hey, fight me, but if you do, my dad's gonna sue you. And he also works for Bungie, so he'll get banned on Xbox Live too, nerd.
Yeah, you know what? My grandpa is worth more than your fucking life. Fucking attorney. Shut the fuck up!
To catch you up to speed on the lore here, Maxwell has ordered 2 drinks. He's gone where no man has gone before. He's 2 brewskis deep in here and he's feeling it. He's fucked up. Also, he apparently had a little bit of an accident. He spilt on his shirt and mommy forgot to put the bib on him, so he had to go to the bathroom to change, came out shirtless, and one of the flight attendants offered to help get a shirt from his carry-on. After Maxwell was helped get into his new dinosaur t-shirt, Maxwell said thank you in the only way he knows how, with sexual assault. He allegedly groped her chest, and not just the one flight attendant, but another one as well. So in Maxwell's fucking caveman brain, he thought honking titties was the optimal way of giving his thanks. So it sounds like Maxwell may be entering the no-fly list, but might have a future at Activision Blizzard.
Chill out.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The conclusion to this video is one of the best I've ever seen, actually duct taped to the chair, like a mummy getting fucking mummified and thrown into a sarcophagus. Absolutely spectacular. I couldn't be happier with the way they handled this, to be honest. I don't know if this is by the book, like standard protocol, but if it isn't, it should be. How to handle a reckless, dangerous passenger, just tape them down. That sounds remarkable. So, this is where the video ends, but it's not where the story stops. Here's a bit of the story here, the cliff notes, as well as a beautiful mugshot of Maxwell in all of his glory, with one of the most punchable faces I've seen in quite some time. This isn't some small thing, it's not like he's only going to be banned from this particular airline, which was Frontier in this case. From what I was reading, assaulting flight staff can carry up to 20 years in jail, or like a $250,000 fine, which to Maxwell and his extremely wealthy family might be nothing but pennies in the bucket, you know. Maxwell's an extremely successful leech. I'm sure Daddy and the 5 cars he sold at his dealership can probably get him out of that fine, but 20 years in jail, well, that's nothing to scoff at. This just happened. This is some fresh, stinky news right now, so they're still investigating. All of the involved party members from the flight side of things are being interviewed, as well as getting everyone's statements. So, don't know exactly how this is going to all wrap up in this anime, though I do imagine none of it's going to be a good outcome for Maxwell. This just goes to show you, if you're one of those fucking douchebags who brags about his parents' wealth, you are destined for a life of utter failure. You will end up like Maxwell, 2 beers deep and ruining your life over nothing. I also don't have anything against Maxwell's parents, because if they truly are as wealthy as Maxwell thinks they are, where they could just like own all of Frontier Airlines, they're certainly not sharing any of that wealth with Maxwell. He's flying coach on the cheapest airline in the entire US. I'm pretty sure Frontier has the cheapest tickets available, and he's flying coach there. So if his family truly is that wealthy, they're not helping him out that much, and I respect that. I think that's great. So yeah, pretty wild story. I always love to see a douchebag get taped to a fucking chair in a plane, I guess. That's pretty incredible stuff. It's like that scene out of Casino Royale when James Bond starts getting his nutsack blasted on after he's taped to a chair. So it's great. Fucking wonderful. That's about it. See ya.
Call the fucking police right now. I know you saw it. She need me in the stomach. Good.
We're gonna contact them.
Thank you.
You need to.
I've always wondered what the real Burger King looks like, and now I finally know. He just looks like a normal crackhead we get here in Florida. Burger King, of course, has their own mascot, but this is the actual real-world king of burgers. Their mascot has his own video games like Sneak King and all that shit, but this is the real genius, the man behind the curtain, the Burger King. And he's out here on a plane ride not having any fun. So he sounds like Gilbert Gottfried with a sinus infection, and he keeps whining about how a lady kneed him in the stomach. And this wasn't like some unprovoked act of violence against him or anything like that. It's not like they had sent an assassin on this plane flight to take out the Burger King. The reason he got kneed in the stomach is because he's a racist asshole, which you'll soon see.
This is my seat.
Can you stand up?
Where is 25A? Where is 25A? Why did she just knee me in the stomach? stomach.
Because you deserve it.
Yes, she did.
This is the face of an angry Boy Scout whose chicken fries were cold. I love that he's wearing this Burger King crown. I can't get enough of that shit. I don't even know how the fuck he would have gotten this. Like, maybe he stole it out of a dumpster or something. Like, some child had a birthday party at Burger King. God rest their soul, that'd be miserable. And then they just, like, threw out the crown, and this guy just went through the dumpster to get it. Or maybe he truly earned it, right? Like, maybe they were celebrating. He was the first person that day to finish a Burger King meal without puking, so they gave him this crown as, like, a nice little souvenir, a token of their appreciation.
Because you deserve it.
Did you get that on camera?
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Excuse me, I'm part West African.
You deserve
I can
it.
say anytime I want.
For obvious reasons, I'm going to be muting the N-word here. You can start to see why the passengers were pretty upset with this asshole. I have to imagine that this may even be like a McDonald's viral marketing campaign, like the person filming is Ronald McDonald or like the Hamburglar, and they're just like filming it like, holy shit, this is gonna be huge for us.
That's Guys, you need me in the stomach. I want to press charges.
Nobody.
Take your shit and get the fuck out of my seat.
I don't know why he keeps saying that he wants to press charges. Like, what the fuck do you want the staff on the plane to do about it? All of a sudden provide you with a lawyer? Like, here, okay, you want to press charges? Tell it to this guy. We'll wait before we take off. I just don't know what he expects to happen. Like, another passenger raises his hand. I am an attorney, and I will represent this lunatic in this case. I only require 1 Whopper as payment.
Kick that nigger bitch off the plane!
Sir, please you need to stop. There are children. Please stop. Stop. Hey, that's not necessary.
Take your stuff and get out of my seat, please!
Yeah, so he just keeps screaming and shouting and screaming the N-word, making it sound like a 2009 Call of Duty Xbox Live lobby. Just truly awful, and tons of chaos from this one guy going wild. And Burger King has some of the worst marketing of all time. Like, genuinely, their marketing campaigns are some of the most garbage. Do you remember for National Women's Day when they posted a tweet saying women belong in the kitchen, which was supposed to be outrage bait, where you click their tweet and then you read their next one that says that they're actually offering programs to women? Like, just stupid shit like that. They can't do anything right when it comes to marketing, so I truthfully wouldn't be surprised to learn that this whole thing was supposed to be a marketing stunt from Burger King gone wrong. Maybe it's supposed to end like that Pepsi ad with Kylie Jenner and the Pepsi saving the world. This one ends with this guy taking a bite of a Whopper and it cures racism. He's no longer racist, and everyone on the plane is super happy as Whoppers and chicken fries fall from like the emergency compartments and everyone chows down.
Take care of it, but I need you to stop yelling.
She need me in the stomach. Why are you in my face?
I'm asking you to stop
Have
yelling.
I committed any type of violence since I've been on the plane?
You're
No.
yelling and
So
you're
what?
causing a scene. Yes, sir. That's
She need me in the
disrespectful.
stomach.
I don't care what she did. You're being
Thank you.
disrespectful.
Somebody get
Shut
this
the
on
fuck
camera.
up for 2 seconds.
I want a lawsuit. I want a fucking lawsuit right now, motherfucker. Give me a
He wants a lawsuit, god damn it, and jumping Jehoshaphat, he's gonna get one. He just keeps saying that he wants a lawsuit, as if somehow that's supposed to happen like right now, that because he called for it, a lawsuit has to now be put into motion, a judge has to come out of like the cockpit, and a trial has to go underway because this guy has now declared his intent of filing a lawsuit. I just like that he proclaims that multiple times as if it's some kind of like ancient rule that we have to follow. Like back in the day, if you call for a duel, you have to engage in that duel or else your honor is fucked. Him calling for a lawsuit means that right now a trial is about to break out on the plane. So we get a camera angle change here, and you can see someone really go in there and deliver the fucking meat to him, trying to like get him with like this flying punch. So someone comes in with a special delivery of a double Whopper with extra cheese on the guy and knocks off his crown before they're separated, and they're trying their best to settle down the situation, waiting for the cops to arrive, which they eventually do, and they arrest the guy.
Yeah! Get out of here!
So yeah, this was a pretty wild Burger King related plane freak out. This is a little over a year old now, I believe. So I'm a little tardy to the party on this one. I didn't even hear about this, which is shocking because this is like a pretty wild freak out. And I've usually got my finger on the pulse of this kind of shit, but this one, it flew under my radar. But yeah, I just wanted to share this one. That's about it. See ya. A couple days ago, I treated you all like my therapist, where I confided in you that I wasn't feeling overly tough anymore. When I posted that video watching Tough Guys, I told you about my insecurities. I wasn't feeling like a manly man's man, like lumberjack, butt-fucking, pussy-slaying tough guy. And today it just really hit me even harder. That box behind me right there is a bidet attachment for my toilet. No tough guy is cleaning their ass, let alone pressure washing it. So I needed to watch another tough guy today to get inspired and remember what it's like to be extremely masculine, and I found a great patient zero for this. This is one of the toughest men I've ever seen in a Walmart.
Don't try to fucking go too far and start something, right? Right? You want to see my back kick right now?
Call the cops.
This guy forgot he's not in college anymore, so his frat can't back him up. So to me, he seems a little bit skittish, but kind of like a scared animal, trying his best not to look weak, but in doing so looks extremely weak. I will say though, I love his threats. Do you want to see my back kick? Sounds like something SpongeBob would say after taking one lesson of karate. I feel like this dude's stuck in some kind of time vortex where he thinks he's 10 years younger than he actually is in reality, but he definitely strikes me as a fighter, a fucking warrior. I guarantee every time he goes into the bathroom to take a shit, he shadow boxes in the mirror just to practice his combat techniques. He probably just envisions all of these incredible fights in his head where he's the anime protagonist, the hero. So he's working on like these weird techniques, like fucking charging up his punches like Donkey Kong. And then of course his signature back kick.
Let's go!
Call cops? Yep, call cops right now.
That's what I'm tired of. You guys think, you like black people. You guys think you guys are so fucking strong.
Yeah.
You guys think you're so fucking strong and everything.
Congratulations, you just set a new any % record for the racism speedrun. It only took him like 2 sentences to reveal that he's a racist, so that was pretty impressive. Look at this technique though, I mean look at that stance. What is that? Is that crouching tiger hidden douchebag? I take back what I said, he doesn't look weak. If I was to choose one word to describe this man, it would be diesel. He's looking strong and fierce. He's taken 2 rumble boxing aerobics courses at his local gym, and he's feeling like a champion.
Right, come on, make a move, dude, come on.
Sir, I'm
Come on.
asking you, it's time to go.
Come on.
Time to go, sir.
What?
Excuse me.
What?
Hey, excuse me. Hey,
Get this guy out of here.
time to go.
You've been drinking. You need to go. Police.
His speed is inhuman. If you blinked, you would have missed over 1,000 blows. I think the human eye can only register like half of the moves he actually did there, but I slowed down the footage in order to see every move. When he did this, into this, there was actually over 15 individual punches thrown. It was like out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And admittedly, that kick was a lot higher than I thought it would ever be, coming from a guy that looks like this. I'm sure it came at a high price. That's definitely the highest he's kicked since he was a kid. And he's definitely paying the price. I'm sure he pulled a muscle there and he won't be able to walk in the morning, but god damn it did he look strong doing it. It was worth it in the end. After seeing this, I have no doubt that this man is an absolute weapon. I guarantee his Bible study peers are afraid of him, just in case they get on his bad side, because he might unleash an unholy beatdown and absolutely clobber ass. These techniques are forbidden jutsu, and he's mastered each and every one of them.
Walmart Yeah.
Pokemon Snap just came out. I was trying to get Pokemon Snap.
Pokemon Snap. Yeah, that's what we're here for too.
Yeah, just in case you were curious what started all of this, apparently that guy was just being an asshole over a copy of Pokemon Snap, and then decided to start threatening back kicks and shit like that. Crazy. Yeah, but huge thanks to the Walmart staff for intervening there. If left unchecked, that man's power could have gone out of control and just been devastating, like an apocalypse-level event. That's probably the Armageddon that was written about in the Bible, is just when that guy's temper flares up. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't an asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. It was this guy just getting angry about Pokemon Snap not being available. So, I mean, Jesus Christ. It was a close call, but Walmart staff really saved the day there. And now that guy's going to go home, butt chug his Budweiser, and just think about how strong he was. Because this guy was a real fucking tough guy. And, yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yesterday, there was a war fought on American soil that I'm sure many of you have seen by now. A one-man army barged into a local smoothie place, assaulted the young workers, got racist, got arrested, and subsequently fired from his very well-paying job. He was one of the top 25 highest-grossing wealth advisors in Connecticut, and he threw all of it away over what was ultimately his fault when it came to a smoothie dispute. This battle was up there with the Battle of Troy, but instead of being fought over a woman, it was fought over a smoothie. To briefly break down the situation before sharing the video, or at least some of the video, I can't share all of it because he gets racist and I'm not going to show that. So just to briefly sum up the lore here, there was a father who had ordered a smoothie from this smoothie place earlier in the day. He mentioned he didn't want any peanut butter in it, so when he got the smoothie, he brought it to his son who has a peanut allergy, and his son had an allergic reaction to the smoothie and ended up in the hospital. Sometime after this, the father then went like full-blown fucking vigilante mode, goddamn trying to emulate John Wick, went back to the smoothie place to demand to speak face-to-face with the person who made the smoothie, but the 4 girls that were working there at the time were not the 4 employees that made that smoothie, so they didn't know who it was. So then the father got very upset, yelling and screaming, treating it like a 2009 Call of Duty Xbox Live lobby, just absolutely shouting, being racist, and tried to kick down the employees only door, I imagine, to try and like beat them up or some shit. Then police got involved, he got arrested, lost his job. The whole thing honestly played out like a fucking Dhar Mann video over the last 12 hours. Father gets angry, gets racist, gets fired, lives to regret it. Now, I want to make it clear, I think the father is totally in the right to be mad about the situation, but nothing justifies racism and like trying to assault people that didn't even have anything to do with the situation in the first place or any of that shit. The most important part of this story is the father never specified he didn't want the peanut butter due to allergies. He never specified that it was due to, allergies to peanuts that he wanted the peanut butter excluded. So the workers may have made a mistake of blending it in a blender that had already had a peanut butter smoothie in it at some point. But nothing excuses how the father handled this situation at all. It's terrible what happened to his son, and what the father should have done is handle this legally, professionally. The dude's a fucking wealth advisor, at a very reputable place. He shouldn't be some kind of troglodyte homunculus who thinks the only solution here is to goofily march into the smoothie place, fee-fi-fo-fumming, ready to fight some high school girls. It's absolutely outrageous the way he handled it, and there's no excuse for it. Now, from what I understand, most restaurants do have a policy when someone asks for anything regarding nuts, like leave off, the peanut butter or whatever, the assumption is supposed to be made that it is due to allergies, which is why they have like a special blender at smoothie places from what I was reading. So yes, the smoothie place is at fault, which is why the father should have handled this legally, not as some kind of, agent of chaos or whatever. Let me go ahead and show you the video now.
Please don't yell at us.
Yeah. Don't videotape me.
You have no room to yell at us.
I want to speak to the fucking person who made this drink. Is that you?
No,
we don't know who made it, so.
You don't know who made it?
There's 4 of us here, so we obviously don't know.
Fucking stupid, fucking ignorant high school kids.
Okay, bye.
I want to speak to the fucking
Bye.
manager.
Okay, you can call corporate whenever you want. Goodbye.
Gian, stop. You're on camera.
Fuck
You're on
out of
camera.
here,
You're on
you
camera.
fucking bitch.
No, I don't care.
Give it to me right now.
What? Really?
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police.
Fuck you. I want the fucking telephone number right now.
Gianna,
I want the telephone number. Shut the fuck up.
You shut up. Get out. You can call corporate whenever you want. Bye.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, good for you. Fuck out. You're going to jail. You're going to jail, you racist piece of shit.
I want the fucking telephone.
Bro, call the police now.
Like I said, I'm not going to keep any of the racist shit he said in here because obviously I don't want to keep that in here. So this is the worst way of handling any situation ever. I talked about it on stream last night, so I'll play some of those clips. But there's nothing that excuses this behavior. I've seen quite a few people almost defend him, saying like how emotional he must have been with his son. And yeah, that's a horrible thing that happened to his kid off of a mistake from the facility here. But this is not the way you go about it. And nothing justifies racism and like attacking people, especially people that had nothing to do with what happened in the first place. And if he was really that emotional about his son, why wasn't he with his son at the hospital at this point? I'm assuming when this was happening, his son was still at the hospital. This probably wasn't like 18 hours later, or, you know, the next day or anything. So he sent his son to the hospital and then immediately came over here like it was some kind of revenge movie or something. It's disgusting. I don't think they like maliciously put peanut butter in his smoothie after he asked not to. It was probably just using a cross-contaminated blender that had peanut butter in it. Just sue. Exactly. He could have handled this legally or anything other than whatever the fuck he thought he was doing here, like Liam Neeson. Fair, but if I was a dad, I'd get just as angry, just without the racism. He absolutely had a right to be angry. I don't think anyone disputes that. But he doesn't have a right to be racist, or go to the place and threaten high school girls. And throw a smoothie at them, call them all kinds of horrible names, and then try and literally break down the door to, I assume, beat them up. Most places, when they hear no peanuts/nuts of any kind, they're supposed to assume allergies due to how common it is. That would make sense. He was the wealth management advisor, and managing director for Merrill Lynch. Yeah, that's what it was. He only worked with clients with $1 million or more. I remember that. I guess you can't control emotions when your son is in the hospital. What? What? I mean, no matter how mad you get, there's never an excuse for racism. Like, what do you mean? It's not like, my son, time to go be racist. Dude looks way older than 48. He doesn't look that much older than 48. Like, it's not like a good 48 he's rocking, but it's also not, like, terrible. You clearly haven't met a 48-year-old in Florida. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this father only worked with clients who had $1 million or more worth of, like, assets in their account or some shit like that. So this guy he was big money. He wasn't making peanuts. This guy was making, like, fucking fat, big old stacks. And he lost that job like hours after this video surfaced. Overall, this whole situation was awful. Feel really bad for the kid. Both parties were at fault, but the father was significantly more in the wrong for how he handled this. There is just no excuse for this behavior whatsoever. So, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. I've made quite a lot of content covering fast food freakouts where entitled, stupid customers have an absolute meltdown and go on a rampage over trivial problems with their order. And they range from like goofy and silly to downright sad and tragic. Like the time a guy shot 2 Subway workers, killing one of them because they put too much mayonnaise on his sandwich. This evil, smooth-brain idiot actually took someone's life because they went a little heavy on a condiment. Jesus Christ. Mayonnaise may not be an instrument, but it was a death sentence for this worker, unfortunately. It's beyond tragic, and what's even sadder is just how common these kind of responses are in the fast food industry. That is far from the only case of someone losing their life to something super stupid like too much mayonnaise. And I know I've talked about that story in particular before and many others like it, and today I want to talk about another situation that happened a couple days ago, and this one has a whole video for it. And this video is shocking. Like, this is more shocking than the Into a Darman film. It had my eyes wider than the first time I gazed upon a bare breast. It has so much going on over something so little. So I'll quickly give you the lore here, the motivation behind what you're about to see, so you can watch this video in a pure state of bewilderment over the reaction to something so insignificant. A customer goes into a restaurant late a couple nights ago and he orders chicken and waffles as well as fish and coleslaw. He is served and even appreciates the food, he eats it, and then leaves. He comes back 45 minutes later and says he actually wanted chicken wings instead of chicken tenders, and demands that they whip him up a fresh batch of chicken wings in order to satiate his gluttony. Well, the store's 5 minutes to closing, and they say that's not really, on the table here. That's not really in the cards. We're about to close, so we can't do that. The person in charge of the restaurant even offers a refund, which is beyond generous. This guy's a fucking saint. to even be offering a refund, even though he ate what he ordered and then came back to make a big hullabaloo over nothing. So he offers the refund and then just asks for the card that was used to pay for it so that way he could, give the money back. However, he noticed that there was a bag with chicken wings in it, but it was another customer's order whom was going to be served those chicken wings. And this fucking sets him off and leads to everything you're about to see in this video. I know the story I just told you is riveting. It's like a fucking Dr. Seuss book. And it actually happened. That is the motivation from everything I've read on the story behind this huge blow up here. Obviously, we're coming into the action after the first quarter here, so they're already in a bit of a scuffle. So we get to see him like lunging over the counter multiple times, grabbing like the payment processing unit, like fucking ripping it off, and then when he's unsuccessful there and falls off the counter, he runs to the door and rips it off the hinges. This man came in here with stupid strength, so he takes the door, rips it off the hinges almost effortlessly, as if he was like ripping a piece of paper. I imagine it had to just be all of the adrenaline because he's not that big of a guy, so he probably tore like half of his muscles in his arms just pulling that off so easily. Or maybe this is just how he powers up, like Popeye with his spinach. This guy, when he doesn't get his chicken wings, he goes into like fucking Superman mode. He becomes like some kind of invincible fucking Hulk.
Shit got real.
Now the restaurant worker is fighting back. He brings out like some kind of police baton, almost. I don't exactly know what it is, but he's got the stick out now, and he's ready to get a little crazy with it. So he chases him out there and starts like whacking him with it like he's swatting a fly. The goofball customer also tries to use that door he ripped off as some kind of weapon, so he tries to like almost swing it like a baseball bat there for a second before realizing it was way too heavy for that, and also the guy hits him with the stick. And then they go to the ground, so we get into the ground and pound phase of the boss fight.
Oh, my stars. He didn't know. Oh, he did not do that. Oh. Oh. Gosh.
The restaurant worker won on the ground game, I believe, and then even gets to claim his prize of the douchebag's phone, so he takes it and smashes it. Much to the dismay of the camera guy, he seemed like personally offended that this fucking asshole's phone got smashed. The way he acts makes it sound like he's stunned that such a dishonorable move was pulled during such an honorable fight. He's like, oh my goodness, now you've crossed a line. Everything up until this point was all good manners and by the book, textbook Knight's Honor Code, and then you go and smash his phone. A despicable display of sportsmanship. Like, what the fuck? The dude deserved to have his phone smashed, bare minimum, at the very least. Like, that was absolutely par for the course. And that's not where this stops. There's no audio here, so I'll just go ahead and tell you what you're looking at. It is the fucking guy crashing his company tow truck into the building and then scooting away. So he zooms on out of there, peels out. Now, of course, I'm no expert here, but using the company car to commit a crime is probably a pretty fucking dumb idea. Not that he was making good decisions before then either, but that has to be one of the most identifiable things you could possibly be driving in order for people to track you down. The fucking company tow truck, of all things. And he blasts it into the side of the building here, and then gets out. He gets the fuck out. What's crazy, though, is that he still hasn't been found. Despite the company tow truck being identified, the actual person, has still, as of right now of me recording this, hasn't been arrested for it or anything. How is that possible? There's a lot of damage to the tow truck itself, and I don't think he owns the business, because if he did, I doubt he'd be using his fucking tow truck as a goddamn missile. Like, whoever owns that business should have probably noticed by now that, wow, this tow truck's pretty fucked up. Well, what happened to it? And then, dots start getting connected, like, holy shit, my employee is that absolute menace that was just on the news for crashing a tow truck into the side of a restaurant. Well, not even the side, into the front door of a restaurant. Like, I don't know how we're at this stage where this guy is still getting away with it 2 days later.
The customer ripped the door off its hinges,
grabbing the door, trying to come inside the store with the door.
They tussled outside the restaurant before the angry customer ran, but it wasn't over yet.
He jumped in his tow truck, then he slashed the whole building with his truck.
We're living in a day and age where we can get multiple angles of pretty much anything that happens out in the world, so we get a deeper look at what happens outside of the store here, as well as seeing the entire situation with the tow truck going right into the building. We've got, you know, the Instagram angle from just boots on the ground guy who's there in person filming it on his phone, and then we have the security camera footage in order to give us the other side here, so we can catch every little detail, which is fantastic, very cinematic. And I think the coverage here is very important because it does point out exactly what I just said about the company tow truck, but it sheds more light on exactly how he's evading authorities right now, and it's very surprising.
It appears there was a passenger in the truck at the time, and despite the heavy damage to the front end, the angry customer drove away. Now, the truck had a logo on it, a solid lead, right?
The towing truck companies, sometimes they lent their trucks to each other.
So, he says police told him that doesn't identify the driver.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't have the driver's name on the side of the truck or anything. It's not like he had a flag that he was flying that said, "Here's who I am," or anything. But if you do a little, like, investigating, I feel like it should be easy, right? There'd be a paper trail of lending a fucking tow truck to another tow truck company or another person, right? There would absolutely be some kind of documentation on where this tow truck went if it was lent out. At least I would assume. Again, I'm not a fucking expert, but I can't imagine it's that difficult. That is one of the most fucking identifiable things he could have been driving. Like, it really can't be that hard to figure out where this tow truck came from, who lent it, and who did it get lent to. It should be a pretty easy trail to follow, I would guess. But maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking about it too naively. That's very possible as well. But this is just such a fucking wild situation all over chicken wings. Well, and it's not like he didn't get served food either. Like, it's not even that he's hangry, right? It's not even like it's not you when you're hungry type situation. The dude ate a full meal, chicken tenders, waffles, fish, and coleslaw, but then wanted wings instead. So he already had a full tummy, his belly was stuffed, but he just wanted some more, and they were like, "Hey man, it's about to close, how about no?" And that's what set all this shit off. Fucking wildness. And what's even wilder is not too long ago we had another situation where a woman crashed her car into a Popeyes because they were missing the biscuits from her order. So she threw her life away over some missing biscuits. There's no video footage of this one that exists. However, in my head, I picture it like Gears of War 3 when Dom crashes his vehicle into like the explosive shit that destroys some of the locusts. Like, she just leans her head back, like as she's about to crash into the restaurant, and she just thinks to herself, "This is worth it. The biscuits are worth it." As it all just fucking explodes in front of her here at the fucking Popeyes where she's crashing her car into because of the biscuits being absent. Point is, fast food work is dangerous. All types of unhinged lunatics enter these establishments and go berserk. And this is just another case of that happening, and this one just happened to have video footage around it, so I wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really about it. I'm wishing the best for the restaurant workers as well as just the entire establishment. Hopefully it can get back to 100% soon, and whoever was responsible for it gets held accountable. That's about it. See ya. I'm not a big ride on planes kind of guy, but I have become a big watch people freak out on planes kind of guy. Bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. And in some cases, it's called plane psychosis. I only just recently learned that term. That's new nomenclature to me, but I'm going to pretend to be the preeminent authority on it for a moment. Apparently, sometimes the act of just being aboard a flight can trigger acute psychotic breaks in people, which is why you've seen some of those videos pop up where a passenger just randomly goes ballistic or even tries to do something unhinged, like that one guy who tried opening the door mid-flight, like trying to force his way out like it was a Mission Impossible movie or something. That has a name, and it's plane psychosis, but the video I want to show you today is the angriest passenger I've ever seen that I also don't believe is suffering from plane psychosis. He's just an asshole.
He just fucking
Who you keep fucking staring at, you little fucking knobhead? Who you saying shush to? Do you want me to fucking smack your fucking head? You fucking little knobhead.
You just watched a grown-ass man do a double foot stomp. Twice. With the two-piece true combo of throwing his arms to his side. That is a move used by toddlers during a temper tantrum when you tell them they can't have any more chocolate chip cookies and it's bedtime. So they freak out and go, "No, it's not fair!" He actually just hit that shit in front of God and everyone that wanted to get aboard this plane, with no shame. He then has the gall to get mad at one of the other passengers who just happens to be watching this. Like, what are they supposed to do? Turn around and just look at the wall like it's Blair Witch? Of course they're going to be watching this man-child freak out. Like, there's nowhere else for them to be looking, yet he's getting mad at someone for staring. This isn't like your quintessential tough guy. This guy is built like your bald PE teacher from middle school, and acting like an actual middle schooler as well. And now he's trying to get all up in the face of just some other person that wants to get aboard this flight that is being prevented because of this guy's meltdown. It's crazy. He gets up in his face, he starts like pushing on him and shit. He calls him a knob end, I think. Either that or a knobbit. Maybe was the word he was going for, like a knob plus hobbit. I don't really know. It's hard to really understand him through all of his fucking frothing at the mouth here.
That's right. Just stay here for a few minutes, sir. A few minutes? You look, I'll fucking pay for it. Okay.
And you're standing there fucking staring at me like you're going to do something. What the fuck are you going to do?
Excuse me, dude.
Yeah, what's he going to do it there?
Mate, stay calm, stay calm, stay calm.
What's he going to do it me? You fucking bastard. You fucking knobhead's going to hit me, is he? The fucking little faggot.
I don't know the lore. I have no idea why he's making such a commotion, this huge fuss and blowing a gasket. He seemed like he was trying to tell one of the employees like he paid for it, so he wants to get on the plane right away. But I think the reason they're preventing him is probably because of this behavior here. I'm assuming leading up to the plane itself, he was probably doing something disruptive. So they're trying to, like, you know, calm him down, give him some warm milk, you know, to suckle or something. And it wasn't working, so he only continues to get more and more angry, and then he escalates it, getting in the face of one of the other employees and then, like, hits him with his phone, which then aggroed another employee and prompted them to swing, so he throws out, like, a open-handed monk strike, like a palm strike to this guy. I can't really call it a slap because he came in over the top. Kind of looks like how Conquest swatted Oliver out of the sky in Invincible. Our rowdy tough guy then makes it clear he doesn't really want to tussle due to his lack of muscle here, so he's not really looking to try and, like, retaliate. He breathed a huge sigh of relief when they separated them and told the other guy who just hit him to leave. And then he's, you know, chirps on the way out. He tries to, like, throw insults at him on the way out, but he looked like a real bitch here. So it's just chaos. He's causing a huge hoopla. He's blowing a gasket, and it only continues to spiral more and more out of control.
He's going to hit me? Is that what he's going to do, hit me? For paying all that money to get on a flight, he's going to hit me? Is that what you're going to do to me? For getting on a flight, you're going to fucking hit me?
No, we're not.
Is that what you're going to do?
No one's hitting you. No one's hitting you.
Well, he just fucking has! He just fucking has!
I'm not hitting you, sir.
He just has!
So now we followed the breadcrumbs to what led him to that explosion of the double foot stomp, iconic cinema moment. And I'm still really confused because he keeps saying, is that what you're going to do? You're going to hit me to get me on the flight? So it makes me wonder if he doesn't want to get on the flight and he's making a big stink about it. But if that was the case, he could just not get on the flight. He could just leave. I don't know, maybe he's like super intoxicated. Maybe he's on some drugs. That's very possible.
You can stop fucking staring at me as well, you little fucking knobhead. Keep fucking staring at me like that, you fucking little prick, mate. Who you keep fucking staring at, you little fucking knobhead? Who you saying shush to? Do you want me to fucking smack your fucking head? You fucking little knobhead.
Don't need to fight people.
Who's he fucking staring at, you little fucking prick? Think I'm some fucking muppet, you fucking little prick.
Pretty certain I heard him call the other guy a muppet. That's a classic line. This guy is legitimately the stereotype a lot of people make fun of. I can't believe that he just exists out here in the wild like this. Completely unashamed, unapologetic, just freaking out on everyone. And the question begs to be asked, where the fuck is the police? Like, where is security here? He goes on this rampage for what feels like a long time, and they've got no answers to him. The dog is off the leash. Now he's picking a fight with just other people in line. Probably gonna go take a lollipop out of a child's hand, throw it on the floor, and then slap him in the face. Like, this guy's just, he's a loose cannon, and there's no one here to put the kibosh on it, so he continues to just keep going and going. And I looked up to try and find if there's any information, like articles about this, and I haven't found anything yet. So I'm not exactly sure the whole scoop here or the aftermath, but I know he thought he was in the right. He thought he had like a perfectly reasonable and justifiable reaction to, I guess, maybe not being allowed on the plane right away. Or it doesn't even seem like he wasn't allowed on the plane. It sounds like maybe he just didn't like that he had to wait to get on the plane, because everyone else is also still waiting. So I'm imagining maybe there was just like a bit of a holdup, so he just was told like, hey, pump the brakes on that, hold your horses, we'll get you on this flight in a moment. He's just like, what you say, you fucking knob? Like, immediately off rip. That's what it seems like to me. Though I could be wrong. Maybe someone came up behind him and got him with the 10,000 years of death, and it really set him off. That's unlikely, but who knows? I guess I don't know the entire context behind this blow up.
Come on, then. Come on, I'll fucking smack your fucking head in, you little dickhead. Come on, then. Come on, then. Nobody wants to fight. Yeah, you little fucking knobhead, mate. Get your fucking head. Nobody wants to fight. Get your fucking head down, you little fucking knobhead. Shut the fuck up.
We now meet our Marvel superhero in the Pulp Fiction t-shirt. He comes forward with the finger of authority, and he's had enough of this horse hockey. He says, calm down. He tells him, stop it. Gets him with like a Jedi mind trick. You don't want to sell death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life. But he's too mentally sound. His fortitude is too strong. It doesn't work, so then he just yells even louder, and then the video stops. And I haven't been able to find part 2. I don't think there is a part 2. I think it's because the lady that was filming kind of got like bumped and shoved when the guy went in there to like, I don't know, bump chests with whoever he thought was staring at him, gave him a look he wasn't too pleased with. So it seems like she stopped filming there, probably because she was worried it was about to escalate into like a really big fight, so she wanted to make sure she was like out of the splash zone. At least that's my guess. I haven't seen a follow-up to this. I haven't found any articles about it. I can only imagine that authorities finally showed up and got him out of there. I would think, I have to imagine police exist in this airport here, and this would be something that wouldn't be tolerated. I don't think he got onto the flight. I can't imagine they're like, okay, sir, you've made a very convincing argument. We're sorry for the headache we've caused. Hop aboard. Get in here. Let's have a good fucking flight. Let's have a good time. How about a free drink? First class. We're upping your ticket here. Like, I can't see that being the case. So, I guess in my own little fan fiction headcanon, he gets taken away in cuffs, thrown in the slammer for being an insufferable douchebag and fighting a bunch of people, or at least trying to fight people. He did assault 2 people, though, like on camera, clearly. Anyway, just want to talk about this very angry passenger. He was not having a fun time, nor was anyone around him. That's about it. See ya. I saw a pretty remarkable meltdown today. A gentle sir was let go from his job at the UPS store, and he didn't take it on the chin like a champ. He self-destructed like a Voltorb here. Now, I understand getting fired is brutal, emotions are high, but for the life of me, I can't understand why they would let someone like this go in the first place.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cuck loser, fucking coward, cuck loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift, waits till the end of my shift. Here he is.
He literally just hit a textbook soy jack. This guy is the epitome of soy jacking. He goes through every single possible soy jack in the span of 51 seconds. It's unbelievable. It's beyond impressive, actually. And the way that he brings like the camera close to his face reminds me of The Dark Knight with the Joker. And the way he keeps calling this guy a cuck coward loser is a beautiful piece of pathetic artistry. He's speaking like it's League of Legends and he's whining about his top lane feeding. Now, I have no doubt that in the moment this probably felt very cathartic for him, just having this full-blown, expulsion of the demons inside. You know, he's really upset and he's just letting it all hang loose. He's going hog wild with everything, and I bet it felt like a great relief. But man, you shouldn't have filmed this. You absolutely should not have been the one behind the camera publishing this, because it gets really bad.
Darren, the cuck fucking loser from 1892, who's a fucking loser who doesn't know shit about running a business.
The way he introduces Darren here is some Full House shit. Darren comes in, I was half expecting like a clap track to come in there, because he takes off his glasses like he's posing for the camera. He's smoldering right now. Darren, I don't know how he was able to keep a straight face without just laughing, because this shit is unbelievable. So he calls him, you know, the cuck coward loser from 1892. I guess he's insulting him because he's old, which is interesting because I feel like the guy filming is actually older than Darren. The guy filming looks like an anorexic Karl Marx. I just can't imagine he's much younger than Darren here, and yet he's really going in on the, you know, him being ancient thing. I feel like he was just really upset, fuming, you know, the steam out of the ears. He's actually foaming at the mouth. He is rabid. It just seems as though his brain was scrambling in this frenzy to try and cobble together any insult it could muster, even if it didn't make sense. Here's Darren, Dickie Darren, aka Cuck McShartpants, from 1892, back before aviation, the Wright brothers, more like the wrong brothers, because, brother, you're wrong for firing me, Darren, cuck loser.
And he's gonna let an alcoholic fat fuck named Joe fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my fucking coworkers, and Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio, and Joe drinks next door and won't tell shit to my coworkers.
That was the most unexpected hard R I'd seen in quite some time. The Game of Thrones Season 8 writers couldn't have subverted expectations that effectively. Obviously, I had to censor it to the best of my ability, but wow. So we've gone from Darren now he's brought up this new character in the lore named Joe, who he is clearly not the biggest fan of, saying that he's fat and didn't train his coworkers, so he complained about that, which has led to him getting fired. That's his game theory on all of it. That's his hypothesis. I don't understand at all where the hard R even comes from or what he's referring to here. He's saying Joe puts hard R on the radio? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's fucking craziness here. He is so angry. Like, he is angrier than Broly at Kakarot, like, before he becomes the legendary Super Saiyan.
Because he's a cuck fucking loser coward, just like Darren, the cuck fucking loser coward. Coward loser fucking cunt.
That ending is absolute cinema. The way he goes from like this heightened emotional state to the point he's about to pass out. He actually, I'm not kidding, has foam around his mouth. He is spitting so much. And then he goes from that to like this like almost post-nut clarity moment. Like he starts to simmer down. He takes a deep breath. And then he walks away calmly. And he just leaves and then turns the camera off. And then he posted it online. I can't believe he posted this shit online. If any future employers see this, it's going to be pretty rough for him, I would imagine. Because you just had a very public freak out, as well as just dropping the hard R in the middle of it. And the thing is, like, these videos pop up occasionally where someone gets fired and they, have this very cathartic blow up about it and, like, confronting their boss about it before they leave. And in a lot of cases, you're on that person's side because getting fired sucks. And a lot of times it is unjust. And maybe in this case, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired. I don't really know. And he starts by saying that he waited till the end of the day to fire him, which I'm a little split on because on one hand, you at least get another full day's pay, but on the other hand, you just wasted a fucking full day. But regardless, it was very easy to get people on his side here for this, yelling at the boss about this. And again, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired, but this confirmed that they made the right call firing him if he is just like this ball of rage ready to bust. I had to talk about this. It was quite the meltdown. And the soy jacking, wow, beautiful. That's about it. See ya. Last night on stream, someone recommended watching a video called The Guy Freaks Out in Apartment Lobby, which is a super vague title. That's like going on Pornhub and typing in boobies and trying to find one particular video you have in mind. But to my surprise, I actually did find the video they were talking about. It's a fucking wild adventure, but I couldn't finish it on stream because at one point he starts showing his asshole and ass cheeks. Not really the asshole, you'd have to really slow down the footage in order to get a look at the brown balloon knot, but he does bring out his ass cheeks, and since he wasn't in a hot tub, Twitch isn't okay with ass on their platform, so I had to back out of the video and didn't get to finish it, which is an absolute shame. It's like starting Breaking Bad without finishing it, just truly a sin, and you're incomplete until it's done. So today I wanted to go back and watch it, and I'd like to finish the rest of it with you here on YouTube, but obviously I won't be showing the guy's ass cheeks or anything like that. If you missed the stream last night, you really fucked up. The streams I do every day at twitch.tv/moistcritical are the best on the internet, so please feel free to stop in, put some extra inches on your penis. Would love to see you there.
Don't come in! Don't come in! Leave! Leave! Leave!
Why? He's just trying to hang out and party. I'm missing crucial lore.
Yes!
Yeah, the guy's not letting him in.
I'm gonna call the cops again. I have to ask him to leave my office. Like, you... Shut your mouth!
Oh my god,
It's for the police.
he's speaking Slytherin!
We need somebody to come to the truck.
In case he assaults you.
Jesus, oh god! He's casting a curse!
No, like, we need somebody now. It's an emergency! 911 is supposed to come for an emergency!
What the fuck is... Ah! Ah! What the fuck is going on? God, it's like playing charades with like a really aggressively competitive relative. What is it called in Harry Potter? Parseltongue?
He's destroying our...
It reminds me of Stone Cold Steve Austin walking around the ring. Oh my god, he's gonna do it!
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Do it!
I'm so sorry.
Do it! Yes! Yes! Woo! And then slam 2 beers together.
Videotape this, please.
Holy shit, he's going in!
His clothes off. Oh
What is happening?
Performing some type of ritual.
It does look like a ritual. Oh, wait a minute, that's going too far. That's going too far. That was real Sigma male energy. But I want to finish it. Hold on, give me a second.
What are you doing?
You wouldn't understand. If I don't see dick, I'll put it back on screen.
What is this?
I have no idea, but I am really drawn into the universe here. He never brings his dick out. I should be good. I've kind of spoiled a little bit of the anime for myself, but we can watch it on screen. Yeah, the pants never come off. This is where we left off.
Hello, officer. My name is Station.
Ha! Take that! Oh no, wait a minute. I must have missed that part. We're good though. I backed out just in time. He got a little wild there. He was posting cringe on main. God damn it, I even skimmed through the video and missed the one part he brings out his fucking butt cheeks. Those reflexes though are nutty. You wouldn't see even a single pixel of ass cheek. Now, if he was in a hot tub, I wouldn't be worried. But since he's more like in a public situation, I feel like maybe Twitch wouldn't be okay with it. When I was first watching this, I thought this was Jack's Films playing a part or something as like a little hidden camera Eric Andre kind of thing. But the more I watch it, the less convinced I am that this is really Jack's Films. I don't think he's the kind of guy that would goatee himself in a public hotel lobby, no matter how committed he is to the skit. After having to throw out this hypothesis, I was left with one conclusion. The man's just out here going hog wild.
Anyway, we have something here.
Hey, I'm gonna show him what's up real fast.
Not it's good.
No, I'm just saying he comes in.
Oh, yeah.
No, if he comes in here, there's like 10 of us.
His belt as a weapon technique is actually pretty impressive. He kind of reminds me of like Avatar: The Last Airbender. You can see him start to channel that energy towards the end there as he's working the belt. Maybe he is like one of the last PCP benders out there now, and this is just him showcasing his mastery and his expertise to the public. The way he's able to just slap that belt against the wall, the way he was like kind of charging it up for a little while, gathering a lot of electromagnetic static ready for a chakra vibrating slam that he just blasts on the ground. You know, this isn't just some ordinary guy. This right here is a dangerous master of karate.
Where are the cops? We're on the phone with him again.
What's
Really crazy behavior, and I said, he's standing outside of our glass office, hitting the wall with the belt, cussing in some language. Did you not hear that? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I don't know how I've got like 25 staff members in here.
This guy looks like every car salesman I've ever seen in my life. Maybe that's the backstory here, the lore. He's actually a car salesman, he's had a great day selling shit, and now he's just out here in the apartment lobby ready to celebrate, you know? And this is just him having a jolly old time.
What the heck? Oh, wow, he's
Oh
my god.
He's definitely
Is he on drugs? That's like asking if poop smells like shit. I think it's very clear that he is not in the normal state of mind. I wouldn't necessarily say he's sober in this instance. Or maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he just knows what we don't, you know? He's seen the strings that hold the universe together. He's just so full of infinite wisdom that now he appears crazy to us simpletons. You know, kind of like that shit in Indiana Jones where they open the crypt and then like their faces melt off because it's too beautiful. Or like in Jujutsu Kaisen when Gojo like gives you the infinite, like just hits you with infinity and like you just freeze and can't do anything. Maybe that's what happened. He's just truly transcended us as a species and we're just so far behind him now. But I do like that they all start to panic the second it looks like he's going to try and like climb up the chandelier or rappel down it. I'm really not even sure, but he was going to use like his belt as some kind of climbing apparatus, and all at once everyone just lets out a collective gasp like they thought he was going to die from that height.
It was our office for a leasing meeting, and he snuck in the door and sat down next to me, and I was like,
They
"We're
don't
not
have
open
the
right now.
Jingle
We don't
house.
have
Who
the
is fucking
key
Go
to
look
our
at the
office, or our minister's office, and he wouldn't leave."
I can really appreciate the character development here. In the beginning, everyone was panicked about this wild man who just came in here acting fucking crazy, going wild like Donnie from the Thornberrys show. But now, as it progresses, now they start to laugh at him. He's become less of like the boogeyman and more of just like a clown that now everyone's poking fun at and laughing at, which I can really appreciate. It reminds me of the It movie where they finally took away the fear and Pennywise was powerless. But this is like in the real world.
It won't lock. You have to lock it from the computer. No, you have to lock it from the computer. What is the
I'm honestly jealous of the spectators here in the front row. They're getting a full theatrical performance, complete with a Blue Man Group improvised musical number there from that guy, banging on the desk, banging on the plant, and finishing with a giant cymbal crash of slamming the belt on the floor again. What more could you ask for?
Oh, he's putting this now.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god, I think he's killing himself.
No.
No.
He's not
He's his belt buckle now.
He can't see.
Gino, just let him come in here.
Oh my gosh, you got it. What the hell?
What now? He speaks
My blood
English?
sugar is low.
Unfortunately, that's where this adventure concludes. The police come and escort him out of the apartment lobby, never to be seen again. At least not until the world needs him once more. Then he shall rise like a phoenix from the ashes, to swing from chandeliers and show his butthole to people in apartments once again. But until then, that's about it for this. See ya. Welcome, class. Today we'll be taking a look at the male Karens of the world. They are not a myth, they are very real. As the leading epidemiologist in Karen bullshit, I figured it was only right that we start turning our attention towards the male Karens out there. Yes, these male Karens, these Karemins, are a bit more rare than the Karens we're used to seeing in the labs, which is of course the postmenopausal, wrinkly, sunburnt women whose genes have been corrupted by generations worth of incest, so much so that they now believe wearing a mask will instantly suffocate them. But just because the Karemins are fewer in number doesn't mean that they're any less fucking dumb. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few.
Want to say that again? Would you like to say that again?
What you're about to see here is the tough guy Karen. I'm gonna do a little psychic reading, a little FBI analysis. Using only his voice, I can deduce that this man is bald, with a barbed wire tattoo on his upper left arm, and a skull on fire tattoo on his right pec. This man basically modeled his whole fucking life after Wild Hogs. He says, yep, that's what I want to look like, a generic background biker. And I'm not just saying this because I've seen a picture of this fucking loser. I mean, you can basically listen to him and just hear it in his voice, you know what I mean? This guy is very upset because a worker politely asked if he'd wear a mask, and that was a declaration of war attacking his fragile ego, and he's so insecure that he starts filming and shaming her in public at her workplace until she starts crying.
Hi. It's okay. It's my. She's just asked me to place a mask on, so I just thought I'd record it. That's all. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So, do I still have to wear a mask? Because I'm just shopping and you shot me. That's all. I just walked in and I'm just being told to wear a mask by some woman I don't even know.
Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ, not a mask. No, that's the work of the devil. If this guy put a mask on, it'd sap away his masculine energy. It'd make him lose 5 pounds of his non-existent muscle. Oh, shit, no. No wonder he's getting so upset. Yeah, the rational thing to do when asked to wear a mask is to start recording, obviously.
Are you telling me to wear a mask? You've just said to me, would you like to wear a mask? Are you forcing me to wear a mask? Are you asking me to wear a mask? Excuse me, why are you getting stressed out for? You've just approached me with a mask and said, would you like to put this on? Why are you getting upset for? I would suggest you go and calm yourself down outside and relax. Don't come to customers and tell them what to do with shopping. Thank you. Sort your emotions out first before you get a job.
Oh, what a big man. Well, good work, brother. You see the way he took her down? That'll be the last time she ever tries to help a customer. That'll fucking teach her. You don't tussle with the lack of muscle here. This guy put the smack down on her. Hulkmania ran wild here. Trying to muzzle this kind of masculine monster? You gotta be fucking crazy. But yeah, speaking of jobs, this guy was recently fired, so I'd take his advice when it comes to employment with a grain of salt. He's not very good at it.
What the fuck? You shot at me! Call 911! You shot at me! What the fuck? You shot at me! You're not giving me food! You shouldn't have done that! He assaulted me! Where are we going now?
I love the way McLovin here marches after him with his phone in hand. It's fucking wild. So this is a bit of a different one. This is a man who is not an anti-masker. He's very much on the side of masks and is upset about a man who didn't have a mask, which is understandable. If this guy even knew how to wear his own fucking mask, this guy's wearing it like a condom that's too goddamn big. He's not even covering his own fucking nose. It's just wild. So this guy loves masks, as he should, and people that don't wear a mask out in public, yeah, huge nuisance and a detriment, but he can't even wear his own fucking mask correctly, and he's having this kind of temper tantrum meltdown. This kind of shit always puts a smile on my face, though, the people that just scream, "Assault! Assault! I've been assaulted!" when they've been, like, lightly bumped. Like, this guy's fucking screeching and squealing like he just stepped on a landmine or something, when really what happened is he just got lightly bumped because he's in his face with his phone. The guy was like, oh, get the fuck off of me. And then he just totally goes into meltdown mode, destroys an entire rack of pizza for some reason. It's not like the guy he's mad at works at the pizza place or owns it or anything. That does nothing except make it really tough for the fucking workers there. So he's just a huge douchebag asshole. And then he starts blaming the pizza place. Why did you serve him food? Did you not see what he did to me? He almost killed me with that little body bump. What have you done? You gave him food. And then he chases him down. This guy's just like a hall monitor. Stop running in the hallways. And then just like slowly walks after them. It's just pretty embarrassing. Very embarrassing, in fact.
Thank you for coming out.
No problem. By any chance, do you have a mask?
No, I don't.
Do you mind to put your
shirt on top right here, so that'll be really appreciated. I'm sorry?
You believe in that shit?
Here comes jolly old Saint Nicholas here. He gets upset about the mask almost immediately and denies the existence of the virus and how he doesn't trust the government. Standard brainwashed Facebook dumb fucking shit.
Oh, it's taking me to the freeway. You want to take that way, or you gonna...
Well, if you want to drive around me all night long without a mask, that's fine. If you want to get me home quick, you go that way.
That's fine.
Up to you. I don't like you.
Big baby boy with the I don't like you comment. Like I've said, all of these anti-mask people are literal children. They have the same thoughts and the same capabilities mentally as children. I guarantee if Richard, his name is Richard, put his hand over his eyes, he'd think the world disappeared.
You don't like me? You want to get out?
No, I want you to take my ass home and give you a shitty review.
You know what? You can get out right now.
I'm not getting out right now.
Yes.
Nope, I've got a contract with you, I've got a ride with you.
Yes, he does.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
You try, go ahead.
Don't worry, Richard, he is. That's why the car has stopped moving.
Nope, it's my car.
You represent Lyft.
Well, then suit Lyft. Then
your little candy-ass faggy white glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Richard's really letting the demon out today, and the driver has been more than generous. He should have just drove away the second he saw Richard didn't have a mask, but he made an exception saying, hey, alright, can you at least put your shirt over your mouth or something like that? And all Richard had to do was keep his fucking hand over his mouth and shut the fuck up, and he would have gotten home with no problem at all. But these anti-mask lunatics are just so combative and so fucking dumb, they can't help but make everything an argument and a fight.
I just fucking crush your fucking skull right now.
You're on video.
I'm not gonna do that because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
Right now. Of course, no one would ever think you're an idiot.
Yeah, you're on video right now.
I'm not an idiot. Just take me home.
No.
I won't give you a review. Just take me home.
Nope.
I mean, you can say a lot of things about Richard, but you can't say he's an idiot. He's only, threatening to kill this man on video because he asked him to wear a mask, and when Richard got to be a big old asshole about it, he asked him to get out. He's not a fucking idiot, though.
I finished the trip already. Get out of my car. Please.
Out of your car?
Yes.
Yeah, how about a please? Boy.
It's
okay,
different.
so I'll just have to call Lyft and then complain about it.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's what I'll do then.
Go ahead. I have video.
Yeah, you got video?
Yeah.
You got video?
Yeah.
Hey, you got video? You got video?
You speak English, but you don't. I'm from here.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're a fucking wetback.
And you are?
I'm an American motherfucker. I fought for 3 times.
He's an American motherfucker? Damn, that's patriotic. Richard's racist, he's an asshole, and I guarantee he went home on his Facebook group to brag about this, about how he was some kind of hero, and how he fought for his right to not wear a mask against his Lyft driver, and then got his ride canceled because he was a fascist or some shit. I actually don't really know how they talk on Facebook. It's baffling, but I'm pretty confident in saying he most likely went home to brag about it online. There is a happy ending to this, though. Richard did get banned from Lyft, which is nice. And there's, of course, a lot more male Karens, but these were the 3 from the last week or so that I just thought were the most interesting. So, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. A few years ago, we were blessed with one of the finest public meltdowns this world has ever seen. The Bagel Boss guy. This was an incident that occurred at a bagel shop where a guy who was on the shorter side of things absolutely went ballistic and lost his mind, all because he felt like he was being insulted for his height. So he got really aggressive, trying to fight everyone, like a small chihuahua lashing out at the bigger dog, turned it into a huge spectacle, yelling and screaming. I'm sure in his head he imagined himself like Kratos from God of War with all of this anger, but in reality he just came across like a squeaky toy. It was so beautifully silly, and today I think we may have found his spiritual successor. There was a man who melted down in a McDonald's about his height.
I'm right here. You wanna show this kid what a fucking big man you are? Picking on a fucking little man? Come on! Come on! Hey, come on!
What's wild to me is he actually looks like the Bagel Boss. They could be brothers. So they have the same build, the same face, and the same attitude, and the same effect on women. Her face really tells the whole story on how uncomfortable it is to be around something like this. I love watching videos on these kind of outrageous freakouts for no reason, but I think if I was there in person, I would just feel so slimy and yucky. It'd be so fucking miserable to be around it.
Come on, motherfucker! Bring it on, motherfucker! Bring it on, motherfucker! Yeah! Come on! Hey! Bring it on, motherfucker! Hey! Bring it on, motherfucker! Yeah, bring it on! God damn it! Yeah, bring it on! Fucking later!
There is a lot to unpack in that 10-second clip right there. So let's get to the post-fight analysis here and break it down. So after getting into this man's face and yelling point blank at him like it was a Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live, the guy finally has enough and he starts yelling back, which I think is adorable. That's like something you do to handle a bear. Like if you're trapped and a bear's coming at you and it's hungry and salivating, you just make yourself look big and get real loud. So this guy just yells back at him and then throws him against the wall. And the smaller gentleman here, his brain malfunctions, I guess, so he takes his soda, he throws it on himself, fucking waterboards himself with the Coke, and then throws it on the ground, only to slip on it. So this man just Macaulay Culkin booby-trapped himself, so he slips like it's a banana peel out of Mario Kart, hits the ground really hard, and struggles to get up briefly, and then the fight gets broken up, unfortunately. If you can even call this a fight. This is just such a sad Looney Tunes level event, what happened here. Nothing went right for the instigator here, the smaller guy who's for some reason really upset.
Bring your ass out! I'll fucking lay your ass out! You hear me? You hear me? I will lay your ass down!
I want to see this altercation from this guy's perspective because he's doing a much better job than the current cameraman. This guy's in like a squatted position getting a really cinematic angle here. He absolutely has some directing experience. So I'd really like to see the video from his phone because the cameraman that we're following right now is terrible. He is missing all of the action. Our cameraman is looking everywhere but where he should be. It's so frustrating.
I will lay your ass out! Hey! Do you hear me?
Unfortunately, this is all we get here because I guess the cameraman was too fucking drunk to just focus on one thing. I don't know what he was doing. Just constantly turning around like clothes in a washing machine. The second the action started, he just blanked out and just got everything that wasn't important. Filming the wall, filming people behind him, looking at the ground, never once getting them in frame again. It's so frustrating. I would really like the other angles here, but I haven't been able to find them yet. It's unfortunate we don't get to see the conclusion, but at least we get to hear some of it. The smaller guy keeps saying, "I'm gonna lay your ass out," which I think is a hollow threat. I think the time for intimidation is long past since you just took yourself out. So, it's kind of hard to make people afraid of you after that when it comes to fighting. I think he should have just cut his losses, and once they were broken up, maybe just give him, like, a cool one-liner on the way out, like, "You're lucky this guy stopped me, or else you'd be in the hospital from me beating your ass mercilessly," and then just leave. But if you keep saying I'm gonna lay your ass out after you actually just ate shit on your own accord, it's just kind of more embarrassing, I would say. Like, this guy really owes a huge debt to the worker that separated the two of them, because without him, I think this could have gone a lot worse. It could have been significantly more painful for him because he bit off a lot more than he could chew here. I'd also like this video to serve as a PSA. If you're going to film a public freakout, film the fucking freakout, not everything around it. I don't know if he was trying to be like sneaky with his phone so no one knew he was recording or something, so he just didn't know where he was aiming, or what went wrong here, but this is just such horrible camera work and it's insulting. I'm almost more mad at the camera guy than that smaller guy was with the customer in line. Like, it makes me so upset. I'm getting furious. I'm getting short man rage right now because the cameraman couldn't fucking focus on the action. Just, you know, you're there filming, you've made the decision to film, now be good at it. Or at least competent, like close to it. Because the second that this like started to pop off, we lose all visual on it. It's so upsetting, it's so frustrating. And another thing, every time these freakouts happen, one thing that I always find interesting is people start laughing at them, like directly, or in this case shouting World Star and laughing at them and filming. You have to feel like such a clown. You know, like you're super mad, Like, you're ready to fight and everyone's laughing at you. It has to be the worst feeling ever and just makes you even more mad. It happens in every freakout video ever, and I can only imagine how much that fuels the rage in like this endless cycle. So, pretty great video overall, a good freakout. It's McDonald's, so you're always guaranteed some great quality freakouts, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. McDonald's is no stranger when it comes to brutal fights and sloppy smackdowns. It's often considered the Thunderdome for the world's toughest, but in this disturbing clip I'm about to show you, not even McDonald's was prepared to handle this meat monster that came in here looking for trouble. This ain't your mother's McDonald's anymore. This ain't no Weenie Hut Jr. shit. This is his world, and we're just eating McDonald's in it.
You need to settle down, boy. Now, are you fucking serious? You just fucking stop. I want to fucking have a meal. You have whores up here trying to need to go now.
This is the face of the man who makes knuckle sandwiches. You'll be cruising for a bruising if you step in this man's way. This is Goliath in the legendary David vs. Goliath tale, and he stepped into the McDonald's crucible with one goal in mind, to eat some lovely McChickens while looking up the new Magic the Gathering ban list. And apparently those damn whores interrupted him. Now he's rampaging. God help us.
That's your job. Get out of my store! Now! You need to get out of my store, dude! Now!
Did you catch all of those moves? I'll slow it down and rewind it for all of you who aren't classically trained in martial arts nor familiar with ancient Shaolin techniques like I am. Here we can see the master lead with a right foot buttfuck slip and slide move, but he also throws in the combo with the left arm Shoryuken. While on the surface it may seem like just a simple and effective 1-2 combo, I dare you to even give this a try. You'll likely combust and just lead to fuck all over the floor. It takes thousands and thousands of hours to master this technique right here, and he throws it around with ease. And he doesn't stop there, he beautifully transitions into his Looney Tunes level windup here for the haymaker that would have surely not only ended that man's life, but would also make every woman's panties within a 2-mile radius sodden.
I'll put you down. Come on, follow me. Get out of my store now! Get out of my store now!
The manager's sharp reflexes just saved the entire city block. Had the rampaging glasses man been able to slam the door successfully, you're looking at a catastrophic explosion. That would have been the end of the entire area.
Get out of my fucking shit! I'm gonna my store now, alright?
And it was on that day that McDonald's got a grim reminder, stay out of that man's fucking shit, or else. Well, yeah, I mean, that's it. So yeah. This morning I hit my foot on the stairs, and it hurt quite a bit. It was like that episode in SpongeBob where he stubs his toe and only cried for 20 minutes. It made me feel like shit. It made me feel like a pussy. And it made me want to be a stronger, tougher guy. So I figured, let's watch some tough guy videos in order to get inspired and see how it's done and what it really looks like to be a tough guy.
Pretend to take a photo because you're a big pussy. I'm gonna kick your ass up here.
Okay, do it. Come on.
To give you some context, the man filming flipped off the driver who nearly hit him and his dog while crossing the street, and the driver was not too happy about seeing that bird go his way. So he slows down and says he's gonna kick his ass up there. There's some real goofy shit like straight out of King of the Hill. So the guy filming has now booked a whoop-ass appointment at the upcoming parking lot, and he's not afraid, he's not backing down.
Alright, so go on, get out.
Why'd you threaten me back there?
I have it on video of you saying you're going to get out and kick my ass.
Well, you just threatened me.
Hey, what the fuck is this? Some kind of magic trick? They made the tough guy from behind the wheel disappear, and now we're just left with this scared volleyball coach talking about being threatened. This can't be the same guy that was talking about beating dick and beating ass from a moment ago, right? Must have switched out or something like that. This guy is just the quintessential peaked in high school loser. He's got a beer belly now, 2 kids that don't respect him, his wife feels trapped with him, so she's probably getting experimental with the neighbor, just trying to think of a way out of the marriage. He just does not seem like a happy guy.
With what?
You flipped me off, and I got it on camera.
Oh yeah, I flipped you off because you didn't stop for a pedestrian.
pedestrian?
Me and my dog.
You weren't there.
Oh yeah, we were.
No, you weren't.
Okay, well then I flipped you off for no reason for my First Amendment right. So go fuck yourself.
First Amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
You can threaten me with the go fuck yourself.
Threaten? Are you threatened by freedom of speech, sir?
Well, you're shaking.
You should go fuck yourself.
You're shaking like a leaf.
Now it's turned into a Twitter argument here out of nowhere. So this guy was talking so fucking tough from behind the wheel of his car. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna kick your ass over there at the middle school parking lot. It's going down. Please don't call my bluff. God, please don't come over here. Oh God, he's here. So he starts to panic, and then he immediately gets out his phone, fucking fumbling it around. He's probably got it and not even recording. He probably just accidentally took a picture and thinks it's recording. Why are you threatening me? This maniac, help! Calling the police. This crazy madman's talking about he's gonna kick my ass. He's gonna beat my butt. Oh, please, God, get here and help. Why'd you threaten me? You know, just one of these cowards. Just there's so many people like this that, you know, that very stereotypical hold me back type, you know, where someone's like going wild, like pretending they want to fight, puffing out their chest, but really that's the last thing in the world they want. That's exactly what this guy tried, but he tried it with the wrong guy. This guy was about that action. He's got his dog with him, and he was probably just going to go over there and beat his ass with one hand.
Yeah, I am, because you threatened to beat my ass.
Well, you can cry.
And this is going on Facebook.
Okay, cry.
Have you heard of Bellingham Living?
Yep.
Yeah, you're going all over it.
Well, I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, what did you say you were going to come do?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, it's on video.
Well, you look at you.
Yeah, because you threatened to beat my ass.
Your dog isn't like you.
And that's the conclusion of this David vs. Goliath match. He never even got out of the car. So the fight that he tried to start, he didn't even show up to. And I have no doubt he drove away thinking that he was the winner and the big man. Which is real fucking sad. Now let's go ahead and go to a classic. I'm sure most of you have seen this video, but this one's such a classic and I really was feeling like watching some tough guy shit. So let's go ahead and watch one of the internet's finest tough guy moments.
You tried to rear-end me and my fucking wife, bitch! Look what you did to my fucking car! I hope you have insurance, motherfucker! Get the fuck out of your truck! I'm gonna beat your fucking ass! Get the fuck out, bitch! Get the fuck out, you pussy!
This road rage incident really has everything you could want. A protagonist you can't help but root for as he just silently stone-faced stares ahead, ignoring the goofball outside of his window doing an interpretive dance and losing his mind. It's just a wonderful video.
Fuck out of your truck! Get the fuck out, you pussy ass bitch! Let's go! Get out! Get out of your truck! Get out of your truck!
I will say, his negotiating skills need work. You know, maybe get out of the truck so I can give you candy or something, you know? Like, really try and entice him out of there. Lure him out like an animal. Set little breadcrumbs or something that he might open the door and, you know, get up, you know? He's not even really trying to persuade him to leave. Right now, his only bargaining chip is get out of the truck so I can beat your ass? Who's gonna really want to take that deal? And they can just sit there and laugh at you. I also really appreciate the music in this clip because I think it really adds to the ambiance. The boner jams really add an extra layer of beauty to the video.
Wanna go? Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Take a fucking video! Take a fucking video, cunt! You fucking whore, bitch cunt! Let's go! Come on!
Tough guy thought he was on Xbox Live there for a second.
Get out of your fucking truck!
Things really escalate there. We've reached the climax. As his friends show up, he gets even more confident and he goes full baby rage mode. Get out! It's great. And then all of a sudden a G.I. Joe out of nowhere shows up to try and put the kibosh on the whole thing here. Also, one of his friends looks exactly like him. They look like clones. They're even wearing the exact same shirt in a different color. I don't know if they planned that. Or maybe they could be twins, I suppose, but I just thought this was interesting. It's like a video game developer who got lazy, so they just used the same character model and changed the clothes color. Yeah, it's pretty much where that one ends. I really was expecting him to start crying after the huge meltdown moment, but I don't think he ever did get any tears out. He probably did cry on the drive home, I imagine. He really just let it all out because the emotions were just overwhelming. But it would have been nice to see him cry on camera. But, oh well. It's still a classic. And I think these two tough guy videos are pretty solid stuff. Now I think I have a better idea of what it means and looks like to be a tough guy. That's about it. So yeah. You may not have been able to realize it, but over the last couple months I've actually had a vitamin deficiency. I've had dangerously low levels of vitamin T in my diet. Vitamin tough guy. And it's fucking time to take a handful of nails and shove them in my asshole as I look at a real man doing real manly shit in Walgreens. I've always enjoyed watching these tough guys in the wild just to try and learn from an alpha male. So let's get in here and see what a real modern tough guy looks like.
Okay. How's that? How's that? How's that? Fuck you where you breathe. Okay?
Why are you coming
Don't tell me what the fuck to do. How's that, pal?
I didn't tell you what to do.
You did. You said don't talk to people who you don't know. I'll talk to whoever the fuck I want to know.
Never mind.
How's that, pal?
Never mind. I did tell him not to talk to you.
That's right. So use your fucking head if you know how.
Speaking of using your head, this guy's head looks like it was used to model the thwomps in Super Mario 64. This guy's entire head is like an actual face filter for a TikTok meme video. It's wild. But anyway, you have to respect how he keeps calling him pal, keeping everything civil. I was hoping for a classic I'm not your pal friend, but unfortunately we weren't lucky enough for that kind of Oblivion NPC dialogue exchange. But it's still pretty cool. I don't know why pal is tough to this guy. He just keeps saying pal a lot as if it's intimidating. Like every time he says pal, the guy with the camera starts trembling like, oh, like getting smaller, like, oh fuck, he said pal, oh fuck. Yeah, it's weird. Pal and buddy, for some reason, are like choice words used by middle-aged alcoholic fathers with an attitude like this. And I don't really get why. Those are like the two least intimidating words you can start throwing at someone.
Understood.
Okay, you little pimply little shit.
Hey, you guys. If you guys could not do this in the store.
That sounds good to me.
So then leave.
I'm checking out, sir.
Yeah,
Check
just
out.
Go ahead, ring out. If you could take
Okay?
6
You're not
feet.
that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Okay.
Okay?
Are you?
Absolutely.
You're gonna get arrested for this?
Arrested for doing what? Just like a pimple on the left. Somebody says something and you don't like it. And you don't like it, right? Is that what it is? You little pimp.
There's a lot to unpack here. This is like a fusion of Neil Breen meets David Hasselhoff when he was crawling on the floor for hamburgers. So you can see he's starting to hone in on like personal insults at the guy's appearance by bringing up pimples for some reason. In a moment you'll see the guy doesn't even have pimples, so I don't know where that was coming from. Maybe this guy's living in some kind of delusional fantasy where he's seeing himself as a high schooler and he's like picking apart his own insecurities or something. I don't really know. The angrier this man was getting, the further his IQ was dropping. He said, just like the pimple on the left. And I thought there was going to be something to follow that up, like logically, you know, like make like a tree and leave or some dumb shit like that. That's what I was expecting, but all he said is, just like the pimple on the left, you say something you don't like. Like, what are you pimples don't talk. Like, you know, there's not something a pimple doesn't like to hear. It doesn't have ears, you fucking idiot. That doesn't make any sense. So what do you mean, just like the pimple on the left? That sounds like some kind of Amanda Bynes skit from the 90s. The pimple on the left. What is? I don't know what he was really talking about, but I like his chutzpah. I like where his heart was at. It's pretty fucking impressive. And then he, of course, really stuck it to him, showed him who was boss when he said, you little pimp. You know, I don't know if that's an insult or if this man's just starting to get a little horny. So, you know, he's starting to get a little semi-chum. He's like, you little dirty pimp. Oh, yeah. What am I? You're a little naughty, misbehaving Walgreens customer? Yeah, what are you going to do to me, huh? Huh? What are you going to do to me?
Can you hold the camera while I check?
I'll leave the store,
I'm listening
okay?
to you.
Fuck you where you bleed, pal. Right where you breathe. Go vote for fucking Biden and suck right here.
Have a good day, sir.
Nothing says tough guy quite like tugging on your own meat in public as you retreat from a Walgreens. Mission accomplished, I would say. Not only did he not get to get whatever he needed at Walgreens, he also just left completely defeated and utterly embarrassed, because now it's all online. Not that this guy uses the internet for anything more than like flat earth conspiracies on Facebook or something, but unfortunately, that's the last time we see our favorite little tough goblin. He retreats from the Walgreens and he goes back to his broken home that he's created due to his inability to control his alcohol and his temper. And I don't know anything about the background of this video or what led up to it, but I would bet a decent chunk of money that this happened in Florida. I just get a really strong Florida sense from this video. I can almost smell the classic soothing aroma of Florida bath salts. But yeah, anyway, it'd been too long since we saw a video of a tough guy, and just wanted to go through one. That's about it. So yeah. In life, there's always going to be that level of self-doubt and insecurity that someone will experience at one point or another. It's just part of the human condition, where you ask yourself, am I good enough? Maybe I'm just a fucking loser. And yeah, maybe you are a fucking loser. But today I'm going to show you a man that has reinvented what it means to be pathetic. This guy has achieved a level of loser that science didn't even think possible. So rest assured, no matter how terrible you think you are, you will never even be in the same dimension as this homunculus I'm about to show you. The only man to master all 4 elements of douchebag, perpetually striking a goofy power stance that he saw on WikiHow when he googled how to look intimidating, berating and assaulting food service workers, threatening lawsuits and jail, and of course, the most powerful element of being a douchebag, a pair of sunglasses. A douchebag without sunglasses is like cereal without milk. And only this man here was chosen to master all 4 of these elements, the avatar of douchebag.
In fucking jail for robbery and stealing stuff. So she needs to get the fuck out of here before I get her put in jail for the rest of her life. Sir, you are on camera right now?
There's just so much that happens in this short, less than 20-second video here. Somehow this man was able to speedrun, making everyone hate him. Like, he set an 80% record for the shortest amount of time it takes for everybody to hate you. So Johnny Bravo with an eating disorder here storms into Burger King, and we don't have the crucial lore that built up to this point. We're missing the context on exactly what's happening, which is unfortunately opened the fucking septic tank for these shitty journalists to just make things up. Biggest culprit is Daily Mail, which is just a giant piece of shit in the first place. They took this story and wiped their filthy ass with it. They said the reason for this meltdown was because the chicken nuggets were too spicy. And yeah, while I have no doubt this guy is a giant pussy who would start crying if some mild salsa accidentally dripped on his tortilla chips, this meltdown wasn't over chicken nuggets being too spicy. So the whole story, the background they built up here, the fan fiction they wrote around this guy, the mythos, is just entirely wrong. It did happen at a Burger King, that much is correct. This embarrassing meltdown is on the grand stage of meltdowns, Burger King. So it's like the fucking Broadway of meltdowns. Burger King and McDonald's, those are the 2 best out there for that. But it didn't happen because of spiciness. It happened, and I don't even know why they bothered changing this, because the real story is just as good as their clickbait garbage headline. The reason it happened is because he didn't get as many chicken nuggets as he was used to getting from Burger King. So this guy is a seasoned veteran of chicken nugget hoarding from Burger King, and one of the workers there must have hid one of those sacred chicken nuggets from him, and he counts each and every one of them. He came in there fucking primed and ready. He fucking stormed the gates and was giving her an earful.
In fucking jail for robbery and stealing stuff. So she needs to get the fuck out of here before I get her put in jail for the rest of her life. Sir, you are on camera right now?
I understand chicken nuggets can be serious business, but this man really elevated that shit. He treated it like some kind of holy artifact. This is why the opening monologue says, can't fucking count except for robbery and stealing stuff. He's accusing her of stealing his chicken nuggets, and it's a robbery, which is why he then says, I'm gonna throw her in jail for the rest of her life if she doesn't get out of here. I cannot even imagine what he was thinking at this point, as if that's like a real charge you could bring up, some kind of felony, shorting someone 1 chicken nugget. Like, what did he expect? Like, is some kind of high crime here where it'd go to court and he'd be like, Your Honor, no, you're not understanding. I was missing a chicken nugget that I, as an American red-blooded patriot, paid for. The jury gasps, missing nugget, and the judge swings the gavel. 100 years in prison for the Burger King worker, and then everyone claps. Like, this guy treats this fucking thing like some kind of Tumblr fanfiction in his head, I imagine. It's such a dumb goddamn idea. And then when he's told he's on camera, he makes the worst possible decision you can make when you're told you're on camera. He fucking slaps the worker, which is an actual crime. He just assaults the man, who was nothing but kind to him. He was honestly looking out for him like, bro, stop melting down, you're really embarrassing yourself. and then he just doubles down on this shit and slaps him for no fucking reason. And it was a bitch-ass slap, too. I'm something of a connoisseur when it comes to slapping. After all the slapping tournaments I've watched, I've seen professional slapping. This was some garbage shit. This is a slap that would be delivered behind a dumpster during a drug deal gone wrong between two people that are just now learning about drugs. This was not a slap from a veteran, and it was pathetic. Unfortunately, the worker had glasses on, so it made the slap look more impactful than it was by having the glasses kind of like jiggle off. But it wasn't a very good textbook form slap. Really, this whole thing was just a whole bunch of fucking garbage, and I think unanimously we can all agree that this guy here is probably the biggest douchebag of 2020, and it's going to be hard to beat. I really thought this could be motivational for somebody that's maybe going through a hard time right now or struggling with their self-image. You will never be as bad as this guy unless you actively go out of your way to try and be a bigger loser than this guy. So just take that, realize that, look, I'm not the worst out there, look at this guy. And then that should help you see things a little more clearly and maybe be a little more positive. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I remember when I was a kid in middle school, there was a guy that tried to sell me cigarettes once. It wasn't like an adult or anything, it wasn't a creepy uncle situation, it was just a fellow classmate. And he like pulled me aside, he's like, Charlie, you want to see something fucking epic? Hey, you ever heard of cigarettes? And I was like, yeah, I've heard of those goofy little things before, why? So he like opened up his backpack and showed me. He made it seem like he was showing me like a real life fucking Pokemon or something, like a dinosaur egg. And I just never really forgot that. That story doesn't really have anything in common with what we're talking about today, other than I now feel like that kid's selling cigarettes, but instead of selling cigarettes, now I'm just showing you something fucking epic with a grown-ass man melting down and throwing a temper tantrum after being told he has to move one seat to his left in a movie theater.
Seats in this theater.
So let's
Why
find
do you
yours.
have to have mine?
It's not your
Go
seat.
away.
That's not
I
gonna
pay my money. I have a right to it.
sit in your seat, correct?
Yes,
that's
my
not,
seat.
That's not your seat.
How can you tell it's not my seat?
Because your ticket has your seat number on it.
Absolutely bent him over and blasted his ass with facts and logic. Put his ass into a checkmate, the scholar's mate, by dropping the mic after revealing that his ticket has his assigned seat on it, as pretty much every movie theater does these days. And so, to bring you up to speed, this gentleman was asked to just move to his seat that is on his ticket, and that's when all hell broke loose. That's when the demon came out.
Whatever.
Let's find it.
Whatever.
This can easily
Do
be
your own
resolved.
policy.
and
No,
you're
I'm going to be an
arguing.
asshole because you're being an asshole.
I am not.
I'm a patron here.
Okay, and I'm trying to find
And this
your
will be
seat.
the last time that I come to this imagined theater.
My man just dropped a theater on him. That's some straight out of SpongeBob fire. Again, this could all be solved super easily if he just moved to the seat right next to him. But he just will not budge. This is what happens when an unstoppable object meets an immovable sack of rejection and failure.
All right,
great.
I paid
That
my
sounds
money.
great.
Does anybody
please
here
don't come
think
back.
that
Please
this
don't come
is
back.
actually a thing where it's like, it doesn't matter where you sit. It's not assigned seating.
It is.
Go sit in your own seat.
Thank you.
So now we get a look at our protagonist here. It's Hulk Hogan. Hulkmania is running wild here, brother. I'll tell you what. And the camera angle is very cinematic here. I feel like a child hiding inside of my parents' closet. Now they've just busted in and started making out with each other, and I'm really uncomfortable. You also gotta love that the crowd work didn't exactly pan out. Wait, guys, what's the deal with assigned seating? Does anyone else believe in this shit? This shit's more made up than round earth theory, am I right? Like, come on, what's going on with that shit? And some guy's like, bro, just go to your seat. He's like, oh, bah humbug, hey, whatever. It's just this phenomenon that I always find amazing, when someone is so confidently wrong and lost in their own delusion, just huffing too many of their own farts that they just really think that they're right, and put themselves out there to get validation and never find it. It's like those people that are melting down in a public store or at a retail worker, and they film themselves melting down and insulting the retail worker, thinking that they're in the right and it looks good on them. But every single time, it just gets them attacked by everyone, or they get like fired from their job for it because they themselves posted their worst moment thinking that they were in the right.
Oh, thank you.
Please, sir, let's find your seat and we can start.
No, I'm not going to.
Then I'm going to ask you to leave.
You did, like 4 or 5 times. And that's why now we have a disturbance.
Because some other people can't just be like, you know what? I could sit right here.
Sir, we're not doing this
One
anymore.
seat off.
We're not doing
One
this.
seat off.
I gotta say, man, the employee here has the patience of an actual Zen master. I don't know how someone can be dealing with fucking drunk Yosemite Sam over here like this with such a level head. He's just sitting there being as respectful as possible given the circumstance. So that guy needs a raise. ASAP.
So if I were to move over one seat, everything would be okay.
Sir,
Is that what you're saying?
You're
Is that what you're saying?
Listen.
Does that mean?
Are you gonna listen?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Be my pest.
Okay. At this point, you are disrupting the show for these fine folks. We're gonna ask you to leave. We'll get you a refund, though. I'll be nice and get you a refund.
I don't know. I might want to be taken out in handcuffs now.
Sir, come on.
I say call his bluff. This is not a guy who's accustomed to confrontation or fighting. When you see him stand up, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is a guy whose only argument has probably ever come from playing Dungeons & Dragons online, or maybe like a rule dispute in Magic the Gathering. There is no chance that this guy would be okay in the face of like actual confrontation. He's just taking advantage of some very respectful and nice workers and being an insufferable asshole. Now, it does sound like he's been drinking, but that's no excuse for this behavior whatsoever. It's such a small, trivial thing to just move one seat over. I imagine the reason they even checked his ticket and then found out he was in the wrong seat is because someone was trying to sit in their assigned seat, but this fucking vigilante swamp-ass monster couldn't help but try and like fight for his right to be a nuisance. It's so frustrating that people will cause such a massive scene over something so small. Just move one seat over. It's just not that hard.
I paid my money. I don't understand why it is. If I sit over here, one seat, it's okay, and everything is right with the world. But if not, the world stops and everybody gets upset.
Sir, let's go. I'll be nice and I'll get you a refund.
I want more than just a refund.
Okay.
Can I get a drink?
We'll take care of you in the lobby.
One more drink's gonna have this man in the fetal position crying and asking for his mom to pop a tit for him to suckle. It's not a good idea. He's definitely hit the sauce a little too hard today, though he does strike me as just an already angry person to begin with if he's willing to go this hard on something this insignificant. So hopefully he didn't get a drink, and hopefully he didn't get a refund. He was not entitled to a refund. He literally just donated to this theater to not even see a movie. He went in here, confrontational, and basically kicked himself out. He does not need a refund. That is being way too nice to this guy. These two workers deserve a raise for having to deal with someone like this. Just an actual public nuisance.
Fine. And then I won't come back.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay.
And I'm going to make sure everybody knows about this shit.
Okay. I appreciate that.
I'm capitulating because I don't want to watch the movie now. You ruined it for me. Because of your silly ass rules.
Okay. I apologize about that.
Take a look at that drip, god damn! Looking suave. Man out here with the red on red, dressed like an actual zit. Or maybe the saturation's a little up and maybe it's orange on orange and he's cosplaying as a traffic cone with a wig. I'm really not sure, but he's looking real good here. Man's looking like Doc Brown going through a phase after Back to the Future 3.
I still think I'm being the bigger person here.
Okay. I think you dropped your phone.
Yeah. Should we go down? At least I didn't pay $900 for it. Goodbye, everyone. Enjoy your movie.
The most predictable twist in cinema history. This guy owns a trench coat and unironically wears it in public. I actually thought when he first picked it up it was a trash bag or like a tarp or something, and then it turned out to be a trench coat and I just thought, yep, that makes sense. That tracks. That sounds about par for the course. He probably also had like a katana stored in the trunk of his car just in case he happened to get jumped by 6 samurais on the way out of the parking lot or something. Just really sad shit. Just a public nuisance for no fucking reason. Could have just moved one seat over and saved everyone the trouble and himself the embarrassment. I think this is just a lesson to everyone to not make a big deal out of such simple and small things. Even like, let's say in some fantasy world he was right. You know, he was actually in the right seat and the movie theater was wrong. None of them couldn't read. They were all illiterate. Even still, it's such a simple ask. They're asking me to move one seat over. I might be right, but why am I going to fight them? It's their facility. I'll just move over so that way I'm not intruding on everyone else's time. It's just not hard to just do something simple for the sake of everyone else's enjoyment and ease of existence. Like, it's just, I don't know, that shit just drives me up a fucking wall. Anyway, I just saw this today and wanted to talk about it. That's about it. See ya. I just found the toughest guy on TikTok, the CEO of the Salty Spittoon. He told an inspirational story that I happened to stumble across, and I'm not going to lie to you, sports fans, it's something I really needed to hear.
From that point on, my dad knew he couldn't take on. That was 13. He picked up a stick, a wooden stick, and he went to hit me over the head. And I did this, and it broke. And then I took it out of his hand, threw it on the floor, kicked him in the leg, picked him up, and threw him on the coffee table. Coffee table broke in half.
Yeah, that definitely happened. And everybody clapped. This kid Rex Kwon his father through a coffee table like it was Mankind McFoley through a WWE table. Now, I read his comments, and there were naysayers in there thinking that he was just spouting off a load of baloney. Bunch of bullshit. Well, poo-poo on you for thinking that he would be lying about a situation like this. You don't know who you're speaking to. This isn't some ordinary mortal, some weak coward. This is a superhuman. And here he is graciously taking time out of his busy day sucking piss from his own balls in order to tell us the origin story of his powers. Kind of like when Mark from Invincible awakened his powers, so too did he. And he is going to use this as a way of not just flexing on us, but trying to lift us up.
That's the beauty, that we are actually superhuman. We just don't unlock these genes because we don't put our body and our mind through the pressure. There is something called microfractions. Little microfractions that you cause when hitting the bone thickens the bone.
See, it's that simple. Microfractions. Well, you didn't learn about that in algebra? I'll drop the sarcasm for a moment. Fucking Goober here is confusing microfractures for microfractions. Also, I'm convinced he's not actually speaking to anyone on this podcast. I think he just set up this like podcast look to make it seem like he's got more authority than he actually does on something. But that's just a little game theory. That's a little tinfoil hat conspiracy there. But anyway, I just love that he comes in here preaching, we're all superhumans. Have you ever heard of microfractures? Like that's the eureka moment, like that's the chemical X. It turns out this is the secret that, you know, Big Brother doesn't want you to know. We're actually all X-Men, thanks to microfractions. I feel like it's almost insulting to your intelligence if I explain microfractures here, because I imagine most of you know what that is, but I'll go ahead and dive into it quickly, just in case he happens to have stumbled across this video in between beating 5,000 samurais' asses for the day or something, or whatever cool badass thing he was doing. What he's trying to talk about is microfractures, which you've probably heard of in relation to like Muay Thai. And it's like repeated impact to the bone causes slight little fractures to it, so when it repairs itself, it grows back a bit denser, a bit stronger. Now, obviously, it's not going to turn you into a goddamn superhuman. You could go outside and kick oak trees till the cows come home, kicking infinite oak trees, but you will never be able to have dense enough bones to be, like, bulletproof or anything like that. Like, it's not going to turn you into a superhuman, and I don't know why he's talking about it like it somehow does.
I used to sit there and hit my shins with a hammer all fucking day. Do you know why people wear boxing gloves? So they don't fuck up their hands by hitting somebody's head. Your head is the strongest bone in the body. And if you train it and bang it enough for a whole year, it becomes 4 times thicker.
He's just straight up wrong. The head is not the strongest bone in the human body. That title usually goes to the femur. But he does say something I do believe him on about banging his head. That I think he's probably telling the truth on. Like, yeah, maybe he was hitting his knees or his shins with a hammer, and he probably started hitting his head with the fucking hammer too from the sound of things here, because he is way off his rocker here. He is off his gourd.
We hurt, and I learned that at a young age. That's what I learned from the Shaolin monks. Go watch them when they spar, when they battle, or when they have a fight. Boom, they turn their head. Wherever you're hitting, they just turn their head. You punch their head, you're breaking your hand.
No, they don't. He doesn't say a single thing in here that's accurate at all, not even by accident. So I know exactly what happened here, though. He saw one video The old viral video of that Shaolin monk who was taunting his opponent in a fight, where he put his head down and was just taking every blow right on the chin. Like, he was just eating every fucking blow like it was cereal. So that's the video he saw, and he thought that must have been true for all Shaolin monks, I think. That's the only explanation I can think of. Like, and I'm giving him a lot of charitability here with my interpretation of this statement, because I think also equally likely is he's just straight up lying, just actually talking out of his fucking butthole. But I think there's a chance he saw that video of the Shaolin monk in the boxing ring where he was getting hit in the head a lot because he was literally taunting the guy, and he's like, oh, that's how Shaolin monks fight. Must be those microfractions I've heard so much about. They must train with that. So now he's spouting it off here on the podcast. But I don't know why he thinks that. He could have just looked it up for like 2 seconds. Like, Shaolin monks don't just fight with their head for blocking. Like, they're not giraffes. Like, they don't just fight with their head. Like, what? It's outrageous that he would think that. Also, I can't help but have, like, an immense appreciation for the lesson he's trying to teach here to, like, the absolute idiots in his audience. That you should hit your head a lot over the course of a year to make your skull thicker. He's actually trying to preach the gospel that in order to be a superhuman, you need to be like banging your head against the wall like it's a horror movie, like the end of Hereditary or something. That is incredible as a lesson that he's trying to get out there. Because that's actually the takeaway. He is literally talking like, if you want to unlock the superhuman X-Men gene, you're going to have to start hitting your shins with a hammer and damaging your skull so that way it'll get thicker and stronger and more dense. You ever heard of Shaolin monks and microfractions? That's an incredible lesson for him to try and teach on TikTok. That's amazing.
Come in to kill you. When I punch somebody, I don't punch their head. I'm imagining my fist going through their head, through the back of their head. Their head gets stuck here on my elbow. That's how Bruce Lee used to do. And who was like that? Mike Tyson. He comes in, and when he punches, why do you see everybody's head flying? Because he tried to put his fist through the guy's head. That's why every single punch you see people fly. Look today, all the knockouts that are in the UFC. Somebody kicks him, he does a slap kick. Chin, boom, boom, boom. Guy goes down this way. Mike Tyson, Bruce Lee, it's a different punch.
Hey, can't argue with that. When this man throws a punch, he's turning your skull into body armor for himself, locking it in like an elbow pad. That is, of course, assuming you haven't trained your skull with sledgehammers for the better part of a decade, because then even he would be powerless against a skull that thick. You'd be looking like Sheen out of that episode of Jimmy Neutron when he gets really smart and has that huge brain. But yeah, I just think it's really fun listening to this guy talk about how badass he is. It's so cool. I punch through their skull and then their head's locked on my elbow. I end up looking like I'm out of Mad Max. I adorn my body with decorations of viscera and body parts. It's so fucking good.
Belgian horses are the biggest and the strongest horses in the world. Each one could pull 12,000 pounds. If the two of them are put together, how much weight could they pull?
Together, they're pulling 24,000 right there.
By math, if you do it right, they're pulling 24,000. When you put two alpha males, Belgian horses, together, they could pull 36,000 pounds.
Math can never calculate the potential of an alpha. Also, the AI art he uses for all of his videos is fucking mind-boggling. Yikes. Horrifying. But you're gonna find this hard to believe. He's wrong again. So, this is actually something a lot of other influencer alpha males mention about the Belgian horses as an example of how strong brotherhood can be. They're able to punch way above their weight class, beyond what you would expect given, the numbers here. And it all stems from something called entree leadership from someone named Dave Ramsey, who gave this Belgian horse example when it comes to synergy. So, Belgian horses can pull up to 8,000 pounds individually, not 12,000 like Goofball mentions. And Dave Ramsey saying when you put two together, they are able to actually pull under like optimal conditions, trained together. They can get up to like 30 or even 32,000 pounds that they can pull together through synergy. Well, our guy didn't quite understand that. He couldn't get the numbers correct, and he was trying to spout out an idea that's not his to begin with. I don't think he read Dave Ramsey's book. I'm starting to wonder if he's literate in the first place. Instead, I'm sure he saw some of the other influencer alpha males that have butchered that book excerpt, and he just tried to call upon that and got it wrong.
It's because one pushes the other. If you guys work together as a team, like two Belgian horses, you'll be able to pull a lot more than you're pulling on your own.
Yeah, I like that.
It's amazing that when you see brothers really work as a team and understand that nothing can break you, which means if I separated you and I took you in a room, no matter how hard I would beat you, you don't give up your brother.
Yeah.
You don't break. Don't ever let a woman separate between you guys. Every single ex-girlfriend of my brother separated us, didn't want me around. When I was around, he was being more of himself. Brotherhood is the most important thing.
Every single one of your brother's ex-girlfriends didn't want you around? And you think that's a problem with them? Not you? Like these women that knew nothing about you at all? Like they didn't have it out for you? All of them, for some reason, just didn't want you around, and you don't think that's because you're a fucking weirdo? Or maybe I'm just talking crazy. That's clearly not the lesson to be learned from that experience there. Obviously not. It all ties back to Belgian horses, actually. Anyway, though, I really enjoyed going down a little bit of a rabbit hole on some tough guy TikTok content, so I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So, yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. This season on the YouTube drama soap opera has been a pretty interesting one, and as this season winds to a close, we get one hell of a surprise here. It turns out YouTube tough guys aren't that tough. What a shocker. Now, when I say YouTube tough guys, I'm referring to the braggadocio YouTubers like Rice Gum and FaZe Banks. FaZe Banks also happens to be the protagonist in today's story. And the ones that really just flex a whole bunch of money on their 12-year-old fans who live vicariously through their success. The fan base is sad, their personas are sad. Today we get to see what happens when an unstoppable douchebag meets an actual confrontation. Now I want to make it clear before I start this, I don't care about the story. It's a fucked up story and I'm not taking sides, although I am more inclined to believe FaZe Banks and Alyssa's side, even though they are known liars. Barley's statement was just really bad, and in my experience the bouncers do start most of this shit at these types of establishments. But once again, I don't care about the story, I just care about when FaZe Banks gets involved in a fight. The security footage has just been released. The footage is chopped into pieces to fit this horrible narrative that I don't believe any rational person's going to believe at all, but it does show FaZe Banks in an actual confrontation. No smoke and mirrors, no CGI. This is a real YouTube tough guy in a real altercation.
A couple are internet stars. We monitor stuff like this here at the television station. They get millions of hits over outrageous videos that they post. Their names are Alyssa Violet and Ricky Banks.
And I can't believe it happened to us.
What happened to Ricky Banks began when he was in a restricted basement area of the Barley House and was asked to leave. He made fists.
I love how the reporter calls them outrageous videos. He looks down on the videos, as well he should. They're really bad videos. But if only you could say shitty videos on the air, huh, reporter? This is the first sign that you're an insufferable asshole when you throw up a set of hands and then walk away. Trying to make it seem like your dick isn't 2 inches fully erect in front of everybody there, so you throw up your hands like you're ready to fight, but really you don't want to fight at all. You just want to get the fuck out of there and hope he doesn't take your lunch money. On YouTube, that comical display of masculinity will get an applause from your 12-year-old audience for your courage and being too real and savage, but in real life you can see him immediately walk away because he knows the bouncer would beat his ass into his asshole. Now, I do agree with FaZe Banks, though, in that perhaps the bouncers were power tripping and being overly aggressive, because in my experience, the bouncers in a lot of places are power tripping insecure bundles of meat who take out a lot of aggression on the customers unnecessarily. So I agree that maybe this bouncer was a big douchebag, but don't throw up your set of hands like you're going to throw down with him, because you're not, and you didn't.
And feigned fighting to a bouncer. He and his girlfriend, Alyssa, resisted and were guided up the steps into the main dining area. She was riding a bouncer's back aggressively. Then the cameras came out again, with Alyssa getting into the faces of other customers, just trying to leave. There's punching and hair pulling. As it goes on, you see Ricky throw a glass at other customers. Later, another confrontation as the camera came out again. There's a struggle, and from the shadows, Ricky attacks again, striking a customer, not a bouncer as he had boasted.
Now, Ricky comes out of nowhere and starts pounding this guy in the face from behind. Totally cheap shot.
FaZe Banks out here with this bald spot looking like a fucking default monk class in an MMO game. No wonder he always wears a hat. For real, Ricky, keep that hat on. If you take that hat off in one of your awful vlog videos, your 12-year-old audience is going to respond like that scene in the SpongeBob movie when King Neptune is revealed to be bald. I also really love how these vlogging YouTubers get really upset when other people record them. Like last year when Rice Gum slapped the phone out of the Gabby Show's, aka Gabby Schumer Show's hand because she was recording him. You'd think of all people to be okay with being recorded in public, it'd be these assholes, but apparently not. So as we just saw, all 90 pounds of FaZe Banks went into fight or flight mode there. His low testosterone and high estrogen really started pumping quickly, and he went against his nature and actually got involved in a confrontation. And the best thing he could muster is he could throw a fucking sucker punch. You will never lose my respect or the respect of any man faster than throwing a sucker punch on somebody. Just start sneaking up behind a man like he's in Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell playing as Sam Fisher going for an assassination, and throws the weakest wet noodle of a punch I have ever seen in my life. And he actually broke his hand from this punch here. He lets out this flurry of incompetent and clearly awful throws that is just so laughably bad. I can't be happier that he broke his hand in it. It looks like an old lady fighting for her purse back right now. It's just so sad. Here's one of your premier YouTube tough guys duking it out with someone in real life who didn't even see them coming. Don't tussle with the muscle, or lack of muscle. No, but really, for real, don't tussle with the phase muscle. Unless, of course, you do, then he's going to break his hand on the back of your head. And then you'll be left wondering why a 3-year-old just shot a spitball at the back of your head. You'll pretty much mistake his punch for a mosquito landing on you. Now, as a surprise to nobody, YouTube tough guys are my least favorite content creators on this website, and I say content creators in quotation marks. I really despise them. And it's not because I hate their content, which I do. I understand people are going to like different content, and their content is geared towards children. So that's not where I have a problem. My problem is how they shit on everybody else who isn't as successful as them or doesn't have as much money as them, and how they manufacture so much negativity on the site and create all of this fake drama and fake beef. And then they make these abysmal diss tracks at each other that make my cock smaller just by listening to snippets of them. And then they have all of these call-out videos where I'm so tough, come fight me. It's embarrassing. Which is why I never call myself a YouTuber, because it's downright just embarrassing to even be associated with a lot of shit on this platform. And unfortunately, the first thing someone thinks of when they hear the word YouTube, the first thing they think of are these human catheters like FaZe Banks, Rice Gum, and Jake Paul, because they're the most successful right now. But yeah, anyway, this was a National Geographic look at a YouTube tough guy in the wild. So I'd also like this to serve as a reminder to any viewers of the YouTube tough guys that they're just playing characters. They don't actually believe they're tough guys who can take people in fights. They know they can't, which is why they just make videos back and forth against each other and never do anything about it. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. A couple days ago on stream, chat was telling me about something pretty gross. So fair warning, this topic's a little yucky. If you've got a sensitive stomach, this one might make you a bit uneasy, a bit queasy, perhaps. I'm gonna get a little political here for a moment, so really brace yourself. Just grip the sides of your chair real hard so you don't fall over. It's gonna get spicy. I think under no circumstances should a politician be allowed to run if they have a documented history of smearing poop on their body. And you know what, that may have angered a few people out there, but you know what, you sensitive souls, I'm gonna go even harder on this. You can't stop me, I don't care who it offends. I think if you have a documented history of eating shit, that should also disqualify you. And if in some unholy circumstance you are an individual who has both smeared shit on their body and consumed feces, you need to be admitted, like institutionalized ASAP. I'm talking about a German politician who went viral like a week ago, and I just learned about him like 3 days ago. His name's Martin. He had videos and photos of himself come out where he covers his whole body in shit. Apparently he even covered a dildo in poop and started inserting it into himself. He put a bunch of poop on his mustache and gave himself like a Hitler stash of shit. And then his videos that he posted went viral where he went into a public bathroom and started licking the toilets. Like, not just the toilet seat. He was licking crusty urine out of the toilet bowls and then like licking the toilet brush as if it was a lollipop. It is revolting. Absolutely revolting. Now, some of you may have seen this floating around on Twitter because a couple of the infamous rage bait Twitter accounts were saying shit like, why are all lefties like this? And then posting the video of the guy like licking the toilets and shit. Martin is, I suppose, I don't know if he's like excommunicado, like it's something out of John Wick here, a candidate for the Free Democratic Party, or FDP, which I'd never heard of, so I looked into it a little bit, and from what I've read, they've got pretty much every label under the sun. Like, it started as a liberal party, but in modern times it's more leaning towards center-right because it's conservative fiscal policies. Like, it's all over the place, but regardless, it's fucking cringe to be using this very unhinged individual to represent, like, oh, look at, this is all of them, all poop eaters. Like, it's so fucking lame. This is an unhinged maniac that I think has transcended party lines, where it's a bipartisan perspective where no one's going to like this. There's not going to be many people championing for the toilet licking goofball. But anyway, I want to show you the videos. I can't show you the poopy pics, but I will talk about those in a bit more detail after I show you the video. So here's from the stream when we watched it. Do you see the video of the German politician licking a public toilet? Bro looked really into it. Licking public toilet seat or like the actual toilet bowl itself? Let me take a peek. I did not see it though. A German politician filmed himself licking public toilets for God knows what reason. Well, we don't need God to tell us the reason. I'm sure this guy did, right? That doesn't look like a punishment. That man is super into it. He looks of sound mind and body. He filmed himself licking the public toilets of a railway station. Of a railway station? Wow, that's significantly more foul than I would have expected. He chose Ultra Nightmare Mode public toilets for this. Hey, can't fault the heart. He said, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it big. In one clip, however you say his last name, was seen singing the Nazi-era German national anthem along with... What is this word? I don't even know a bad word that starts with M. Motherfucking rectally with a sex toy? Oh, masturbating rectally with a sex toy. So it was more than just licking toilets. This guy had a full-blown episode here. His act of licking the metal fittings of a urinal and a seated toilet received disgust by several by several users on social media sites. Only several. Only a few people were disturbed by this toilet licking. Everyone else was totally fine with it. He also made a mustache from feces while role-playing as former Chancellor Adolf Hitler. What the fuck? If this guy doesn't get elected, then there is no justice in the world. This is incredible. What a great candidate. Where can I find his poop mustache? Well, I won't show his poop mustache. I want to see it for myself is all. This is for my own enjoyment and I'll describe it to you. Oh, wow, that article didn't quite fully explain it. It's not like he just put poop on his mouth. He covered his whole body in shit. Well, I'm not too familiar with Martin, but now I am a little bit. And I don't really like it. He wouldn't get my vote. That video forced him to retire. Something tells me, and this is just a hunch, I'm not familiar with the political landscape of Germany. Something tells me just by listening to him for a second, right before he starts moaning into the urinal as he licks it clean, I feel like he probably wasn't in a good position to win regardless. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Since all of this came out, there hasn't been a peep from Martin. He's off the grid right now. Probably purchased a shack in the middle of the woods somewhere and he's living out his days as a lumberjack with no electricity and no connection to the outside world. Because this is one of those things that you can't really come back from. It is so unbelievably gross that it changes the way people would look at you forever, I imagine. So, the poop pics. I can't find any information about who the feces belong to, if it's his own brand, like if it came from his colon, or if it's a third-party pooper. Like, there's no information about if he covered himself in his own shit or somebody else's. Both are truly horrific, but I think if it was someone else's, it would be significantly worse. This is a true full-blown one politician, one cup scenario here, but instead of eating shit like ice cream, he just put it all over every crevice of his body. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Those pictures I was not expecting to be as bad as they were. Like, I watched Harlem Shake poop, and it made me laugh. Like, it's gross, but, like, that made me giggle. This had me recoil. I was stunned. It was yucky. So, anyway, since all this has happened, there hasn't really been any follow-ups that I can find. Maybe in like German outlets somewhere, but they haven't been translated to English. So I'm still kind of in the dark on what exactly the status is with Martin and his like political campaign. The only little tidbit of information I can find is that the Free Democratic Party said that they're considering consequences, but I don't know if they've gone through with them. And also that was reported like right after all of these started blowing up a week ago. So I imagine if there were consequences, they'd probably have already happened by this point. But again, I can't find any further updates on it. I have to imagine, though, this has truly taken a huge hit to his candidacy here. I did see a couple of German commenters joking about this, saying like, man, I'm real tired of this shit, and making some quirky quips like that, and that had me giggling a bit. But yeah, that's kind of where the story's at right now. I just had to talk about this a little bit because I saw another headline about it today, and it reminded me of just how gross it was, so thought I'd share it. That's about it. So yeah. This actually looks like some shit out of the intro for I Am Legend here. This guy's snarling and showing his teeth like an angry dog ready to strike. It sounds like something out of Call of Duty Zombies. Thank God it wasn't a full moon. This guy was ready to fucking anamorph into a werewolf here. Now, it does say he's having a racist meltdown in the caption of the video, but there's nothing racist present in the video. But according to the passengers on the flight, this all started because he was yelling at an Asian woman, and then all of a sudden, I guess, Umbrella Corporation blasted him with a T-virus and turned him into this, like, fucking zombie thing. This is the face of someone who knows what human flesh tastes like. Like I mentioned last time, I'm terrified of flying, but the more videos I see of people like this and the last guy we saw, that douchebag who got taped to a chair, the more interested I become in flying, just to be able to witness this fun. It just looks like going on a circus in the air. Like, it seems like a genuinely good time. You have, like, these onboard entertainment clowns that kind of go wild. Like, it seems cool. But I feel like that's only because I'm on the outside of it. I feel like if I was on this plane and witnessing this, I would be shitting my goddamn pants. I'd already be nervously hyperventilating into a paper bag, and then all of a sudden, fucking Lex Luthor in the row next to me just starts breaking out, going Super Saiyan, growling and eating his mask while salivating. So I definitely don't think it'd be super fun to be there for it, but I just want to say thank you to the heroes that film it, so that way I get to enjoy it from the safety of the ground.
Now! You're landing. Sit down now. You can't hold us. We're not on the ground, sir. Sit. Yes, we are. We're already grounded. Sit. You see anyone else getting up? Sit.
I love that they're talking to Voldemort here like he's a dog, just telling him to sit. You know, just, hey, be a good boy, go over there and sit and I'll give you a treat, alright? Now go sit. This is where I got a little confused. So he's upset because he thinks he should be allowed off the plane because they're on the ground. But according to the passengers, they're not on the ground. So this guy was just asking to be let off the plane mid-flight. You know, like, hey, let me the fuck out of here, I'm done, alright, I've had enough. He just opens the door and flies out like DB Cooper. Like, I don't really understand because it's such an easy thing to prove to himself, like, are we on the ground? Let me look out the window. Because you'd be able to know if you just, like, took a single glance out of the window. Like, there's multiple windows to the side of him even in the video. He could have just been like, we're not on the ground, I'm sorry for the trouble.
God! Sit! You sit down on that seat and you stay there. Don't fight it! Really?
Sorry, folks, but that's what they think of America.
I don't know where Joe Biden came into play. Maybe he was the pilot or something. I couldn't really tell you. But then he goes into saying sorry, that's what they think of America. And he says it like he's trying to, like, learn how to read. It was at this point that I thought this had to be a drug-related incident here, because it really does sound like he's giving a class presentation and he's super nervous. So I looked it up. Apparently there's something called ambient zombies, which is something flight attendants have nicknamed people that take Ambien and get weird. And this, I guess, could be one of those cases. I'm really not sure. But the cops do show up, and it turns out he was just really drunk.
America is not a disgrace. Really? Yeah. Really? Really?
So luckily, Chris Redfield and the boys were able to get on the plane and contain Patient Zero here. Hopefully this will be the only zombie we see taking flight, but who knows? This could just be the first of many dominoes to fall. Though I did think the same thing when that guy from Florida was eating another man's face off. I thought that was the beginning of the zombie outbreak. But luckily I was wrong. So weebs, put away your katanas because I think this is an isolated case. Just one zombie, and it seems to be taken care of. He was cited for public intoxication. So, that'll show him. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. See ya. I learned very early on in life that you can tell a lot about a person based on how they treat workers, whether that be retail workers at a store, waiters and waitresses at a restaurant, fast food workers, anything. It's like a little cheat code into the human psyche. You can tell if someone's an insufferable douchebag based on how they interact with employees out in the world. If someone's being mean and disrespectful to someone that's just trying to do their job, then chances are they're a worthless asshole. And I don't need to be a licensed psychologist in order to diagnose them with terminal douchebag personality syndrome. But by far the most infuriating are the stupid douchebags, the troglodyte imbeciles that will get mad at the employees for decisions the company made, as if the employees had any say-so in whatever the fuck you're complaining about. You saw it all the time during the early pandemic when companies asked that the customers wear a mask, so the employees were forced to enforce the rule and would face so much backlash from the customers as if they were the ones that made it. Like, they're just trying not to get fired. So you have all these inbred weirdos losing their mind like, how dare you muzzle me, you goddamn communist, telling me how to live my life. I will beat your ass in the parking lot, bend over so I can suck a fart out of your butt. As if the employee that you're yelling at and threatening to beat up had anything to do with the actual thing you're complaining about. They had no say-so. They were just a fucking employee of the company doing their job. And it happens all the time in retail, but this was the first example I could think of since that was happening all over the place on Facebook back during the early pandemic. Just being rude, mean, and nasty to workers who are just doing their job is by far the easiest way to identify a piece of shit. And I'd love to show you a perfect example of this. This is a customer who's melting down at a fast food worker who quite literally did nothing wrong at all.
Hey, can I ask you something, by the way? No, it's just that every time I come here, like, at the late night hour, I don't know why, you're, like, very, like, it's not even me, because I know it's not just me. Like, I'm sure you're, like, this way with everyone. You just, like, are very impatient. Like,
this man's face really tells the whole story. Hitting this guy with the Kubrick stare and just a little bit of shock, like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You're gonna lecture me at, like, 3 a.m. here on absolute nothing? Man's hitting him with a goddamn thespian troupe monologue here. He's absolutely rehearsed this in the mirror, hyped himself up like, I'm gonna give this employee a piece of my mind over nothing.
If like, you don't want this job, you don't have to be here. Like, I'm just letting you know, like, you literally rush my order every single time, and I hate having you.
Imagine going to a fast food drive-thru and complaining that the food came out too quickly. That's the whole definition of fast food, is that it arrives in a timely manner to you. What are you there for then if you wanted slower prepared food? Go to a moderate speed restaurant, or you can go to IHOP and never get your food, because by the time you get your food you will have died by old age. Like, I don't understand what the complaint even is. He's mad that this guy rushed his order. That is the whole goddamn point of fast food, that it is prepared quickly for you. You are arguing a non-issue to a guy who is very clearly not interested and doesn't deserve it. This guy is just doing his job at the late night hour to serve your absolute incompetent, disrespectful, entitled ass, and you have the audacity to shit on him for it.
And I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, but I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're just very incompetent and you have to work here. But I'm not being ignorant either.
Yeah, definitely not being ignorant at all. Just some kind of unhinged lunatic going through the drive-thru to insult a worker who's done nothing wrong at all. Saying that it's not a real profession and that he must be incompetent. As if the guy recording has a fucking job. He absolutely just came from an affluent family and is entitled. You can tell just by the way he talks. He probably has his pinky up on the cup that he just got there.
It's just like, I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
Yeah, this absolute brain-rotted, goofy goober just self-reports and says that he's been drinking. So the man is drunk driving through a drive-thru, and he has it on camera and posted it himself. How dumb do you have to be? And to publicly go out there and embarrass yourself like this is so wild to me because he recorded it himself. He planned to go to this guy and confront him for justice, you know? This one's for the people. It's time we rise up against this one employee just doing his job. So he films this, watches it back, and posts it himself saying, yep, I look pretty good here. Can't wait to share it with my friends. Post it on Facebook for all of his friends to fucking laugh at him. And now he will never live it down. He is forever known as this shit stain. This greasy goblin that insulted a worker for no reason whatsoever. And it is the ultimate delusion that he is the one belittling and insulting this worker for his job, while I imagine he himself doesn't hold down a steady job. I don't know too much about the guy personally. There's not a whole lot of info behind this person here. But just by the way he talks, I can tell that he's very entitled. He most likely came from an affluent family, driving around right now in a car his parents paid for, probably wearing a stained plaid shirt after a night of drinking with the boys, desperately trying to get laid, but getting rejected for the millionth time. So now he's just mad at the world, just full-blown bah humbug, going Scrooge right now. I'm going to the drive-thru, and I'm just gonna give this guy a piece of my mind. And this is the result.
Sorry about that. No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very shitty to me every time I come here.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because like whatever's happening or you're being recorded. So
there is nothing this guy can say or do from this point forward that will convince me that he's not an absolute insufferable douchebag. This guy could quite literally put on the cape and become the real world Batman, and I would still think he sucks. I have no respect for people like this guy. I hate it. It drives me fucking nuts. And the fact that he also loosely admits to drunk driving in the video just makes it even worse. He is two of the things I have the least respect for. Someone who's rude to workers for no reason, and a drunk driver. This man is the whole package, like the entire starter kit for being a douchebag, an actual piece of shit. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Today I saw a video of an overwhelmingly intimidating tough guy. I'm talking full-fledged DEFCON, red alert, sound the alarm, sirens blaring, full chub, full throttle, tough guy. This rare specimen was spotted in the only environment you can find these kind of scary Pokemon. Whole Foods, obviously. Now when you look at me, you probably see a pretty intimidating, scary guy at a 5'6" imposing frame with a big set of fucking pythons on him. Yeah, I can understand why people would think that I'm probably as tough as they get, but what if I told you there's a man that dwarfs even my profuse masculinity? And he's not just a man, he's a father.
People won't learn. These people won't learn. You're a bunch of idiots wearing masks. You know it's not real. Look at you fools. You got a fucking doily on your face, you retard. You look like you fucking got it off your mom's countertop. You feel better now?
Looks like you got a Sharpie off your mom's countertop and scribbled in some weak-ass facial hair. This whole freak out here reminds me of the old Bagel Boss guy. You remember that guy that was extremely short and melted down about women not wanting him at a Bagel Boss restaurant? I get the same vibes from this guy. He just came in here looking for a fight with a chip on his shoulder, mad at the world for fucking nothing. Of course it's about masks. You can look at this guy and immediately tell he doesn't believe in masks and probably believes the world is flat. But I mean, anyway, this guy's dressed like he's trying to go fishing but accidentally wandered into a Whole Foods and now is upset about the whole ordeal. Unfortunately, he's brought his family here with him to embarrass them, and make no mistake, they seem extremely embarrassed by their father as this video continues.
You look like an idiot. You're the child. Trying to make you wear a mask. Shut up. Shut up. Yelling at people. You're a dork. Look at you, you giant fucking dork. What are you gonna do? Come on, boy. Come outside. Come outside and tell me how tough you are.
The guy that confronted our protagonist is about twice the size of him from what I can see here, so I'm pretty sure that the dad was already starting to sweat a little bit and really praying that his sons would pretend to hold him back, which they did beautifully. It just saved him a lot of embarrassment so he could keep talking shit, knowing full well that the guy that he was talking shit to could literally eat him. I swear to God, this guy could suckle on his nipples standing up. The mismatch in terms of size was laughable. So it was extremely lucky that the dad decided to melt down with his kids nearby, able to get him out of the situation that he's caused. He really does not look like somebody you'd want to piss off. Just look at that beard, that majestic beard. He looks like an old blacksmith who made the tools for the Olympic gods to use. He looks like the kind of guy that would fuck your ass up in a fight, and then just fuck your ass just because he's that powerful.
I'll beat that fucking mask off your face like a fucking retard. Fucking pussies. You're all a bunch of pussies wearing masks. Losers.
Goodbye.
I will say, I respect that this man keeps shit-talking even as he's being carried away like a baby out of a Toys R Us throwing a temper tantrum. He doesn't let the embarrassment of getting picked up by his son stop him from talking a lot of shit for no reason. I actually do love the shamelessness from the father here. He feels no level of embarrassment after being picked up and carried away. His son was so shameful of his father breaking down here and becoming a public nuisance that the only course he could find was picking him up and removing him from the property. After decades of butt-chugging Miller Lights in the bathtub, the father has just lost the ability to feel shame. And this is the result. This looked like something out of Fall Guys, just getting grabbed and carried away slowly outside of the store. A great meltdown, though, another good meltdown. I gotta tell you, the mask debate here, which isn't really a debate, there's one side which is right, and then the one side that's wrong, the wrong side obviously being the ones that think masks are the devil or a muzzle or a microchip or some shit. That's clearly the wrong side, but this whole dichotomy here, this war on masks has been the gift that keeps on giving in terms of public freakouts and meltdowns. Every single day, there's a new troglodyte that decides to wander out into the world and just go fucking wild about a mask. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to showcase a real tough dad out there, making sure the local Piggly Wiggly here knows that he's the boss, he's the sheriff, and if he sees you wearing a mask, well, he's gonna shit in his little diapers there and go wild in public. So keep that in mind next time you think you're going to a Piggly Wiggly in a mask, because this guy might just come around the block and put the kibosh on that whole operation by yelling and screaming and screeching. So anyway, that's about it. See ya.